Chapter 1 Sign in Surprise. Are you back? You must be exhausted. Come here. I'll heat up a meal for you. As soon as Su Chen stepped into the door, he saw Lin Yushi hurriedly closing the computer, with a guilty look on her face, and speaking hurriedly. Ha? What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so concerned about me today? Su Chen was a little surprised by Lin Yushi's sudden concern, but he still felt happy in his heart. You know, ever since they started dating in college, Su Chen has always been the one giving. This is the first time that Lin Yushi prepares dinner for him. Lin Yushi didn't answer Su Chen. She smiled playfully, turned around, and ran to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Su Chen took off his heavy delivery clothes. Looking at the clock, which was almost midnight, and then looking at Lin Yushi, who was serving dishes in the kitchen in a somewhat unfamiliar manner, he smiled warmly in his heart. In order to gain a firm foothold in this city and to make the goddess in his heart become his bride, Su Chen works hard during the day and delivers takeout at night. Although life is hard, he feels that it is all worth it. Because it will be his and Lin Yushi's wedding day soon. Then they will be able to leave this cramped rented house and move into a new house bought with their parents' life savings as a down payment, and start a happy life with Lin Yushi. Just as Su Chen was happily imagining the wonderful life that was about to come, a series of message notifications broke the tranquility. He looked at Lin Yushi, who was busy in the kitchen, thinking that they were just some insignificant junk messages, so he didn't call Lin Yushi, but opened her unlocked computer by himself to clean it up. Baby, have you eaten yet? Baby, where are you now? I miss you so much. My aunt said that your mother agreed to let me visit your house tomorrow. Don't worry, no matter what you ask, I will agree. Our family is not short of money. Buzz. The moment the chat window popped up, Su Chen's mind seemed to be paused, and everything went blank. He didn't have the courage to look at the records again. What are you doing? Why are you snooping through my computer? This is my personal privacy. When he looked back, he found that Lin Yushi was standing behind him without him noticing. Who is Li Zhangrun? Su Chen stood up suddenly, his eyes seemed to be bloodshot, his chest heaving, and he grabbed Lin Yushi's arm tightly and asked. Let go. You're hurting me. Lin Yushi broke free from Su Chen and picked up the laptop like a frightened little animal. My mom is right. Marrying someone of the same social status is so important. A country bumpkin like you will never change your rusticity. You actually peeked at other people's chat history. Lin Yushi yelled at Su Chen angrily. He. Yes. I have no manners and opened that broken computer. Baby, what the hell is that, baby? Then go find someone who doesn't look through your computer. He will believe that you are the purest girl in the world, and then work overtime, desperately trying to make money, thinking only of giving you a happy life. That's enough. Lin Yushi interrupted Su Chen's tearful accusation. He is the one my mother picked for me. You know, my mother has always looked down on you. I'm just dealing with it, otherwise my mom will look for someone else. Hearing Lin Yushi's tone of voice saying it was good for him, Su Chen suddenly felt that she was so strange, and finally understood that she had never thought of marrying him. Where are you going? To the new house? No. Seeing Su Chen getting dressed and preparing to go out without saying a word, Lin Yushi stopped him and spoke sternly. Why can't I go? No, my name is on the property deed, so it's my house. Hearing Lin Yushi's words, Su Chen tied his shoelaces tightly, shook his head, and said in disbelief after a while, Your house? That's the wedding house my parents bought for me. They saved and lived frugally all their lives to buy it. I don't care. My name is on the property deed, so it's mine. You are not allowed to go. Dream on. That is the life's work of my parents. I will never let a family of vampires like you succeed. Su Chen didn't want to get entangled with Lin Yushi anymore. She had become so unfamiliar in front of him. He went out angrily, got on the electric delivery bike, came to the new house in tears, turned on the lights in the living room, and was stunned. The sofa was in a mess, with women's underwear scattered all over it, and 2 pairs of unfamiliar shoes were placed at the door. Su Chen looked confused. He entered the bedroom cautiously and turned on the light. The scene that followed made him furious. Lin Yushi's younger brother, was naked and hugging a woman with colorful hair who was obviously worldly, lying on the marriage bed that he had never slept in. Su Chen, what are you doing here? Get out! Lin Yushin, who was making love, screamed when he saw Su Chen appear at the bedroom door. Get out? I should be the one asking you that. Su Chen's tone was cold. This is my sister's house. Why can't I come? Get out of here, poor bastard, or I'll tell my mom. Lin Yushin didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. He lit a cigarette and spoke arrogantly. Over the years, Su Chen has spent a lot of money on Lin Yushin, but Lin Yushin has always looked down on Su Chen and always wanted to complain to Su Xiao Lin Yushi's mother. In order to please Lin Yushi's family, Su Chen held his anger and did not dare to lose his temper. But today, Su Chen couldn't bear it anymore and threw a punch. Get out of my house. You dare to hit me? Lin Yushin was completely shocked. Roll. Su Chen grabbed a knife from the kitchen, his eyes were red as if blood was about to drip out, and his voice trembled due to the anger that had been suppressed for a long time. Seeing that Su Chen was almost losing his mind, Lin Yushin quickly pulled the woman out of the house. Looking at the mess in the room, Su Chen shed tears secretly. He worked hard and only ate dry steamed buns at noon, saving every penny just to make Lin Yushi and her conscienceless brother look up to him. But in the eyes of their whole family, Su Chen was always just a poor boy from the countryside. Su Chen, to be honest, I have found a good family for Yushi. Their family owns a big company and can help Yushin find a job. Why don't you look in the mirror and see how poor you are? And you still want to marry my daughter, huh? Let me make it clear to you, the house has long been transferred to Yushin's name. If you don't get out of here, I'll call the police and report you for trespassing. Then let me make it clear, even if I demolish this house, the pieces won't be taken away by disgusting people like you. After saying that, Su Chen threw the phone in his hand onto the bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the sign-in system. You will get system rewards if you sign in every day. The moment the phone flew out, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in Su Chen's mind. System? Could it be that I'm obsessed with staying up late reading novels? Just as Su Chen was wondering if he was hallucinating, the voice sounded in his mind again. Host, do you want to collect today's sign-in reward? Su Chen swallowed his saliva and thought quietly in his heart, receive it, and said it out loud. Chapter 2 3 Beautiful Sisters. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received 3 beautiful sisters as a reward. Beautiful sister? 3 more? Su Chen's heart was like a surging sea wave, because he remembered his mother telling him when he was a child that he was not the only son, but he had 3 older sisters, but they got lost when they went out one day. Could this system be real? Can it help me find my lost sisters? This reward made Su Chen very excited. He knew that if his parents in his hometown knew that his 3 sisters who had been separated for many years were found, they would definitely be very happy. He didn't sleep all night, and as soon as the dawn broke, Su Chen was ready to go out. It's a magical system given by God. Anyone who encounters this situation would probably find it difficult to fall asleep. Ding! Host, do you choose to sign in? After Su Chen had dressed and washed up, he was about to go out when the system reminder sounded in his mind again. Thinking of yesterday's sign-in reward, Su Chen was extremely excited and was looking forward to the reward that the system would give out. Sign in! This time Su Chen didn't hesitate at all and decided to sign in immediately. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received a beauty and fitness pill. As the voice fell, a pill suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. He reached out to take it, staring at the pill for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was. But thinking of the powerful power of this system, Su Chen made up his mind and swallowed the black pill directly. After taking the pill, Su Chen suddenly felt dizzy, his eyelids became heavy, and he fell directly onto the sofa and passed out. When he woke up again, it was already early morning the next day. Su Chen woke up rubbing his head. He saw that his phone showed it was already past 11 o'clock and there were more than a dozen missed calls, so he quickly called back. Hey! Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Why don't you come to work at noon? The person on the other end of the phone complained anxiously. Master, I overslept. Su Chen said calmly. Hey! What's wrong? What's irritating you? Are they the Lin family again? Don't be impulsive. No matter what happens, you can't lose your job. Don't worry, I've asked for leave for you. If you feel bad, I'll have a couple of drinks with you tonight. Zhang Hong on the other end of the phone persuaded. Su Chen felt warm in his heart. Zhang Hong was his master during his internship. He was a loyal and honest man, so he had not been promoted after working in the company for more than 10 years. However, he was really good to Su Chen and treated him like his own brother. The two of them were close friends regardless of age. Don't worry, I'm fine. Okay, let's have a drink tonight, it's my treat. Su Chen also said straightforwardly. In the past, in order to deal with the vampires of the Lin family, Su Chen wanted to spend every penny carefully. This was the first time that he took the initiative to treat everyone. After hanging up Zhang Heng's call, Su Chen hurriedly packed up and went out. Ha! This is me? When he passed the mirror at the door, Su Chen saw a handsome and tall man, and thought someone had suddenly appeared in his room. After a closer look, it was indeed him, but he had become more handsome and charming. In addition, after calming down, Su Chen also discovered that he felt a sense of fullness in his body, and an intuition told him that he would not necessarily be afraid even if he faced boxing champion Tyson. This is the system's reward? It's incredible. After becoming handsome, Su Chen was in a happier mood. He went down from the 17th floor to the first floor in one breath without even taking a breath. Do you have a girlfriend? Can I add you on WeChat? Walking in the community, a girl came over with a red face, not daring to look Su Chen in the eye. Su Chen secretly sighed that the power of this system was so incredible that the effect of transforming one's appearance was immediate. Su Chen was walking happily when he ran into a few uninvited guests. When Su Chen saw Lin Yushi's family standing at the gate of the community, as well as Li Zhengren, a rich second generation who was also his college classmate, he knew that these people had bad intentions. Hey! Isn't this Su Chen? I haven't seen you for a few days, but you have dressed yourself up like a gentleman. Do you want to be a gigolo? Seeing Su Chen, who looked brand new and handsome, Li Zhengren said sourly. Humph. No matter how you dress up, you can't hide your poor look. My Yushi was really blind. Why didn't she meet a good son-in-law like Zhangrun earlier? Lin Yushi's mother Song Guifang glanced at Su Chen with disdain, and then flattered Li Zhangrun. Bah! Poor bastard, move all that junk out of my house. It's unlucky to look at it. Lin Yushin grinned sarcastically. Su Chen clenched his fists, looking at the disgusting faces of Song Guifang and others and Lin Yushi's tacit attitude, sneering in his heart. Su Chen had let go of that feeling. But now Su Chen is no longer a soft persimmon that can be bullied. Swoosh! Just as Su Chen was about to speak, a crimson supercar came driving in front at an extremely fast speed, made a gorgeous drift, and stopped steadily next to the crowd. The streamlined body looks like a burning flame in the sun. The car door opened, and an equally hot woman rushed out of the car. She wore sunglasses and 7 or 8 centimeters high heels. Beauty, who are you looking for? I know this area very well. Lin Yushin licked his lips and asked greedily. The woman ignored him and walked directly to Su Chen, looking a little excited and said, Su Chen? Su Chen was very surprised to hear this strange woman calling his name. He nodded and asked in surprise. Who are you? Is it really you? The fiery woman hugged Su Chen without giving him any explanation, and was so excited that she spoke incoherently. I have been looking for you for a long time. The other person exuded a very pleasant floral scent, and when in close contact, the fragrance came to my nose in waves. Su Chen suppressed his excitement, broke free from the woman's arms, and asked doubtfully. I'm your sister. The woman also realized her own gaffe, stood up straight again, slowly took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face. Tang Zai. Before Su Chen could say anything, Li Zhangren next to him was stunned, covering his mouth, and exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Purple Leaves. One of the 3 legendary sisters in Songshan City. Sister? Tang Zai? Su Chen was also stunned. Could it be that the system's reward came so quickly? Brother, do you know how hard it was for the 3 of us sisters to find your home? We finally found a clue about you a few days ago. After a few days of investigation, I also know what happened to you. Is it this group of people who want to take away our parents' hard-earned money? Tang Zai turned around and looked at Li Zhangrun and others, a dangerous aura revealed on her beautiful face. It gave him a huge shock. Lin Yushin next to him was also a little dazed. Su Chen was just a rural kid. Lin Yushin and her daughter had already known Su Chen's background. Chapter 3 Strong. Clearly understand me. They had no idea where Su Chen's sister came from. However, at this moment, Li Zhengrun's legs became weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. Although he knew the identity of the girl in front of him, Li Jingjing's beautiful appearance with purple eyes and tang eyes was enough to make him feel the pressure on his back as heavy as a mountain just by his status. In particular, he knew very well that this person's identity was so high that he could crush him. Tang Zai only has a few levels. Tang Zai is a national goddess-level existence. Regardless of her own strength, just one sentence from her can destroy Li Jinren's career. This was a big shot whom he could not afford to offend. Miss Tang San, please forgive her suitors. None of them can compare to him. Li Jinren's knees softened and he knelt down. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Beg me? I think you have chosen the wrong person for someone of this level. Tang Hui knew Su Chen and said coldly to Zi Zai. Everyone could feel the coldness in her words. Li Zhengren's forehead was sweating and his body was out of control. He shuddered and realized that Su Chen came from the countryside and had never heard of this. This is extremely scary. What a sister, and one of them is surnamed Su and the other is surnamed Tang. He turned to look at Su Chen. He just slapped it. He fell to his knees. In a place of sound. Su Chen's ears were crisp. Please look at the loud noise. Isn't it just what Tang Zai did when he saw the villain doing this? Forgive, you actually hit me. Say. Li Zhengren's face was difficult to look at. Zhengren looked at Lin Yushin again and saw that the mother was as close to daughter as possible. Although I know it in my heart. This Lin Qingyu country Xinxing, the status of women in the city today is even higher than him. I have nothing to do with you anymore, but you hit me so abruptly before. For the mistake I made this time, please give me a slap. He still feels that he can forgive me. Li Zhengren didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and his expression was extremely ugly. Lin Yushin and her daughter were completely stunned. How shameful they are. You really didn't expect that Su Chen would go too far. An identity like Li Zhengren. The two of them covered their faces in panic, their voices filled with regret. Said the voice trembling. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with him, and I am filled with anger. Tang Zi is related. Su Chen said coldly. When Yi heard this, his face was full of contempt. I gave this slap on behalf of my brother. The chill in his eyes seemed to penetrate the hearts of the two. Lin Yushin's experience is not something Su Chen can insult casually. It was a painful past for Tang Zi, but Ye's words were not polite. Now, he has let go of the what, you are Tang Jia Senki? With the system sister, Ri. Live Li Jingren's whole body once again, Su Chen trembled involuntarily to live a more exciting life. Let's go, the expression is one of incredible shock. Su Chen turned and looked at Tang Zi. It seems that this person's identity is Yi. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked out. His domineering back cast a huge impact on everyone, deeply shocking them. Lin Yushin next to him also had one. A few forests are covered with rain, and the mother is in a trance. Sui Chen's legs went weak, no, he collapsed to the ground. However, she was just a country boy, and her regrets no longer had any meaning to Su Chen's background and Lin Yushin's mother. That woman has already figured it out. Can you tell me clearly what's going on? Are you sure? They don't know me at all, sister? But my last name is Su, and your sister Su Chen's last name is Tang. What's going on in the early morning? At this time, the street was empty, and a dark red super sports car was speeding past and almost fell. He certainly knew. Inside the car, Su Chen sat in the passenger seat, secretly looking at the identity of the woman in front of him. Which woman is this car? Thinking back to the scene just now, he was shocked and unbelievable. Suddenly, this beautiful woman was so beautiful, and the identity of this beautiful woman was enough to crush him. But, it would be a lie to say I'm not happy. You were still young at that time, there are some things you don't know. We reorganized our family based on Tang Zai's words. None of us are your real sisters. Can make all of Li Zhengren's efforts come to naught. This is a big shot he can't afford to offend. The third Tang man met my little sister. Please forgive me and take your father with you. I will take him with me. Lovely Zhang, Ren. Later we kneel down to the three sisters' soft sister, because the field directly out of the separate, came. You want to ask me for mercy? I think you have found the wrong person. Tang should know better than me. Purple. Yi said coldly. She said, I see. Everyone could feel Suri's coldness and they all looked surprised. If Tang Zi hadn't arrived, Li Zhengren would have been no exception. Sweat poured down his forehead and his whole body was trembling. This is what Yi mentioned, and Su Chen might always be in an extremely terrifying scene. He wouldn't know, because his mother turned to look at Su Chen. The direct relatives treated him as their own. Kneel. Fall to the ground. Su-chen, by the way, Tang Zai, please forgive me for my mistakes over the years. How are you doing? Forgive me. Let's do it. Explain. What did you call me? Li. Zhengrun looked at Lin again. Tang Zai turned her head away, and Yu Yushin was angry that her mother was not her daughter. Lin Yuxing Yu. From now on, I will never have anything to do with your beautiful face again, but I was really wrong in the past, please forgive me now, just like Mr. Su-chen. Sister. Li Zhangransu's face was just bitter and timid, and he said timidly. Just call me Sister Zai. There are 3 sisters in our Tang family, and they are extremely ugly. Lin Yushin's mother and daughter's eldest sister is called Ziwei. She was completely stunned in the army. They all hold important positions and are not often in Songshan. I never thought that Su-chen would have such a position. As for your second sister Zilu, she is a genius, and her status is not too high. The two were filled with deep regret. But what? Su asked doubtfully, from now on, I will be with you, Chen. We have nothing to do with each other. Su-chen said coldly. You'll know what's going on in his eyes. Tang Zai's eyes flashed with a cold look, as if she could see through them both. Subtle. Su-chen's experience of not talking to Lin Yu was a painful past for Su-chen, but now, he has indeed understood many things that he is not clear about. The place is well planned. System. Tang Bang Zizhuyi, without saying much, drove the red sports car to start anew, determined to leave the city quickly and come to a more exciting life. I'm in the suburbs. This is the film, let us go. Su-chen turned away from the bustling suburban villa area and faced Tang Zai. After saying that, he turned and walked outside. The vaguely visible aura of the villa complex deeply shocked Suoruoxian. There is a villa here. Lin Yushin and her daughter were both in a high position, and their legs were limp, and they collapsed to the ground. In the jungle, it seemed that they had come out of the deep and mysterious ancient castle. Any meaning? You live here? Su-chen asked in surprise. Tang, that purple leaf, can you answer me? Of course, this is, what's going on with Mom? Are you really my sister? But my last name is Su, and your last name is Tang. The old castle was left in the empty streets in the early morning. The 3 of us sisters all lived here, along with Aunt Li Kuang. She was from the same family, but my eldest sister was serving in the army, so now only my second sister Tang Zilu and I were at home. When she mentioned Tang Zilu, her expression was quite complicated. It seems that there is something special. This made Su-chen feel a little confused. Is there something wrong with my second sister? As we were talking, the car had stopped at the entrance of the castle and the gate opened automatically. Car. This is a set of rapid movements and self-exertion. The equipment in the sound car control is very valuable, and Su-chen had only seen it in novels before. Su Zhengchen was sitting in the driver's seat in surprise. The car had already stopped in front of the villa. 2 people appeared in front of Su-chen. Steal. Look at a beautiful young woman driving a car pushing a wheelchair with a girl sitting in it. Seeing this girl, Su Kaichen couldn't help but be stunned by the scene just now. She was undoubtedly a top beauty, both in temperament and quality. He still felt that she was like someone in his dream, and was on par with Tang Zai. Although Tang Zai's temperament can be said to be a little wild, the temperament of this girl is like a fairy. But, this beautiful girl's leg seemed to be injured, so she had to stand up without saying anything. Second sister, this is our younger brother Su Bucken. Happy, that is fake. You were still young at that time, and you didn't understand a lot of things. In fact, we were a reconstituted family, and none of us were your biological sisters. At that time, Mom brought us 3 sisters to meet Dad, who was holding a baby. They fell in love, and then the 3 of us got separated due to an accident. You should know more about what happened after that than I do. I see. Su-chen was shocked. If Tang Zai hadn't told him, Su-chen might never have known because his mother treated him as her own son. By the way, Tang Zai, how have you been these years? What did you call me? Tang Zai turned around, her tone unfriendly. She is very pretty, but sometimes she is scary, like now. Sister. Su-chen had to say timidly. Just call me Sister Zai. There are 3 sisters in our Tang family. The eldest sister is Ziwei. She holds an important position in the army and is not often in Songshan City. As for your second sister Zilu, she is a genius, but. But what? Su-Chen asked puzzledly. You'll know in a moment. There was a strange flash in Tang Zai's eyes. Su-Chen didn't say anything. He really hadn't figured things out yet. Tang Zai said nothing, drove his red luxury car quickly out of the city and into the suburbs. This is the suburbs. The villa appears and disappears among the rolling hills in the suburbs. This villa is very luxurious and located in the jungle. It looks like an ancient and mysterious castle. You live here? Su-Chen said in surprise. Tang Zai replied, of course, this castle was left by my mother. The three of us sisters live here. There is also Aunt Li, who is the housekeeper. However, my eldest sister serves in the military, so now there are only me and my second sister Tang Zilu at home. When Tang Zilu was mentioned, Tang Zai's expression was a little strange. There seems to be something special going on. This made Su-Chen feel a little confused. Is there something wrong with my second sister? As they were talking, the car had stopped at the castle gate, and the castle gate opened automatically. This is an expensive automatic voice-controlled device that Su-Chen had only seen in novels before. Just as he was surprised, the car had already stopped in front of the villa. Two people appeared in front of Su-Chen. A middle-aged woman was pushing a wheelchair with a girl sitting in it. When he saw this girl, Su-Chen couldn't help but be stunned. She is definitely a top beauty, and is no less inferior to Tang Zai in temperament or other aspects. If Tang Zai's temperament is a bit wild, then this girl's temperament is like a fairy. However, the girl's legs seemed to be injured and she couldn't stand. Second sister, this is our younger brother Su-Chen. Chapter 4, The Inheritance of Medical Secrets. Zilu, this is Su-Chen. We are finally reunited with our family. Tang Zai's voice was filled with excitement. It was only then that Su-Chen realized that the girl in front of him was his second sister Tang Zilu. However, there seemed to be something wrong with Tang Zilu's legs. She couldn't stand or walk. What a pity! Su-Chen couldn't help but sigh. After all, a beauty like Tang Zilu is extremely rare, but it is undoubtedly a deep regret that she cannot walk due to leg disease. Even though it was their first meeting and there was no deep affection between them, Su-Chen still felt very sorry. My name is Tang Zilu. I think Zai has already told you about my situation. Personally, I have little interest in finding those relatives who don't care about our lives. But Ziyi is so eager to find you, so I won't stop him. Tang Zilu spoke in a calm tone, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, go inside. I need to rest. Tang Zilu's tone was calm, but it couldn't help but seem a little cold, as if she was troubled by some emotion in her heart. After Adli pushed Tang Zilu away, Tang Zai smiled at Su-Chen and said, second sister always thought that mom never looked for us. It can be heard that Tang Zilu seems to have some complaints about the past. Second sister's legs. Tang Zai sighed. Tang Zilu has an extremely strong character, but a car accident a few years ago left her unable to stand on her legs. In fact, our Tang family's company was originally managed by Zilu, until that incident happened. Tang Zai also felt deeply sorry for her sister's condition. Over the years, in addition to looking for Su-Chen, they have also been trying to treat Tang Zilu's leg disease, but to no avail after visiting many famous doctors. Tang Zilu's leg disease seemed to have become an intractable disease, and her personality became increasingly withdrawn. Su-Chen felt heavy in his heart when he heard this. The relatives he had finally found seemed. Go take a shower first, then I'll take you to your room. From today on, third sister will take good care of you. Tang Zai patted Su-Chen's shoulder cheerfully. All right. After finding his relatives, no matter what the situation, Su-Chen felt more at ease. After entering the villa, Tang Zai first took Su-Chen on a tour and then arranged his room. It was an extremely luxurious room on the second floor. After taking a shower, Su-Chen felt a little tired. The day's experiences were too much for him. These experiences are extremely physically demanding. Lying in bed, Su-Chen was thinking about the reunion with his family and the system. He tossed and turned and fell asleep very late. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. Ding! Host, do you want to receive the sign-in reward? Sign in. As soon as Su-Chen opened his eyes, the system's voice rang in his mind, and then he completed the sign-in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the inheritance reward of the medical secret technique. As the system sound faded away, Su Chen felt a roar in his head, followed by a sharp pain as if it was splitting apart. Fragments of memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind like scenes from a movie. When he opened his eyes again, Su Chen was surprised to find that his mind was filled with medical skills as vast as the ocean, and these skills were extremely advanced. There are many simple but effective methods. A huge amount of knowledge flooded into Su Chen's consciousness like a flood, giving him a headache, but he quickly digested the knowledge. It was as if this knowledge belonged to him. This system is amazing. Su Chen couldn't help but admire. It was really shocking that he encountered all this in a daze. At this moment, Su Chen's thoughts suddenly became clear. Now that we have the miracle doctor system, I want to see if there is any way to cure Tang Zilu's illness. Su Chen thought to himself. Su Chen cherishes his family, which he finally found. Search function. Su Chen began to look for the search function in the system. Soon, he found the search function in the huge miracle doctor system, and his eyes lit up when he discovered it. Heal the leg injury. It's really a top-notch skill. Su Chen said excitedly. He didn't expect that he could acquire such advanced skills, which made him very excited. We need to treat Tang Zilu's injuries as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Su Chen rushed out the door without hesitation. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, he bumped into a girl. It was Tang Zai. Where are you going in such a hurry? Tang Zai's voice sounded slightly annoyed. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Take me to find my second sister quickly. I have already figured out a way to treat her. Su Chen said seriously. After hearing Su Chen's words, Tang Zai looked confused and even a little angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Even the top doctors are helpless against Tang Zilu's illness, let alone you. Are you kidding me? Tang Zai was a little angry. Su Chen didn't have time to explain and grabbed Tang Zai. Just follow me. He looked quite imposing at the moment. Tang Zai was confused and followed Su Chen to Tang Zilu's room in a daze. Tang Zilu's room is full of feminine atmosphere and is elegantly decorated. There is a study on one side of the room with a stick of incense burning in it. The aroma is rich and goes straight to the heart. Tang Zai was reading a book elegantly. It was an English book and Su Chen didn't recognize the contents of the book. But now he had no time to study the book, so he walked straight to Tang Zai. Second sister, I'm sorry. Su Chen squatted down and grabbed Tang Zai's ankle. Tang Zilu's face suddenly became serious. She couldn't believe this was true. What you do? Tang Zilu's face flushed red. She was not used to having her feet touched by strange men. Although they were siblings in name, they were not related by blood. Under such circumstances, Tang Zilu naturally couldn't adapt. You will understand in a moment. I am curing you. Su Chen immediately used the skills he searched from the system and began to treat Tang Zilu. Su Chen's healing ability is extremely powerful. After all, this is a skill granted by the system. Done. Chapter 5 Rewards for the group. Relying on the medical skills provided by the system, Su Chen successfully completed the treatment, but even so, he was exhausted and out of breath. After all, this kind of massage therapy has extremely high physical requirements. After systematic transformation, Su Chen's physical fitness has changed a lot. Otherwise, he would not be able to perform the treatment task at all. Tang Zilu, try to see if you can stand up. Su Chen said calmly, and the two women looked at him in surprise. Oops. Tang Zilu and Tang Zai were both so surprised that their mouths could not close. Tang Zilu turned to Tang Zai, and for the first time, her always cold face showed surprise. She actually felt her legs full of strength again. Can I really stand up? Tang Zilu muttered softly. But the reality of this power made her believe that this incredible thing might really come true. With the help of Tang Zai, Tang Zilu slowly stood up. At first she couldn't control herself, but soon she was able to stand steadily and take steps. After just a few steps, she began to pant. I haven't walked on the road for more than 10 years. I'm not familiar with it. I'll feel better if I walk more. Su Chen took a breath and said lightly that he didn't expect that restoring his legs would exhaust his strength. Seeing Tang Zilu staring at him blankly, Su Chen chuckled, That's right, Sister Zilu, your legs are healed and you can walk in the future. Tang Zilu slowly walked towards Su Chen and hugged him. Both of them were wearing thin clothes and were soaked. Tang Zilu had misunderstood Su Chen, but now Su Chen has become her great benefactor. Feeling the tenderness in his arms, Su Chen did not dare to move. Tang Zila's joy was probably only understood by him. Tang Zai also rushed over and hugged Su Chen tightly. For them, Tang Zila's legs were a taboo that could not be touched. Now Su Chen gave it a new life, and the two sisters hugged Su Chen and cried with joy. If seen by outsiders, I'm afraid everyone would be envious of Su Chen. Brother, thank you so much this time. After dinner, Tang Zilo said shyly. She has always been strong and never says such things easily. The atmosphere at home suddenly became subtle. Thinking about the appointment in the evening, Su Chen said goodbye to the two beautiful sisters and left. I'll be back soon. Su Chen left in a hurry. It seems that our younger brother is really the lucky star of the family. Tang Zai and Tang Zilla looked at each other, both of them were smiling with tears in their eyes. Su Chen had already arrived at his master's house at this time. After a few drinks, the two of them had a very pleasant conversation. They were not only master and apprentice, but also friends. Master, don't worry, I will repay your kindness sooner or later. You kid, you've had too much to drink, and you still want to repay me? It's okay as long as you mean it. Zhang Heng patted Su Chen's head and said with a smile. Although Su Chen was only an intern, he was honest and reliable, which made Zhang Heng very satisfied. That night, the two seemed to have endless things to talk about. After eating and drinking, Su Chen felt a little dizzy. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on the sofa in Zhang Heng's house. Master's wife, where is my master? Your master has gone to work. He knows you are in a bad mood, so he specially asked for 2 more days off for you. You are still young and have a long way to go in the future. Don't be too anxious. Li Fen's words made Su Chen feel warm in his heart. In this strange city, the Zhang family gave him a sense of belonging. Ding! Host, do you choose to receive the sign and reward? Su Chen has become accustomed to signing into the system every day. Now the moment he looks forward to most is opening his eyes every day to receive the mysterious and powerful rewards from the system. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a real estate company as a reward. What? Real estate company? Su Chen was completely confused. It's too outrageous that he owns a real estate company before he even knows what's going on. Yunhai Group is one of the top 10 local real estate companies with a market value of 10 billion. The former chairman has transferred the assets to the host. You are now the new chairman. The system's voice seemed to confirm Su Chen's guess. At the same time, before Su Chen could come back to his senses, a phone call came in. The number ends with 4 8s? Seeing this number, Su Chen was also surprised. After all, such a number is worth a lot of money. Su Chen answered the phone with trembling hands. Despite everything he had experienced recently, this still shocked Su Chen. Is this Mr. Su? A steady, middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone, his tone full of respect. I am Su Chen? Su Chen was a little confused. This incident was so unreal that Su Chen felt like it was a dream. There was a surprised voice from the other end of the phone. Hello, Chairman. My name is Shinjong. I'm the company's executive director. You can take over the company at any time. The solemn voice was full of respect. Hearing this, Su Chen was also quite interested and he was full of expectations for the Yunhai Group. I'll be right there. After bidding farewell to his master's wife, Su Chen hurried to Yunhai Group. Looking up at the building that reached the sky, Su Chen was shocked. Yunhai Group is worthy of being one of the top 10 real estate companies. This building alone is enough to amaze people. Su Chen walked straight into the building. He was dressed simply, no one knew him, and he entered easily. He was just an insignificant person before. But now, Su Chen has the support of the system. After calling Shinjong quickly came out to greet him. He was wearing a purple suit, looking very dignified, and was very respectful when he saw Su Chen. Leading Su Chen into the company, Su Chen checked the company's situation and found that the company had assets worth hundreds of billions on the books, which was undoubtedly a top-level enterprise for wealthy people. However, Su Chen is not keen on running the business. He is quite pragmatic and has no intention of taking over at the moment. From now on, I appoint you as the executive director and general manager. You will be fully responsible for the company's affairs. You only need to submit a financial report to me every year. Su Chen expressed his trust in Shinjong. Shinjong's heart was filled with emotions, and he felt that a man should die for his friend. After everything was arranged, Suchen planned to leave quietly. With the system, the small Yunhai group is naturally not enough to satisfy him. Suchen has a bigger goal to achieve. Chapter 6, Do Something Good. After getting the skills granted by the system, Suchen was full of confidence. He not only wanted to create his own world, but also let his family and loved ones live a happy life. Suchen secretly made up his mind that from now on, he must make a career. Despite Shinzhong's repeated attempts to retain him, Suchen still chose to leave the company. Before leaving, he appointed Shinzhong as executive director and general manager to take full charge of the company's affairs. This move deeply touched Shinzhong's heart. As a professional manager, Shinzhong wanted the trust of his boss the most. Although his boss trusted him when he was working at Tianhai Group, that trust was far less profound than that given by Suchen. Shinzhong was filled with gratitude for this heavy trust. He thought, I would go through fire and water for the favor of being recognized. Suchen patted him on the shoulder gently as encouragement. Walking out of the gate of Tianhai Group and basking in the sunshine outside, Suchen's heart was surging and full of pride. But at this moment, a figure suddenly bumped into him. This is a young man who looks very anxious. He is carrying a briefcase in his hand and looking back from time to time while running. Oops. Before Suchen could react, the man rushed towards him. Obviously, he didn't notice Suchen and bumped into him heavily. What the hell? Suchen was naturally very unhappy. The two of them bumped into each other. At this moment, a girl's voice came from behind. Catch the thief. The girl was not tall, but she looked cute and lovely. Her hair was a little messy and she was sweating profusely. Obviously, she was exhausted. It turned out to be a thief. Suchen suddenly realized. Who else could this guy in front of me be other than a thief? As a helpful young man, Suchen rushed forward without saying a word and pinned the thief down with his whole body. With a light twist, Suchen snatched the bag and grabbed the thief's wrist. After taking the beauty pill, Suchen's appearance soared, his temperament also changed, and his body became stronger. Although he didn't know martial arts, it was more than enough to deal with such a skinny thief. The thief struggled in pain, but it was in vain. At this moment, a police car came roaring. Your bag. Suchen said directly. The girl blushed when she heard that. Thank you, brother. My name is Chen Tingting. She shyly stretched out her hand, as if she didn't know how to express her gratitude. Suchen just waved his hand gently. It's my duty to do what is right. Suchen said with a smile, and turned to leave. Looking at Suchen's receding back, Chen Tingting showed a hint of mixed emotions on her face. For Suchen, this was just a minor incident. Feeling happy, he took a taxi and went straight back to Tang Family Manor. Although it was only one day, he was already familiar with the place. When he returned to the villa, he smelled a fragrance. It smells so good. Suchen thought. Brother, you're back. Sister has cooked porridge, come and have a bowl. Tang Zilu said with a smile. She had not been so enthusiastic about Suchen before, but yesterday Suchen cured her foot disease that had lasted for years. Tang Zilu was full of gratitude and felt that this younger brother was actually a good guy. As he spoke, a bowl of hot porridge was placed in front of Suchen. Second sister, I didn't expect you to be such a great cook. Suchen exclaimed. This porridge has a nice aroma. Try it now. Tang Zilu said with a smile. Suchen took a bite and found it was indeed very fragrant. At this time, Tang Zai walked in. Brother, sister is back. Tang Zai walked to Suchen, her beautiful eyes moving over him. Feeling Tang Zai's gaze, Suchen felt a little embarrassed. It was indeed uncomfortable to be stared at by a beautiful woman like this. Brother, clean up after dinner. I'm going to take you to a high-end party. You're really new to the world right now, so I'm going to open your eyes. Tang Zai said. Well. Suchen really had no interest in this. All the high-end social gatherings in the past had always been boring to him. But Tang Zai seemed unhappy. Just accompany your sister. Can't you even fulfill this small request? Tang Zai actually started to act coquettishly. Suchen felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he had to admit that Tang Zai was really good at acting like a spoiled child. All right. Although he agreed, Suchen always felt that there was something else behind this matter, but he didn't know what it was. Looking at the eye contact between the two sisters, he seemed to understand something. It looks like this is going to be a tough trip. Tangzilla smiled and said, "We are both doing this for your own good. If you want to develop, you have to get to know some people in the upper circles. Also, we plan to let you work in our company." Work? Su Chen's expression was a little subtle. As the chairman of the board, he has not yet taken up his post, so naturally he is not very interested in working. Tang Zai looked at Tangzilla with a hint of reproach. "Brother, there is no rush to get to work, but getting to know those bosses is urgent. You must go with us to the banquet tonight because it is hosted by the city's Chamber of Commerce. The bigwigs in the Chamber of Commerce will be there, which is very important to our business," Tang Zai said seriously. Tang Zilu added, "The bosses of all the major companies in the city will attend this Chamber of Commerce gathering. I heard that the new chairman of Yunhai Group will also come. It is rumored that the new chairman is a tough guy." The two sisters clearly have great respect for the chairman of Yunhai Group. "Isn't that me?" Su Chen felt embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say this out loud. Even if he did, no one would believe him, and it would only add to his troubles. After thinking about it, Su Chen decided to follow his two sisters to attend the Chamber of Commerce gathering, just to broaden his horizons. Chapter 7 Party Feast. In front of the door of Triumph Building, Su Chen looked up at this magnificent building and couldn't help but be amazed. He had only heard of this kind of high-end place on the internet before, but had never experienced it in person. Triumph Building is a 5-star luxury hotel. A meal there costs hundreds of thousands, which was an astronomical figure and out of reach for Su Chen in the past. At this moment, he and his two sisters were standing downstairs of the Caesar Building, where the Chamber of Commerce's meeting was being held today. Tang Zai and Tangzilla changed into gorgeous evening gowns. They both had outstanding temperaments, and after changing their clothes, they became absolute goddesses. These two girls can be said to be absolute goddess-level figures. Su Chen was only wearing casual sportswear, but this did not diminish his temperament at all. Since taking the marrow-changing pill, Su Chen's temperament has improved dramatically and become impeccable. The three of them standing side by side were undoubtedly a combination of handsome men and beautiful women, attracting envious glances from the people around them. "Look at our little brother, he's really impressive." The two sisters were very satisfied with this, because they were also surprised by the temperament displayed by Su Chen. "Let's go in, brother." The two sisters held Su Chen's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and the three of them walked into the building together. At the entrance of Triumph Building, bodyguards were on high alert, all of them looking calm. Seeing Su Chen and his group, the bodyguards reached out to stop them, but Tang Zai smiled slightly and then showed them the invitation letter. When the bodyguards saw the invitation, they immediately became respectful. "Please come in, three of you." The bodyguards respectfully welcomed the three people in. They walked into the hall and found it was already crowded with people. Most of the guests were dressed gorgeously, the men wore suits and the ladies wore low-cut evening gowns, looking particularly noble. People were holding wine glasses and chatting with each other, and the atmosphere was lively. The party was held in the form of a buffet, with the entire first-floor hall transformed into a buffet restaurant, and the Chamber of Commerce's gatherings naturally revolved around business topics. Most of the topics of conversation were about business. Su Chen looked at the scene and felt it was quite fresh. However, when the three of them walked into the center of the party, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, the Tang sisters were like goddesses themselves. In addition to the Tang sisters, Su Chen became the focus. All the male guests were dressed in formal attire, except Su Chen, who was dressed casually in slightly bleached jeans and a simple t-shirt, wearing a pair of ordinary domestic sports shoes. Even so, he still surpassed those men in temperament. These men are all business elites. Some are business wizards, some are experts in the investment field, and more are bosses in their respective fields. It can be said that these people are of prominent status and each one is extraordinary. But when everyone saw this pair of handsome men and beautiful women, they couldn't help but be amazed, especially the appearance of Su Chen, which caused a lot of discussion. Who is this guy? People were talking about it. They didn't know Su Chen and were naturally interested in him because they were curious about him. The Tang sisters are known as the top goddesses in the business circle and are the dream objects of many men. They not only have unique vision and strong strength, but also have top looks. Men who want to pursue them often feel that they are not worthy of them. Unexpectedly, there was a man accompanying the Tang sisters, which made the bosses and businessmen present look envious and jealous. The crowd gradually gathered. Su Chen suffered many hostile looks for no reason. What the hell? He felt a little helpless. Is it because I am too outstanding? Su Chen could only think this in his heart. After all, people who are too outstanding tend to become the focus of everyone's attention. At this time, a middle-aged businessman came over with a wine glass in his hand, with a sly smile on his face and a shrewd gleam in the corners of his eyes. "Ladies, who is this gentleman?" the middle-aged man asked. His voice was somewhat gloomy, and he seemed to have ulterior motives. His appearance immediately aroused discussion among people. This man's name is Su Mingliang, and he is a well-known investment expert in the city's business community. As a top venture capitalist, Su Mingliang has invested in multiple projects and made a fortune, making him a top figure in the business community. Su Mingliang is 32 years old and still unmarried. He has always been known as the Diamond Bachelor. Everyone knows that he is relentless in pursuing Tang Zai, the third daughter of the Tang family, but Tang Zai never buys into it. Su Mingliang originally planned to take the opportunity of this Chamber of Commerce gathering to express his feelings to Tang Zai again, but he did not expect that there was a man next to Tang Zai. Su Mingliang naturally felt unhappy. Tang Zai's expression was not very good when facing this boss Su. She felt indescribably annoyed with Su Mingliang, and this man always pestered her. Tang Zai felt very embarrassed. "Boss Su, he is our sister's younger brother, his name is Su Chen," Tang Zai introduced. "I see?" Everyone then suddenly realized. "I originally thought that Su Chen was the boyfriend of a lady from the Tang family, but I didn't expect that he was actually the younger brother of that lady." People's hostility towards Su Chen instantly eased a lot. And some ladies began to get excited. In their eyes, Su Chen is an extraordinarily handsome boy. Although he is dressed in ordinary clothes, his temperament cannot be concealed. These ladies praised Su Chen highly. It turns out that this handsome guy is Miss Tang's younger brother. "He is so handsome. I really want to meet this brother." The women were talking about it. Su Mingliang's complexion did not improve. Younger brother? Su Mingliang didn't believe it at all. He had never heard that the Tang sisters had a younger brother. Besides, Su Chen's surname was Su and Tang Zai's surname was Tang. How could they be related by blood? For a moment, a terrible thought came to Su Mingliang's mind. Could this kid be the gigolo kept by the third miss of the Tang family? Su Mingliang became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and his face turned pale. He was extremely unhappy at the moment. Su Mingliang has been pursuing Tang Zai for a long time, but to no avail. Tang Zai remains cold towards him, which causes Su Mingliang to completely collapse mentally. His hatred for Su Chen instantly reached its peak. Brother? This little brother. Chapter 8, Embarrassing Scene. "Hey, little brother, where are you doing?" Su Mingliang asked with a hint of sarcasm. The two sisters of the Tang family felt a little unhappy. They have seen many ups and downs in the business world and are very experienced. How could they not hear the thorn in Su Mingliang's words? They brought Su Chen here to help him expand his network, but if they revealed Su Chen's true identity at this time, they would probably be laughed at by a bunch of bosses. After all, Su Chen was just a small intern in the company, and his identity at this banquet had nothing to do with him. Tang Zilu and Tang Zai were speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Su Mingliang laughed out loud, as if he had guessed Su Chen's true intentions. "It seems that I was right. This guy is here to flatter Tang Zilu." Su Mingliang's eyes narrowed and he put his wine glass on the table. "Everyone, today we are having a City Chamber of Commerce gathering. According to the rules, all participants must have a certain status. But this little brother." Su Mingliang's tone was cold. "Who are you? If you are not qualified, don't stay here and leave as soon as possible." Su Mingliang's words were merciless. He seemed to have regained his confidence, and that mysterious sense of contentment and smile appeared on his face again. "Boss Su, let me say it again, this is my brother. Don't go too far." Tang Zai was furious. The guests around were whispering, and they all felt that Su Mingliang's words made sense and that the rules here could not be broken. While everyone was talking, a few people were talking in low voices at the other end of the crowd. A middle-aged man said respectfully, "Mr. Shin, please introduce your company's chairman to me. I heard that the new chairman has taken over the company. I admire the new chairman very much." The person next to this middle-aged man was Shin Zhong, the executive director and general manager of Tianhai Group. The city's Chamber of Commerce is full of giant companies, and these top companies have a significant impact on the Chamber of Commerce. There are not many large companies like this in the Chamber of Commerce, and Tianhai Group is one of the leaders in the real estate field. The middle-aged man in front of him highly praised Tianhai Group. He was the chairman of Yunfeng Investment Company, named Chen Yiguang. And Chen Yiguang is Su Mingliang's boss. As a top investment expert, Su Mingliang works as an investment consultant under Chen Yiguang as the boss of Yunfeng Investment. Chen Yiguang naturally has extraordinary strength and wealth. However, compared with the Yunhai Group, Chen Yiguang's strength is not worth mentioning at all. It is simply a drop in the bucket. As the chairman of a top investment company, Chen Yiguang is currently facing problems with his capital chain. He hopes to get the support of Yunhai Group. Only the support of Yunhai Group can help him overcome the difficulties. Now that the new chairman has taken office, Chen Yiguang really wants to meet him, so he came to the Chamber of Commerce. But here, he did not see the chairman of Yunhai Group, but only met Shinzhong. Although slightly disappointed, Chen Yiguang did not intend to give up. He needed the help of Yunhai Group very much. Shinzhong smiled indifferently and responded perfunctorily. In fact, Shinzhong was quite interested in investing in Chen Yiguang, but even so, he still needed Su Chen's consent. Therefore, he did not agree immediately, but started chatting with Chen Yiguang. At this moment, Shinzhong's gaze turned towards the east, and a hint of seriousness flashed across his face. The boss is actually there. Shinzhong's heart moved. He admired Su Chen very much. Shinzhong's gaze also turned to Su Chen, and Chen Yiguang also noticed the abnormality in Shinzhong's gaze at this time. "Mr. Shin, what are you looking at?" Chen Yiguang asked curiously. Shinzhong smiled and said, "Don't you want to see our chairman? He's over there." Heavy fingers tap lightly. Ah! Chen Yiguang was completely stunned. At this time, on Su Chen's side, Su Mingliang felt that he had already won the game. "Kid, which company are you an executive of? If you don't tell us clearly, don't blame us for being ruthless. Letting you leave here is already the greatest kindness we can offer," Su Mingliang said arrogantly. Tang Zai and Tang Zilu were extremely angry, but at this moment, Su Chen smiled. "Who am I? I'm afraid you'll be scared if I tell you. I'm the chairman of Tianhai Group," Su Chen said word by word. His tone was nonchalant. "What did you say?" Su Mingliang was dumbfounded. Everyone present burst into laughter, and could hardly believe their ears. Everyone looked at Su Chen, their faces full of ridicule. The faces of the two girls, Tang Zai and Tang Zilu, also blushed. "You naughty brother, what on earth are you playing at?" Both girls found it unbelievable. They had been looking for Su Chen for a long time and found out that Su Chen was just an ordinary intern with little money. How could he have become the chairman of Yunhai Group? The gap between them is too big. The chairman of Yunhai Group is one of the top figures in the city, and even people like Su Mingliang can only look up to him. Not to mention that others didn't believe it, even Tang Zilu and Tang Zai themselves couldn't believe it. Su Mingliang laughed even louder, his voice full of sarcasm. "Nonsense. The new chairman of Yunhai Group must be a big shot. How can you be compared with him? Who do you think you are?" Su Mingliang was almost insane. Everyone was talking about it. That's right, how could this handsome guy become the chairman of Yunhai Group? I don't think so either. I thought this young man was quite stylish just now, but I didn't expect him to be so boastful. It's really disappointing. Those girls before seemed to show contempt for Su Chen. Su Chen looked helpless and speechless. Chapter 9: The Boss Shows Up. Su Chen's words were like a bomb, shocking everyone at the scene. But they scoffed at Su Chen's words and didn't buy it at all. Who is the boss of Yunhai Group? This kid must be crazy. Tang Zai and Tang Zilu were also confused. My younger brother usually seems quite smart, why is he so confused today? Su Mingliang seized the opportunity and began to mock wildly. If you are the boss of Yunhai Group, then I am the commander-in-chief of Yuzhou Company. Boy, this is not the place for you to brag, go somewhere cool. At this critical moment, Shinzhong and Chen Yiguang came over. Shinzhong didn't know what happened before, but he understood it as soon as he heard it, and his face looked very ugly. Who is this person? How dare he insult our boss? He is simply going against the Yunhai Group. Shinzhong said coldly. This. Chen Yiguang was standing by and almost fainted. He already found it unbelievable that Su Chen was the boss of Yunhai Group. Now that Su Mingliang had offended Su Chen, Chen Yiguang was extremely angry. He is in urgent need of investment from Yunhai Group. If he offends the boss of the group, how will he survive in the future? Thinking of this, Chen Yiguang became furious. Su Mingliang usually pretended to be humble, and even Chen Yiguang was fooled into thinking he was really humble. But now it seems that Su Mingliang's modesty was all fake, and he was actually very arrogant. Su Mingliang's performance made Chen Yiguang furious. He took a few steps towards Su Mingliang. Su Mingliang, what are you doing? Chen Yiguang looked displeased. When Su Mingliang saw Chen Yiguang, his eyes lit up. Usually, Boss Chen doted on him, and Su Mingliang was sure that Chen Yiguang would speak for him. So he moved closer to Chen Yiguang. Boss Chen, this guy actually dared to pretend to be the boss of Yunhai Group. I was just planning to teach him a lesson. How could such a person be qualified to come to the Chamber of Commerce banquet? Su Mingliang said angrily. Chen Yiguang's face darkened. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Su Mingliang hard with astonishing force. Bang! With a loud bang, Chen Yiguang's slap hit Su Mingliang hard in the face. The force of this slap was so great that there was no doubt about it. Ah! Su Mingliang was dumbfounded. Boss, how could you? He covered his face with his hands, looking incredulous. Everyone present was also stunned. I thought Chen Yiguang would protect Su Mingliang, but I didn't expect that Chen Yiguang actually slapped Su Mingliang in the face for a young rookie. It's really amazing. Chen Yiguang looked at Su Mingliang coldly. I hate you because you look down on others. Do you know that this is Su Chen, the new boss of Yunhai Group? Why don't you apologize quickly? Chen Yiguang scolded angrily. Boss? Everyone at the scene looked at each other in a daze. When Su Chen said he was the boss of Yunhai Group, no one believed him, but now, everyone believes him. After all, it was Chen Yiguang who said it himself, so no one dared to question it. Chen Yiguang is the boss of an investment company and has an extraordinary status. Everyone knows that Chen Yiguang will not lie. The two sisters Tang Zai and Tang Zilla were both surprised. How could this stinky little brother become the boss of Yunhai Group? Tang Zai murmured. Tang Zilla looked at Su Chen in shock. It seems that our brother is hiding a lot of secrets. The two looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Su Mingliang was completely frightened. I didn't expect that Su Chen was really the boss of Yunhai Group. This identity was enough to crush Su Mingliang. The two were not on the same level at all. Su Chen's identity crushed Su Mingliang so much that nothing was left. Hurry up and apologize to Chairman Su Chen. Chen Yiguang scolded again. Su Mingliang's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Chairman Su Chen, I really didn't recognize a great man. Please forgive me and let me go. Su Mingliang's face was distorted. His expression was extremely ugly, but he seemed to have nothing to say at the moment and could only accept his fate. This is so embarrassing, but he can only accept it now. Let's go. Su Chen put his hands behind his back and said calmly. His expression was calm, as if he was talking about a normal thing. However, Su Chen's words could decide Su Mingliang's life or death. This is the gap, a world of difference. The distance between the two has reached its limit. In front of Su Chen, Su Mingliang is as small as dust. Su Mingliang was so ashamed that he fled the venue in disgrace, and everyone burst into laughter. The look he gave Su Chen was full of awe. This awe comes from deep within the heart. After all, Su Chen's strength was frightening, even shocking. When everyone looked at him, they were full of awe. Xin Zhong walked up to Su Chen and bowed deeply. Chairman, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. Xin Zhong's voice trembled slightly. He felt that all this was his fault and if he had come earlier, nothing would have happened. Su Chen waved his hand. It's nothing. Su Chen said calmly. You go down first. I'll find you if there's anything tomorrow. Su Chen's tone was calm, but revealed an unparalleled domineering attitude. Xin Zhong could only nod. Yes, sir. He was extremely respectful to Su Chen, and looked very respectful. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more in awe of Su Chen. Even Xin Zhong respected Su Chen so much. It seemed that Su Chen's identity was indeed astonishing. Su Chen smiled indifferently. It was nothing to him. But when he came back to his senses, the eyes of his two sisters were extremely sharp and fierce. You naughty brother, how many things are you hiding from us? Tang Zai said harshly. She reached out and pinched Su Chen's arm. She was obviously very angry, and her face was full of anger. Well. Su Chen waved his hands helplessly. This seemed difficult to explain to him. Actually, Su Chen really didn't know where to start. Chapter 10, Inspiration from Special Design. Along the way, Su Chen felt like a child who had gotten into trouble, while Tang Zai and Tang Zilla looked unhappy. They all stared at Su Chen blankly. Naughty brother, you don't need to say more, but we will definitely get to the bottom of it. After returning home, Tang Zilla left a harsh remark and went upstairs angrily. Oops. Su Chen was very embarrassed by his two sisters' words, and he scratched his head helplessly. Just then, Su Chen returned to his room. Although he didn't know how to explain this, he simply decided not to explain it. Have a good sleep, I have to go to work tomorrow. Su Chen thought silently in his heart. So he fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the voice of the system sounded again in his mind. Are you signed in today? Sign. Su Chen said without hesitation. Just like that, he completed the sign-in, and after signing in, the system's voice continued to come. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Top Design Inspiration, which can be used 10 times. This voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Design Inspiration? Su Chen was a little confused. His company is engaged in design and has won international awards. But all this has nothing to do with Su Chen directly. He is just an intern in the marketing department. This design inspiration doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Su Chen thought to himself. Oh no, I'm going to be late. The alarm clock suddenly rang, and Su Chen woke up suddenly. Then he remembered that today was Monday, a working day. Being late is not a good thing. After all, he is an intern, and being late may easily lead to being criticized, which would reflect badly on his master. In fact, there is no need for Su Chen to stay in that company for internship now, because he has already become a real small rich man, and continuing the internship seems redundant. But Su Chen is a sentimental man, and he really doesn't want to leave his master Zhang Hong like this. Since joining the company, Zhang Hong has always been caring towards Su Chen. Although it has only been a few months, a deep friendship has been established between them. Under such circumstances, Su Chen really couldn't bear to leave Zhang Hong abruptly. Even if he resigned, he wanted to find a way to arrange Zhang Hong into Yunhai Group. Of course, Master Zhang Hong is a man with great self-esteem, and Su Chen must not reveal his true identity. Su Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and went to the living room, but found that his two sisters were not there, only Sister Li was waiting for him. Young master, the two young ladies have already gone to the company. Breakfast is ready. Here are the car keys they left for you. Mrs. Li handed over a pair of car keys. These are the keys to a newest Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car is worth a lot of money. Oops. Su Chen was surprised. It seems that my two sisters are really nice to me. After breakfast, Su Chen took the car keys and decided to set off. He was already prepared. Walking out of the yard, Su Chen saw the car. It was very expensive and looked extremely cool. Su Chen got in the car. He has a driver's license, and although he doesn't drive often, his driving skills are still pretty good. He adjusted the speed, evened out his breathing, and slowly started the car. The strong feeling of being pushed on the back told him that this was definitely an experience that could only be experienced in a luxury car worth millions. Su Chen also thought this car was very cool. The car rushed out like an arrow. Oh my god! Su Chen was startled. He didn't expect it to be so exciting. Su Chen was very excited about it. After all, he was quite good at driving. Soon, he arrived at the company. In order to keep a low profile, Su Chen parked his car outside and did not drive into the parking lot. Since Master Zhang Hong doesn't like to show off, Su Chen naturally doesn't show off too much. He walked into the company. As an ordinary intern, I don't have any special status in the company and almost no one pays special attention to me. Su Chen didn't mind. He was a simple-minded person and these things had no impact on him. He walked into the marketing department. Master. He happily pushed open the door of his master's office. He would greet Zhang Hong every day when he went to work. But today's situation is a little unusual. Su Chen saw Zhang Hong frowning and sweating profusely while sitting on the chair. He was obviously nervous. What's wrong with you? Su Chen asked with concern. He felt that Zhang Hong must be in trouble, and he felt bad. Zhang Hong waved his hands helplessly. I might be in big trouble this time. He pointed at the computer. The master was usually always friendly and his skills were impeccable, but this time, Zhang Hong seemed to have a headache. This surprised Su Chen. His gaze turned to Zhang Hong. It's a design issue. Director Lu gave me a design plan, which made me very embarrassed. Lu Dagan also participated in the design. Zhang Hong spoke word by word. Hearing this, Su Chen knew that the matter was not simple. Although he was just an intern, he had a good understanding of the company's situation. Director Lu's name is Lu Hongwei. He is the director of the marketing department and holds a high position. As the boss of the marketing department, he is a middle to senior level executive in the company and has a significant say in the marketing department. Master Zhang Hang is the project manager of the marketing department and is also a middle level manager. Lu Dagang is another design director. He has another identity, Lu Hongwei's cousin. Now, Lu Dagang and Zhang Hang are both competing for the position of deputy director of the marketing department. According to the head office's assessment, there is only one such position. Under such circumstances, Lu Hongwei naturally supported his cousin Lu Dagang. It seems that this is the current situation. Su Chen's eyes focused. He knew very well the meaning behind this. Chapter 11, A Stunning Move. My master Zhang Hang is a big shot in the sales world, but when it comes to design, he's no different from a layman. At least it can't be compared with Lu Dagang's professional level. At this time, Director Lu assigned this task to the master and his apprentice, and his intention was very obvious. He seemed to have only one purpose, which was to let Lu Dagang completely surpass Zhang Hang. In this way, when the company selected a deputy manager of the marketing department, Zhang Hang would be squeezed out and Lu Dagang would naturally take over. Master, Director Lu is so insidious. Su Chen said dissatisfiedly. How could he not sense this meaning? Zhang Hong listened inside. There's nothing I can do. There was a slight tremor in Zhang Heng's voice. Now he is really helpless. If he can't come up with a decent design within a day, Lu Hongwei will definitely use all means to deal with him. This made Zhang Hong feel particularly helpless. At this time, Su Chen thought for a while and said, Master, leave this matter to me, he said word by word. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Hong was stunned. You? Zhang Hong couldn't believe his ears. He looked Su Chen up and down, his expression becoming serious. In fact, Zhang Hong doted on Su Chen very much and thought he was a very upright person. But Su Chen's words today made Zhang Hong feel very uncomfortable, and his breathing became a little rapid. Su Chen, I have always trusted you, but how could you do this? You can't just talk big. Zhang Heng's voice still trembled. After hearing this, Su Chen just smiled slightly, his expression seemed very calm. At this moment, he is full of confidence in himself. After all, he has acquired the skill of design. Although Su Chen is still unclear about what this skill is, he is now sure that the skills given by the system are not empty talk. At least in this small company, he is definitely one of the best. Thinking of this, Su Chen became more confident. He looked at everything calmly with a cool look in his eyes. Master, let me try. Su Chen said. Seeing Su Chen's confident eyes, Zhang Hong sighed. Although he didn't quite believe that Su Chen could do it, he was willing to let Su Chen try. After all, he has no choice now but to give it a try. Su Chen turned on the computer and started designing. This is a design drawing of a garden project. Various data instantly appeared in Su Chen's mind, and these data magically formed a three-dimensional image in his mind. This is truly amazing. Su Chen drew the three-dimensional picture just like that and was surprised himself. Is this design skill so amazing? This made him a little unbelievable. He never thought that such a thing would happen. Even Su Chen thought this skill was incredible. He knew nothing about design, but the data in his mind seemed to become clear all of a sudden. It was really unbelievable. Su Chen frowned slightly and his expression looked strange. He didn't even know what to do next. But at this moment, the design was completed. After completing the design, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, full of shock. To Su Chen, this was simply unbelievable. Zhang Hong was even more stunned. Although Zhang Hong didn't understand design, he understood that this design concept was very remarkable. This is not something ordinary people can compare to. Zhang Hong had never thought that someone could come up with such a design. It was really scary. At first glance, Zhang Hong knew that Su Chen's design concept was outstanding and shocking. He didn't believe Lu Dagang could do this at all. Zhang Hong was extremely excited at this moment. He walked to Su Chen and looked at him excitedly. How did you do that? Zhang Hong asked. Su Chen smiled indifferently. Actually, it's very simple. I just had a dream yesterday, but I didn't expect it to come true. This is all Su Chen could say. Zhang Hong was completely stunned. He simply couldn't believe this was true. However, Zhang Hong couldn't explain what was going on. Are you sure you didn't plagiarize? Zhang Hong asked. He thought Su Chen was an honest kid who hardly lied. However, if Zhang Hong had designed it himself, it would be hard to imagine. Su Chen's heart also felt warm. He was moved by the trust of his master Zhang Hong and said seriously, Master, don't worry, this is absolutely true. Su Chen said. God is really helping me. Zhang Hong said excitedly. He was so excited that he didn't care whether what Su Chen said was true or not. At this moment, Zhang Hong was extremely excited. The two of them slightly modified the design, and Zhang Hong was very satisfied with it. With this design, Zhang Hong decided to find Lu Dagong to compete. Lu Dagong has been bullying me. Today I want justice. Zhang Hong was thinking in his mind. Since he joined the company, he has been bullied by the Lu brothers and has never seen a day to get ahead. Now, Zhang Hong finally sees hope. And this hope was actually brought by Su Chen. Zhang Heng's eyes were a little moist. He hugged Su Chen excitedly, his voice trembling. At this time, Zhang Hong took Su Chen's hand. Let's go to the board. This time, they will face off in the boardroom and present their respective designs in front of the company's chairman. On the surface, it seems fair, but in fact it is not fair to Zhang Hong because he has no talent for design at all, and the gap between him and Lu Dagong is self-evident. Originally, Zhang Hong was sure to lose to Lu Dagong, so Director Lu arranged for the chairman to personally evaluate the quality of their designs. He did this just to make his cousin Lu Dagong look good in front of the chairman. Originally, Zhang Hong didn't want to embarrass himself in the board meeting, but Su Chen's design gave him great confidence, and he seemed particularly excited for a moment. Good. Su Chen put away the USB drive on his computer and followed Zhang Hong out. Chapter 12, Raising Eyebrows and Showing Heroic Spirit. Zhang Hong was extremely proud at this moment, because Su Chen's design was completely beyond his imagination and shocked him from head to toe. To be honest, Su Chen's design doesn't seem like something that could exist in reality. Zhang Hong was still dizzy and looked very embarrassed. At this moment, the two of them had already walked to the door of the chairman's office. This was the first time Su Chen stepped into the chairman's office. The person at the helm of this company is Li Wenkong, who is a senior figure in the design industry himself. It is for this reason that he founded this company. This company is simply the brainchild of Li Wenkong. Li Wenkong was very concerned about this design and had no intention of doing it perfunctorily. He assigned the design task to Director Lu, which just shows how much he values this matter. At this time, three people were chatting in the chairman's office, and sitting in the boss chair was Li Wenkong himself. Li Wenkong is carefully examining a design drawing. There were two people sitting on both sides of him, one was Director Lu and the other was his cousin Lu Dagong, both of them were humble. Li Wenkong nodded with satisfaction. Li Wenkong was quite satisfied with Lu Dagong's design. As a boss with a sharp vision, he could see that Lu Dagong really put in a lot of effort. However, Li Wenkong was not completely satisfied in his heart. After all, this design was a big project for the company. He seeks perfection. Lu Dagong's design was barely acceptable, but it was not his favorite. Despite this, he could only accept the current situation and immediately closed the design interface. I think this design. Before Li Wenkong could finish his words, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Li Wenkong shouted. The door opened and Zhang Hong and Su Chen walked in together. Ha! Director Lu's face suddenly turned ugly. This was a tricky thing for him. In fact, he had long been dissatisfied with Zhang Hong, and his expression at the moment was proof of that. You know, the merger of Xiaoling's department and the position of deputy director of the marketing department were exactly what he wanted to do to intimidate Zhang Hong. This joint design was originally a strategy of Director Lu, and its purpose was to embarrass Zhang Heng. When Zhang Hong walked in, Director Lu's expression naturally didn't look very good. Lu Dagong, on the other hand, looked delighted. He thought he had a sure win, so he looked particularly happy. But at this moment, Li Wenkong showed doubt on his face. What's going on? Li Wenkong didn't know Zhang Hong. As a chairman, he naturally wouldn't be familiar with the grassroots employees. Zhang Heng's face flushed and he looked quite nervous. This was also the first time he had experienced such a scene. He was so excited that he even stuttered for a moment. Director Lu sneered. "Chairman, this is Zhang Heng, an employee of our marketing department. He has also made a design and would like you to review it." Director Lu spoke sarcastically. Hearing this, Li Wenkang looked at Zhang Heng and Su Chen in surprise. "Do you also have designs?" Li Wenkang asked curiously. Lu Dagong was not to be outdone, and said sarcastically, "Chairman, Zhang Heng is always dissatisfied with me, but I believe you can judge whether he has real ability. But if he uses some inferior designs to fool you, it would be unacceptable." Lu Dagong seemed to be speaking for Zhang Heng, but in fact he had pushed him to the opposite side, and his words were full of sarcasm. Director Lu standing by had the same reaction. Li Wenkang didn't seem surprised, and just looked at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng turned and looked at Su Chen. In fact, Zhang Heng knew in his heart that all this was thanks to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and walked closer to Li Wenkang. Although Li Wenkang is the chairman of the company, Su Chen is the helmsman of Yunhai Group and his strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, facing Li Wenkang, Su Chen appeared calm. He is neither inferior nor cowardly. Su Chen came to Li Wenkang and handed him his design USB flash drive with a smile. "This is my design." Su Chen spoke frankly. He appeared confident and calm. Director Lu was stunned. He naturally recognized Su Chen, but Director Lu was obviously displeased that an intern dared to speak so arrogantly here. "Su Chen, do you have the right to speak here?" Director Lu said angrily. Upon hearing this, Li Wenkang looked at Su Chen in confusion. If Su Chen was just an intern, then this attitude was too inconsistent. After all, how could a mere intern be so calm? This made Li Wenkang even more curious about Su Chen. He looked Su Chen up and down. "Did you complete this design independently?" Li Wenkang asked curiously. Su Chen nodded slightly. Li Wenkang looked at the USB flash drive in his hand with great interest, while Director Lu's face darkened. "I thought Zhang Heng was annoying enough, but I didn't expect that a little intern Su Chen also wanted to challenge him." Director Lu was naturally dissatisfied. "Chairman, I think you should not bother looking at this kid's design. What does he, an intern, know about design? It would be a waste of your precious time to look at it." Lu Dagong echoed from the side, "That's right." The two spoke excitedly. After hearing this, Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but his expression remained calm. At this time, Li Wenkang directly inserted the USB drive. As the chairman, he had an extraordinary ability to judge people, and he checked the contents of the USB drive. The design inside was exactly that of Su Chen. Director Lu and Lu Dagong had mocking looks on their faces and didn't believe that Su Chen could come up with any decent design. However, they were surprised to find that Li Wenkang's face became abnormal and he stood there in a daze, as if frozen. Such a design. Li Wenkang's voice trembled. Chapter 13 Night Talk. Li Wenkang, the boss of this top design company, not only holds great power, but also possesses extraordinary design talent. His level is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He himself was once a master in the design field, with an extremely precise grasp of engineering design and a unique eye for appreciation. Li Wenkang was already quite satisfied with Lu Dagong's design, but when Su Chen's work came out, he was extremely shocked. Su Chen's design was simply astonishing, the most amazing work Li Wenkang had ever seen in his career, and it was almost flawless. His words were trembling with excitement. How can it be so outstanding? In Li Wenkang's eyes, Su Chen's design is far better than Lu Dagong's and is not even on the same level. To describe the gap between the two as huge would be an understatement. Li Wenkang had never seen such a perfect design. He thought excitedly, if there is such a design, the company will probably make a lot of money this time. His business acumen made him realize instantly that Su Chen's value far exceeded that of Director Lu Dagong. Thinking of this, Li Wenkang's heart surged and he stood up. "Su Chen, you are amazing. How did you do it?" Li Wenkang asked excitedly. At the side, Director Lu was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, his face full of disbelief. He was completely stunned at this moment. Su Chen smiled indifferently and waved his hand gently. "It's actually very simple. It's not difficult for me at all." He spoke word by word. As for the system skills, he naturally would not reveal anything and had to act casually. Li Wenkang was deeply shocked. He grabbed Su Chen's hand and said excitedly, "The position of deputy director of the marketing department is vacant, and I have decided to let you fill it. You don't have to worry about your internship status, you will be promoted immediately." A genius like Su Chen is hard to come by, and in order to keep him, they would even let Su Chen directly replace Director Lu. Su Chen smiled when he heard this. "I'm not interested in this position. If you really want to recruit a deputy director, I recommend my master. He was the one who introduced me to all this." Su Chen pointed at Zheng Heng. Zheng Heng was so excited that he was shaking all over. He was grateful to Su Chen. If it weren't for Su Chen, he would have been defeated by Lu Dagong. The appearance of Su Chen turned the situation around, as if rewriting fate. Director Lu and Lu Dagong were so furious that their bodies were shaking with anger. Director Lu, in particular, did not know the source of Su Chen's design, but had to admit its excellence. This shocked Director Lu, and he hated Su Chen with gnashing teeth, but Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention. In Su Chen's eyes, the other party was just an insignificant little character. Li Wankan reacted immediately after hearing this. As a boss, his responses were always extremely quick. He immediately announced that Zhang Heng would be the new deputy director of the marketing department. Even though Director Lu had a lot to say, he was speechless at this moment. After all, this is Li Wankan's final decision. In the company, no one can shake Li Wankan's voice. As the chairman and largest shareholder, his position is unmatched. His words meant that Zhang Heng's promotion was set in stone and could not be changed. Director Lu and Lu Dagong's faces turned pale, and Lu Dagong's eyes were wide open with anger. "Kid, just wait for me." Lu Dagong clenched his fists, his whole body shaking with anger. However, in the chairman's office, even though he felt unwilling, he did not dare to show it. This helplessness made them feel quite depressed. At this time, Li Wankan had completed the task assignment and left happily with the USB flash drive containing Su Chen's design. He will submit the design to Party A and the engineer for review. As soon as Li Wankan left, Lu Dagong stared at Su Chen fiercely. "Don't be so proud, kid. You will know the consequences of offending me." Lu Dagong gritted his teeth. He was completely enraged. Seeing his deputy director position being taken away by someone else, he naturally felt unwilling. Now, all the resentment is directed at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't care about it. If Lu Dagong really dared to provoke him, Su Chen had plenty of ways to deal with it. With the system supporting him, if Lu Dagong acts rashly, Su Chen will make him pay a heavy price. Lu Dagong and Director Lu left with a snort. After they left, Zhang Heng gave Su Chen a loving hug. "Thank you so much," Zhang Heng said seriously. Su Chen smiled and said, "Master, we are family and we don't have different opinions. Why should we be polite to each other?" His tone was calm and gentle. Although Zhang Heng felt strange, he didn't know how to express it. He finally sighed, patted Su Chen on the shoulder, turned and left. To this day, he still finds it hard to believe how Su Chen completed this design, but at this moment, he chooses to believe Su Chen. Looking at his master's back, Su Chen smiled. The master and his disciple finally welcomed their spring. On the other side, in Director Lu's office, Lu Dagong was furious and his face looked extremely ugly. "Brother, are we just going to let it go?" Lu Dagong clenched his fists, extremely angry, almost roaring. For him, losing his position as deputy director was an unbearable blow. Chapter 14 Dealing with. Lu Dagong is now extremely angry, and his arrogance has reached the extreme. As Director Lu's cousin, he also possesses strong power in the entire market layout. However, the position of Deputy Director of Marketing has disappeared now, and Lu Dagong's anger towards Su Chen can no longer be tolerated. "Brother, please allow me to deal with him." Lu Dagong rolled up his sleeves, full of resentment. He was ready to give Su Chen a severe beating. In fact, Lu Dagong practiced boxing when he was young and was a professional boxer. He was very capable. It can be said that Lu Dagong is a very powerful figure even in the amateur boxing world. His pair of iron fists can completely crush ordinary people. Now Lu Dagong hates Su Chen to the core. He was ready to give Su Chen a severe beating. But after hearing these words, Director Lu glared at him fiercely. "Can you please think about it? He just received praise from the chairman. If you deal with him now, I'm afraid I will be implicated too," Director Lu said viciously. After hearing what Director Lu said, Lu Dagong's face turned very ugly. In fact, he still had a deep fear of Director Lu. Lu Dagong felt very uncomfortable all over after being scolded by Director Lu. Are we just going to hold back on this and let Zhang Hong and Su Chen do whatever they want in the marketing department? Lu Dagong said angrily. Director Lu thought about it carefully. There's no need to worry about Zhang Hang. He's just a veteran employee of the company and doesn't have any personal power. It's just that Su Chen. Director Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. His voice was trembling. In fact, he hated Su Chen very much. He even hated Su Chen to the core. His expression was extremely unhappy. But Director Lu is a very smart person after all. The fact that he can be the marketing director of this company shows that he has strong status and ability. This is the strength of Director Lu. He is very cautious in his work and is also extremely sinister. He can be said to be a scheming villain. Director Lu's insidiousness is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. He thought about it carefully. Come closer to my ear, he said to Lu Dagong. Lu Dagong was stunned for a moment. He has some incredible form. Director Lu whispered a few words in his ear, which immediately made Lu Dagong's eyes light up. Are you talking about Lin Xiaodong? Lu Dagong said excitedly. Lin Xiaodong is the company's security captain, and he is also one of Director Lu's close confidants. As the security captain of the entire company, he is very powerful. I have practiced classical martial arts and some other moves. It can be said that Lin Xiaodong's strength is not even inferior to Lu Dagong's. Moreover, Lin Xiaodong is very respectful to Director Lu, and can even be said to be one of Director Lu's loyal subordinates. Brother, what you mean is that you want to let Lin Xiaodong deal with Su Chen? But now Su Chen is someone the chairman trusts, how can we let Lin Xiaodong deal with him? Lu Dagong said in disbelief. He felt that this incident was really shocking to him. Hearing this, Director Lu slapped Lu Dagong's head hard. You are such an idiot. Lin Xiaodong is the security captain and is in charge of the security of the entire company. If someone steals something, is it Lin Xiaodong's responsibility? Director Lu said. After hearing these words, Lu Dagong suddenly realized that deep down in his heart, he was actually a very sinister person. He already knew what to do. It's getting late now. You should do this tonight and make a decision tomorrow morning to make Su Chen speechless. Then Lin Xiaodong will kick him out of the company. This has nothing to do with us brothers. As long as Su Chen leaves, Zhang Hong will be at our mercy. Director Lu said with a sinister look in his eyes. He has now decided to kill. Just now he also realized that Zhang Hong did not have any real talent, and the truly amazing one was actually the intern Su Chen. Although Su Chen is just an intern, he can actually draw such amazing paintings, which is incredible in itself. Now Director Lu has designed this plan. When the time comes, as long as he does a little bit of framing, Su Chen will be completely killed without a burial place. Su Chen, a little trash, actually dares to fight with me. Now I will let you know how powerful I am. Director Lu clenched his fists. There was a flash of fire in his eyes. Director Lu's expression was very ugly. Seeing Director Lu's condition, Lu Dagong was also satisfied, so he withdrew. The plan of the two people was about to be formed. At this moment, it was time to get off work, and Su Chen was about to leave and go home. Just as Su Chen packed his bag and was about to leave, Zhang Hong patted Su Chen's shoulder from behind. Su Chen, master will treat you to a drink tonight, Zhang Hong said with a rosy face. Zhang Hong was very grateful to Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen looked embarrassed. In fact, he also wanted to have a good chat with his master, but in reality, the situation did not allow him to do so. After all, if the Tang sisters knew that Su Chen went out to drink, they would be very angry. Su Chen didn't want to make the Tang sisters angry. Otherwise, you will suffer some consequences. Master, I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Su Chen turned and ran. Looking at Su Chen's departing back, Zhang Hong couldn't help but laugh. This guy. Zhang Hong gave a bitter smile. At this moment, Su Chen had already run out of the company. In the corner of the company, Su Chen found his car. After getting in the car, he started the car at high speed, fled the company in an instant, and soon returned to the Tang family. But when Su Chen returned to the Tang family, he did not find the Tang sisters. Only Aunt Li was waiting at home. Master, you're back? Aunt Li said respectfully. Su Chen smiled slightly. Where are my two sisters? He asked curiously. Aunt Li replied in a somewhat strange tone, the second and third young ladies seem to be dealing with company matters. They are very busy with company matters every day and will probably be back very late. But the two young ladies have asked me to prepare food for you, said Aunt Lee. Okay. Su Chen felt a little regretful. If he had known that his two sisters would not come back so soon, he should not have rejected Zhang Heng's invitation. But now that things have come to this, Su Chen naturally cannot go back. After eating, he returned to the room and thought about today's situation. Su Chen felt that Director Lu and Lu Dagan would definitely not let it go. There must be a conspiracy waiting for him with these two guys. However, Su Chen didn't care. Chapter 15, The Security Captain's Provocation. Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to draw lots. The system's voice came slowly. It was already dawn when Su Chen opened his eyes. Another chance to draw lots. Of course he knew this was a great opportunity, and Su Chen was definitely not willing to give it up. He immediately started drawing lots. After all, drawing lots is a very important matter. So Su Chen started drawing lots. Since this is not the first time Su Chen has drawn lots, he can now be said to be very familiar with it. In the circumstances, this certainly didn't mean much. Su Chen is very calm now. At this moment, he had actually completed the drawing and the result of the drawing appeared in front of Su Chen. When Su Chen saw the result of the drawing, he was confused. What's going on? He was really a little surprised by the result of the draw, because the result of the draw did make Su Chen feel quite strange. Master of Martial Arts. That's the skill he got. What's the use of this? Su Chen was quite dissatisfied with this skill. After all, the skills of the martial arts master seemed to have no effect on Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had no interest in swords and guns, and in today's society, even the most powerful martial arts masters seem to be no match for guns. However, since he has acquired such a skill, Su Chen naturally would not say anything. He is very familiar with this skill. Su Chen enhanced his skills in this way. After he had enhanced his skills, he went out. However, his two sisters seemed to have gone out to work. Why are they so busy? Su Chen thought helplessly. Hearing Su Chen's words, Aunt Lee rolled her eyes helplessly. My dear young master, you got up too late. The two young ladies are very hardworking for the Tang family's business. Aunt Lee said. Hearing this, Su Chen rolled his eyes. After taking a look at the time, Su Chen realized that he was late again. Fortunately, Director Lu already hates him to the core, so Su Chen will be envied by Director Lu no matter what. Under such circumstances, Su Chen naturally understood what all this meant. His expression was very calm. This is his state. After adjusting his mood, Su Chen finished his breakfast, put on his clothes, and slowly came to the company. But as soon as Su Chen walked into the company, he felt something strange. Just at this moment, a man who looked like a security guard walked over. This security guard looked very arrogant. Seeing the security guard, Su Chen sneered. Because he could feel the security guard's hostility. Here we go. Deep down he knew exactly what this meant. After adjusting his emotions, Su Chen frowned slightly, and he felt very solemn. He had long realized that Lu Dagan would definitely deal with him. It seemed that the appearance of this security guard was closely related to Lu Dagang. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He understood what this matter meant. Thinking about it, Lu Dagan understood what this matter meant, and his face became very serious. The security guard looked Su Chen up and down. Are you Su Chen? The security guard said with his hands behind his back. Su Chen smiled coldly. That's right, I am Su Chen. Su Chen said with a sarcastic look on his face. He was in a completely sarcastic state now. Hearing this, the security guard smiled coldly. It's okay to tell you, my name is Ho Guang. The security guard patted him on the shoulder. Damn, what does your name have to do with me? Su Chen said helplessly. He showed a hint of contempt. At least in Su Chen's opinion, Ho Guang was a bit arrogant, but Su Chen didn't care about that. He gave a mocking smile. Ho Guang was irritated by Su Chen's words, and his face turned cold. His face was very ugly. Ho Guang said sarcastically, it's like this, my Captain Lin wants to see you, and all this is arranged by Director Lu. Today you have to help our security team. Ho Guang's words were still full of sarcasm. Let me help you? Su Chen's face turned cold. Of course he knew very well that the so-called help was simply Lu Dagong's plan. This was what Su Chen thought. Ho Shiguang smiled coldly. If you don't believe it, you can go ask Director Lu. Ho Shiguang said with a sarcastic look on his face. It can be seen that this guy seems to be full of confidence. Feeling this, Su Chen sneered. No need, since it's Director Lu's order, of course I'm willing to obey. Su Chen said calmly. When Ho Shiguang heard this, he was also surprised. He originally thought that it would take some trouble to trick Su Chen into Captain Lin's office, but he never expected that things would be so simple. This incident made Ho Shiguang feel a little confused. Seeing Ho Shiguang's expression, Su Chen reached out and patted Ho Shiguang on the shoulder, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Su Chen looked at Ho Shiguang coldly. His eyes almost saw through Ho Shiguang. Ho Shiguang's heart moved. He was already shaking with anger. In fact, although Ho Shiguang is just an ordinary security guard, he is the cousin of the security captain Lin Xiaodong. It can be said that he feels that his position is also very strong. He received an order from Lin Xiaodong to deal with Su Chen. Ho Shiguang did not take Su Chen seriously at all. Deep down in Ho Shiguang's heart, Su Chen was just a small intern. He felt that it would be a very simple thing to deal with Su Chen with his strength. So, he didn't take this matter to heart at all. His eyes are extremely sharp. Just wait for me, kid. As long as you enter Captain Lin's office, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Ho Shiguang thought deep in his heart. Hearing his words, Su Chen smiled. He understood what the incident meant, and he remained very calm. So they came to Captain Lin's office. As the captain of the security team, Lin Xiaodong has a very good status in the entire company. At least, although Lin Xiaodong's status is still far behind Director Lu, it is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. After all, he is the captain of the security team of the entire company, and his identity is still very powerful. Just like that, Ho Shiguang brought Su Chen into the office. Not only Lin Xiaodong was in the office, but also several other people. These people are all security guards. Chapter 16 Provocation. Sitting in front of the seat in the security department's office was a slightly plump middle-aged man, who was about 30 years old. And the aura he exudes is extremely powerful. This guy is about 1.80 meters tall and has a very strong physique. Such a strong momentum shows that this guy is very powerful and can be said to have very strong abilities. He is Lin Xiaodong? In fact, Su Chen didn't know Lin Xiaodong at all, but Su Chen knew very well that Lin Xiaodong was a very famous figure in both public and private circles. According to legend, before becoming the security captain, Lin Xiaodong was a professional boxer, and his boxing skills were terrifying. This is the strength of Lin Xiaodong. He has an extremely strong body, and his explosive power is also extremely terrifying. This is him at this moment. A glimmer of fire flashed in Lin Xiaodong's eyes. He had received an order from Director Lu to deal with Su Chen. In fact, Lin Xiaodong and Director Lu had already formed an alliance. Although Lin Xiaodong is the security team leader, he is not a middle-level figure in the company, so he also needs to find a strong supporter. Director Lu is Lin Xiaodong's right-hand man. Of course, he was willing to obey the boss's orders. Moreover, for Lin Xiaodong, this matter was too simple. Lin Xiaodong understood what this meant. Su Chen was just a small intern and was nothing at all. For the dignified security captain Lin Xiaodong, it was extremely easy to deal with Su Chen. He felt that this matter was too easy, so he didn't care about it at all. Lin Xiaodong felt very calm. Just like that, he stood up. Are you Su Chen? Lin Xiaodong said. His voice is very powerful. After hearing what Lin Xiaodong said, Su Chen knew that this guy had come with bad intentions. If he hadn't obtained the skills of a martial arts master, he would probably be a little scared. But now that Su Chen has acquired the skills of a martial arts master, he simply ignores Lin Xiaodong. After all, no matter how strong Lin Xiaodong is, he can never be a match for a martial arts master. This is exactly what he thinks deep in his heart. Seeing this scene, Su Chen just smiled coldly. Captain Lin, if you have any requests, please tell me directly. After all, it was Director Lu who asked me to help you, and I will definitely help you. Su Chen said seriously. After hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiaodong was also stunned. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so calm. This was indeed beyond Lin Xiaodong's imagination. At this moment, seeing Su Chen so calm, Lin Xiaodong's face became very serious. Lin Xiaodong's aura is absolutely terrifying. It's like this: our security team is going to conduct a training, but since we are short of one person, I think you are quite strong, so I want to recruit you here to be our sparring partner. I hope you can complete this task. Lin Xiaodong said. Well. Su Chen was speechless after the battle. To him, this seemed to be a speechless thing. Su Chen was so helpless. Because he could see that Lin Xiaodong definitely didn't want him to be a sparring partner. Su Chen was not a fool, he certainly knew what this meant. He was already prepared. Okay, since Captain Lin wants me to be his sparring partner, that's really a compliment to me. I certainly won't refuse this. Su Chen said with a smile on his face. Lin Xiaodong's heart moved. This is what you said, kid. It is inevitable that there will be some bumps and bruises during rehearsal. If that's the case, I hope you don't mind it. Lin Xiaodong said. His words were very serious. Su Chen almost laughed out loud when he heard this. He really felt helpless. After all, Lin Xiaodong was too arrogant. Such a rampant state left Su Chen speechless. He simply shook his head. Really? In that case, I'm really looking forward to it. Su Chen said calmly. So they came directly to the backyard of the company. At this moment, upstairs in the company, two people were watching this scene in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. One of them was Director Lu, and the other was Lu Dagang. Two people were holding glasses of red wine, leisurely watching the situation below. Brother, you are so awesome. Your plan will definitely make Su Chen suffer a lot. Lu Dagang said excitedly as he watched the situation off the court. After all, Lin Xiaodong has already brought Su Chen to the backyard, and it can be expected that Su Chen will be beaten up next. In this way, Lu Dagang can also get rid of the hatred in his heart. He is very excited now. Director Lu smiled coldly. That Su Chen is nothing but trash. I can kill him with just a little trick. What happened today is just to teach him a lesson. Director Lu said. Hearing Director Lu's words, Lu Dagang became even more excited. He now hated Su Chen to the core. Lu Dagang took a sip of red wine, and the murderous intent in his eyes was overflowing. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong had brought 5 security guards to the training ground at the back, which was the training ground for the security guards. The entire company attaches great importance to security. After all, these security guards protect the company's safety. Under such circumstances, Lin Xiaodong brought Su Chen here, which meant he was ready to deal with Su Chen. At this moment, Ho Shiguang had already walked over. In fact, Ho Shiguang hated Su Chen to the core, so he only had one idea now, which was to beat Su Chen severely. Although Ho Shiguang was not as good as Lin Xiaodong, his strength was indeed very strong. He had a very strong boxing skill, which was also the true teaching from Lin Xiaodong. It can be said that Ho Shiguang is one of the top 3 figures in the entire company, and such strength is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Now he hated Su Chen so much that he had even decided to make sure Su Chen was killed without a burial place. That was exactly what he had in mind. After all, Su Chen is really hateful. Ho Shiguang clenched his fists. Boy, come and fight me first. The other security guards in the vicinity had already gathered around, and their expressions were all quite sarcastic. Look at this kid with skinny arms and legs, how can he possibly be a match for Ho Shiguang? Ho Shiguang's fists are extremely powerful. Isn't it? It seems that this kid is going to suffer. Did he offend Captain Lin? Otherwise, how could he be brought here as a live target? Many security guards were talking about it. One of the security guards smiled coldly, as if he knew the whole story. Chapter 17, Counter-Subjugation. What do you know? This guy Su Chen offended Director Lu, said the security guard mysteriously. This man's name is Su Yan, and he is also a security guard in the security team. His wife works in logistics in the company, so she always hears some gossip and other information. Su Yan's words made everyone suddenly realize. These security guards were full of ridicule towards Su Chen, and even despised them, thinking that Su Chen was simply seeking death. A small fry like Su Chen actually dared to offend the dignified Director Lu. It can be said that the strength of the two people is not at the same level at all. The gap in their strength is huge. Under such circumstances, these security guards felt deep down that Su Chen was doomed to die. They were all waiting for this. At this moment, Ho Shiguang was ready. He clenched his fist and rushed towards Su Chen. It can be said that his momentum is extremely fierce. Ouch! Su Chen was also shocked by this guy's aura. If Su Chen didn't possess extremely strong abilities and the skills of a martial arts master, he would probably have been beaten up by this guy. Ho Shiguang had no intention of giving Su Chen face, and his attack was extremely violent. Feeling this, Su Chen was also a little angry. He felt that Ho Shiguang was really going too far. I have no grudge against you in the past or in the present, yet you dare to do this. Su Chen looked disdainful. Since this guy is so rampant, Su Chen has no way to deal with him. He had no choice but to use the martial arts master skills. It seems that this matter is nothing. Mantis Fist. Su Chen directly used the Mantis Fist skill. This is one of the more than 50 skills among martial arts masters. It can be said that the skills of Mantis Fist are very terrifying. Su Chen demonstrated this skill perfectly. Su Chen suddenly used the Mantis Fist and grabbed Ho Shiguang's shoulder with a hook. When Ho Shiguang was about to make a move, Su Chen had already caught him. Ah! Ho Shiguang was completely shocked. He really didn't expect such a situation to happen. This matter had far exceeded Ho Shiguang's imagination. In his opinion, Su Chen was a person who had no ability to fight back, but now Su Chen's attack was so terrifying. It can be said that Su Chen is not without the ability to fight back, but rather he has extremely powerful energy. Watch this. Su Chen's wrist suddenly changed, and his hand turned into a claw. This is a very powerful move. Ah! For a guy like Ho Shiguang, Su Chen had no need to give him any face at all. He directly showed off his most powerful moves. This move caused Ho Shiguang to burst into a state of complete pain. His whole body swayed and he fell heavily to the ground. Ho Shiguang has completely lost his fighting ability. He has been completely destroyed. You'll suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Su Chen thought coldly. As the saying goes, misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. Under such circumstances, Su Chen certainly would not take it seriously. His eyes were very violent. This. Lin Xiaodong was completely confused. How come this kid knows Mantis Fist? Lin Xiaodong thought in shock deep in his heart. He was indeed a professional boxer and didn't know much about classical martial arts, but in fact, he had some training in classical martial arts. Under such circumstances, he could tell at a glance that Su Chen was using the Mantis Fist moves, and it seemed that Su Chen's control of the Mantis Fist was very good. How could Lin Xiaodong not be shocked deep in his heart? Isn't this guy just a little intern? Why does he know praying Mantis Fist? Lin Xiaodong said with a slightly cold expression. The shock in his heart had reached its peak. It can be said that this is a very scary thing. A trace of vigilance also arose in Lin Xiaodong's heart. At this moment, Director Lu and Lu Degang upstairs were already stunned. Both of them already had ugly expressions on their faces. Now both of them were breathing rapidly, and they couldn't even believe that this was real. They even had an urge to cry. Brother, how could this guy? Lu Degang said in a trembling voice. Deep down in his heart, he was shocked beyond words. Director Lu's hand holding the red wine trembled, and his face turned pale. It was really embarrassing to deal with Su Chen with his status. He thought he could do it easily, but reality slapped him hard. Su Chen actually knows martial arts? This was simply beyond Director Lu's imagination. It doesn't matter. Even though he was able to defeat Ho Shiguang, it only shows that Ho Shiguang is a piece of trash. He can never defeat Captain Lin. Director Lu comforted himself deep in his heart. After all, Lin Xiaodong does possess very strong strength. As the captain of the security team, Lin Xiaodong's combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Director Lu still trusts Lin Xiaodong very much. Thinking of this, he picked up the red wine and a smile appeared on his face. Let's see. He is definitely no match for Captain Lin. Director Lu said with certainty. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong had already come in front of Su Chen. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. The ferocity in his eyes reached a violent level. Lin Xiaodong's strength is absolutely terrifying. Feeling this scene, Su Chen knew that Lin Xiaodong was very angry, and he had an urge to vomit blood. Under such circumstances, Su Chen simply stretched out his hand and hooked it. I don't know how strong you are, but I don't care about that. I'll give you a hand. Su Chen put one hand behind his back, but his expression was calm. At this moment, Su Chen's aura was extremely powerful, and his eyes were absolutely extremely violent. The skills of the martial arts master have transformed Su Chen's entire body. Possessing the skills of the martial arts master has made Su Chen a very confident person. Su Chen clenched his fists. This time, he decided to use the Tiger Fist to deal with Lin Xiaodong. The Tiger Fist is known for its strength and its power is definitely extremely violent. A glimmer of fire flashed in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaodong actually felt a little scared. He really didn't know why, it was as if he had lost his momentum in front of Su Chen. Lin Xiaodong even felt a little afraid deep down in his heart. This was something that he found incredible. Lin Xiaodong didn't know what was wrong with him now, but he absolutely couldn't give up. After all, so many people were watching him, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. Chapter 18 Conquer. Lin Xiaodong was completely furious. His offensive ability is extremely terrifying. However, Su Chen's Tiger Fist is more ferocious than Lin Xiaodong's. Court death. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Chen's eyes. He punched directly. This punch was extremely terrifying, and it showed no concern at all. It could be described as extremely violent. Boom! This punch was extremely fierce. Lin Xiaodong also stretched out his fist. Ah! The two men's fists collided with each other. Just like that, the two men's fists collided. This is a very fierce attack. Everyone present forgot to look at it. They didn't know who the final winner was. Everyone present looked quite shocked. The aura of both of them is quite terrifying. Boom! The two men's fists collided with each other, and the heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Su Chen's punch was absolutely terrifying. This was a very terrifying punch. Ah! There was a roar, a loud scream, and a man fell to the ground. Who is it? Everyone looked carefully and found that it was none other than Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong almost had the urge to vomit blood. His expression was extremely ugly. Seeing this scene, a gleam of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. His Tiger Fist was extremely ferocious, but Lin Xiaodong's legs went limp and he had no strength left in his body. It can be said that he was completely ruled by Su Chen. Looking at Lin Xiaodong's condition, Su Chen sneered. How about it? Do you have anything else to say? Su Chen said calmly. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Lin Xiaodong is a boxing champion, but he couldn't even withstand Su Chen's punch. The security guards couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their mentality is close to collapse. To them, this was simply unthinkable. But at this moment, Su Chen smiled slightly. He is very calm now, and has not been disturbed by this incident. This is Su Chen's mentality. He came directly in front of Lin Xiaodong. Su Chen looked Lin Xiaodong up and down. What else do you have to say? Su Chen said sarcastically. Lin Xiaodong's figure shook. His voice was trembling. He is somewhat speechless now. As a security captain, Lin Xiaodong is naturally Director Lu's subordinate, but he is also a person who has a paranoid love for fighting. It can be said that Lin Xiaodong's love for fighting is no less than anyone else's. He has always wanted to meet a top master, but such a master is definitely hard to come by. It is indeed not an easy thing for Lin Xiaodong to meet such a top master. But today, the Su Chen in front of him completely shocked him. Deep down in Lin Xiaodong's heart, he was even filled with shock. He found this truly shocking. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong had been helped up by other subordinates. He came in front of Su Chen and his voice became extremely respectful. Brother Su Chen, I'm so sorry. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have listened to Director Lu. Lin Xiaodong's voice suddenly became extremely respectful. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. It is a good thing that Lin Xiaodong can have such an idea. Su Chen just looked at him calmly. Yeah? He said to Lin Xiaodong. Su Chen looked at Lin Xiaodong seriously. At least he had to analyze whether this guy was sincere or not. If Lin Xiaodong was sincere, Su Chen would be quite satisfied. But if he was fake, Su Chen would naturally be on guard. However, he observed Lin Xiaodong carefully and felt that although this guy was very rampant, he was performing well now. This at least proves that he is not a hypocritical person. Thinking of this, Su Chen nodded. Okay, will you pick on me again from now on? If you still want to pick on me, I'll be there for you anytime, but you have to be careful of my fists. Su Chen shook his fist. When facing Lin Xiaodong, he had no intention of being polite. Lin Xiaodong's figure flashed. "I won't do it again," he said, waving his hands. Now he has been deeply shocked by Su Chen's strength, and of course he dare not continue to be disrespectful to Su Chen. He also wanted to get some real benefits from Su Chen. That is to learn Su Chen's understanding of classical martial arts. In Lin Xiaodong's opinion, Su Chen's understanding of classical martial arts has reached a superb level. It can be said to be a godlike existence. Feeling the scene, Su Chen smiled. "You want to learn from me? Then I can't teach you for nothing. Shouldn't you hold some ceremonies?" Su Chen said with a slight smile. This sentence made Lin Xiaodong look a little embarrassed. He thought about it carefully, then fell to his knees with a thud. For Lin Xiaodong, this was definitely a struggle. "Master, please accept my greeting." Although Lin Xiaodong felt quite shy, he still said this. Hearing this, Su Chen was also a little embarrassed. He directly helped Lin Xiaodong up. "Since you have decided to be my apprentice, then Director Lu and Lu Dagang," Su Chen said with a sneer. Lin Xiaodong immediately shook his head like a rattle. "Master, please rest assured. No matter what these two guys want to do, I will not obey their orders. From now on, I will follow your lead." The other people in the security department also sighed. They all knew that Lin Xiaodong had already surrendered to Su Chen, and these people from the security department would naturally follow Lin Xiaodong and surrender to Su Chen. It's the only thing they can do. Su Chen smiled and reached out to help Lin Xiaodong up. Su Chen has managed to subdue these guys. At this time upstairs, Director Lu and Lu Dagang almost vomited blood. They couldn't believe it was true. For the two of them, the horror of this matter was simply imaginable. Both Director Lu and Lu Dagang had already shown the urge to vomit blood. Their breathing quickened. How could this happen? Lin Xiaodong was his younger brother, and a loyal one at that. He didn't expect that he would become Su Chen's apprentice in the blink of an eye. All these changes happened so fast that Director Lu and Lu Dagang could not accept it at all. Both of them felt like crying. They have nothing to say now. But Su Chen left here without any care and quickly went upstairs. The day's work ends here. As for the rest of the day, Director Lu and Lu Dagang did not continue to take action against Su Chen. Chapter 19, God's Eye. Boring. When it was time to get off work, neither Lu Dagang nor Director Lu came back, which meant that these two people were now helpless against him. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them. After packing up and saying goodbye to his master, Su Chen ran back home. Su Chen was still looking forward to Aunt Li's meal, but he didn't know whether his two sisters would come back. These two sisters are like mysterious dragons that are hard to find. This made Su Chen quite embarrassed. But when he walked in, he found Tang Zai sitting on the sofa. Tang Zai was wearing pajamas today and looked very elegant. When she saw Su Chen coming back, her eyes immediately lit up. "Stinky little brother, you're back," Tang Zai said excitedly. "Well." This sentence left Su Chen speechless. He had a vague feeling that there seemed to be some story in Tang Zai's eyes. "Well." Su Chen couldn't help but show a vigilant expression. He looked at Tang Zai with a strange expression. "What's up?" Su Chen said with a trembling voice. He vaguely felt that something must have happened to Tang Zai, otherwise she wouldn't be in this state. Hearing Su Chen's words, Tang Zai smiled slightly. "Don't go to work tomorrow. Sister needs your help with something," Tang Zai said seriously. "Well." These words made Su Chen quite defensive deep down. What happened to Tang Zai was probably not a good thing at all, and it even made Su Chen look embarrassed. He looked at Tang Zai warily. Tang Zai glared at Su Chen fiercely. "Sister, do I look that annoying?" Tang Zai asked. Su Chen rolled his eyes. He immediately changed the subject. "Where's the second sister?" Su Chen asked. "She is on a business trip, so you have to go with me for this matter," Tang Zai said. Tang Zai's words were so righteous that there was no room for Su Chen to object. Hearing Tang Zai's firm words, Su Chen could only helplessly listen. He reached up and scratched his head. "This." Su Chen's voice sounded awkward. Tang Zai glared at Su Chen fiercely. "What's going on? Don't you listen to your sister?" Tang Zai seemed very angry, which made Su Chen speechless. Su Chen had no choice but to wave his hand. "Dear sister, I don't mean that. I just don't know what you want me to do tomorrow? Su Chen said in surprise. However, he had a bad feeling deep in his heart that this matter was quite strange. Su Chen's voice couldn't help but tremble a little. He always felt that Tang Zai's request was definitely not a good thing. Tang Zai smiled mysteriously. It's actually very simple. I just want to take you to an auction tomorrow. This is a company business event. Then why take me there? Su Chen asked with some caution. He felt that this matter was definitely not that simple, so Su Chen felt very alert. Nothing. I usually attend events with my second sister, but she's on a business trip, so I need someone to help me. You're the chairman of Jianhai Group, don't you dare do something like this? Tang Zai looked at Su Chen with some sarcasm. Su Chen's heart was moved. It seems that my sister wants to test me. Su Chen thought to himself. This was indeed a strange thing for him, and Su Chen didn't even know what to say. However, since Tang Zai wanted to do this, Su Chen certainly wouldn't care. That's all? He asked seriously. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Well, I'm willing to agree to your request, but I know nothing about auctions, so I can't help you at all. Su Chen said, waving his hands. Hearing this, a cunning look flashed in Tang Zai's eyes. Bad brother, I didn't ask you for help. I just asked you to accompany me. I have already prepared the meal for you. Tang Zai said. Well. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. At least he felt quite uncomfortable. Tang Zai's expression made Su Chen feel a little scared. After finishing his meal in fear, Su Chen ran into the house. Just as he closed the door, he received a call from Xinzhong. Chairman, I want to report to you about the company's recent situation. Xinzhong said respectfully. After hearing Xinzhong's words, Su Chen waved his hand. He doesn't care about that. I'll leave all the company's affairs to you. Just give me the financial statements. I'm not interested in anything else. Su Chen said calmly. Xinzhong was very moved to hear Su Chen say this, as it showed great trust in him. Xinzhong had never received such trust before. Don't worry, Chairman. I will fight for you till my death. Xinzhong said excitedly. Hearing this, Su Chen just smiled. I'm really looking forward to it. He said with full seriousness. Su Chen immediately changed the subject. Do you know what's going on at the China Guardian auction? Su Chen asked. Tang Zai wants to bring Su Chen to the China Guardian auction. There must be some secrets in this, so Su Chen must figure this out. After hearing this, Xinzhong, who was on the other end of the phone, just thought about it for a moment. This China Guardian auction is the largest auction in the local area. Most of the items auctioned are classical calligraphy and paintings. Moreover, this auction is different from other auctions in that it does not adopt a bidding method, but a pricing method. Xinzhong said word by word. What's the meaning? Su Chen asked with a confused look on his face. He didn't know the implication of Xinzhong's words. Xinzhong then said, it's like this. All the items in this auction are not marked with prices, but they have invited top antique appraisers to appraise them. After the appraisal, the prices will be hidden in the items. Each participant in the auction will bid, and whoever's bid is closest to the price of the item will be qualified to bid. Xinzhong said word by word. So that is how it is. Su Chen knew nothing about this matter. After hanging up the phone, he fell asleep. As for tomorrow's trip, Su Chen just felt that it was like a journey. It has nothing much to do with Su Chen himself. He himself didn't seem to have any interest in this auction. At this moment, Su Chen had fallen asleep. Host, are you signed in? When Su Chen opened his eyes, it was already early the next morning, and the system voice came again as expected. Sign in, of course. Signing in can bring so many benefits, Su Chen will certainly not give up. He chose to sign in directly. Host obtains the skill, Divine Eye. Chapter 20 Auction. God's Eye? When Su Chen saw the name of this skill, he was a little confused. He really didn't know what this so-called Divine Eye skill was, but it sounded very cool. And the system, some data appeared in Su Chen's mind. The so-called Divine Eye is a technology from the future that allows the host to gain the absolute ability to appreciate antiques. As long as you see an antique, you can get the price and age of the antique at a glance. The voice of the system came slowly. Ouch. After hearing these words, Su Chen was also quite shocked. He never expected that he would acquire such skills just when he was about to attend the auction. This simply shocked Su Chen. Su Chen's expression was also quite strange. Logically speaking, this matter is really incredible. At least that's what Su Chen thought. This matter itself is full of strangeness. But at this moment, the skill of Divine Eye had been added to Su Chen, and Su Chen had already acquired this skill. He had to admit that this seemed to be a very powerful skill. It even made Su Chen feel a little surprised deep in his heart. The power of this Divine Eye skill lies precisely in this. Su Chen felt that his eyes seemed to have suddenly become extremely bright, and his eyesight also improved greatly. It can be said that this is really beyond imagination. Su Chen looked directly at a vase in his room. Era, 200 years ago, estimated value of the vase, 80,000 yuan. The data appeared directly in Su Chen's eyes. So powerful? This incident shocked Su Chen quite a bit. He didn't expect this to happen. Su Chen's expression was quite strange. At least what happened was beyond his imagination, and even made Su Chen's face freeze. He had to admit that this was a very cool thing, and even made Su Chen feel excited. Although, he still didn't know what this skill would bring him. Would it bring him good things or endless troubles? However, Su Chen had a vague feeling that this trip to the auction would not be peaceful. There must be endless troubles hidden behind this matter. With this idea in mind, Su Chen was also prepared. After pushing open the door, he found that Tang Zai was already wearing a very elegant outfit. It was not an evening gown, but some commercial clothing, but it still looked out of place on Tang Zai. It can be said that Tang Zai exudes the aura of a strong woman. "Let's go, you little brother," Tang Zai said. Su Chen didn't say much. Just like that, the two of them got into Tang Zai's car. They did not go directly to the auction house, but stopped in front of the villa. A white-haired old man walked down the villa. Tang Zai got out of the car personally to greet the old man. It can be seen that this old man is very elegant and definitely a very powerful person. The old man's temperament makes people feel that he is a knowledgeable person. But apart from this, Su Chen had no other feelings. However, since Tang Zai got off the car, Su Chen naturally had to get off as well. "Old son, please slow down." Tang Zai seemed to be respectful to the old man. After hearing these words, the old man called Old Son also nodded. He seemed to have a look of arrogance. Old Son was absolutely disrespectful to reject Tang Zai's compliment. In this way, Tang Zai helped Old Son to the front of the car. Tang Zai gave Su Chen a look, asking him to open the door, and Su Chen opened the door directly. Mr. Sun's expression looked a little ugly. "This little bodyguard has really poor eyesight," said Mr. Sun. "What?" Su Chen's figure swayed, and he was speechless in his heart. He didn't expect the other party to say such a thing. This made Su Chen feel very uncomfortable. He is the chairman of Jianhai Group and the owner of the system, but this old man actually treats him as a bodyguard. Does my temperament mean I'm just a bodyguard in your eyes? Su Chen felt quite unhappy. "I'm not a bodyguard," he said coldly. Originally, Su Chen was going to open the car door for Mr. Sun, but now that Mr. Sun said this, Su Chen naturally felt very dissatisfied. His face turned cold instantly. "How dare you, kid, talk to me like this?" Old Sun was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe it was true. At least for Mr. Sun, Su Chen was too arrogant. Mr. Sun's name is Sun Benwei, and he is an expert in the field of antique appreciation. Sun Benwei's appreciation ability can definitely be described as extremely abnormal. In the entire antique world, he can also be ranked among the top 10 figures. It can be said that Sun Benwei's strength is extremely strong. This time, Tang Zai took great pains to invite Sun Benwei, because Tang Zai wanted to compete with another company for a very powerful treasure. At least in Tang Zai's opinion, this treasure is a must-have. Tang Zai was really looking forward to this treasure. Because this treasure is not only an antique, but also a manifestation of the open and covert struggle between the Tang Group and another company. If Tang Zai couldn't get this antique, it would mean that she lost to another group. That was not something Tang Zai was willing to accept. Tang Zai is an extremely competitive person. The other group is called Lu Group, and the boss's name is Lu Kaixian. Lu Kaixian is no ordinary person. The Lu Group he controls is an antique investment company. The relationship between this company and Tang's group can be said to be very bad. Under such circumstances, there is a very serious competitive relationship between Lu Kaixian and Tang's group. They were both very interested in the antique that had just been discovered, and both of them were determined to get it. Tang Zai invited Mr. Sun, and Lu Kaixian also invited an assistant. It is said that the helper Lu Kaikwan invited is very powerful. His name is Wang Yipeng. This person is also a celebrity in the antique world and can be considered a very powerful figure in the antique world. It can be said that Wang Yipeng's strength is not bad at all. So Tang Zai had great hopes for Old Sun, but he didn't expect that before he got on the car, Old Sun and Su Chen had a conflict. This really left Tang Zai speechless. Tang Zai stared fiercely at Su Chen. "You naughty brother, why don't you apologize to Mr. Sun quickly? Mr. Sun is a master in the antique appreciation world," Tang Zai said in a trembling voice. After hearing Tang Zai's words, Su Chen smiled. "Why should I apologize to him? Su Chen is very stubborn." Chapter 21 Auction Storm. Su Chen's rampant behavior made Tang Zai feel helpless. Tang Zai even felt a little regretful for bringing Su Chen here. After all, Sun Benwei was a master hired by Tang Ziyue at a high price just to defeat Lu Kaixian. I heard that Lu Kaixian also invited a very powerful person. So deep down in her heart, Tang Zai is very dependent on Sun Benwei. Under such circumstances, Su Chen deeply offended Sun Benwei, which really made Tang Zai very unhappy. Su Chen curled his lips. "For the sake of my sister, I will not bother with this guy Sun Benwei." But that's nothing. Just like that, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat. He was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Benwei. Sun Benwei's face turned cold. "Miss Tang, your brother is really well-mannered." His voice sounded sarcastic. If it weren't for the money, Sun Benwei would have left here long ago. Hearing this, Tang Zai's face was full of apologies. However, Tang Zai also knew that she could no longer ask for more from Su Chen. Su Chen looks very stubborn. Tang Zai could only balance the relationship between the two, and she felt very helpless. "Master Sun, I'm counting on you this time. If you can defeat Lu Kaixian's men and buy the newly released painting, I will definitely pay you double the money." Sun Benwei smiled coldly. "As long as I take action, it will be foolproof. I am a first-class master. I have great strength in antique appreciation. Unless the top master in the world appears, there is no one who can be my opponent," he said proudly. He is simply an extremely arrogant person. Hearing this, Su Chen sneered in his heart. This guy can really blow. He thought helplessly. At least in his opinion, this guy's ability to brag is absolutely unique. However, Sun Benwei should have some abilities and is definitely not a useless trash. Su Chen can be sure of this. He didn't say anything because Su Chen wanted to give face to his sister. This painting is from Song Tai Bai, a very famous painter in ancient times. Tang Zai said again, feeling worried. This painting is definitely a top-notch work of art, but what is more important than this painting is suppressing the Lu group. This is what is more important. Thinking of this, Tang Zai felt that this matter was even more important. Deep in her heart, Tang Zai was full of expectations for Sun Benwei. Sun Benwei nodded. "Don't worry, with Master Ben's help, it will be absolutely foolproof. But some low-class guys, don't embarrass yourself there. There are many celebrities and connoisseurs there. If some of them embarrass themselves, it will be unacceptable," Sun Benwei said sarcastically. Every word he said was directed at Su Chen. "I'll go?" Su Chen was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that Sun Benwei would say such a thing. Every word this guy said was directed at Su Chen, which really made Su Chen feel speechless. Deep down in his heart, he felt extremely helpless. At least for him, this guy Sun Benwei was really too much. He could only remain speechless. At this time, the vehicle had arrived outside the auction house. Su Chen parked the car where there was a parking lot. And just like that, the three of them got out of the car. Tang Zai still supported Sun Benwei and was extremely respectful to him. But Su Chen still looked disdainful. Sun Benwei's face turned cold. He looked at Su Chen again intentionally or unintentionally. "Young man, come in and learn some skills from me. I will not hold grudges against you and will teach you some skills. The skill of appraising treasures is not easy to learn," Sun Benwei said word by word. These words were directly directed at Su Chen. Feeling this, Su Chen was speechless. He had already endured Sun Benwei to the extreme. He felt that this guy was really hateful. Regardless of whether he possessed some abilities, just this rampant state made Su Chen feel quite helpless. Su Chen shook his head. I don't need to learn from you. After saying that, he walked in first. If it weren't for Sun Benwei, who was invited by his sister, Su Chen wouldn't even bother to pay attention to this guy. Just like that, 3 people walked into the auction. This auction is very large, with a circular office inside. There are many people at the auction. These people are all in suits. They all came to attend the auction. Su Chen and 3 others also sat in prominent positions, and when they saw Sun Benwei, they all looked at him in amazement. It's Master Sun. I didn't expect someone to invite Master Sun. It seems that the newly discovered famous painting by Song Taibai has already found its owner. In terms of appreciating paintings, who can surpass Master Sun? Everyone present was an expert, and they were all shocked when they saw Sun Benwei. They all knew that Sun Benwei was extremely powerful. Feeling this, Sun Benwei straightened his back even more and looked arrogant. Sun Benwei was very excited. At least he felt that his identity was recognized here, and everyone was full of admiration for Sun Benwei. Tang Zai also felt hopeful. After all, the appearance of Master Sun has shocked everyone present, which means that there is no one present who is better than Master Sun. Tang Zai came in front of Su Chen and pinched Su Chen's arm. Why are you pinching me? Su Chen said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Tang Zai turned around and glared at Su Chen. You have to be more respectful to Master Sunday. My sister's business depends on him. Tang Zai said expectantly. Well. Helplessly, Su Chen could only wave his hands. Don't worry, as long as this guy stops being sarcastic, I will never take the initiative to deal with him. Su Chen said directly. After hearing Su Chen's words, Tang Zai felt relieved. And so they took their seats. Master Sun now looks very high-spirited, and his arrogance has reached the extreme. Su Chen was ready. He has adjusted his condition. Just at this moment, another group of people came in, led by a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. Next to this middle-aged man was a white-haired old man. The expression of the white-haired old man was very serious during class, while the middle-aged man's face showed an extremely violent state. That middle-aged man can be said to be extremely rampant. Lu Kaixian. Tang Zai's face darkened. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was Lu Kaixian. Lu Kaixian was followed by an old man, who looked very imposing. Chapter 22 Su Chen takes action. It's him. Everyone's eyes were completely shocked. They couldn't believe it was true because it was so horrible. To them, this was absolutely incredible. If Sun Benwei had already shocked them, then this old man was more than just shocking to them. That was simply shocking to them. Could he be the legendary Divine Eye, Zhuge Fengyun? Legend has it that he was a famous treasure appraiser decades ago, and now he has become extremely powerful. Master Zhuge has been in seclusion for a long time, and I didn't expect him to show up now. Everyone present was shocked. They couldn't believe it was real. To everyone present, Zhuge Fengyun was simply too powerful. His strength can almost crush Sun Benwei. The two are simply not on the same level. If Sun Benwei is the top master in the treasure appraisal world, then Zhuge Fengyun is the special master, who can be called a god-level existence. And that was Zhuge Fengyun's identity more than 10 years ago. His current identity is absolutely terrifying. Lu Kaixian actually invited Zhuge Fengyun. Tang Zai's face became very ugly. Tang Zai's voice would tremble. At this moment, Sun Benwei's face looked very ugly, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Sun Benwei could hardly believe that this was true. His legs were weakening. If he had enjoyed the feeling of being the center of everyone's anticipation before, now he just wanted to escape into a crack in the ground. This is indeed a terrible thing. No one knows better than Sun Benwei what kind of person Zhuge Fengyun is. Sun Benwei is no match for Zhuge Fengyun at all. The difference in strength between the two is simply a world of difference. There is no suspense at all. It can be said that Zhuge Fengyun's methods are absolutely terrifying. Under such circumstances, Su Chen also revealed a hint of sneer. He understood what this matter meant. He is very calm now. At this moment, Lu Kaixian had already arrived in front of Tang Zai and Sun Benwei. Lu Kaixian smiled coldly. Miss Tang, I thought you had brought some important person here, but it turns out you only brought him here. Master Sun, I didn't expect you to come here. Lu Kaixian's voice was full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Master Sun's face changed. The dignified master's son seemed like a primary school student in front of Zhuge Fengyun. He even had an urge to cry. Sun Binwei's legs were shaking. If he was very arrogant before, he was no longer arrogant now. On the contrary, he felt extremely terrified, and was even shocked deep in his heart. Zhuge Fengyun also came to Sun Binwei with his hands behind his back. He said nothing, but just looked at Sun Binwei with contempt, a look full of arrogance. In Zhuge Fengyun's eyes, Sun Binwei was simply trash, not even worth mentioning. The dignified Zhuge Fengyun naturally would not pay attention to Sun Binwei. Sun Binwei's breathing became rapid. His face had become extremely ugly. It can be seen that his voice is very unpleasant, and his face is extremely ugly. At this time, a person walked onto the main stage. Everyone turned their eyes to that person. It turns out that this person is an auctioneer. The auctioneer had a peaceful look on his face, and his whole expression was very calm. He is the most professional auctioneer here. The auctioneer came directly in front of the crowd and coughed. Everyone, today's auction begins now. This auction is for 5 collections, the most important of which is a painting by Master Song Tai-bai, a landscape painting of 10,000 years. Hearing the auctioneer's words, everyone's breathing quickened. They all understood what this meant. Their faces were very serious. To them, this was a terrible thing. Their breathing was very rapid. Because they all know that this 10,000-year-old landscape painting is a top treasure, and they all know very well how powerful the 10,000-year-old landscape painting is. This is what everyone is looking forward to. At this time, the first collection was exhibited at the auction. This is a vase. Lu Kaixian smiled slightly. Miss Tang, Master Sun, why don't we compete first? Just think of it as a warm-up. Lu Kaixian said coldly. When Sun Binwei heard Lu Kaixuan's words, his voice trembled. His face looked extremely ugly. Sun Binwei's gaze was as solemn as it could be. He didn't dare to confront Zhuge Fengyun head-on. If he wasn't afraid of being embarrassed, he would have fled by now. At this moment, Tang Zai was so angry that she was shaking all over. The third young lady of the Tang family would never tolerate such a thing. Let's compete. Am I afraid of you? Tang Zai said with a serious expression. Although Sun Binwei felt very scared, he had nothing to say. Just like that, the two people's eyes met. Oh, that's quite interesting. Su Chen was watching this scene from the side and found it somewhat interesting. After all, it was the first time that Su Chen had seen someone as rampant as Lu Kaixian. He remained calm. Su Chen just wanted to see how Sun Binwei was going to deal with Zhuge Fengyun. Judging from the current state of the two people, Sun Binwei has almost no chance of dealing with Zhuge Fengyun. This guy's momentum has declined to the extreme. Under such circumstances, Sun Binwei has already lost. In that case, let's make an offer. Everyone has a question board next to them. They can write their bids secretly on the board and then show them together. Whoever's bid is closest will get the right to buy. This is the rule of auction here. Those who were interested took out their question boards and prepared to write down their own quotes. But when they saw Zhuge Fengyun and Sun Binwei took out their question boards, everyone put down their question boards. They all sighed helplessly. They knew very well that they could not compete with Sun Binwei. As for Zhuge Fengyun, he was a godlike existence, and they were no match for him even if they were combined. So they have chosen to give up. Zhuge Fengyun only glanced at the bottle and calmly wrote down the price. Sun Binwei ran directly to the stage and looked at the bottle from left to right. He looked at it for about 10 minutes, and only after the auctioneer reminded him did he write down the price with trembling all over. Please tell me your prices, said the auctioneer. After hearing the auctioneer's words, the two men revealed their prices. 200,000. 180,000. Chapter 23, Cave Heaven. The price difference between the two people was only 20,000 yuan. Who is right? Everyone present turned their eyes to the auctioneer. The auctioneer revealed the answer with a smile. 200,000, Lu Kaixian and Mr. Zhuge win, said the auctioneer respectfully. After hearing what the auctioneer said, Lu Kaixian stood up with a smile. He felt that this matter was simply a routine operation and was not worth mentioning at all. As for Zhuge Fengyun, he looked completely calm. After all, relying on Zhuge Fengyun's strength, his calm mood is very calm. This is what he thinks in his heart. After adjusting his state, Su Chen smiled. He understood what this meant. At this moment, he was very, very calm. At this moment, Sun Benwei had an impulse to vomit blood. Its offer was very close to the actual offer, but Zhuge Fengyun was not bad at all. There is simply no comparison between the two. It can be said that the gap between the two has reached its extreme. Such a gap was unacceptable to him. As for the next 3 collections, Zhuge Fengyun was right about all of them, and the biggest price difference he made was only 10,000. As for Sun Benwei, he was far behind and could be said to be losing ground. Sun Benwei's figure shook. He almost vomited blood. He now has completely lost the confidence to compete with Zhuge Fengyun. Previously, Sun Benwei thought that even though the gap between him and Zhuge Fengyun was huge, it was not this big. But in this situation, he finally understood what this meant. This is shocking. Zhuge Fengyun's strength has improved by more than 1 level compared to a few years ago. He can be called a god-like existence. Compared with Zhuge Fengyun, Sun Benwei is just an elementary school student. He had lost the desire to fight. Seeing Sun Benwei in this state in the Wanli landscape painting that was about to be auctioned, Tang Zai wanted to cry. Sun Benwei, who was hired at a huge expense, turned out to be completely useless, which made Tang Zai feel speechless deep in her heart. Looking at Lu Kaishuan's condescending look, Su Chen's heart moved. He understood what this meant. After adjusting his emotions, Su Chen was quite calm. Now Sun Benwei has no fighting power left, it's his turn to take the stage. Su Chen looked at Sun Benwei seriously. Master Sun, you seem to be exhausted. If you really can't hold on, let me bid for the next round. Su Chen said calmly. Tang Zai glared at Su Chen fiercely. What are you doing? Tang Zai is now very angry and feels that Su Chen is just making things worse. This was what Tang Zai was thinking. At this moment, Sun Benwei's eyes lit up. He simply didn't have the strength to defeat Zhuge Fengyun, and appearing in the next round would only be a disgrace. Under such circumstances, Sun Benwei was looking for a way out. And now, Su Chen said this, giving Sun Benwei an opportunity to downgrade. If you want to take action, it's up to you. Sun Benwei said indignantly. Now he was extremely angry. Seeing this scene, Su Chen did not say anything. He just watched it all very calmly, as calm as he could be. Su Chen has already sat in the front. I will be bidding on behalf of Master Sun in this round. Su Chen spoke calmly to Lu Kaishuan and Zhuge Fengyun. Lu Kaishuan burst into laughter when he heard this. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Lu Kaishuan's face was as ugly as it could be. He looked Su Chen up and down, and he almost had the urge to laugh. After all, with Su Chen's strength, how could he be a match for Zhuge Fengyun? Although Lu Kaishuan did not know Su Chen was only 20 years old. How could someone so young be a match for Zhuge Fengyun? This is simply impossible. Lu Kaishuan's ridicule of Su Chen reached the extreme, and such ridicule could be said to be very impolite. As for Zhuge Fengyun, he even curled his lips. He didn't even take Sun Benwei seriously, let alone a little Su Chen. In fact, in front of Zhuge Fengyun, both Sun Benwei and Su Chen were the same. Both of them were just trash in front of him. They can easily deal with each other. This is an extremely simple thing. At this time, the auctioneer had already exhibited the last work. This work is a famous painting by Song Tai-bai, a master from hundreds of years ago. It is called Wanli Landscape, so please bid now. The auctioneer said seriously. He also clapped his hands and a few people walked out. These people are senior appraisers of this auction association. They have already appraised the painting. Anyone who can reach the same appraisal will be eligible to buy it. The auctioneer pointed to several other people. These people are also old men, and they look very powerful. Wang Zilong, Chen Tianwen, Xu Fengrui. Oh my god. These people are as famous as Zhuge Fengyun. They are all antiques. They are made by top masters. 5 masters bid at the same time. It seems that this valuation is extremely accurate. Everyone burst into amazement. They knew exactly what this meant. Zhuge Fengyun also became serious. This is a very scary thing. After adjusting to this state, Su Chen was ready. He understood what this matter meant. But he was still very calm. He is now in control of his mentality. At this time, Zhuge Fengyun stood up and began to check the painting. However, Su Chen did not check it but sat there and activated the Divine Eye skill. This Divine Eye skill ignores distance. It can be said that this skill is extremely terrifying, and it can even be called a top-level skill. Su Chen can ignore distance, direction, and sunlight. He could see it all clearly any way he wanted. This is exactly what makes Su Chen so powerful. His strength can be called extremely powerful. This is exactly what Su Chen is capable of. At this moment, he was already prepared. He was absolutely calm now. Su Chen's face froze because he discovered something troublesome. Why is there something else going on in this painting? Su Chen's heart moved. With his divine eye skills, he could tell at a glance that there was something else behind this painting. There was another painting hidden inside this painting, Su Chen thought to himself. He couldn't believe this was true. This is an extremely powerful technique. I didn't expect it to be shown here. Chapter 24, Picture in Picture. That's actually the case. Su Chen's heart couldn't help but move. This was indeed a strange thing, and even Su Chen was a little shocked. Because this painting was not created by Song Taibai alone, there seems to be another author behind it. There is another picture inside this picture. Su Chen made a prediction only at this time. But such a prediction is really scary. This even made Su Chen feel a little shocked. After all, this situation is surprising. You're not seeing things, Su Chen thought in his heart. At least in his opinion, this was an incredible and terrible thing. Su Chen's expression was also quite serious. How could such a situation not be shocking? Su Chen's brows were slightly furrowed and his expression was very serious. He knew clearly how horrifying this thing was. If it weren't for the divine eye skill given to him by the system, even Su Chen wouldn't dare to believe that this was true. This matter was indeed terrifying. Su Chen frowned. He naturally understood what this meant. This even made Su Chen's face turn cold. An estimate had already appeared in his mind. 500 million. This is Su Chen's valuation. It's just that Su Chen didn't know whether Tang Zai could buy it with his financial resources. But his divine eye skill naturally didn't allow him to lie. Su Chen had no intention of lying. He looked up directly. I already have a quote, Su Chen said to Tang Zai. Tang Zai was filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe that Su Chen made an offer just like that. This really surprised Tang Zai. How could there be an offer if you didn't even go over to take a look? Are you kidding me, my stinky little brother? Tang Zai really couldn't believe this was true. Of course Su Chen knew what his third sister was thinking, he just gave her a mysterious smile. The mountain man has his own clever plan. I am now very clear about this. Don't worry, sister, it's just... Su Chen smiled slightly. He whispered a few words in Tang Zai's ear. What did you say, 500 million? Tang Zai was simply shocked. Because this is really an incredible thing. You have to know that this is a huge sum of money. Even Tang Zai can't afford such a sum of money. Tang Zai felt that Su Chen was just talking nonsense. Although Song Taibai is a top master, his paintings are not worth so much money. Tang Zai said somewhat indignantly. At least in Tang Zai's opinion, this matter was somewhat unreasonable. So Tang Zai also showed a shocked expression, which was quite strange. That painting is not Song Taibai's painting, but there is a painting within a painting. Su Chen's voice was even softer. These words could only be heard by him and Tang Zai. If heard by a third person, then their plan would be completely impossible. Su Chen was very calm, he knew that these things must not be heard by a third person. Tang Zai was also dumbfounded. Brother, are you telling the truth or not? Su Chen has brought too many surprises to Tang Zai, but she still finds this matter incredible. There is an ancient painting hidden in Song Taibai's painting, and according to Su Chen, that ancient painting is thousands of years old. That is a priceless treasure. Something that truly cannot be bought with money. Dear sister, if what I said is wrong, I am willing to give Yunhai Group to you. Su Chen said calmly. In fact, he is extremely confident in himself. Then are you going to offer 500 million directly? Tang Zai said with a trembling voice. Even if Su Chen was right, Tang Zai couldn't afford such a large sum of money. After all, that might cause Tang Zai to lose everything. This is a huge sum of money. Su Chen smiled slightly. There's no need to do that. Just offer $1 more than Zhuge Fengyun's offer. Su Chen said calmly. How do you know Zhuge Fengyun's bid? Tang Zai's voice trembled. If it was incredible that Su Chen could see the picture within the picture, then Su Chen's next sentence was even more shocking. He was able to predict Zhuge Fingyun's bid, which was simply a godlike existence. Tang Zai couldn't believe it was true, so she was shocked by Su Chen's words. At least in Tang Zai's opinion, Su Chen's words were simply unrealistic. Tang Zai looked at Su Chen with surprise. But Su Chen waved his hand. He just smiled faintly. Su Chen didn't care about this. Don't worry, I know it. If I didn't know, how could I say such big words? Su Chen said calmly. After hearing these words, Tang Zai could only be shocked. Because this matter is really strange. Tang Zai was already shocked. Tang Zai really couldn't believe that Su Chen would say that. At this time Zhuge Fengyun had finished his observation, and he came to Lu Kaiquan with a smile on his face. Zhuge Fengyun is very confident about this matter. But Su Chen didn't say anything. Master Sun just stood there in a daze. He had no idea how Su Chen could defeat Zhuge Fengyun. In fact, deep down he was close to collapse. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Master Sun. He looks calm now. Zhuge Fengyun had already written out the price and handed it to Lu Kaixian, and Lu Kaixian looked at Su Chen seriously. Young man, didn't you say you could also make a bid? Are you giving up now? Lu Kaixian said. Lu Kaixuan's tone was very unhappy. He felt that even someone like Su Chen dared to confront him, which made Lu Kaixian feel a little uncomfortable. Su Chen smiled helplessly. Who told you that I gave up? I have already written down the price. Su Chen directly counterattacked. Although Lu Kaixian was very arrogant, Su Chen was not a good person. When facing such an arrogant person like Lu Kaixian, Su Chen would naturally behave arrogantly. He didn't take Lu Kaixian seriously. Such behavior made Lu Kaixian very angry. When everyone comes up with their bids later, I'll see how you can still act so arrogantly. Lu Kaixian thought leisurely in his heart. Tang Zai was also very nervous, because she felt that the possibility of Su Chen winning was too low. Although Su Chen had said it with great confidence before, he was really unsure when compared with Zhuge Fengyun. Looking at Tang Zai's nervous expression, Su Chen's face was full of smiles. Don't worry, dear sister, I will shock everyone in a moment. Just then the auctioneer came over. Please make your bids. Now only Lu Kaixian and Tang Zai are left to bid, and the others have already chosen to withdraw. They are no match for Zhuge Fengyun and don't want to humiliate themselves. Chapter 25 Questioning. Following the auctioneer's order, Zhuge Fengyun directly took out his own base plate. What was written on the bottom plate was Zhuge Fengyun's quotation. 42.15 million. Zhuge Fengyun made an offer. This 42.15 million is exactly Zhuge Fengyun's exact offer. This was a quote that Zhuge Fengyun made after exhausting all his skills. He is very confident about his quotation. In his opinion, there will be no deviation in this quotation. This is what Zhuge Fengyun thought. He had a proud expression on his face. As for Lu Kaixian, he was in the same state of course. He felt quite excited. After seeing this scene, the faces of those auctioneers became very solemn. They simply couldn't believe that this was true. Because they thought this matter was too terrible. Zhuge Fengyun's offer was not even a penny less. It can be said to be accurate to an unimaginable degree. This is exactly the strength of Zhuge Fengyun. Seeing these people gasping for breath, Zhuge Fengyun already had an idea in mind. It seemed that his offer was completely correct. Boy, it's your turn. Lu Kaixian said. His voice was full of sarcasm. Lu Kaixian didn't believe that Su Chen had such strength at all, and the sarcasm in his voice could be described as extremely strong. Hearing this, Su Chen waved his hand. My prices are about the same as yours. Please look. Su Chen showed the question board. What? Everyone present was in a state of stupefaction. Because the price written on Su Chen's question board is the price written on Zhuge Fengyun's question board plus $1. It's only $1 more. Everyone present exclaimed. This is simply unbelievable. If Zhuge Fengyun's ability to give a suitable offer did not exceed everyone's imagination, then Su Chen's offer of $1 more shocked everyone completely. Because this is really hard to believe. Su Chen's offer was only $1 more. Does this mean that he and Zhuge Fengyun agreed on the offer? Everyone dared not believe that Su Chen had such ability. But now the naked reality was in front of them, forcing them to believe it. Even Lu Kaishan and Zhuge Fengyun were confused. They couldn't believe it, it was real. Both Lu Kaishan and Zhuge Fengyun were completely shocked, and their breathing became rapid. To them, this was a terrible thing. But Su Chen smiled slightly. How about it? My offer is about the same as yours. Su Chen looked at the other person with a mocking expression. His words were very impolite. Neither Lu Kaishan nor Zhuge Fengyun took Su Chen seriously. Of course, Su Chen was very dissatisfied with the ridicule of these two guys, so he also had to express his dissatisfaction. After hearing these words, Zhuge Fengyun felt even angrier and he almost had the urge to vomit blood. But even so, Zhuge Fengyun remained quite calm. It seems that this kid is indeed special, but so what? Zhuge Fengyun thought seriously. He felt that his bid was 100% correct, so even if Su Chen was only $1 behind him, he would still lose. This is exactly what Zhuge Fengyun thought. Hearing this, Su Chen waved his hand. Then let's wait and see, he said without any concern. At this moment, the auctioneer had already displayed the question board. 42.15 million. Exactly the same as Master Zhuge's bid. Master Zhuge wins this round, announced the auctioneer. Everyone present applauded. This young man looks good, but so what? Master Zhuge is still a better chess player. Everyone was talking about it. When Tang Zai looked at Su Chen, she was filled with a sense of astonishment. Tang Zai seemed unable to believe that Su Chen had actually done this. Su Chen actually gave a suitable offer. Although it was only $1 difference, such means were indeed shocking. But a loss is a loss after all, and it seems that it cannot be reversed. Tang Zai did not agree with Su Chen's statement that there was a painting within a painting. But at this moment, Su Chen stood up. Wait! He shouted loudly. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. They all looked at Su Chen with strange expressions. What is this kid going to do? I don't know, is he crazy? Everyone present was surprised. The auctioneer and the appraisers were all at a loss, and Su Chen had already walked in front of the crowd. Zhuge Fengyun's bid is not closer to mine, so I actually won this round, Su Chen said seriously. Zhuge Fengyun couldn't stand hearing this. He stood up suddenly and stared at Su Chen coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? I was clearly right this time. How can you say you are right? Zhuge Fengyun has always felt very unhappy about the competition with Su Chen. He, a great supermaster, actually confronted Su Chen, which really made Zhuge Fengyun feel very embarrassed. And now Su Chen is still talking nonsense. Zhuge Fengyun is of course very unhappy. The auctioneer also looked surprised. My dear brother, this is the price quoted by Master Zhuge and our appraiser. Although your difference is very small, a loss is a loss and a win is a win. Why are you so unwilling to admit it? Originally, the auctioneer admired Su Chen very much. No matter whether Su Chen guessed or used other methods, he always answered the question correctly. But now Su Chen said such words, which really made the auctioneer feel that Su Chen was making excuses. The auctioneer was a little unhappy. Su Chen pointed at the painting. This painting is not just a painting by Song Tai-bai, in fact, there is another painting inside this painting. Su Chen said word by word. His voice was very soft, but it seemed to have a powerful impact, as if it had a great force. Everyone present was shocked, and even everyone showed an incredible expression. They only had one thought in their minds, that is, Su Chen was talking nonsense. What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be a layer in a Song Tai-bai painting? As a top connoisseur, I have appreciated more ancient paintings than you have eaten rice. You must be responsible for saying such a thing. The person who spoke was Zhuge Fengyun. He was completely enraged by Su Chen's words and felt that Su Chen was talking nonsense. There was a kind-looking old man next to the auctioneer, but his expression looked a little ugly. Young man, you must respect art. Chapter 26, Sisters Thanks. The old man who was speaking was named Wang Pingyu, and he was also a top-level connoisseur. It could be said that his status was no weaker than Zhuge Fengyun. Both of them are top-level connoisseurs. Wang Pingyu also felt that Su Chen was talking nonsense, so his expression looked a little ugly. Of course, the others had their doubts. After all, what Su Chen said was too ridiculous. If everyone believed it, then there would be a problem. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, Su Chen just faced it calmly. In fact, he didn't take people's doubts seriously at all. You'll know once you try it, Su Chen said. How are you going to try? The auctioneer looked alert. After all, this is a top-level treasure. If any problem occurs, it will be something the auctioneer cannot afford. The auctioneer looked at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen smiled slightly. If my experiment fails, I can pay double compensation for this painting, he said proudly. Everyone present burst into laughter. What are you talking about? Double compensation is 90 million. How can you possibly have 90 million? Isn't it? That's close to 100 million. Do you think you are the chairman of Yunhai Group? Everyone present laughed at him. Su Chen smiled coldly. You are right, I am the chairman of Yunhai Group. He revealed his identity without any hesitation. It was a golden card. This golden card is made of pure gold and has 2 large golden words engraved on it. Sea of Clouds. In the city's business circle, everyone knows this, and it is the symbol of Yunhai Group. The person who owns this golden card can only be the chairman of Yunhai Group. Oh my god. Everyone was completely shocked. This even surprised Lu Kaixian. Lu Kaixian never dreamed that Su Chen actually had such an identity. The chairman of Yunhai Group was an identity that shocked him. It turns out to be Mr. Chairman. I am so sorry for my disrespect, the auctioneer had no choice but to say. Only now did he understand why Su Chen was so arrogant. It turned out that he was rich and willful. The chairman of Yunhai Group naturally has the capital to be so rampant. Just because you have money doesn't mean you're that great. This is a work of art. If you destroy a work of art, it won't be a simple matter that can be solved with tens of millions or 100 million. You better be careful. Zhuge Fengyun said. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. After Su Chen revealed his identity, Zhuge Fengyun felt even more jealous. A young man like Su Chen was actually the chairman of Yunhai Group, and he, Zhuge Fengyun, thought he was the focus of the whole audience, but he didn't expect that he would almost become Su Chen's foil. His sarcastic words were just to provoke the other party. Come with me on this? This guy only knew how to do it this way, which really made him speechless. But Su Chen didn't care. He looked at Zhuge Fengyun calmly. You don't need to stimulate me in this way. Just get me some clean water and I'll see the result. Su Chen said to the auctioneer. The auctioneer replied somewhat awkwardly, Boss, although you have verbally agreed to bear the loss, your words are not enough. After all, this is an ancient painting worth tens of millions, and the auctioneer cannot afford such a responsibility. Su Chen didn't care at all. He directly took out the seal of Yunhai Group and signed an agreement with the auctioneer. With the agreement, the other party naturally felt at ease. But everyone present was shocked. They all wanted to see how Su Chen found the painting within the painting. Zhuge Fengyun watched coldly. You're rich, don't you think? I have many years of experience. If there really is a picture within a picture here, how could I not see it? You're destined to be ruined today. Zhuge Fengyun thought so in his heart and did not choose to stop Su Chen. He just felt that Su Chen's behavior was to bring humiliation upon himself and bring about his own destruction. If this is true, there is really no need for Zhuge Fengyun to stop it. He and Lu Kaixian exchanged glances, and both of them understood each other's meaning. Both of them thought that Su Chen would be humiliated and lose a huge sum of money, so their goal would be achieved. Naturally, there was no need for the two of them to say anything more. They were happy to watch from a distance, but they really wanted to see Su Chen get defeated. Tang Zai was full of worries. After all, although we know that my brother is very rich, this amount of money is extremely huge for any company. Tang Zai also didn't want Su Chen to suffer such a loss. What's more, if they lose this time, Lu Kaixian will have a great advantage. At that time, Tang Zai's other businesses will also be affected. This is definitely not what Tang Zai wants to see. As for the other masters, they all looked on coldly. They didn't know where Su Chen got his confidence from, but they were also somewhat unsure about the so-called painting within a painting. At this moment, a staff member had already thundered a basin of clean water. Su Chen soaked the corners of the painting with the basin of clear water. He got this skill from the system, and the method was absolutely extraordinary. It can be said that Su Chen's methods are extremely powerful, even godlike. Su Chen quickly got into working mode. Such a method? The masters present were all shocked. They simply couldn't believe that this was happening. The shock in these people's hearts had reached the extreme, and even their breathing became rapid. After all, Su Chen's methods are absolutely shocking. It can be said that Su Chen's current operation is simply a godlike move. This method of washing paintings was something that the masters had never heard of or seen before. Those so-called masters don't have such means. Their hearts were absolutely filled with shock. Look, that corner is showing. A spectator with sharp eyes had seen this scene. He screamed in horror, and the workers also saw this scene. Sure enough, a corner of Song Taibai's painting was revealed, and this corner actually had fresh colors. This means there is another painting inside. It's really a picture within a picture. Everyone present was shocked. This is truly a terrible thing. They had never dared to think about the appearance of this kind of picture within a picture before, but now, in Su Chen's hands, the miracle officially appeared. Everyone held their breath, they were completely attracted by Su Chen's eyes. In everyone's eyes, Su Chen was simply a godlike existence. Before, they were quite sarcastic towards Su Chen, but now, that kind of ridicule has completely disappeared, and replaced by deep worship of Su Chen. Zhuge Fengyun's face was already swollen and red. He was severely slapped in the face by Su Chen. Chapter 27 Taking Charge. To everyone's shock, Su Chen finally uncovered the secret of the painting within the painting. The true appearance of the painting inside gradually revealed itself. How could this painting be like this? Everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe it was real. Because the painting in front of me is not the work of Song Taibai, but it looks much older. And the style of this painting is very strange. Everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe it was real. But all of this really existed, and everyone present was shocked deep in their hearts. They couldn't imagine that something like this would happen. Now their breathing became rapid. This painting looks like it's at least 1,000 years old, but how is it possible for a painting that's 1,000 years old to have survived? Everyone was talking about it. They all felt that this was really incredible. This matter was far beyond their imagination and even made them feel speechless. Their breathing became heavy. At least under the circumstances, the incident was simply shocking. Even Zhuge Fengyun was stunned. This painting should be the authentic work of the legendary Wang Dizhi. Zhuge Fengyun shouted loudly. Wang Dizhi is a super painter who is much more powerful than Song Taibai. It can be said that Wang Dizhi's strength is shocking. This person possesses unimaginable strength. Wang Dizhi's methods are definitely beyond everyone's imagination. You have to know that this is an authentic work that has been lost for a long time. This alone is enough to shock people and even make them terrified. You have to know that Wang Dizhi's original work is a top-level treasure. Even if it is put in the world's top auction, it can be sold at a very high price. If it is really an authentic work by Wang Dizhi, it is estimated to be worth at least 500 million. That's right. Even so, it's still something you can only encounter once in a while. The voices of everyone present were shaking. They couldn't believe it was true, because it was so horrible. Su Chen actually knew about it. The auctioneer and others were also stunned. This, little brother, this matter is really of great importance, we have to consult the boss first. The auctioneer was speechless. His expression was as serious as it could be. Su Chen smiled slightly. As you wish. He doesn't care about that. No matter what the auctioneer was thinking, Su Chen was now extremely calm. Anyway, he had already defeated Lu Kaixian and Zhuge Fengyun. He didn't take the painting seriously at all. After all, it's just a painting. Maybe to others, this thing has some special meaning, but to Su Chen, it is just a painting. That's all. Tang Zai was simply shocked. Stinky brother, how did you know that? Tang Zai said with a trembling voice. At least Tang Zai couldn't imagine that Su Chen could come to such a horrifying conclusion through such a simple analysis. Tang Zai's heart was completely shocked. Su Chen just smiled calmly. This is just a routine operation, why should you care about it? Su Chen said calmly. He acted like he was saying something very ordinary. Hearing this, Tang Zai's heart moved. It seems that my stinky brother is still hiding a lot of secrets from me, but I will definitely find out. Tang Zai said very unhappily. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. He had nothing to say. As of now, he certainly would not tell anyone about the system. That was Su Chen's biggest secret. No matter what, he would not tell anyone about the system, because the system was not only Su Chen's secret, it involved many other things. Su Chen couldn't even tell Tang Zai. The auctioneer was very nervous. If the painting in front of him was only Song Taibai's, then he could make a decision. But in this situation, the auctioneer didn't dare to make a decision at all. Because the painting in front of us does not belong to Song Taibai, but to Wang Dizhi, who is much more powerful than Song Taibai. You know, this person is a real top figure. There is absolutely no doubt about this. Song Taibai can only be said to be a first-class painter in ancient times, while Wang Dizhi can be called a god-like existence. There is no comparison between the two. The gap between them is huge. Imagining this, their expressions became very solemn. They also knew very well what the essence of this matter meant. This is really a shocking thing. The auctioneer picked up the phone, as if he wanted to communicate with someone, but Su Chen did not say anything, just watched everything calmly. No matter how the auctioneer communicates, he will eventually give himself an answer. Just then, a person walked out from the backstage. He has a round face and a square mouth, and is about 1.9 meters tall. His overall temperament is also very outstanding. It can be said that this person's temperament is even shocking. He is definitely a very charming character. Who is he? Everyone present had a solemn look on their faces, as none of them recognized the person in front of them. However, Tang Zai knew who this person was. Brother, he is the boss behind this auction house, his name is Fomishan. Tang Zai said. Fomishan is the boss of the auction house, and he is a person of great status. He is in charge of such a large auction house, so he naturally has quite impressive strength. It can be said that this person is not simple. He is a very powerful person. As a person in charge of such great power, he would not easily appear in the public eye. After all, he needs to maintain his mystery. The current appearance is due to the appearance of such an ancient painting. The appearance of this ancient painting is really shocking. It may even seem incredible. Fomishan came here immediately after hearing what the auctioneer said. This big boss with tens of billions of assets also knew the seriousness of the matter. Boss Fong talked to the auctioneer for a while before turning his gaze to Su Chen. The look on his face was truly shocking. He simply couldn't believe that all this was true because it was simply too sensational, but after carefully examining the painting, he had to admit that it was indeed true. Boss Fong looked at Su Chen. Sir, you are truly amazing. If it weren't for you, we would never have discovered this matter. Please accept my greetings. Boss Fong said excitedly. He is an extreme lover of classical paintings. Now that he sees Wang Dizhi's paintings come out, he is naturally excited. Chapter 28 Lottery. Boss Fong was very excited about the publication of this famous painting. His admiration for Su Chen had reached its peak. It is even as continuous as the surging river. In Boss Feng's opinion, Su Chen is simply a godlike existence, and his operational strength is simply terrifying. Boss Feng was even more admiring of Su Chen. As for the painting, Boss Feng gritted his teeth and decided to sell it to Su Chen at the original price. This was the biggest decision Boss Feng made from the bottom of his heart. After all, if the painting was sold at the original price, Boss Feng would lose 400 million, a sum of money that sounded shocking. However, Boss Feng is very smart. She thinks that although doing so may result in a huge loss, she can help her make friends with Su Chen. In his opinion, people like Su Chen seemed more important than the money. Boss Feng admires Su Chen very much. A master with such vision is even far superior to Zhuge Fengyun. It can be said that Su Chen himself is a priceless treasure. Boss Feng runs an auction house. He knows very well what is the most important thing in running an auction house, and that is vision. If you can make friends with a master like Su Chen, the benefits you get will definitely be far greater than the money. Moreover, this painting was originally a pleasant surprise, so Boss Feng didn't seem to care. Tang Zai fell into great happiness. This amount of money was a lot for Tang Zai, and could even be called a huge sum of money. Tang Zai had never thought that he could buy this painting at such a cheap price. Tang Zai was extremely grateful to Su Chen. Naughty brother, this time, sister, I thank you. After leaving the auction house, Tang Zai said in a trembling voice. If it weren't for Su Chen, Tang Zai would not have been able to get the painting at all. Now, not only did she get the painting, but she also got such a great benefit. How could Tang Zai not be shocked in her heart? She could be said to be full of expectations. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled slightly. Tang Zai's performance was not beyond Su Chen's imagination. However, this was just a small matter and was not worth mentioning. Su Chen naturally didn't take this matter seriously. Sister, you must hide this painting well. Don't let it fall into Lu Kaixuan's hands. Lu Kaixian is a very sinister guy, Su Chen said seriously. When he left, he had already seen the fierceness in Lu Kaixuan's eyes. Just by looking at the fierceness in Lu Kaixuan's eyes, Su Chen could be sure that this guy had come with bad intentions. Such a situation would of course make Su Chen quite depressed. So he has set his sights on Lu Kaixian. Although Tang Zai is not Su Chen's biological sister, she is very nice to Su Chen. If anyone dares to bully Tang Zai, he will naturally be an enemy of Su Chen. Su Chen will definitely not let him go. He seemed to emanate a strong aura. After being baptized by the soul cleansing pill, Su Chen's aura has now been elevated to a higher level. At this moment, Su Chen is no longer the same as before. He is not comparable to the previous Su Chen at all. Now his temperament has been greatly improved. This is Su Chen's current state. Looking at Su Chen in this state, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang Zai's eyes. She seemed to see something different in Su Chen's eyes. It seems that my stinky little brother has really grown up. Tang Zai's face couldn't help but turn red. Let's go eat. Sister will treat you. After putting away the painting, Tang Zai said. After all, Su Chen was the first contributor to this matter, so Tang Zai naturally had to express her gratitude. Su Chen did not refuse, as he also felt a little hungry at this moment. After all, I haven't eaten for a whole day, and the feeling of hunger is very uncomfortable. And so they walked into a restaurant. This is a fairly high-end restaurant. However, the situation in front of him was a bit bleak, which made Su Chen somewhat strange. The situation in the entire restaurant seemed a bit weird. Su Chen didn't know how to describe this feeling. But this feeling is indeed quite strong. Su Chen felt that the atmosphere in this restaurant was a bit depressing. Tang Zai had the same feeling. Brother, why do I feel like this restaurant isn't very popular? Tang Zai asked curiously. Su Chen was also stunned for a moment. To be honest, I feel the same way. He also felt that the restaurant seemed to be lacking in popularity, as if something special had happened. As for what it was, Su Chen was unable to give an answer at the moment. Just at this moment, a man who looked like a waiter came out. He lowered his head and looked very depressed. Judging from his expression, he also seemed to be under a lot of pressure. Order! Su Chen snapped his fingers. Although their bodies had been transformed by the system, Su Chen and Tang Zai were a little hungry after not eating for a whole day. The two of them no longer cared about the strangeness of the place, they just wanted to eat quickly. At this moment, the waiter came over. His expression was somewhat strange. It seemed that this guy looked listless. This situation shocked Su Chen. Su Chen looked directly at the guy in front of him. Are you okay? He asked. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly raised his head. The expression on his face was somewhat awkward. Fine. The waiter's voice became very unpleasant. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. Naturally, there was no need for him to say anything more, as it was indeed just an ordinary matter. But the waiter's voice was a little solemn. Our chef is not here today, so we only have some simple food. If you want to order some more high-end food, I'm afraid it will be difficult today. The waiter said seriously. His tone seemed quite unpleasant. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned for a moment. No? This was not what he wanted to hear. The waiter waved his hand. Why would I lie to you? Our restaurant is in some trouble. If you have any other options, you can dine somewhere else. The waiter said rather embarrassedly. Su Chen could sense a sense of embarrassment from his tone. This feeling was so strong that it even made Su Chen feel a little confused. He didn't know what the waiter meant, but there was indeed such a state in the waiter's tone. That is, a feeling of indifference. You can see that he seems to be in a difficult situation. Well. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Since the other party said so, he didn't seem to know what to say, but now Su Chen was very interested in this matter. Chapter 29, Trouble in the Restaurant. The waiter's words were very unpleasant, as if the restaurant had encountered a lot of trouble, but Su Chen was quite interested in this matter. Su Chen wanted to figure out what kind of trouble the restaurant had encountered. After thinking this through, he looked at the waiter seriously. If you encounter any trouble, you can tell me now, maybe I can help you solve it. Su Chen said mysteriously. Tang Zai pushed Su Chen. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Tang Zai said somewhat dissatisfiedly. She felt that coming here to eat was just for eating, and if she meddled in other people's business, it might cause trouble. Tang Zai doesn't want to encounter any more trouble. However, Su Chen has a different opinion. The reason why he said this was because just now, a piece of text appeared in Su Chen's mind. Temporary mission. As long as you complete the temporary mission, you will get an Easter egg. The Easter egg can be used to open a prize. The result of the prize will be directly added to the host. The speaking voice comes from the system. And this string of text is also the operation of the system. Hearing this, Su Chen was also very curious. He didn't expect that there would be a temporary task, and this so-called temporary task was one that Su Chen had never participated in before. The emergence of a temporary task, of course, made Su Chen happy. He needed a temporary assignment. For Su Chen, the importance of this temporary mission is self-evident, and deep down in his heart he certainly cannot give up. This was what Su Chen was thinking, and he could be said to be very calm. So Su Chen also wanted to get the Easter egg given by the temporary task, which is why he said those words before. Of course, he absolutely could not let Tang Zai know these words, so Su Chen could only choose to hide it. The waiter was stunned. You want to help us solve our problems? The waiter acted like he was listening to a joke. He didn't believe Su Chen at all. Of course, as long as you tell me your troubles, maybe I can help you solve them. Su Chen thought to himself. The waiter shook his head. He didn't believe what Su Chen said at all. In fact, he thought Su Chen was just joking. Their restaurant did encounter a huge problem, but it was definitely not something that Su Chen could solve. In fact, the restaurant owner was already in a state of panic. But even so, it cannot solve this huge problem. Under such circumstances, the waiter's trust in Su Chen deep in his heart can be said to be extremely low. He didn't even believe Su Chen at all. But hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. If you don't believe me, you can call your boss over. Of course, if your boss refuses to see me, you can give this thing to him. Su Chen said very seriously. Now he felt helpless, so he had to take out that thing. This is the logo of the chairman of Yunhai Group. This is like a divine artifact. You have to know that the identity of the chairman of Yunhai Group is definitely very powerful. Su Chen believes that this gold card will definitely touch the owner of this restaurant. But the waiter was stunned. He had no idea of the meaning behind this card and was completely shocked. What is this thing? The waiter said, blinking. He had no idea what this thing represented. Su Chen waved his hands helplessly. Just give this card to your boss, and he will come to see me. Go and do it now. Su Chen said it lightly. The rejuvenating pill changed his body structure, and also made Su Chen's temperament change drastically. Now Su Chen's temperament is very good, even stronger than before. Therefore, Su Chen's words also have a bit of credibility. The guy was shocked when he heard Su Chen's words. He just felt that Su Chen's words seemed to be trustworthy. This shocked the guy. His expression was extremely solemn. Wait for me. He reached out and took the card, then walked out. After she left, Tang Zai glared at Su Chen. What are you doing? Why do you have to reveal your identity? Do you want to show off your wealth? Tang Zai said with dissatisfaction. Tang Zai felt very angry that Su Chen revealed his identity. She felt that Su Chen was showing off on purpose. Su Chen was very embarrassed. Tang Zai's words really wronged him. My dear sister, I don't mean to show off. This matter is very important to me. Su Chen said speechlessly. Tang Zai's expression froze. Okay, little brother, I'll believe you, but you must not cause any trouble. If you want to cause trouble, don't blame me. You're welcome. Tang Zai clenched her pink fists and said to Su Chen angrily. Su Chen waved his hands helplessly. Don't worry, I have my own plans. While the two were chatting, a middle-aged man came out in a hurry. He was a little thin, with sunken eyes. It was obvious that he had been in quite a bit of trouble. Judging from the middle-aged man's expression, he seemed to have encountered some problems, and such problems gave the middle-aged man a headache. He looked like he hadn't slept well for several days and looked very listless. However, he still forced himself to walk up to Su Chen and handed the card to Su Chen with both hands. Who are you? The middle-aged man said in surprise. That gold card is known to everyone. It is the symbol of the chairman of the Yunhai Group. This is a status symbol for the city's top rich people. As a restaurant owner, the middle-aged man has been in the business world for a long time. He is of course very clear about the value of this card, so he showed such a surprised expression. Hearing his words, Suchen smiled faintly. "You're right, I am the chairman of Yunhai Group." Suchen revealed his identity directly without even hesitation. After all, the identity of the chairman of Yunhai Group still plays a big role in most cases. At least it can shock this middle-aged man. As expected, the middle-aged man's face was completely shocked. She widened her eyes and looked at Suchen in disbelief. "So you are the chairman of Yunhai Group. I am so sorry for the disrespect. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Guang." He uttered his name in a trembling voice. The person in front of him is the owner of this restaurant. His name is Chen Guang. As the owner of this restaurant, Chen Guang is also a very imposing man. It was not easy for him to build a restaurant from scratch, but now the restaurant is in great trouble. Chapter 30. Boss Chen is very troubled. As the owner of this restaurant, Chen Guang is actually very troubled now. He has encountered a very troublesome thing. It can be said that this matter was almost a disaster for Boss Chen. If it weren't for Suchen's identity as the chairman of Yunhai Group, Boss Chen would never come to see Suchen. But now that Suchen's identity has been exposed, Boss Chen will naturally not disappear. You have to know that the chairman of Yunhai Group. This identity alone is enough to shock people. Boss Chen certainly felt shocked deep in his heart. As the chairman of Yunhai Group, how powerful he is. Boss Chen knows it better than anyone else. Although it might not have any better impact on his restaurant, Boss Chen also needed to appear respectful. At least leave yourself a way out. But when he walked to the front, he was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe it was true. Because the young man in front of him looked to be only in his 20s, just a young child. Boss Chen felt that this was seriously inconsistent with what he knew about Suchen's identity. Boss Chen was shocked. Deep down in his heart, he was in an incredible state. "You." Boss Chen's voice was trembling. He vaguely felt that Suchen's identity seemed a little strange. Suchen smiled faintly. "This card is indeed mine, and I am indeed the chairman of Yunhai Group. Don't be surprised by all this. I just think you seem to be in some trouble, so I want to provide you with some help. That's all." Suchen said word by word. Boss Chen almost fainted. First of all, Boss Chen felt it incredible that the chairman of Yunhai Group was such a young man. This even seemed unimaginable to him. What shocked Boss Chen even more was yet to come. Suchen is not only a young man, but more importantly, Suchen also wants to help him solve problems. Boss Chen naturally feels incredible. "Young man, are you telling the truth?" he said in shock. At least in Boss Chen's mind, this matter was full of strangeness. But out of politeness, he still sighed. "Thank you, but my problem cannot be solved with money, so it seems that you can't help," Boss Chen said. Hearing his words, Suchen smiled faintly. He understood what the other party meant. Suchen smiled. His expression was particularly calm. "Even if it's not something that can be solved with money, I will find a way to solve it," Suchen said. He was actually a little anxious. After all, if he wanted to get the Easter egg, he had to help Boss Chen solve the restaurant's problems. This matter seemed to be a vicious circle. Under such circumstances, Suchen was speechless. He even had a headache. After all, things have come to this point, and Suchen needs to be prepared. He knows what this means better than anyone else. Although this is a vicious circle, Suchen is still very calm. He looks calm now. At this moment, Boss Chen and the waiter looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise, even disbelief. They really didn't expect that Suchen would be willing to do such a thing. And Suchen seemed very confident in himself, and Boss Chen and the waiter showed incredible expressions. Suchen is very calm now. He looked up at Boss Chen. "Now you can tell me, I promise you as the chairman of Yunhai Group that I can do this," Suchen said seriously. Boss Chen took a deep breath. "In that case, please come upstairs and talk," Boss Chen said word by word. Now he can only place his hope on Suchen, and he really has no other ideas. This is Boss Chen's only thought now, and he also looks very serious. Just like that, Suchen glanced at Tang Zai. After all, he had to seek his sister's opinion on any action he took, otherwise his sister would be very angry. That was something Suchen didn't want to see. Tang Zai rolled her eyes helplessly. You naughty brother, your sister is waiting for you downstairs. But you must not get into any danger. Tang Zai said speechlessly. Now Tang Zai didn't know what Su Chen was going to do, so she looked helpless. Tang Zai's expression was even very ugly. Hearing this, Su Chen waved his hands. He was as calm as he could be. So the two of them went upstairs. Upstairs is Boss Chen's office. Boss Chen's office is not big, but it can be regarded as very neat. They came to Boss Chen's office, and Boss Chen closed the door. Brother Su Chen, to be honest, I'm in big trouble. Boss Chen said seriously. Hearing this, Su Chen was confused. Judging from the situation at this moment, this matter did seem a little incredible. So Su Chen was also quite confused. What exactly happened to you? Please tell me directly. Su Chen waved his hands helplessly. He actually felt a little embarrassed. Boss Chen then said, actually, this restaurant of mine is inherited from my ancestors, and it is a century-old shop with a long history. His tone was slow, as if he was recording these words. But Su Chen felt that this was not simple. There seemed to be some special meaning in Boss Chen's words. Then what are the characteristics of your century-old store? Su Chen said helplessly. After hearing Su Chen's words, Boss Chen finally said something that shocked him greatly. It's about the fight for the recipe of our restaurant. I have a junior fellow named Wei Duan. He wants to fight with us for the recipe of our restaurant. If he succeeds, our recipe will be obtained by him, and then we will not be able to use the recipe. Boss Chen's face was extremely ugly. Boss Chen's breathing has become rapid now. He knew very well what this meant. This was definitely a very troublesome matter. If they lost to Wei Duan, they would be in complete danger. By then their restaurant will have to close down. Su Chen felt helpless. Is that all? But I'm very interested in how you decide to increase the formula. Su Chen said word by word. Hearing this, Boss Chen sighed. Of course we have to make the dish on the recipe. Whoever makes it best will get the recipe. We both learned from the same master, but this recipe is clearly from our Chen family. Boss Chen said. Aren't you his match? However, Su Chen heard the hidden meaning in Boss Chen's words. If Boss Chen was the opponent's opponent, he would never be in such a state. Now that he said such words, it can be proved that he is not the opponent's opponent at all. Chapter 31, Su Chen's Power. This. Boss Chen looked embarrassed. What Su Chen said hit the mark exactly. Although he is also a 3-star chef, Wei Duan is already a 4-star chef. In other words, Wei Duan's own strength is above his. When the usage rights of the formula have not been confirmed, the two of them are the only ones who have the right to use the formula, but Wei Duan's strength is above that of Boss Chen. In this way, Boss Chen is destined to lose. Unless we find a 5-star chef and give him the recipe, but in this case, this Wuching chef must inherit our school. Although I am willing to hand over the recipe now, there are only a handful of 5-star chefs in the whole of China. Moreover, even if there is a 5-star chef, it is impossible for him to learn the dishes on the recipe in one day. Boss Chen said depressedly. Su Chen laughed out loud. So that's what it is. Leave it to me. I certainly won't become your disciple, but I can invest in your restaurant and own half of the shares. This way I can be considered as entering your sect. Su Chen said. Although he knew nothing about cooking, let alone being a 5-star chef, Su Chen was completely unable to reach even a 3-star level. It can be said that he is a complete kitchen blind. However, Su Chen believed in the ability of the system. After all, with the ability of the system, it was easy to deal with a small matter like Duan. Su Chen felt that this matter was not difficult at all. It was extremely simple. But the prerequisite is that Su Chen must acquire the system skills, which requires signing in early tomorrow morning. Before this, Su Chen did not have the skills of a top chef. He knew exactly what this meant. Now, Su Chen only needs to see the recipe. He spoke his mind. Are you sure? Boss Chen almost went crazy. He couldn't believe this was true. Because this matter is really terrible. Boss Chen could hardly believe what he heard. It was so unbelievable that it gave him a headache. He looked at Su Chen in astonishment. Su Chen just smiled slowly. It only takes me one night to master it, and I am definitely very strong, please rest assured. Su Chen said very seriously. He acted like he was saying something extremely ordinary. After hearing his words, Boss Chen couldn't believe him, and even felt it was unbelievable. In Boss Chen's opinion, this was indeed a terrible thing. Boss Chen was shocked deep inside. Mr. Su Chen, it's not that I don't believe you, but what you said is too bizarre and hard to believe, so I hope you can give me an explanation. At least I think this matter is too terrible. Boss Chen said word by word. Although Su Chen was the chairman of Yunhai Group and could be said to be a very prestigious person, what Su Chen said was really difficult to understand. How is it possible to master everything within one day? Even the top 5-star masters seem unable to do it. Boss Chen naturally found Su Chen's words a little unbelievable, so his face became very solemn. This is exactly what Boss Chen thinks deep down. If he hadn't considered Su Chen's identity, he would have even been ready to scold Su Chen. However, considering Su Chen's identity, Boss Chen still resisted the urge. He looked at Su Chen with a serious face. Su Chen smiled faintly, as calm as he could be. He didn't take this matter seriously. In fact, Su Chen was very calm now. As long as you give me the formula, I can naturally help you complete this task. If this task cannot be completed, I am willing to give Yunhai Group to you. Su Chen said directly. He didn't mean to be polite at all. After hearing Su Chen's words, Boss Chen was shocked beyond words. His voice was trembling and his face looked extremely ugly. In Boss Chen's opinion, this is truly an unimaginable and even incredible thing. Boss Chen's breathing became rapid. At least in Boss Chen's opinion, this matter was so terrible that it made Boss Chen gasp. Okay, I believe you. After some thought, Boss Chen finally decided to trust Su Chen. This is not an easy task. Since he has decided to trust Su Chen, he naturally won't be polite. Boss Chen is still a very decisive person. After all, as a top boss, he is a very ruthless and decisive person. Under such circumstances, Boss Chen naturally didn't want to give up. Since Su Chen had already said this, it was equivalent to forcing Boss Chen to express his position. Boss Chen thought about it carefully and decided to express his attitude. So, trembling all over, he went into the office and took out a very old piece of paper from the safe. On top of the paper, there was a recipe. There are only 2 copies of this recipe, and besides me, only Wei Duan knows it, said Boss Chen. Both our families treasure this recipe. Now I am handing it over to you with my complete trust in you. Boss Chen said seriously. Su Chen smiled. He is very calm now. This is what he thought deep down. Looking at the recipe carefully, there are indeed some words written on it. This recipe is indeed strange though. At least Su Chen had a vague feeling that this recipe was indeed very scary, which Su Chen was sure of, but other than that, Su Chen didn't seem to know any special information. He has no idea about these things. However, Su Chen would naturally not say that he didn't understand. If he said that he didn't understand, Boss Chen would probably be furious. Although Su Chen didn't understand, the system did. In fact, this was enough for Su Chen. He is very calm now, and his expression is very calm. Su Chen naturally understands what all this means. After putting away the recipe, Su Chen smiled at Boss Chen. I will come to your place early tomorrow morning, and I will naturally lead you to victory in tomorrow night's game. Su Chen sounded like he was talking about something very ordinary. Hearing Su Chen say this, Boss Chen could only sigh. Although he decided to trust Su Chen, he still had a feeling that he had entrusted his trust to the wrong person. Does Su Chen really have such ability? Boss Chen didn't really believe this matter, at least he thought it was very strange. Chapter 32, The Kitchen God. I have completed my mission, shall we go, sis? Su Chen walked downstairs and said to Tang Zai. What exactly are you going to do? Why do I seem to not understand you now? Tang Zai said with surprise. Tang Zai felt that she seemed unable to see through Su Chen. Su Chen always has some plans to fulfill. Su Chen scratched his head helplessly, he looked very embarrassed. In fact, he couldn't talk nonsense about this matter. If he talked nonsense, there would always be some trouble. Su Chen didn't want to see such trouble, so he naturally knew what this matter meant. With this thought in mind, Su Chen needed to calm down. There was no need for him to panic. Su Chen did not tell Tang Zai what happened, and the two left. Tang Zai was so angry that she rolled her eyes, thinking that Su Chen was really abominable. If you get into trouble, don't let me, your sister, take care of it. Tang Zai murmured deep in her heart. However, seeing Tang Zai's expression, Su Chen was also quite embarrassed because Su Chen knew what Tang Zai meant. Tang Zai's words naturally made Su Chen speechless. So at this moment he had nothing to say. Su Chen could only sigh. It's like this. In desperation, he told the story again. Tang Zai suddenly realized. You actually want to cook, and you think you are a cooking god, my stinky brother? Are you kidding me? Tang Zai felt like crying. At least Tang Zai didn't dare to believe that this was true, and was even shaking with anger. Tang Zai's face was very ugly, and he was extremely unhappy. She looked Su Chen up and down. My dear brother, can you really cook? Tang Zai asked a very important question. Su Chen was speechless after hearing this, and his expression was quite awkward. Reaching out and scratching his head, Su Chen looked at Tang Zai helplessly. Actually, I can't do it now, but I will tomorrow. Su Chen said this, and he actually felt a little embarrassed. But this is the reality. TSK, then cook a dish for me tomorrow morning. I want to see your strength, said Tang Zai. Okay, it's a deal then. In this way, the matter was finally solved. Su Chen hurried back to the house and fell asleep immediately. He could not wait for the arrival of the next day. Only on the morning of the next day would Su Chen have the opportunity to sign in. This was his only chance. Su Chen is still looking forward to this opportunity. Slowly falling asleep, when Su Chen opened his eyes, the system's voice came as expected. Congratulations to the host for signing in. Do you want to sign in? Su Chen immediately chose to sign in. This is something that should be done without hesitation. For him, this matter was not a big deal, and choosing to sign in was a simple matter. The host has obtained the temporary skill god of cooking system, which allows him to possess the strength of a top god of cooking within 3 days, but this strength will disappear after 3 days. The voice of the system came slowly. After hearing this, Su Chen was confused. He couldn't believe that all this was true. In his opinion, this was the right thing to do. He understood what this incident meant. Although it's only 3 days, it's enough for me. But 3 days is still a bit short. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. Although 3 days is a short time, it is enough to participate in the competition and defeat Wei Duan. As for the past of this matter, Su Chen Dao didn't care much. After all, as long as 3 days passed, he would no longer need the kitchen god system. Master, are you awake? Aunt Li's voice came. Well. Su Chen instantly showed a confused expression. He didn't expect Aunt Li to come and call him so early. He opened the door in confusion and found Aunt Li holding a kitchen knife. Fuck, what's going on? Su Chen was completely confused. He didn't even know what to say. This even made him feel a little embarrassed. Master, the young lady asked you to get up and cook. Didn't you say that you have cooking skills that can reach the level of a god of chef? The young lady and I are looking forward to it. Aunt Li smiled. Well. After hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. However, he had already obtained the god of cooking system, so he naturally wouldn't care. He was quite looking forward to this matter. Well, today I will show you my skills. Su Chen decided to show his strength directly. Just like that, Su Chen had already started preparing for the presentation. He went to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife skillfully and began to prepare various dishes. Su Chen's strength is extremely terrifying. His ability to handle these dishes is even more shocking. You are Su Chen and you don't know why you are so powerful. After all, it all seems to be natural. Su Chen instantly regained these powers. It was as if these strengths were born within him. This system's skills are really abnormal. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. He was almost certain that the system's skills had been fully applied to him, and he now possessed top-level skills. Su Chen began to cook a few simple dishes. Although they were just a few simple recipes, they seemed natural. There is no difficulty at all. It can be said that this matter is very clear. It's a very simple thing. Soon, Su Chen prepared all the dishes. When he finished cooking these dishes, Su Chen also smiled, and he looked naturally calm. These dishes were easily completed, and Su Chen didn't even break a sweat. This made him feel a little excited. Sister, Aunt Li, you can try it. Su Chen said word by word. After hearing this, Tang Zai and Aunt Li were both a little surprised. How come these dishes smell so good? Tang Zai said with a trembling voice. Tang Zai could hardly believe this was true. After all, Shaolin had never heard that Su Chen could cook, and the dishes he cooked were so amazing. Tang Zai was so excited that she didn't even know how to describe her feelings. Tang Zai looked absolutely weird. You two should try it first. Only after you have tasted it can you make a judgment, Su Chen said with a smile on his face. Tang Zai and Antli were both surprised to hear this, but the two women still picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Both women looked shocked. This dish is so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food in all my years. Antli was very surprised. Chapter 33, Cooking Skills Improved. Remember to come back early in the evening, there will be guests at home, Tang Zai shouted loudly. At this time, Su Chen had already run out of the Tang family. He felt that his cooking skills had reached perfection, which was indeed a happy thing for Su Chen. Su Chen certainly understood what this meant. He can help Boss Chen defeat Wei Dun and complete the mission. Tang Zai felt helpless as she watched Su Chen leave. This stinky brother. Her expression could be described as quite embarrassed. Su Chen naturally didn't know what his sister was thinking, and had already arrived at Boss Chen's restaurant. At this time, the restaurant was already in a state of panic. Boss Chen was waiting in frustration. Although Su Chen said he came to see him, Boss Chen felt that Su Chen did not seem to have such strength. This made Boss Chen feel very unconfident. Boss Chen's face was very ugly. Now Boss Chen's expression was extremely solemn. He also felt a little regretful in his heart that he believed Su Chen's words yesterday. Now Boss Chen felt vaguely that he seemed to have been deceived by Su Chen. This matter was simply a difficult task to accomplish. But now that things have come to this, Boss Chen seems to have nothing to say. He no longer has any hope, and Su Chen has become his only hope. This is exactly what Boss Chen thinks. Just at this moment, Su Chen pushed the door and walked in. Boss Chen's face was full of surprise. Mr. Su Chen, you actually came. Boss Chen originally thought that Su Chen was just a liar and would never come here, but he did not expect that Su Chen would actually come here. This made Boss Chen feel a little shocked. Hope rose in his heart, which had been hopeless. Although it was only a little hope. But Boss Chen felt that this little bit of hope seemed like a luxury. Boss Chen shook his head helplessly. Mr. Su Chen, if you can't do it, don't blame yourself too much. After all, Wei Dun is definitely not someone that ordinary people can deal with, so I understand you very well. Boss Chen said word by word. Hearing what Boss Chen said, Su Chen waved his hand. In that case, you mean you don't really trust me? Su Chen said rather unhappily. He now possesses the skills of the system, and if Boss Chen still doesn't trust him, then Su Chen will certainly not feel very happy. His voice was somewhat unpleasant. Upon hearing this, Boss Chen immediately shook his head and waved his hands. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable, so I have to confirm it. Boss Chen said with a trembling voice. Su Chen looked directly towards the kitchen. It's no use saying anything else. Practice will prove my strength. Now I'm going to prove my strength to you. After saying this, Su Chen came to the kitchen. Boss Chen also followed Su Chen with a look of shock on his face. Until now, Boss Chen still doesn't know what happened. He really didn't expect that Su Chen would come to cook. This was definitely beyond Boss Chen's imagination, and Boss Chen's eyes were very serious. After adjusting his expression, Boss Chen took a deep breath. Su Chen came to the kitchen. I'm about to start. Su Chen was not polite at all. Boss Chen had no choice but to nod. Boss Chen didn't know what Su Chen meant, and even looked confused. At least in Boss Chen's opinion, this matter was indeed incredible. Boss Chen took a deep breath. His expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, Su Chen had already started to operate Su Chen's operations. His strength was very powerful, and it could even be said to be extremely easy. This is really not a difficult task. It can be said that this is a small thing, or even a very simple thing. Su Chen is very confident in himself. As a top chef, his abilities are very impressive. In this way, Su Chen made a simple dish of vegetables and radishes. Although this is a very simple dish, Su Chen completed it easily. This is a very simple thing, and Su Chen is very confident in himself. It can be said that Su Chen's self-confidence is very strong, and he also understands what this means. It's just a simple matter to accomplish all this. He is very, very calm. Just like that, a dish that looked ordinary was placed in front of Boss Chen. Boss Chen couldn't believe it was real. This is a very scary thing for Boss Chen. Boss Chen took a breath of cold air. Boss Chen's brows were now furrowed. That's it? He thought Su Chen's dish was too simple. But Su Chen looked calm. He didn't take this matter seriously and even thought it was a very simple matter. Try the dish first before you judge. Without tasting it, I don't think you are qualified to judge whether it is good or bad. Su Chen said word by word. After hearing this, Boss Chen had no choice but to nod. Although he thought the dish looked ordinary, he still wanted to taste what it tasted like. Boss Chen just picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. He felt the taste of the dish, which shocked him to the extreme. Boss Chen couldn't believe this was true. His expression was as solemn as it could be, and it was definitely a scary thing. Su Chen could actually make such a dish, which was far beyond his imagination. It can be said that Boss Chen was completely shocked. He thought Su Chen's dish was simply perfect. Mr. Su Chen, how come your cooking skills are so amazing? This is a very ordinary dish in my recipe, but it can be made so delicious. Only then did Boss Chen remember that this dish was on the menu, but it was an extremely ordinary dish. There is nothing special about this dish, but Su Chen made it to perfection. It can be said that Su Chen has demonstrated his cooking skills to the extreme. He is very calm now. This is where Su Chen's strength lies. I will cook a few more dishes next. Su Chen started working directly. He then made a few more dishes from the recipe, and they were simply perfect. Every dish is top-notch. Boss Chen was simply stunned. He couldn't believe this was true. Su Chen's cooking skills even far exceeded Boss Chen's imagination. Before, Boss Chen thought that Wei Duan was already very powerful, but now after seeing Su Chen's cooking skills, Wei Duan's cooking skills seemed to be nothing in front of Boss Chen. Boss Chen was completely shocked. He even had the idea of not knowing what to say. The shock in Boss Chen's heart was simply imaginable. Chapter 34, Becoming Famous. Before, Boss Chen just thought that Su Chen was comforting him, but now he realized that this was not the case. The strength displayed by Su Chen was absolutely terrifying, and could even be described as violent. That's where his ability lies. Su Chen is definitely an extremely powerful existence. Feeling this scene, Su Chen smiled calmly. He didn't take this matter seriously. Next, they would deal with Wei Duan. Let's set off now and deal with Wei Duan first. Su Chen patted Boss Chen on the shoulder. Hearing this, Boss Chen smiled. Boss Chen was very excited deep down. He knew exactly what this meant. Now he has been completely conquered by Su Chen's strength. I think Su Chen is simply a godlike existence. Under such circumstances, it seems that he has a great chance of winning against Wei Duan. In this way, the two came to Wei Duan's restaurant. Wei Duan's restaurant is also a very luxurious restaurant. But there is nothing special about the two restaurants. It can be said that both restaurants are very good. However, this restaurant is not open yet. It seems that Wei Duan is waiting for Boss Chen. Just like that, Su Chen walked in with Boss Chen, and the two of them walked there. When they walked in, they found someone waiting. This person is a middle-aged man. There was a very stern expression on his face. It can be said that this person has a very strong aura. No need to introduce him, you know that this person is Wei Duan. This is exactly what Su Chen thought. He was already certain that the person in front of him was Wei Duan. Wei Duan seemed to be even more charismatic than Boss Chen and was definitely a very powerful figure. When he saw Boss Chen come in, a smile appeared on his face. "Junior brother, you are here," Wei Duan said. Wei Duan's smile does have a warm and innocent feeling, but Wei Duan's eyes are not very happy. It can be said that the aura around him is very strange. This Wei Duan is definitely a very powerful master, that is certain. Su Chen was very calm. He knew exactly what was going on. He is extremely calm now. At this moment, Su Chen had already looked over. He is very calm now. Wei Duan, this is the person I found to fight you, Boss Chen said directly. After hearing what Boss Chen said, Wei Duan was completely confused. Wei Duan seemed unable to believe that this was true. After all, it was beyond his imagination that a young man would dare to challenge him. Wei Duan's face turned cold instantly. It can be said that Wei Duan seems to be a little uncomfortable now. His eyes were somewhat cold. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chen walked straight over. Boss Chen has given me half of his restaurant's shares, so I am qualified to fight on behalf of Boss Chen. But I think since you two are brothers, it's easy to make enemies but hard to make them go away. Why do you have to do this? I think you should sell me half of your shares. Then your two restaurants can be merged together. Wouldn't that be great? Su Chen proposed his own plan. After hearing this, Wei Duan's face froze. He didn't expect Su Chen to say such a thing. This was really beyond Wei Duan's imagination. Wei Duan's expression was extremely ugly. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Are you kidding me? Wei Duan said angrily. Wei Duan is very unhappy now. If he were compared to Boss Chen, he would still be a little wary, but for young people like Su Chen, he simply didn't bother to pay attention. Wei Duan felt that Su Chen was really trash, and could even be described as vulnerable. Under such circumstances, Wei Duan naturally looked down on Su Chen in his heart. This was a complete contempt, and this contempt was thoroughgoing. Su Chen could naturally feel it. But he didn't care. Let's make a bet. If I can cook a dish that's better than yours, you'll agree to my acquisition plan. Otherwise, I'm willing to give you Boss Chen's shares. Su Chen said in a serious tone. Such words are quite tempting. After hearing this, Wei Duan's heart was moved. Wei Duan naturally understood what this matter meant. His expression was very solemn. In Wei Duan's view, this in itself is a terrible thing. At this moment, Wei Duan also took a deep breath, and his expression was very calm. This is what he thought deep down. If he could get Boss Chen's shares, it would be like winning directly, which would be the best thing. In such a situation, Su Chen naturally remained calm. He knew exactly what this meant. Su Chen knew that Wei Duan would definitely agree to the plan he proposed, because this plan was full of temptation. As expected, Wei Duan naturally chose to agree to this matter. He felt that this was simply Su Chen giving him a gift. Boss Chen was neither angry nor depressed, because Boss Chen had already believed in Su Chen's strength, and Boss Chen knew very well how powerful his ability was. And so the two people signed the agreement. After the agreement was signed, the two came to the kitchen to start the competition. However, the result of the competition was very shocking. Because the result of the competition was really terrible. Su Chen's cooking skills could be said to completely dominate Wei Duan. The gap between the two was extremely large. Su Chen cooked every dish perfectly, but Wei Duan was no match for Su Chen. The gap between the two is extremely huge. Wei Duan's forehead was already covered with cold sweat, and he could not believe that this was true. Deep in Wei Duan's heart, this was something he could not imagine. Wei Duan took a breath of cold air. Deep down in his heart, one can imagine how terrible this matter is. Wei Duan's eyes were very solemn. At this moment, Su Chen smiled. It seems that I have won, he said bluntly. After all, this was the actual situation, and what Su Chen said was not nonsense. But as soon as these words came out, Wei Duan's face became very ugly, and he even felt his face flushed. This was something that shocked Wei Duan deeply in his heart. Su Chen's strength really completely crushed him, and there was no suspense at all. I give up. Wei Duan lowered his head and said, although he was reluctant to admit it, he did lose, there was no doubt about it. Now Wei Duan didn't even know what to say. He really had a headache. Chapter 35 Elements. Actually, I'm willing to give you a chance now. I wonder if you are willing to seize it. Su Chen said word by word. After hearing this, Wei Duan was stunned. He couldn't believe that this would happen. Wei Duan even had a shocked expression. Do I still have a chance? Wei Duan said, trembling all over. He had lost all confidence now. Naturally, he didn't think he had any chance, and even had a feeling that this matter was too terrible. He had already lost, and lost so completely that he had no power to fight back at all. This has made Wei Duan feel helpless. However, he is a very trustworthy person. Wei Duan just doesn't accept Boss Chen, but when he meets a powerful person, he will still accept it deep down in his heart. Su Chen, you are definitely the most powerful person I have ever met. I admire you very much. In this case, you can take the shares of my restaurant. Wei Duan said word by word. Wei Duan's mentality is about to collapse now, but he is not prepared to go back on his word. It would be a terrible thing if Xiao Ma went back on his word. At this moment, Su Chen patted Wei Duan on the shoulder. You don't have to do this. He once again told us his plan. Su Chen's plan was very simple, which was to make Boss Chen and Wei Duan reconcile and merge the two restaurants into one. Su Chen once again proposed his plan, and this time Wei Duan's face was already red. If Su Chen did not propose such a plan and directly took away his restaurant, there would be no problem. So under such circumstances, Wei Duan naturally understood what was going on. Su Chen smiled slightly. How about this? You two can turn hostility into friendship? Su Chen said with a smile on his face. His voice was very calm. In fact, Su Chen did not take this matter seriously. He was extremely calm now. This was what he was thinking deep in his heart. Boss Chen and Wei Duan both blushed. They were originally brothers in the same school, but they had been fighting for fame and fortune for so many years. This really confused both of them. But now Su Chen's words made them wake up. The two of them reconciled. As a result, both of them sold half of the restaurant's shares to Su Chen, and they decided to merge the entire restaurant. This is indeed a good thing. Su Chen nodded. After getting the contracts from the two restaurants, Su Chen considered merging the two restaurants. You two restaurants should change their storefronts and name them number one in the world. Su Chen said directly. What? Both of them looked shocked. They were all experienced chefs, but they couldn't believe that anything like this could happen. It was absolutely terrifying for them. Su Chen actually changed the name of the restaurant so wildly. It is not low-key at all. If some colleagues find out, they will be very angry. That in itself is a scary thing. Wei Duan's voice trembled a little. Young boss, isn't this name too high profile? Wei Duan's voice trembled. Su Chen, however, looked calm. He didn't take this matter seriously. It would be too shameful for a system owner to be unable to do even this. Su Chen didn't want such a situation to happen. Besides, the number one restaurant in the world is just a name. If someone really provokes him, Su Chen won't take care. Su Chen would never give this provocative person any chance. Hearing that Su Chen insisted on doing so, Wei Duan could only sigh. Since the boss insists on doing this, I will arrange it now. Wei Duan said seriously. Su Chen nodded. I'll leave this matter to you two. Su Chen said with a serious expression. He had no interest in this matter at all. After all, as the owner of the system, Su Chen only wants to complete the task and he doesn't care about other things. At this moment, the voice of the system came from afar. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining an Easter egg. The host can open the Easter egg. The system's voice came slowly in Su Chen's mind. Hearing this voice, Su Chen was also surprised. The existence of this voice really shocked Su Chen. Really? Su Chen said word by word. He didn't expect the Easter egg to fall into his hands like this, which of course made Su Chen feel very excited. However, with the Easter egg, Su Chen had to open it quickly. This is the most important thing. You two are busy, I have something to do and I'll leave first. Su Chen said seriously. After hearing this, Wei Duan and Boss Chen were both confused. They didn't know why Su Chen was in such a hurry. At this moment, Su Chen patted the two people on the shoulders. You two old friends have reconciled now, go and reminisce about the past. I'll come see you again tomorrow. After saying that, Su Chen fled the restaurant in a flash. Wei Duan and Boss Chen were stunned when they saw this scene. It seems that this brother Su Chen is really a remarkable man, even worthy of admiration. Wei Duan said with a trembling voice. His admiration for Su Chen has reached its peak, and can be called extreme admiration. Wei Duan's admiration is absolutely from the heart. At this time, Su Chen felt that he should find a safe place to open the Easter egg. So Su Chen hid in the car. After entering the car, Su Chen immediately turned on the system. A huge Easter egg appeared in his mind. This Easter egg is very big. Open the Easter egg. Just like that, Su Chen opened the Easter egg directly. After the Easter egg was opened, a red envelope appeared inside. Open the red envelope. Su Chen opened the red envelope without hesitation. After opening the red envelope, a very powerful skill bar appeared inside. What is this? Su Chen showed a confused expression. He originally thought that there might be some skills in the red envelope, but he never expected that this would happen. This really made Su Chen feel quite helpless. He didn't even know what to say. Under such circumstances, Su Chen also had a headache. Originally, Su Chen was very much looking forward to this Easter egg, but he never expected that this Easter egg was not a real Easter egg, but just a skill bar. What made Su Chen even more embarrassed was that the skill bar was empty. That means there is nothing here. This really gave Su Chen a headache. He had been looking forward to it, but this situation was far beyond his imagination. Is the system messing with me? Su Chen thought helplessly. Chapter 36 Skill Bar. What's the use of this thing? Looking at these 10 empty skill bars, Su Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. He thought he would get a very good skill, but the skill bar in front of him gave him a headache. Because Su Chen had a vague feeling that the effect of this thing seemed to be very limited. With this thought, Su Chen was also quite depressed. This was not something he was willing to accept. At this moment, the voice of the system came slowly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill bar. Skills can be stored permanently. After the skills are stored, they can be upgraded. After they are upgraded to the top level, they can be exchanged for other skills. The voice of the system came slowly. What's going on? These words made Su Chen a little confused. He didn't expect that there would be such an operation, and even Su Chen was quite shocked. However, this skill blue system is indeed very powerful. Su Chen feels that this can be regarded as a kind of consolation. At this moment, the system gave another skill. Experience the skills, Calligraphy Master. Hearing this voice, Su Chen was a little confused. At this moment, a skill appeared in the first skill bar, which was the skill of the Calligraphy Master. Skill name, Calligraphy Master. This skill is now at level 1, and can demonstrate world-class calligraphy skills. The host can upgrade the skill level by using the skill or signing in. When the skill reaches level 2, derivative skills will appear. The system begins to introduce the benefits of this skill. The system's words were very impressive, but Su Chen was completely confused. Su Chen had never expected that this skill would be so speechless. He also looked helpless. Let's go home first. Looking at the time, it was almost night. Su Chen then remembered that Tang Zai said there would be guests at home in the evening. Although Su Chen didn't know who this guest was, he was still quite curious about this matter. After all, Tang Zai was from the Tang family, and this had some connection with his father. Tang Zai's relatives are naturally also Su Chen's relatives. And just like that, Su Chen returned to the Tang family. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a car parked there. It was a very, very luxurious car and looked extremely cool. Rolls-Royce Phantom Speed. Su Chen shouted in surprise. He had seen the introduction of this car on the internet. It was a new model this year and a very, very luxurious vehicle. This Rolls-Royce Phantom Speed is a limited edition model worldwide. The value of this car must be at least tens of millions. Su Chen couldn't help but think in his heart. You should know that this Rolls-Royce Phantom is definitely the top car in the automotive industry. Its price is also very, very expensive. It can be said that this is a luxury car, and there is no doubt about it from this point of view. Su Chen's heart couldn't help but be moved. Could this be the relative my sister mentioned? Su Chen thought in his heart. The three sisters of the Tang family run a huge business, and the eldest sister even works in the mysterious military. It can be said that the three sisters all have considerable strength. Under such circumstances, the relatives of the three sisters would naturally not be too weak. At least they would definitely not be weaklings. But Su Chen didn't expect that this relative was so rich, he was a top tycoon. This made Su Chen feel a little shocked. Just as Su Chen was shocked, a woman ran out. It's Aunt Li. Young master, why did you come back just now? Miss 3 is waiting anxiously. Aunt Li said. Hearing Aunt Li's words, Su Chen was completely confused and had no idea what Aunt Li meant. Aunt Li, what happened? Su Chen said rather embarrassedly. Tang Zai is not an anxious woman. As a woman who jointly manages a business empire with her second sister, Tang Zai is also a remarkable woman. She is very calm under normal circumstances. There will never be anything special happening. Aunt Li was so anxious now. Su Chen had a vague feeling that Tang Zai seemed to be in some trouble. This is naturally an incredible thing. At least Su Chen couldn't believe it. Is it related to relatives? This was all Su Chen could think of. Aunt Li nodded directly. My uncle is here. Aunt Li said. After hearing this, Su Chen was confused. He had no idea what was going on, and it seemed a little strange to him. He was even a little confused. Only then did Aunt Li pull Su Chen back. This uncle is a cousin of the Tang family. His name is Hu Yunlong, said Aunt Li. Hearing this, Su Chen also looked serious. Is this Hu Yunlong very powerful? Su Chen didn't know this person and felt a little strange. He had no idea who this guy was. This even surprised Su Chen a little. Aunt Li pulled Su Chen aside. Let me tell you, this cousin is an old relative of the Tang family, and Hu Yunlong has another identity. He is a very good businessman and a master of calligraphy. Anyway, this guy is very proud. This time he came and brought a young man with him to introduce to the third Miss. Hu Yunlong wants to arrange a blind date for Miss 3. This young man is Hu Yunlong's apprentice and a young master in Yuncheng. I heard that he has good calligraphy skills, but he looks very sinister. Aunt Li said in a serious voice. After hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. Su Chen knew very well that what his third sister hated most was blind dates. No matter who she was with, it was not something his third sister was willing to endure. Under such circumstances, Aunt Li's words fully expressed this meaning. Master, you have to be careful. Hu Yunlong is a very proud man, and his apprentice is also very annoying. If he says something rude, you have to hold back. Aunt Li said word by word. Hearing this, Su Chen curled his lips. Why? He is not a man who likes to be patient. Although he has some kind of relative relationship with this person, in this situation, if the other party really dares to act arrogantly, Su Chen will definitely not give him any face. This is exactly what Su Chen thought. Aunt Li sighed. It seems that you two siblings are really related. You two are really alike. Now the third miss is already angry, but she hasn't expressed it yet due to consideration for her feelings. Hearing Aunt Li's words, Su Chen's face instantly turned unhappy. He was extremely unhappy now. Under such circumstances, Su Chen certainly didn't want to see his third sister being bullied. That was not what Su Chen thought. His eyes were very solemn. Chapter 37 Being Despised. I want to see who the other party is. Su Chen said coldly. His voice sounded very unhappy. Hearing Su Chen's words, Aunt Li sighed. And so they headed towards their destination. Soon, two people came into the villa. There were 3 people in the villa, and they were sitting on the sofa. Tang Zai was dressed very formally, but he looked very serious and upright. Opposite her, there was a young man and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was slightly fat, but he had some temperament. As for this middle-aged man, there is a young man who is about 20 years old. This young man's temperament makes people feel inexplicably disgusted, and looking at this guy even makes people feel a little nauseous. At least Su Chen could feel this. He felt somewhat unhappy with this person. Su Chen felt that this guy was a terrible task. Feeling this scene, Su Chen's heart moved. He naturally understood what this meant. It seemed that the middle-aged man was Hu Yunlong, and the young man who looked very annoying was Hu Yunlong's apprentice, the dandy young master as Aunt Li mentioned. This man's surname is Chen and his given name is Chen Hai. This name is very common, but his identity is not ordinary. As the eldest son of the Chen family in Yuncheng, he is a person with a very strong status. After all, he is a first-class eldest son in Yuncheng, and he is a top-notch rich second generation. Chen Hai is by no means an ordinary person. It can be said that this guy is definitely the richest among the rich second generation, and he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Moreover, this person is very conceited and has a good understanding of literature and art. He is actually very knowledgeable about calligraphy and can even be called a master of calligraphy. It can be said that this person's calligraphy skills are absolutely amazing. He was defeated by Hu Yunlong and was Hu Yunlong's most proud apprentice. This time Hu Yunlong came to act as a matchmaker. Hu Yunlong's idea is to bring Tang Zai and Chen Hai together. After all, Chen Hai is no longer an artistic genius. More importantly, Chen Hai, as the eldest son of the Chen family, is very rich. Hu Yunlong is not only a calligraphy master, he also owns a calligraphy studio. It can be said that Hu Yunlong is a businessman. He is very dedicated to calligraphy, but he is also not opposed to doing business. Under such circumstances, Hu Yunlong will certainly look at Chen Hai with a new eye. After all, only Chen Hai's money can further improve Hu Yunlong's business. Hu Yunlong certainly wanted Chen Hai and Tang Zai to have a relationship, which would be in his best interest. But Tang Zai was very unhappy. Tang Zai was very happy because she thought this cousin was visiting relatives. After all, she hadn't seen this cousin for a long time, but she never expected that this cousin was here to propose marriage. Tang Zai's face turned cold instantly. Tang Zai really doesn't like such things. Tang Zai's expression now has become extremely serious. It can be said that Tang Zai is very unhappy now. However, Tang Zai still had some respect for Hu Yunlong. In this situation, Tang Zai didn't feel comfortable saying it directly. Just at this moment, Su Chen and Adley walked in. When Tang Zai saw Su Chen, she felt like she had seen a life-saving straw. After all, Su Chen had created quite a miracle. This matter was very difficult for Tang Zai to handle, so Tang Zai decided to let Su Chen handle it. After all, there was no relationship between Su Chen and Hu Yunlong, so at this moment, it was a good thing to let Su Chen handle this matter. It was in this situation that Tang Zai stood up. "Brother, now that you are back, let me introduce you. This is our cousin Hu Yunlong, and this is Master Chen Hai," Tang Zai said with great joy. Almost in front of Su Chen, he pinched Su Chen, and his expression seemed to be warning Su Chen. Feeling Tang Zai's expression, Su Chen felt helpless. But he still nodded knowingly. He knew what Tang Zai meant. "Don't worry, sister, leave this matter to me," Su Chen said calmly. He acted like he was saying something very ordinary. Hearing this, Tang Zai nodded. Tang Zai was very satisfied with Su Chen's statement, and naturally hoped that Su Chen could help. But Su Chen did have a faint smile on his face. He came directly in front of Hu Yunlong and Chen Hai and looked at them calmly. "Hello, both of you," Su Chen greeted with a smile. "You are our lousy relative," Hu Yunlong said with a slightly cold expression. He was talking about important things now, so naturally he had no interest in Su Chen, a distant relative. Hu Yunlong even looked at Su Chen with contempt. Well, Su Chen felt helpless. Before he could even say anything, Hu Yunlong started to attack him, as if Su Chen owed him something. This of course made Su Chen unbearable. Su Chen is very unhappy now. After all, he was the owner of the system, so he had to maintain his reputation. Su Chen could not bear being humiliated by Hu Yunlong. His expression suddenly became serious, and there was even a gleam in his eyes. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in becoming related to you," Su Chen immediately responded with a wave of ridicule. Since Hu Yunlong doesn't care about face, Su Chen doesn't have to give him face. This is Su Chen's way of dealing with people. If people respect me 1 foot, I will naturally respect them 1 yard. But if someone deliberately provokes him, Su Chen will absolutely not accept it. There was a flash of wildness in his eyes. This is exactly Su Chen's momentum. Seeing the scene, Hu Yunlong's expression suddenly changed. His face was livid. It can be seen that Hu Yunlong is now shaking with anger, and his expression is very ugly. This is Hu Yunlong's situation. Hu Yunlong's expression was as ugly as it could be. "Boy, how dare you talk to me like this? You are so disrespectful," Hu Yunlong said angrily. His voice was full of indignation. Hearing this, Su Chen just smiled faintly. He didn't take this matter seriously. On the contrary, Su Chen was very calm. He just watched it all calmly, as if it was nothing at all. Su Chen's aura was also very calm. Hu Yunlong's face turned cold. "Apologize to me now, otherwise don't blame me for being rude," Hu Yunlong said viciously. Su Chen smiled helplessly. "You want me to apologize to you and I will apologize? Are you kidding me?" Su Chen said coldly. He would never apologize easily. Chapter 38 Master. A real standoff had already formed between Su Chen and Hu Yunlong. Both of them were very unhappy with each other. It can be said that the expressions on both of their faces were extremely ugly. In this situation, they looked at each other with unhappy expressions. In their opinion, this was really a terrible thing. Their expressions all became very ugly. Su Chen smiled faintly. He didn't take this matter seriously at all. "You are not welcome here, please leave now." Since Tang Zai is unwilling to break up, Su Chen will say this for Tang Zai. That's what he thought. As soon as these words came out, Hu Yunlong's expression became even uglier, as if he had been slapped hard in the face, which made Hu Yunlong feel like crying. Hu Yunlong was so angry that he was shaking all over. At this moment, Hu Yunlong didn't even know what to say. He was the elder of the Tang family, but he was actually scolded by Su Chen. Hu Yunlong naturally couldn't accept it. He even had the urge to cry. At this moment, Chen Hai, who had been silent, sneered. "Su Chen, I've heard of your name before. You're just an illegitimate child. Master who was a great calligraphy master. It's outrageous for you to insult a calligraphy master like this." Chen Hai was extremely angry. He has fully expressed his anger. After hearing what Chen Hai said, Su Chen was even more speechless. Calligraphy is just a simple thing, and you may not be called a calligraphy master. I think your calligraphy skills may not even be as good as mine, so how can you be called a calligraphy master? Su Chen said with a sneer. He seemed to be saying something extremely calm. After hearing this, Chen Hai and Hu Yunlong were both shocked. They were shocked to an unimaginable degree. To them, this was simply unimaginable. Both of them breathed faster. Hu Yunlong was so angry that his face turned red. He really couldn't imagine that this was true. This was a shock to Hu Yunlong in his heart. Hu Yunlong even didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Hai was so angry that he was shaking all over. What nonsense are you talking about? Master Hu was a top calligraphy master. Even this young master can easily deal with you, let alone Master Hu. Chen Hai said angrily, his voice was angry to an unimaginable level. Su Chen waved his hand. In that case, let's have a sparring match. If you win, I will not interfere with your relationship with my sister. But if you lose, get out right now. I'm talking about you too. Su Chen said in a serious voice. He seemed to be saying something very calm. After hearing this, one of the forwards was so angry that he trembled all over. The faces of the two people were already very ugly. Hu Yunlong was so angry that he kept coughing. You are such a rude boy. He thought helplessly in his heart. But Su Chen smiled slowly. He is very calm. In such a situation, Su Chen naturally had to remain calm. He did not look panicked at all because it was just a small matter. A curve appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Don't you dare to compete with me? He said sarcastically. Chen Hai was already furious. As the eldest young master of the Yin family, and a genius, he had never been insulted like this before. This was simply a humiliation for him, and a completely unbearable humiliation. Such humiliation is simply a slap in Chen Hai's face. Naturally, Chen Hai could not accept such humiliation. He had reached the point of being extremely angry. Let's compete. If I, Chen Hai, lose to a piece of trash like you, I will never write calligraphy again from now on. Chen Hai said angrily. He now looked furious. After all, compared to those top calligraphy masters and those super geniuses, Chen Hai is certainly nothing, but if compared with trash like Su Chen, Chen Hai is simply a godlike existence. There is no doubt about this. It would be absolutely shameful if he was insulted by Su Chen like this without any response. Chen Hai was completely furious. Feeling his anger, Su Chen smiled faintly. His expression was as calm as it could be, as if this matter was nothing at all. This is what confidence feels like. Tang Zai, however, looked puzzled. Tang Zai had never thought that such a situation would occur. This was even beyond what Tang Zai had thought in his heart. Tang Zai's expression was even uglier. What are you doing, little brother? Can you write calligraphy? Tang Zai thought helplessly in her heart. Although Su Chen had brought many miracles to Tang Zai, calligraphy sounded too incredible. Moreover, unlike treasure appraisal, calligraphy is a test of basic skills. Perhaps when appraising treasures, Su Chen can rely on his talent to display some functions and strengths that ordinary people cannot display, but calligraphy needs to be practiced from childhood. Real basic skills are definitely not easy to achieve. This is exactly why Hu Yunlong feels so arrogant. He does have the strength. As for Chen Hai, he is indeed a genius, there is absolutely no doubt about that. Under such circumstances, Su Chen Maoran agreed to compete with the two of them. Isn't this exactly what they want? Thinking of this, how could Tang Zai's expression not be ugly? Tang Zai even couldn't believe it all. After all, Su Chen did bring Tang Zai some surprises before, but now these surprises have become more or less frightening. Su Chen's sudden words might cause a lot of trouble to Tang Zai. Tang Zai glared at Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen smiled slightly. He is very calm. Dear sister, don't worry. Although my calligraphy skills are not as good as those of strong people, it is still easy for me to pick up some garbage. Su Chen said it very seriously, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary thing. And Tang Zai could only helplessly. What could Tang Zai say when Su Chen said this? Although Tang Zai didn't believe it, since things were like this, Tang Zai had no choice but to accept it. In this way, the two of them came to the desk. They decided to start right away and have a competition. After all, both of them were very angry, and it was in the interests of both of them to have a competition right away under such circumstances. They are all looking forward to this game. Just like that, Chen-hai said directly, "What do you want to say? How do you want to compete with me? Please tell me now." Chen-hai still maintained his composure, because he felt that he would win without a doubt. Under such circumstances, he must of course show his composure. After all, he had full confidence in himself. Chapter 39, The Writing Shocked the Storm. Chen-hai didn't believe that Su Chen had this ability at all. A mocking expression appeared on his face. Judging from Chen-hai's state, he felt that he was sure to win, and there was no suspense. Chen-hai looked at Su Chen coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes, almost seeing through Su Chen. Su Chen smiled without hesitation. Faced with Chen-hai's current state, there was no need for him to say more. Because Su Chen is very calm. Chen-hai's heart moved. "Just pretend, kid. Let's see how long you can last." He looked at Su Chen calmly. Judging from Chen-hai's current expression, he was full of contempt for Su Chen. Hu Yunlong was also trembling with anger. "Higher, deal with him harshly for me. Don't be polite at all," Hu Yunlong said with full of energy, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. Anyway, he thought Chen-hai could easily win, so he didn't take this matter seriously. Hu Yunlong's calmness was really evident. Hearing this, Chen-hai smiled coldly. "Teacher, please rest assured. I will definitely teach this guy a lesson and let him know what the sky is high and the earth is thick." Chen-hai said word by word. Anyway, defeating Su Chen was just a simple matter. Chen-hai's self-confidence had already reached the extreme. He felt that this matter was easy. It could even be said that there was no difficulty at all. Just like that, he picked up the pen. "I'll write a sentence, and if you can copy it, you'll be considered awesome. But if your copy is not even 1/10 of mine, then you'll lose, and you'll have to kneel down at my feet," Chen-hai said with pride. Calligraphy is a skill he has learned since childhood. He has practiced it diligently since childhood and has already reached the level of perfection. He does not believe that Su Chen can reach even 1/10 of his level. In fact, it was a joke. Chen-hai's confidence in himself has already reached an unparalleled level. With his self-confidence, defeating Su Chen is just a trivial matter. He didn't take it seriously at all. That is, his state of mind can be said to be absolutely calm. Feeling this scene, Su Chen laughed. He didn't take the other person seriously at all. "In my opinion, you are nothing but trash, but you are so confident in yourself, which is beyond my imagination. I want to see what strength you have." Chen-hai started writing directly. He shook it lightly and had already written a few big words. The writing is like a storm. These are a few big characters from a poem. It can be said that what Chen-hai wrote is perfect. He had received special training from Hu Yunlong, so he was naturally familiar with these words and it was even easy for him. With Chen-hai's strength, he can easily copy these words. The pen falls and the wind and rain are aroused. Good. Hu Yunlong nodded with satisfaction. In his opinion, the words written by Chen-hai can be called perfect. As the saying goes, a stroke of pen can shock the wind and rain, and a poem can make ghosts and gods weep. In Hu Yunlong's opinion, these words written by Chen-hai can even be called shocking. Chen-hai himself was also all smiles. "I performed beyond my average today," he thought to himself. If it was just a normal situation, Chen-hai would never have such a strong performance, but today under Su Chen's anger, he actually achieved an extraordinary performance. It can be said that today Chen-hai completely exceeded his usual ability and level. It can simply be called horrifying. Hu Yunlong was even more satisfied. Chen-hai's current realm has already shocked Hu Yunlong. Being able to give such a speech, Chen-hai's operation this time has made Hu Yunlong feel pressured. Young people are really amazing. Hu Yunlong was extremely satisfied with his apprentice. He felt that although Chen-hai was a young man, he showed energy that was totally inconsistent with his age. This made Hu Yunlong very satisfied. He looked at Chen-hai seriously, as if he admired him very much. Depend on. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt nauseous. Hu Yunlong and Chen-hai were undoubtedly two very pretentious people. And these two guys showed their disgusting nature to the fullest. It even made Su Chen's scalp tingle. However, these two guys seemed to be completely shameless and even proud of it instead of feeling ashamed. This made Su Chen even more helpless. That's it? Su Chen's face was stunned. He thought Chen-hai's handwriting could be perfect, but in fact he felt that he had completely overestimated Chen Hai. Chen Hai's writing is really not worth mentioning. Now Su Chen has been influenced by the system, and his calligraphy ability has far surpassed Chen Hai. It could even be said to be a complete crushing. This kind of crushing was absolutely no suspense. It was a complete suppression. After all, Su Chen's strength was far above Chen Hai's. It is almost impossible to suppress this guy. This is complete and absolute suppression, which will not give the opponent any chance at all. And Su Chen also thought so in his heart. He looked at the scene with disdain. Feeling this, Chen Hai and Hu Yunlong were both a little angry. Why do you have such an expression on your face? Are you dissatisfied? Two people shouted at the same time. They all had a clamoring feeling. Well. Su Chen was speechless for a moment. To be honest, your strength is too weak. Why should I submit to you? With your rubbish strength, I can beat you anytime and anywhere. It's a foregone conclusion. Su Chen sounded like he was talking about something very ordinary. But his words have already driven Chen Hai crazy. Chen Hai almost vomited blood. You are serious? He thought his performance was perfect, but in Su Chen's mouth, it became garbage. As the saying goes, a man can endure, but he cannot endure. This kind of situation is simply unbearable for Chen Hai. He was almost vomiting blood. In his opinion, this was nothing short of a humiliation and a slap in the face. Chen Hai was so angry that he was about to collapse. He looked at Su Chen sternly. Feeling the scene, Su Chen just smiled calmly. Although Chen Hai's eyes were stern, Su Chen didn't care. He just looked at the guy coldly. Why? You seem very dissatisfied? Su Chen said sarcastically. Chen Hai's face was already very ugly. He felt like a slap was hitting him on the face. This slap made Chen Hai very uncomfortable. No one can accept such a thing. What's more, Chen Hai is in a situation like this. Chen Hai's breathing became rapid. His inner heart was facing an extremely serious challenge. This challenge made him crazy. He was now on the verge of madness. Chapter 40 Extreme Power. What is this guy Su Chen doing? Tang Zai said with a trembling voice. Tang Zai really couldn't believe this was true. Because Su Chen's words were beyond Tang Zai's imagination, this was a real stimulation to Tang Zai's heart. Tang Zai watched all this with a stern look. But Su Chen smiled slightly. He actually didn't take the matter seriously. Instead, he controlled his emotions calmly, as if all this was nothing at all, as if all this was meaningless in his eyes. Do you think what you wrote is valuable? Let me tell you, it's just garbage. Now I want to see what your real strength is. Su Chen's eyes were very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. However, Tang Zai was speechless after feeling Su Chen's words. I don't know what this stinky little brother is thinking. This matter is really unbelievable. Tang Zai thought deep in her heart. In fact, Tang Zai was also quite troubled by this matter, but at this moment Tang Zai seemed to have no special solution. The girl couldn't think of any other way to deal with this matter except to accept it. Tang Zai was almost speechless deep down in her heart. But Su Chen showed a faint smile. I said your handwriting is bad, but I didn't mean to insult you. In fact, you have no right to let me insult you. Su Chen said, waving his hands. This sentence was a slap in the face of Chen Hai and Hu Yunlong. Deep down, both of them were close to collapse. For the two people, this was really unimaginable, and their hearts were close to shock. Boy, just write it to me quickly and stop talking nonsense. Su Chen didn't care at all when she heard this. She shook her wrist slightly and picked up the pen. Now I'm going to show you what it means to truly shock the world with your writing. Su Chen said with sharp eyes. His voice was very impolite, and his temperament was extremely direct. It could be said that Su Chen's methods were absolutely perfect. And now he has demonstrated this strength to the fullest. Of course Su Chen wouldn't be polite. There is no need to be polite when showing true strength. This is exactly what Su Chen thought deep in his heart. He has used all his strength. With a slight shake of his wrist, Su Chen began to write on it. His handwriting was so vigorous and powerful that it could even be described as awe-inspiring. Su Chen's wrist trembled slightly, fully demonstrating the power of words. Now Su Chen has completed the operation perfectly. Such means even left the two of them dumbfounded. How so? Tang Zai burst into a scream. Tang Zai never thought that Su Chen actually had such strength, and Hu Yunlong and Chen Hai even had the urge to vomit blood. The two people couldn't believe this was true. Their breathing became rapid. Feeling this, Su Chen waved his hand gently. He seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. If that were all, I wouldn't take it to heart. Su Chen said calmly. Come and see. He directly took a bowl of water next to him, and after holding the bowl of water level, Su Chen shook his wrist lightly, and the bowl of water was spilled out. This is a very powerful technique. Looking at this scene, neither of them could believe that this was true, and they both showed shocked expressions. Both of them were breathing rapidly now. The already perfect characters became even more powerful under Su Chen's ink splashing, and even reached a higher level. The charm of this font far exceeded Hu Yunlong and Chen Hai's understanding. Deep in their hearts, the two of them were speechless except for being deeply shocked. They were both completely shocked. Looking at the two people's dumbfounded expressions, Su Chen curled his lips in disdain. He naturally wouldn't take such trash seriously. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Do you want me to kick you out myself? Su Chen's tone was very impolite. He was now in a state of rage. Hearing Su Chen's words, Hu Yunlong and Chen Hai's faces turned red. The two were just bragging about how much better Su Chen was, but the actual situation was like a heavy hammer hitting them hard in the face. The real winner was Su Chen. This is absolutely a no-brainer. After feeling this scene, both Hu Yunlong and Chen Hai were deeply shocked. Their voices were trembling, and their expressions were extremely solemn. They had no choice but to leave, and they had nothing to say. Brother, how on earth did you do that? Tang Zai asked in surprise. This matter was so surprising that Tang Zai couldn't even believe it was true. If Su Chen's ability to appraise treasures was far beyond Tang Zai's imagination, then Su Chen's current operation was even better than appraising treasures. This is truly a stroke of genius. How could Tang Zai not be shocked deep in her heart? She could even be said to be amazed. Su Chen just smiled faintly. Although this made Tang Zai feel amazed, it was just a routine operation for Su Chen. It was a very simple matter and could be said to be not difficult at all. It just happened that I learned some calligraphy when I was young. It's not difficult at all. Su Chen said. It was like he was saying something very ordinary. Tang Zai rolled her eyes. It seems like you really have a lot of secrets. Tang Zai said. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to explain. At this moment, Tang Zai's phone suddenly rang. This gave Su Chen an excuse. But when Tang Zai saw the phone call, she looked solemn and acted very serious, which made Su Chen even more confused. He felt that something seemed to be wrong with Tang Zai. Tang Zai had already walked upstairs with her cell phone, and only came down after a long while. Brother, it's my elder sister calling. Tang Zai said in a serious voice. Su Chen was quite surprised to hear this. According to legend, this mysterious elder sister played for a very powerful team. I heard that it is a very powerful existence. However, Su Chen had never seen her. My eldest sister is in the army, but her classmates are coming to this city to play tomorrow, so you will be responsible for being their guide. There shouldn't be any problem with this, right? Tang Zai asked, pinching her waist. What? Su Chen felt dizzy. Tang Zai smiled mysteriously. Stinky brother, this is something others would love to have. Chapter 41 Goddess. What? Su Chen was dismissive of Tang Zai's statement. It's just accompanying a girl, what's the big deal? Tang Zai pinched her waist and said, my elder sister's classmate is a top female star. She is a goddess-level figure. Tang Zai's words surprised Su Chen quite a bit. A goddess-level figure? This was beyond Su Chen's imagination. Tang Zai nodded. Don't be fooled by the fact that my elder sister is always wielding swords and guns. But this classmate is actually my elder sister's best friend. Her name is Xia Mengmeng. She is a diva-level existence. She is the goddess of many otakus. Tang Zai looked full of longing. If Xia Mengmeng wants a boy to accompany her, I'm afraid the whole of China will have to line up like a sea. Big sister is really doting on you by giving you this task. You should go to the airport early tomorrow morning to pick up Xia Mengmeng. Tang Zai patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Sister is also thinking about your lifelong event. Xia Mengmeng is single. Well. Su Chen was speechless for a moment. For him, this was definitely a troublesome thing. He even felt a headache, but Tang Zai had already run upstairs. It seemed that Tang Zai had nothing to say. Su Chen had no choice but to accept this temporarily. Reluctantly, he returned to his room. At this moment, the voice of the system came from afar. In the skill column, the calligraphy master was upgraded to level 2. The skills of a second-level calligraphy master are equivalent to those of a top-level master. The system's voice came slowly. All right. With this thought in mind, he didn't say much. For Su Chen, this second-level skill is really useless. Su Chen took a shower and calmed himself down. The next morning, Su Chen opened his eyes. Congratulations to the system or the sign-in skill. Do you choose to sign in? Choose. Su Chen chose to sign in without hesitation. Just like that, Su Chen chose to sign in, and a skill appeared in the skill bar. Unlimited black cards, unlimited black card skills, unlimited use of the card amount on the same day, allowing the host to experience the life of the richest man for a day. The system's voice came. This. Of course, this money can only be used for consumption, not for investment or purchasing companies, the system said again. All right. Such skills made Su Chen speechless. He thought that this skill was really good, but it didn't seem to be of much use to Su Chen. He is not short of money now. Ding dong dong. The alarm sounded. Oh no. Su Chen's expression froze. It's too late. Only then did Su Chen remember that he had to pick up Xia Mengmeng, and now he had to leave immediately. After all, if he was late, it would be too late. Su Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out. After all, this was the order from the eldest and third sisters, and Su Chen had no choice but to obey. He was also helpless. Just like this, Su Chen started his car. Su Chen's speed was very fast. He had increased his speed to the most perfect level. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the airport. Fine. He couldn't help but sigh. Su Chen understood very well what all this meant. There was still time, and Su Chen had already made preparations. He just hung up the sign. At this moment, a girl wearing sunglasses came out. This girl wearing sunglasses actually ran straight towards Su Chen. There was only one word dream written on Su Chen's sign, and he didn't want to reveal Xia Mengmeng's identity. If Xia Mengmeng's identity was exposed, it would probably cause a sensation. This is not what Su Chen wants to see. As he watched the girl walk towards Su Chen was also stunned for a moment. It can be seen that although the girl was wearing sunglasses, she was still very beautiful. Although Su Chen could not see the girl's appearance clearly, the girl's figure still shocked Su Chen. This is definitely a top beauty. Tang Zai is also a top beauty, but compared with this girl, there seems to be some gap. It can be said that this girl is simply the top goddess. Although the girl was wearing makeup, Su Chen's eyesight was absolutely sharp. After being baptized by the marrow cleansing pill, Su Chen's entire spirit and his observation ability reached the ultimate state. This is Su Chen's method. At this moment, Su Chen could already confirm that the girl in front of him was Xia Mengmeng. His eyesight is so powerful. Miss Xia, Su Chen said with a smile. Xia Mengmeng raised her head. Are you Su Chen? The girl said calmly. Su Chen nodded. That's right. Xia Mengmeng was quite aloof, looking Su Chen up and down. The girl's first impression was that Su Chen was very handsome and delicate. It can even be called the extreme. Feeling this scene, Su Chen smiled faintly. Miss Xia, are you interested in me? Su Chen said. In fact, Su Chen was just joking. Hearing this, Xia Mengmeng shook her head. Xia Mengmeng couldn't believe it, this was all true. Are you teasing me? The girl seemed a little angry. Su Chen smiled slightly. I'm just joking. Su Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Xia Mengmeng burst out laughing. Where is your car? I'm tired. The girl's voice was very arrogant. Hearing this, Su Chen could hear Xia Mengmeng's arrogance. In this situation, Su Chen was also quite helpless. As a top beauty, even a queen-level figure, it is normal for Xia Mengmeng to be a little arrogant. Under such circumstances, Su Chen brought Xia Mengmeng to the front of the car. Xia Mengmeng was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to drive such a nice car. It seems you are really a dandy boy. It's all thanks to your three sisters. After Xia Mengmeng got in the car, she said with contempt. Hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. He didn't say anything to Xia Mengmeng, but just said this. It seems that this girl is not polite to herself at all. Su Chen scratched his head. To him, this was a terrible thing. He shook his head helplessly. Feeling this, Su Chen's heart was moved. He certainly understood what Xia Mengmeng's situation meant. Where are we going? Su Chen asked directly. Xia Mengmeng was stunned for a moment. I haven't made up my mind yet, so take me out for dinner first. Xia Mengmeng said directly. Su Chen couldn't help scratching his head when he heard this. It seemed that Xia Mengmeng felt a little strange about him. He didn't know how to talk about it. All right. For the sake of his elder sister and Tang Zai, Su Chen decided to be patient. Chapter 42 Consumption. When he met Xia Mengmeng, Su Chen had already analyzed Xia Mengmeng's character, and now he understands Xia Mengmeng's character. This girl is indeed a very willful girl. But it can be seen that Xia Mengmeng is very smart. This girl has been in the entertainment industry for such a long time, so she is naturally an extremely smart woman. Su Chen was also quite helpless towards Xia Mengmeng. If it weren't for his elder sister, Su Chen would never have believed it. His expression was also quite embarrassed. Where are we going to eat? Su Chen asked. I heard there is a 6-star restaurant here, which is very good. Let's go there, said Xia Mengmeng. All right. Su Chen naturally couldn't refuse Xia Mengmeng's request. Anyway, he was just accompanying Xia Mengmeng today, and as for consumption, Su Chen didn't care at all. Because he knew very well that his unlimited black card would be wasted if not used. Su Chen's black card is definitely very powerful. So, Su Chen drove directly in that direction. Xia Mengmeng looked at Su Chen. Although you are a playboy, you don't look that annoying. Xia Mengmeng said word by word. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. I don't think I'm a nasty person, he said helplessly. Su Chen felt that he was not a hateful person and he was very confident in himself. Su Chen stopped talking and drove to the Italian restaurant, which was a very luxurious restaurant. I didn't expect this place to be so luxurious. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. It can be said that the luxury of this restaurant is beyond Su Chen's imagination. It is definitely a top-notch restaurant. Su Chen had never been to such a top-notch restaurant before, so he felt a little strange. Xia Mengmeng was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that a rich second generation like you is so frugal. Have you never been to a restaurant like this before? Su Chen waved his hand. Of course not. Oh? Are you still a good boy? Xia Mengmeng said teasingly. Depend on. Su Chen was speechless. Xia Mengmeng's words naturally made Su Chen feel unacceptable. He even had a helpless thought. Xia Mengmeng seemed to treat him as a child. Su Chen was speechless. He didn't expect that Xia Mengmeng would say such a thing. Xia Mengmeng smiled. Brother, I'm just joking with you. Let's go in, but I have to remind you that due to my special identity, you must keep a low profile. Xia Mengmeng is a top star. It would be troublesome if she was photographed in a restaurant with a strange man. Xia Mengmeng naturally didn't want to get into such trouble. She came here just for tourism and vacation. Hearing this, Su Chen naturally didn't care. Don't worry, I'm not a talkative person. The two of them walked into the restaurant. Xia Mengmeng wore a hat and sunglasses to hide her identity. Xia Mengmeng hid her identity very well. After all, Xia Mengmeng is a professional. No one noticed Xia Mengmeng's true appearance, they just thought she was a pretty girl. Xia Mengmeng was wearing sunglasses, so others couldn't see her true face. Two people walked in one after the other. Just at this moment, a waiter came over with a smile on his face. Please take a seat, both of you. The waiter was very polite. The two men jumped into a corner. It's by the window, and the environment is pretty good. The main thing is that this place is deserted. The waiter immediately brought the menu. This was indeed a high-end restaurant, and there were not many people in the entire restaurant. Su Chen naturally knew nothing about ordering food. Although he had strong cooking skills, he didn't understand these things. Xia Mengmeng ordered some steak and some red wine. Su Chen naturally didn't drink, and in fact, he had no interest in eating these things. Su Chen just hoped to send Xia Mengmeng to the hotel as soon as possible. In this way, even if Su Chen completed his task and nothing happened, it would definitely be a good thing. Under such circumstances, Su Chen just wanted to end it all as soon as possible. But Xia Mengmeng was very interested in this restaurant. After ordering the food, she looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. "You don't seem to want to have dinner with me?" Xia Mengmeng asked directly. "Well." Su Chen was speechless for a while. He didn't have such an idea, Su Chen just didn't want to cause any trouble. At this moment, a few more people walked in from the door of the restaurant. Leading the group was a young man in a suit. This young man had an absolutely strong temperament. He had an enchanting smile on his lips and looked quite handsome. Behind this young man, there were two people. These two guys are both strong and dressed in suits. It can be seen that they are bodyguards. There is no doubt about this. Sensing this scene, Su Chen's gaze also froze. Of course he knew what this meant. This guy looks like an extremely arrogant person, and his arrogant state is fully revealed. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. Rubbish! Although Su Chen didn't know this person, seeing this guy's rampant state made Su Chen feel very contemptuous. At this moment, the waiter immediately greeted us with a smile. "Oh, it's young Master Chu. Why are you the only one leading our restaurant? You really bring honor to our humble restaurant." The waiter's tone was full of flattery, as if this young Master Chu was some big shot. Young Master Naku also looked arrogant. There was a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. It can be said that this young Master Chu was very arrogant. He put his hands behind his back and walked around. But at this moment, the young master's eyes turned directly to the direction of Xia Mengmeng and Su Chen. When the young master saw Xia Mengmeng, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. This expression really left Su Chen speechless. Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng also noticed his look. The guy just walked over like that. His name is Chu Lingbo. It can be said that Chu Lingbo is a rich young man, and this guy is very rich. He has hundreds of thousands of pocket money every week, and he is extremely arrogant. This is Chu Lingbo's state. It can be said that this guy is definitely a playboy, and he is also very lustful. It can be said that he is definitely not a good person. Chapter 43, Are you afraid of showing off your wealth? Chu Lingbo can be said to be an extremely lustful person. When he meets some beautiful women, he has absolutely no immunity. Under such circumstances, Chu Lingbo has been looking for beauties. Those girls simply couldn't resist his charm. After all, Chu Lingbo was a top wealthy man. As a rich second generation, he was very confident in himself. Now when he saw Xia Mengmeng, Chu Lingbo's eyes lit up. You have to know that although Xia Mengmeng is wearing makeup and sunglasses so that people can't see her true face, she can definitely be called the top beauty with her amazing figure. It can be said that any man will feel excited when seeing Xia Mengmeng. Chu Lingbo was no exception. "Oh, I didn't expect that there would be such a beauty in this small Western restaurant." Chu Lingbo's heart was beating fast. He wanted to strike up a conversation. He felt that his chances of success were very high. As for Su Chen besides Xia Mengmeng, he was just like air in his eyes. Although Su Chen's temperament and appearance were also very strong, he was only wearing ordinary sportswear. In Chu Lingbo's opinion, Su Chen really has no sense of existence. He walked quickly towards Xia Mengmeng. The waiter was a little helpless. The waiter was naturally very clear about Chu Lingbo's personality and characteristics, so at this moment, the waiter was speechless. The waiter didn't want Chu Lingbo to get into trouble in the restaurant, but it was beyond the waiter's control. The waiter could only feel helpless. Besides, he didn't know what to say. Chu Lingbo's two bodyguards knew their young master's characteristics very well. They chose to remain silent. They were only responsible for protecting the young master's safety. As for other things, they didn't take them to heart at all. These two guys are also very rubbish. Feeling this, Chu Lingbo became even more unscrupulous and walked directly towards Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng. Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng were chatting intentionally or unintentionally, but they had already seen Chu Lingbo coming over. Su Chen's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Is this guy here to cause trouble? He almost felt like crying. Su Chen didn't want to cause any trouble. It can be said that Su Chen was kind by nature. But at this moment, Chu Lingbo came over. After Su Chen was transformed by the marrow cleansing pill, his overall observation ability has become much stronger than before. He now possesses observation abilities that far exceed before. Su Chen immediately noticed the special thing. He waved his hands helplessly. Miss Xia, I think you're going to be in trouble, Su Chen said. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes. This matter depends on you. Xia Mengmeng seemed to be accustomed to such things, and even had a kind of immunity to them. In this situation, Xia Mengmeng didn't want to show any special emotions. She was extremely calm. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng completely handed the matter over to Su Chen, as if this was something Su Chen should have done. What the hell? Su Chen was quite speechless. He didn't think it should be so. However, Xia Mengmeng smiled mysteriously, as if testing Su Chen. Your eldest sister is so skilled, and your second and third sisters are both business elites. Can't you even handle this? If that's the case, it seems that you are really a playboy, Xia Mengmeng said word by word. The girl's voice was simply a mockery of Su Chen. Su Chen was naturally a little angry. It was simply intolerable for such a wealthy person to be humiliated in this way. Su Chen felt that this matter was really unbearable. At this moment, Xu Lingbo had already come in front of Xia Mengmeng. Xu Lingbo looked like a gentleman. Looking at this appearance, Su Chen curled his lips. Miss, I would like to invite you to have a drink together. I wonder if you are willing to give me this opportunity, Xu Lingbo said with a lustful look on his face. Hearing this, Xia Mengmeng did not look up, but just said lightly, roll. Xia Mengmeng's voice was very solemn. Now Xia Mengmeng's voice was definitely very dissatisfied. Hearing this, Xu Lingbo was stunned. He is the eldest son of the Chu family, so his status can be considered very good. However, based on his status, Xia Mengmeng said such a thing before he could even report his identity. Xu Lingbo was completely crazy. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. It was as if time had stood still. The two bodyguards behind Xu Lingbo also became alert. But Xia Mengmeng didn't care at all, but pointed at Su Chen. This is my boyfriend. Xia Mengmeng only said one sentence. But when he heard this, Xu Lingbo felt as if he had been electrocuted. Xu Lingbo simply couldn't believe it was true, and his face turned pale. This guy has a perverted feeling, and he is now showing this feeling vividly. It can be said that Xu Lingbo's rampantness is entirely due to the emergence of this feeling. There was a hint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Brother, tell me the truth. You are dressed so poorly. How can you be worthy of such a beautiful lady? I wonder if you are willing to break up with this lady, Xu Lingbo said. His words were righteous, as if this was the most appropriate thing to do. However, Su Chen was speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person before. This was the first time Su Chen had met someone as shameless as Xu Lingbo, and he felt that this even refreshed his tree views. Why? Su Chen said speechlessly. There are many shameless people in this world, but there are only a handful of people as shameless as Xu Lingbo. Su Chen could only hate him and be speechless. But Xu Lingbo didn't care. He just sneered. Boy, there is 1 million in this card. If you are willing to leave this girl, the money is yours now, Xu Lingbo said coldly. His voice seemed very unkind. This guy has always liked showing off his wealth, which allows him to show his strength and make girls fall in love with him, while also discouraging other boys. Anyway, Xu Lingbo felt that his tactics were always effective and there was no possibility of failure. He had great confidence in himself. And now this kind of confidence has reached its peak. After all, with Su Chen's attire, Xu Lingbo felt that it would not be difficult to deal with Su Chen. 1 million is already an astronomical figure for a normal person. But in Xu Lingbo's view, it was just a small amount of money. Chapter 44 Xia Mengmeng's feeling. Well. Faced with Xu Lingbo's words, Su Chen was speechless. He has unlimited black cards, which means he can mobilize unlimited funds. Under such circumstances, Su Chen is definitely the richest man in the world. Under such circumstances, this guy actually wanted to bribe Su Chen, which really made Su Chen speechless. Su Chen curled his lips helplessly. I'm not interested in your dirty money, get out of here now, Su Chen said bluntly. Hearing this, the two bodyguards behind Xu Lingbo rushed over. Both bodyguards clenched their fists, as if ready to attack at any time. They are both very rampant. As the saying goes, they are accomplices to a tiger. After following Xu Lingbo, the two bodyguards became extremely rampant. They can be said to be very scary. But Xu Lingbo blared at the two bodyguards fiercely. In front of beautiful women, he prefers to show his personality. At least in Chu Lingbo's opinion, this is much more handsome than using bodyguards. After all, he thinks he is extremely handsome, and he feels that showing off his wealth can make him feel more proud. This is exactly the vanity of Chu Lingbo. The mocking look on his face didn't seem to weaken at all, but became even stronger. Su Chen was quite helpless after feeling this. Of course, he could see how arrogant Chu Lingbo was. It can be said that this guy's rampant behavior has reached a point where people are speechless. Su Chen could only be speechless. He looked at Chu Lingbo seriously. "If you want to say more, just say it," Su Chen said bluntly. There was no politeness in his tone at all. He knew that this guy wanted to pretend, so Su Chen decided to give him such a chance. After all, only in this way could Su Chen's unlimited black card be effective. This still made him very satisfied. Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to accept this guy's challenge. After all, this guy was too arrogant. Facing such a rampant existence, Su Chen did not decide to give him face. Otherwise, he really didn't know what use his unlimited black card would be. There was a glimmer of gold in Su Chen's eyes, and her fierceness was at its peak. It could be said that her temperament was fully revealed. This was exactly where Su Chen's strength lay. He watched all this with cold eyes. Seeing that Su Chen refused to give in at all, Chu Lingbo showed a sarcastic expression. "Boy, this restaurant is very high-end. I want to book the whole restaurant now. Please leave immediately." He directly took out another bank card. This bank card was shining with golden light, and it was actually a gold card. That's a gold card from a top bank, with a credit limit of tens of millions. This is something that only the richest people can have. When Chu Lingbo took out the gold card, he felt proud. After all, it was something worth showing off. He decided to use this gold card to humiliate Su Chen. He felt that Su Chen would be shocked by him. Gold card? Su Chen was quite helpless. He had seen some arrogant people, but this was the first time Su Chen had seen someone as arrogant as this guy. It can be said that this guy's rampant degree is really shocking. However, this gold card should indeed have a high limit, Su Chen is still sure of this. Although he didn't care, he had to fight back. Whether it was Chu Lingbo's arrogance or Xia Mengming's performance, Su Chen had no way out. In this case, he had to fight back. There is no doubt about this. Su Chen took out his bank card directly from his pocket. It was just a very ordinary bank card, and it even had some marks on it that looked a bit worn. Originally, there was money in Su Chen's bank card for his wedding, but thinking of this, Su Chen's expression became a little solemn. He placed this ordinary bank card directly on the table. "This card is mine. There's nothing special about it, but the money in it is definitely beyond your reach. Don't think that a gold card is special. Although this card of mine is not a gold card, it is still very special." Su Chen spoke in a serious voice, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. But after hearing his words, Chu Lingbo was completely stunned. Chu Lingbo couldn't believe this was true. Under such circumstances, Su Chen actually said such words. Chu Lingbo really felt very unhappy in his heart. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you have the guts, take it all over?" Chu Lingbo shouted arrogantly. His words were not polite at all, and could be said to be so outrageous that it made people speechless. But after hearing his words, Su Chen didn't care at all. He looked at the other person with direct contempt. "Are you sure?" Chu Lingbo laughed out loud. "If you really have that much money, I'm willing to run naked." Chu Lingbo's voice was very impolite. But after hearing this, Su Chen called the waiter without any concern. "You heard what he said just now. You must bear witness for both of us," Su Chen said seriously. His tone was very calm. He acted like he was saying something very ordinary. Hearing his words, the waiter took a deep breath. In fact, the waiter didn't want to offend Chu Lingbo, but deep down in his heart he also despised Chu Lingbo because he felt that Chu Lingbo was very arrogant. So the waiter was quite dissatisfied with Chu Lingbo. Under such circumstances, the waiter decided to be a witness. Although the waiter didn't know whether Su Chen could win, he thought it was a very interesting event. That's exactly what the waiter thought. So he nodded. After hearing this, Chu Lingbo didn't care at all. "If you don't have money to leave the venue, are you going to run naked?" Chu Lingbo finally revealed his ultimate move. As a young master, he is not a stupid person. It can be said that Chu Lingbo is a very smart person. He has designed his own strategy. And this strategy itself is very insidious. Chu Lingbo believed that with Su Chen's intelligence, he would definitely fall into his scheme. Sure enough, Chu Lingbo felt that his conspiracy had now come true. Su Chen sneered. This is exactly what he thought. Tomorrow I'll let you see the power of the unlimited black card, so that you won't be so rampant. Su Chen said coldly. His words were very impolite. Hearing this, Chu Lingbo didn't believe it at all. He looked Su Chen up and down with a cold expression. The aura of both of them burst out completely. At this moment, Su Chen completed the card swiping. 400,000 has arrived. A voice came from the waiter's POS machine. Ah! Chu Lingbo almost cried. Chapter 45, Running Naked. This. Seeing Su Chen spending money easily and 400,000 yuan quickly deposited into the waiter's account, Chu Lingbo showed a look of horror on his face. The eldest son of the Chu family was so embarrassed in front of Su Chen. Chu Lingbo couldn't believe it was true. His expression was as ugly as it could be. Just now he had vowed that if Su Chen could hand over the money, Chu Lingbo would run naked on the spot. He originally thought that this would be a slap in the face to Su Chen, but he never expected that the outcome would develop in another direction. He did not slap Su Chen in the face, but was slapped hard by Su Chen. This was an unceremonious slap in the face, and there was no room for maneuver at all. Chu Lingbo's face was extremely ugly. The two bodyguards behind him were also dumbfounded. These two guys followed the young master to bully people everywhere, but they had never encountered such a scene. The two bodyguards didn't even know how to deal with it for a moment. Looking at them standing there, Su Chen showed a mocking expression. In his opinion, these guys were just asking for it. As the saying goes, misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot. Chu Lingbo is suffering the consequences of his own actions. Su Chen cannot be blamed for this. He had no feelings of guilt. Puff! Xia Mengmeng on the side could no longer bear it and even laughed out loud. This laughter drove Chu Lingbo completely crazy. But Su Chen looked at him coldly. What else do you have to say? If not run naked now, when? Su Chen said sarcastically. The sarcasm in his eyes had reached its peak. Chu Lingbo's body couldn't help but sway, and he was so angry that he vomited blood. Chu Lingbo really couldn't believe that all this was real. Deep down he was on the verge of collapse. Feeling this, Su Chen found it even more funny. It was not his fault. This guy had brought this upon himself. Su Chen had no sympathy for this guy's condition. On the contrary, he just looked sarcastic. Su Chen had no intention of being polite at all. Judging from his expression, it was simply mockery, and it was a state of complete mockery. Chu Lingbo was so angry that he was out of his mind. He stretched out a hand and pointed it fiercely at Su Chen. You only spent 400,000, which is nothing. In my eyes, it's just a small amount of money, even insignificant. Chu Lingbo shouted loudly. Deep down he was on the verge of collapse. Su Chen looked at him coldly. He simply waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what you think, it's not important at all. The key point now is that you have already lost. Everyone just heard that if you lose, you will have to run naked. I am quite looking forward to this matter. Su Chen said coldly. He acted like he was saying something very ordinary. After hearing these words, Chu Lingbo's heart turned cold. This was simply the greatest humiliation for him. If the eldest son of the Chu family could endure such humiliation, wouldn't it be an act of seeking death? Chu Lingbo was already on the verge of exasperation. He now seems very angry, even to the point of being extremely angry. The fire in Chu Lingbo's eyes almost saw through Su Chen. Su Chen watched all this calmly. He was very calm, as if it was nothing. But Chu Lingbo could only helplessly accept it. It seemed that he had no way to deal with Su Chen, and he even had an urge to cry. Chu Lingbo was shaking all over. Now he was on the verge of losing his temper. Su Chen just smiled calmly. It seems that my judgment is correct. Trash is trash. You are nothing but trash in my eyes. Why are you so excited? Su Chen immediately responded with a wave of ridicule. Those words could be said to be quite impolite. Run naked now. If you don't do it, don't blame me for forcing you. Su Chen stood up suddenly. As the saying goes, I will not offend others unless they offend me, but this guy Chu Lingbo is really too much, so Su Chen naturally will not give him any good face. He was already prepared. Su Chen had only one idea in mind, which was to severely punish Chu Lingbo. Xia Mengmeng on the side just watched all this with amusement and didn't make any sound, as if she neither supported nor opposed Su Chen's words. Su Chen naturally understood what Xia Mengmeng meant by her ambiguous attitude. In fact, Xia Mengmeng hated Chu Lingbo very much, and could even be said to hate him to the core. But under such circumstances, Xia Mengmeng did not seem ready to express her opinion. She just wanted to watch Su Chen perform. Su Chen had no choice but to accept it. He walked straight over with a cold look on his face. Run naked now. Su Chen moved forward. It's not that he is unreasonable, it's just that Chu Lingbo is really too much. Chu Lingbo's face had turned pale. He simply couldn't believe this was true, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was a great shame and humiliation for the eldest son of the Chu family to be forced to such a point. Chu Lingbo was so angry that he was shaking all over, and there was a violent light flashing in his eyes. Chu Lingbo has lost his disguise, revealing his true nature as a dandy young master. Damn it, you dare to let me run naked? I think you are tired of living, come on. The two bodyguards rushed over. They looked completely ferocious. Oh my god. Su Chen's face became even colder. He had seen shameless people before, but this was the first time Su Chen had seen someone as shameless as Chu Lingbo. It could be said that this person was extremely shameless. In this situation, Su Chen was ready to fight back. But at this moment, a person came out from upstairs. Wait. This person's voice was very powerful, just like a thunderclap that woke everyone up in their ears, and everyone was shocked by the sound. They all turned around suddenly. A middle-aged man in a suit walked down. He had a slender figure, but it was also obvious that he was very strong. He is definitely a powerful being. This person walked down step by step, with a strong golden light flashing in his eyes. It can be said that this person is a daunting existence, and he looks really scary. Master. Su Chen couldn't help but feel moved. It is obvious that this person is definitely a master, and he looks extremely powerful. The aura he exudes can be described as terrifying. Su Chen could feel this person's footsteps when he walked down. This person's footsteps were heavy, but they had their own rhythm. Chapter 46, Zhuge Yin. The man's footsteps were very heavy, and it seemed that every step he took down was accompanied by a violent momentum, which was really chilling. It can be said that this person is a terrible character. This guy's aura is so strong, it seems that he is a tough guy who is difficult to deal with. Su Chen commented in his heart. After being transformed by the system cleansing marrow pill, Su Chen's physical strength not only reached a very strong level, but his eyesight also reached a level that ordinary people could hardly achieve. Su Chen could easily see the presence of those top masters. It is obvious that the person in front of him is a top master. His body is very strong and his whole aura is full of strength. It can be said that this person is an extremely strong being. Boss Zhuge? When the waiter saw this, he immediately ran over with an expression that was extremely respectful. Su Chen's heart moved. According to the waiter, this person's identity should be quite special, perhaps he is the owner of this Yunhua restaurant. This surprised Su Chen. After all, Yunhua restaurant is considered a top-notch restaurant, and since this person is the owner of Yunhua restaurant, he naturally has outstanding abilities. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. This man has an extremely strong body. Although he is over middle-aged, his body's explosive power is at the level of a terrifying beast. In comparison, Chu Lingbo's two bodyguards were immediately outshined. Even from the perspective of momentum, the three were incomparable. That person, I am the owner of this restaurant, Zhuge Yin. He is a rather peculiar existence, absolutely incomparable to ordinary people. It can be said that Zhuge Yin is a very powerful person. He is not only a business genius, but also very talented in fighting. It can be said that Zhuge Yin's fighting skills are beyond the reach of ordinary people. The two bodyguards under Chu Lingbo were actually shocked by Zhuge Yin's aura at the same time. Feeling this breath, the two bodyguards even took a step back. Zhuge Yin has already walked in front of everyone. I have seen what happened just now. The competition between this little brother and you was fair and reasonable. You have already lost, but after losing, instead of agreeing to the other party, you behaved like this. It is really shameful. Zhuge Yin said in a cold voice. His tone was very unhappy, as if he despised such things extremely. At this moment, a glimmer of fire flashed in Zhu Ganyan's eyes. His anger now reached its peak. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lingbo was stunned. Of course he knew that Zhu Ganyan was difficult to deal with. After all, as the owner of this restaurant, Zhu Ganyan's status was quite impressive. It can be said that this person's status is not inferior to that of the Chu family. Even if Chu Lingbo's father came here, Zhu Ganyan would probably not give him face, let alone Chu Lingbo. The gap between them is very obvious. At this moment, Zhu Ganyan's face was quite solemn. What he said was very fair. But when Chu Lingbo heard this, he really felt like he was struck by lightning. Chu Lingbo really didn't know how to respond. Deep down he was close to collapse. Seeing Chu Lingbo's performance, Su Chen showed a sarcastic smile. He naturally knew what was going on. However, Su Chen Dao also showed a certain degree of shock at Zhu Ganyan's sudden appearance. It can be said that Zhu Ganyan did say very fair words. Boss Zhuge, this matter. Chu Lingbo's voice trembled. Zhu Ganyan's face turned cold. This lady and this gentleman are guests of our store, but you deliberately harass them without asking any questions. Do you think our Zhuge family is joking with you? Zhu Ganyan said angrily. His voice has become very unpleasant. Hearing his words, Chu Lingbo broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. The feeling of cold sweat made his back chilled. He was deeply shocked by this feeling. Now kneel down and apologize, then get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhu Ganyan said coldly. His words were already filled with a sinister feeling. It could be said that Zhu Ganyan was now extremely angry. He looked at Chu Lingbo with cold eyes, and his gaze almost saw through Su Chen. Chu Lingbo's breathing quickened. He really couldn't accept this, but this was indeed the actual situation. Chu Lingbo's expression was already so ugly that it couldn't be any uglier. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. The two bodyguards didn't even dare to say a word. Get out of here now. From now on, you have no right to set foot here. Zhu Ganyan said coldly, and his tone was extremely impolite. Chu Lingbo's face was very gloomy, and deep in his heart he felt a deep hatred, but at this moment, he seemed to have no choice. Chu Lingbo looked at Su Chen with cold eyes, but finally decided to escape. One can imagine the darkness in his heart. But at this moment, Chu Lingbo had nothing to say. Just like that, he fled with his two bodyguards. You deserve it. Xia Mengmeng said angrily. Xia Mengmeng felt that Chu Lingbo simply deserved to die, and this kind of behavior was completely suicidal. Xia Mengmeng's expression was full of sarcasm. This girl is definitely someone who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment and hates evil. However, Su Chen's face was full of solemnity. He felt that this Zhu Ganyan was indeed very special. At this moment, Zhu Ganyan had already walked over and looked at Su Chen somewhat embarrassedly. You two came to our store to shop, but encountered such a thing. It was really our fault for not handling it well. Please don't mind it. Zhu Ganyan said. Just now, Chu Lingbo had already fled in panic, and it could even be said that he had lost all his weapons and armor. Under such circumstances, Su Chen naturally had nothing to say. He doesn't care about it. Thank you, Boss Zhuge. Su Chen said word by word. Seeing Su Chen so calm, Zhu Ganyan was stunned for a moment. Zhu Ganyan couldn't believe it was true. Because he felt that Su Chen was too calm. This calmness had already shocked Zhu Ganyan. His expression was as serious as it could be. Young man, I wonder where you work now. Do you have any idea of working in our restaurant? Zhu Ganyan is a great admirer of talent. At least he thinks that Su Chen, who remained calm in such a situation, can be said to be an extremely talented person. Under such circumstances, Zhu Ganyan felt that Su Chen was definitely a very capable young man. Su Chen smiled faintly. His expression was as calm as it could be. Chapter 47, The Miracle Doctor Returns. Zhu Ganyan felt that Su Chen was a talented person and wanted to bring Su Chen under his command, but Su Chen had no interest in this at all. He simply waved his hand. I'm sorry, Boss Zhuge, I'm not interested in this matter, but... Su Chen looked at Zhu Ganyan's legs. Now he possesses the strength of a miracle doctor. With such strength, Su Chen can easily see that there is something wrong with Zhu Ganyan's leg. Moreover, his leg problem is very serious. Su Chen saw this. His eyes were definitely sharp and his expression was very solemn, because Su Chen knew very well what this meant. He naturally understood that Zhu Ganyan's leg had been seriously injured. Su Chen had treated the second sister's leg injury before, and he cured the disease with just one needle. Now Zhu Ganyan's leg injury is not as serious as the second sister's. With the strength Su Chen has now, it can be said that he can accomplish this easily, and there is not even any suspense at all. This was an extremely simple matter, and Su Chen felt that it was not difficult to accomplish. On the contrary, it was very simple. His self-confidence has already reached the point of bursting. Feeling this, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He naturally understood what this meant. But even so, Su Chen remained calm. He did not take this matter seriously, but handled it calmly. He looked at all this with a serious gaze, and there was a sharp gleam in his eyes. Looking at Su Chen's expression, Zhu Ganyan felt very strange. "My little brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhu Ganyan said with a trembling voice. He felt that Su Chen's eyes were really strange. There was even a sharpness in them that made Zhu Ganyan's heart tremble involuntarily. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. But he had other ideas in mind. "It's like this. Mr. Zhuge, can I have a word with you?" Su Chen felt that Zhu Ganyan was a pretty good person. After all, he and he met by chance and they didn't know each other at all, but Zhu Ganyan was actually willing to help him. For such people, Su Chen decided to help them. After all, this was just a piece of cake for him, but deep in Zhu Ganyan's heart, it was an extremely important matter. Zhu Ganyan looked at Su Chen seriously. He had no choice but to nod. "Okay, then please come to my office." Su Chen immediately turned his gaze to Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng waved her hand indifferently. She didn't know what Su Chen was up to, but the girl didn't seem to care. "I'll wait for you down there." Seeing that Xia Mengmeng was so considerate, Su Chen was also quite exceptional. It seemed that behind Xia Mengmeng's willful and capricious side, there was another image. It can be said that Xia Mengmeng is not a completely willful and capricious character. This makes Su Chen quite strange. However, he didn't say much. Su Chen followed Zhu Ganyan up the stairs, and they soon arrived at the upstairs, where was Zhu Ganyan's private office. The facilities here are extremely luxurious, even extremely luxurious. Looking at the situation in this office, Su Chen nodded. There are many collections in the office, most of which are antique calligraphy and paintings. It can be seen that Zhu Ganyan is a man who is quite knowledgeable, but Su Chen did not ask much. After the two of them sat down, Su Chen said, "Mr. Zhuge, your leg injury." He said it word by word. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Ganyan felt as if he had been electrocuted. He had never expected that Su Chen would say such a thing, and this sentence shocked him so much that he was completely stunned. Zhu Ganyan's eyes widened, he couldn't believe it was true. His breathing became rapid. "What are you talking about?" Zhu Ganyan said, trembling all over. He did have a leg injury, and the injury was very serious. It can be said that Zhu Ganyan's leg injury had reached an extremely serious level. But he didn't show it, because although Zhu Ganyan had a leg injury, he had been secretly looking for someone to treat him and didn't tell anyone. He found many people to treat him, but there were no successful cases. Those famous doctors and miracle healers are simply unable to do this. Under such circumstances, he had already given up hope. Although Zhu Ganyan was a top boss and ran such a large restaurant, this was not what he wanted. What he really wanted was not just a small restaurant. Zhu Ganyan was a top fighter. He was originally very confident in his own strength, but after a series of setbacks, Zhu Ganyan's confidence has now dropped to a very low level. He already had no confidence in himself because he was unable to cure his illness. Under such circumstances, Zhu Ganyan's self-confidence had fallen to the bottom. But at this moment, Su Chen's appearance gave Zhu Ganyan new confidence. He never thought that there was someone in this world who could see his condition. After all, his condition was so strange that Zhu Ganyan had never thought of such a possibility. Even those top doctors could not see his condition with the naked eye without instrument treatment. But Su Chen did it easily. This is simply shocking. How did you find out? Zhu Ganyan said with a trembling voice. Now his voice has become very unpleasant, and the expression on his face has become extremely serious. It can be said that Zhu Ganyan has displayed his momentum to the fullest extent. When seeing this scene, Su Chen knew that Zhu Ganyan seemed very anxious, and he was now shocked by Su Chen. Of course I saw it with my own eyes. Although I am not talented, I have studied medicine for several years, so I am quite knowledgeable about these things. Su Chen said word by word. Of course, he couldn't say that he got the skills from the system, because it would be a terrible thing if he said that. Su Chen naturally wouldn't say that. Although it was just a lie, Su Chen was very calm, because his strength was real and it was a strength that ordinary people could never compare with. With Su Chen's strength, it would be easy to cure Zhu Ganyan's illness. Can you really heal my leg injury? Zhu Ganyan's breathing became rapid. This is truly shocking. Chapter 48, The Medicine Cures the Disease. Zhu Ganyan looked at Su Chen's serious gaze, and his heart couldn't help but move. Because what Su Chen said was too incredible for Zhu Ganyan. Zhu Ganyan still had a deep understanding of his own illness. He knew his condition and how difficult it would be for his legs to recover. It could even be said that it was impossible. Zhu Ganyan was full of curiosity about Su Chen. But seeing Su Chen so serious, he felt that Su Chen did not seem to be lying. At least what he said seemed to make some sense. If you don't believe me, I can give it a try. It won't cause any loss to you. Why would you do this? Su Chen said lightly. Zhu Ganyan had no choice but to nod. Faced with the kindness of this young man whom he admired very much, Zhu Ganyan seemed unable to refuse. After all, the temptation to treat his leg was extremely urgent for Zhu Ganyan. He looked at Su Chen's face and a strange expression appeared on it. And Su Chen had already stretched out his hand. Is that how you treat it? Zhu Ganyan's eyes widened and he asked in confusion. Ever since Zhu Ganyan got this strange disease, he has never given up on treatment. However, Zhu Ganyan had tried countless treatments, but no treatment had ever surprised him so much. Because Su Chen's treatment method is really ridiculous. Most real miracle doctors use silver needles for treatment, but Su Chen has no such equipment at all, so he has to use his own hands for treatment. Deep down in his heart, Zhu Ganyan didn't know what to say. In his heart, he felt that Su Chen was simply making fun of him. This was real and not something that could be joked about. Zhu Ganyan's breathing became rapid. Are you serious? Zhu Ganyan said with a trembling voice. Although he knew that it was very rude to not trust Su Chen, at this moment, Zhu Ganyan seemed to have nothing to say. He could only choose not to believe Su Chen. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. Now he had nothing to say and was ready to start treatment. His treatment method was absolutely terrifying, and could even be described as extremely powerful. After some treatment, Su Chen let go of Zhu Ganyan's hand before he could react. I have cured your illness, you can now try to use your power. Su Chen said word by word. His words were full of seriousness. But when Zhu Ganyan heard Su Chen's words, he was stunned. It's that simple. Zhu Ganyan looked at Su Chen solemnly. He had been running around for a long time for his illness, but Zhu Ganyan still hadn't found any treatment. This is a real chronic disease. But Su Chen only used his hands and said casually that he cured his illness. How could Zhu Ganyan believe such words? It was simply a fantasy to Zhu Ganyan. Zhu Ganyan's expression was already quite ugly. But Su Chen smiled slightly. Whether what I said is true or false, why don't you try it and you will know? You can try it now. Su Chen said seriously, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. After Su Chen's advice, Zhu Ganyan finally became doubtful. He simply raised his foot and stepped forward lightly. This power is not very strong because he does not believe in himself. Well. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was speechless. You can try harder, use all your strength. Su Chen said seriously. After hearing this, Zhu Ganyan finally nodded. He mustered up his courage, raised his injured leg, and kicked forward. The power of this kick can be described as extremely violent. It is a textbook kick, and it perfectly demonstrates Zhu Ganyan's energy. He kicked out with great force, and a very strong sound of wind came along, which was so shocking that people could not help but feel shocked. Zhu Ganyan's kick was so powerful. Is this still me? Zhu Ganyan looked at his legs in disbelief. Ever since he was injured, he has never been able to exert such powerful strength again. The last time such a powerful force was released was decades ago. He felt that he might never be able to do this in his lifetime, but now, Su Chen only took him a moment to accomplish it. Deep in Zhu Ganyan's heart, he must be full of gratitude towards Su Chen. I really don't know how to thank you. Zhu Ganyan clenched his fists and said excitedly. As a well-known figure in the business world, it can be said that Zhu Ganyan is no ordinary person. He also possesses quite powerful abilities. This also cultivated Zhu Ganyan's unique temperament. He never easily submitted to anyone. It can be said that Zhu Ganyan was an extremely arrogant person. But now, he was really impressed by Su Chen. "Mr. Su Chen, I am willing to give this restaurant to you," Zhu Ganyan said respectfully. Hearing this, Su Chen felt very embarrassed. After all, it was not Su Chen's idea to use someone else's restaurant for no reason. "I'm not interested in this matter," Su Chen said. Zhu Ganyan was a little embarrassed. With a status like his, it can be said that he is very powerful, and Zhu Ganyan is also very confident in himself. It can be said that almost no one would refuse the request he made, but this does not include Su Chen. Su Chen flatly rejected this request, which really shocked Zhu Ganyan. He felt even more in awe of Su Chen and even had a feeling of worshipping him. Zhu Ganyan truly felt that Su Chen was a trustworthy person. He is an existence worthy of his respect. "In that case, I will give you a lifetime card. Please accept it no matter what," Zhu Ganyan said seriously. This lifetime card allows you to eat at their restaurants for life, and every meal is free. It can be said that this card is still very good. Looking at this card, Su Chen did not refuse it. If he simply refused Zhu Ganyan, he would only appear too arrogant. As for this card, Su Chen really did not need it. He put the card directly into his pocket. "Let's contact each other later. If your condition recurs, I will have to treat you again," Su Chen said seriously. Zhu Ganyan nodded naturally. He has great respect for Su Chen, and now no matter what Su Chen says, Zhu Ganyan will agree. He knew Su Chen's strength. Just like that, Su Chen bid farewell to Zhu Ganyan, and in the restaurant downstairs, Xia Mengmeng was playing with her mobile phone. The girl had finished her dinner and seemed to have nothing to do. "You got it done?" Seeing Su Chen coming back, Xia Mengmeng looked up and asked. "Of course," Su Chen said bluntly. He reached out and took out the lifetime meal card and handed it to Xia Mengmeng. Chapter 49 Sniper. "You actually cured Boss Zhuge's illness so easily?" After leaving the restaurant, Xia Mengmeng still asked questions with a strange look on her face. After all, this matter was beyond Xia Mengmeng's imagination. What Su Chen said sounded like a fairy tale. "If you don't believe me, go ask Boss Zhuge," Su Chen said helplessly. As the saying goes, a clear conscience is clear, and he has a very clear understanding of his own strength. So Su Chen didn't care. He is now calm as usual. "Ah." Xia Mengmeng was shocked. "It seems that you are really mysterious." Xia Mengmeng didn't know what to say. Deep down, this girl was full of curiosity about Su Chen. Su Chen just smiled faintly and didn't take the matter to heart. To him, it was just a trivial matter. What Su Chen needs to do is to deal with everything calmly. "Now that we've finished our meal, where should we go next?" Su Chen looked at the time. It was time to send Xia Mengmeng back to the hotel. At least that's what he thought. But Xia Mengmeng was stunned. "Do you want to get rid of me so much?" Xia Mengmeng's voice seemed a little unhappy. "Well." Hearing this, Su Chen's body shook. He was really speechless. "I don't have such an idea." "You said all this yourself." Su Chen waved his hand and said. He felt that Xia Mengmeng was a really difficult girl to get along with. Even Su Chen didn't know how to deal with her. This girl's personality was really weird. Compared with Tang Zai's liveliness, Xia Mengmeng has a hint of cunning. "I still have to go shopping." "Are you going to abandon me?" Xia Mengmeng said. "All right." As the saying goes, one should be a good person to the end. Now Su Chen has no choice but to make this choice. If he leaves now, he will probably have a hard time explaining to Tang Zai. Su Chen felt that this woman was really difficult to deal with, which made Su Chen speechless. However, given the current situation, Su Chen had nothing to say. "All right." He sighed. Since they decided to go shopping, Su Chen naturally didn't need to be polite. So the two of them got into the car. Su Chen started his luxury car, and he looked extremely cool along the way. In fact, Su Chen also wanted to keep a low profile, but the reality did not seem to allow it, so he could only look helpless. At this moment, another luxury car stopped in the distance, and the people in this car were indeed very angry. The person in the car was Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng, who had just been humiliated by Su Chen, did not leave, but kept waiting. He did not dare to offend Zhu Ganyan, but that did not mean he forgave and let Su Chen go. In Chu Lingfeng's eyes, Su Chen was an extremely hateful person, and he hated Su Chen to the core. And this hatred has reached its peak. As the eldest son of the Chu family, he naturally could not bear such humiliation. The current situation was like a heavy punch, hitting him hard in the face. Chu Lingfeng felt a pain in his face. That was the effect of Su Chen's humiliation. The hatred deep in his heart had already reached a point where it was difficult to quell. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to drive such a luxury car. Looking at the car that Su Chen drove when he took Xia Mengmeng away, Chu Lingfeng was filled with jealousy in his heart. He originally thought that Su Chen took out 400,000 yuan and was just a little rich, but the reality slapped him in the face. Su Chen actually owns such a luxury car. This guy is so despicable. I have an irreconcilable feud with him. Chu Lingfeng roared angrily. Hearing this, a person next to the car also looked calm. Master, this person seems to be of a distinguished status, and there seems to be some great connection between him and Zhu Benyan. We can't take it lightly. If we make things worse and offend a scary person, it will be a troublesome matter for us. The speaker was a middle-aged man, and his voice was very solemn. A hint of coldness immediately flashed across Chu Lingfeng's eyes. The feeling of cold is very strong. Uncle Son, I invited you here from afar, not to teach me a lesson. You have to help me get revenge. The humiliation this guy just gave me is really unbearable. Chu Lingfeng said with a trembling voice. It was naturally unbearable for the eldest son of the Chu family to be humiliated in this way. He was now extremely angry and couldn't help but tremble all over. Feeling this, the guy called Uncle Son smiled coldly. There was a gleam in his eyes. This light can be said to be quite sharp. Don't worry, my actions will be foolproof. As long as you go to the young master and do what you promised me, I will naturally send the girl to you. I, Sun Wen Kai, will take action, so it will be foolproof. The guy called Uncle Sun patted himself on the shoulder and said. He seemed very excited, as if he possessed extremely strong power. Seeing this scene, Chu Lingfeng was also very excited. At this moment, the man named Sun Wen Kai had quietly exited the car. Su Chen didn't know that danger was about to come. Now he was taking Xia Mengmeng to the most famous pedestrian street in the area. The two men parked the car outside. After they stopped the car, the two walked into the pedestrian street, which was very prosperous and had all kinds of luxury stores. It can be said to be the best place for consumption. However, Su Chen had no interest in consumption, although he had an unlimited black card and could theoretically use it for unlimited consumption. But in fact, he doesn't care about consumption. At least, Su Chen thought this was a rather boring thing. However, Xia Mengmeng was very interested in such things, so the two of them came to the pedestrian street. I'm going shopping, so you will be responsible for carrying my bag. Xia Mengmeng said seriously. Well. Su Chen was speechless about this sentence. He didn't even know how to respond. After all, this was definitely an embarrassing thing. It is really embarrassing that the chairman of Yunhai Group has fallen to the role of a bag carrier. Su Chen even felt quite depressed. But at this moment, he seemed to have nothing to say. After all, this is what Su Chen must do. As long as he completes the third sister's task, everything will have a result. Only then will Su Chen be able to get rid of this girl. Otherwise, he would be helpless. Just like that, the two of them started off, and they soon arrived at a luxury goods store, and Xia Mengmeng began her shopping. Chapter 50, Kneel in Seconds. Looking at Xia Mengmeng's purchasing speed, Su Chen was also stunned. The girl's shopping speed can be said to be extremely fast. In a short while, Su Chen already had a few more pieces of clothing in his hands. There was no room left in Su Chen's hands. Well. He also showed an embarrassed expression. Su Chen's performance was quite helpless. Just at this time, they finally stopped at a store. This store was completely different from other luxury stores. It could be said that this store was definitely an old store. Tianji Clothing Store. This is the name of this store. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was confused. He felt that this matter seemed a little strange. However, the situation in this clothing store surprised Su Chen a little. There are top luxury brands all around here, including domestic and foreign brands. It can be said that these luxury brands are all very powerful. But Tianji Clothing Store is an exception. This place looks very plain and there is nothing special about it, just like an ordinary clothing store. Under such circumstances, Su Chen really didn't know how this clothing store existed among other clothing stores. Because the environment here is really incompatible with the surrounding environment. Su Chen also looked confused. But when Xia Mengmeng saw this clothing store, her eyes lit up. I finally found it, Xia Mengmeng said excitedly. It seemed that for this beautiful star, this clothing store was a very exciting existence. This situation made Su Chen confused. Well, isn't it just an ordinary-looking clothing store? What's so special about it? Su Chen asked curiously. At least in his opinion, this was just an ordinary clothing store and there was nothing special about it. However, from Xia Mengmeng's expression, Su Chen suddenly discovered that this girl seemed to have a feeling of reverence for this clothing store. Su Chen found this incredible. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng gave Su Chen a cold look. You say you don't understand, let me tell you, this clothing store is a top-notch clothing store. The owner's surname is Tian. This clothing store doesn't have its own brand, but it is a century-old store, which means that this store has been in existence for 100 years. And it has been passed down through several generations. As a handmade store, it is the only one in the world. Xia Mengmeng seemed to have a deep admiration for this clothing store, and she said it word by word. After hearing these words, Su Chen also showed a confused expression on his face. He really didn't expect that this clothing store was so powerful. This was beyond Su Chen's imagination. Xia Mengmeng is a very picky girl, but she has great respect for the Tian family's old store. Su Chen felt that this store was unusual, but he didn't know how to say it. Under the current circumstances, Su Chen felt a little strange. Are the items sold in this store very expensive? I've heard that handmade items are very expensive, but are the items made by Gecko very good? I don't think so, Su Chen said word by word. Hearing this, Xia Mengmeng glared at Su Chen. But before Xia Mengmeng could say anything, a girl came out. The girl had a ponytail and was about 20 years old. She looked very beautiful. She also looked very elegant and was undoubtedly a top beauty. Compared with Xia Mengmeng, she seems to be not much inferior. However, this girl and Xia Mengmeng have their own merits. The girl looked very angry. Who said that our Tian family is just a name? The girl asked in a serious voice. After hearing what the girl said, Xia Mengmeng was even more speechless about Su Chen. She felt that although Su Chen was a very good person, he had one problem, which was that he always caused trouble. Now, it seems that I have offended someone again. Su Chen took a breath. He felt very speechless. At least in his opinion, this was simply a helpless matter. Su Chen scratched his head. The girl was very angry and looked directly at Su Chen. There was only one boy outside, Su Chen, so the girl could naturally confirm that the person who was talking was Su Chen. The girl's expression suddenly turned very ugly, and her eyes were even full of cruelty. The girl stared at Su Chen coldly. You were the one who said that just now. The girl glanced at Su Chen, her eyes almost seeing through him. Su Chen felt that this girl did have a very strong temperament, and even the strength of her aura surprised him. However, Su Chen is the owner of the system after all, so he would not be too surprised. But facing the girl's questioning, Su Chen could only shake his head helplessly. That's not what I meant. I just said that your store doesn't look like anything special. Su Chen waved his hand and said. He had no intention of lying, he really thought so. Su Chen really had such thoughts, so he naturally expressed them. He is not a person who likes to lie. Xia Mengmeng felt a bit amused and helpless. At least in Xia Mengmeng's opinion, Su Chen's words were making things worse. Xia Mengmeng really didn't know what to say. The girl was so angry that she was shaking all over. You are so bold that you dare to be so arrogant in front of our Tian family's old store. You are simply courting death. The girl stared at Su Chen fiercely, as if she had a deep hatred for Su Chen. Su Chen felt helpless. He didn't think so, it was just the result of saying the wrong thing, but now the girl obviously thought that Su Chen really thought so, which made Su Chen speechless. He sighed helplessly. Anyway, I'm just telling the truth. If you're dissatisfied, there's nothing we can do about it, Su Chen said helplessly. After these words were spoken, Xia Mengmeng was truly speechless, and at this moment, the girl's body was shaking with anger. The girl looked Su Chen up and down. Our Tian family store is a century-old store. The clothes we make are all top-notch. We can say that our Tian family store is the most powerful in the handmade clothing industry. Are you dissatisfied? The girl said angrily. Well, I just think that whether your store is the best is not based on your bragging. I have to see whether you really have such strength before I can choose to believe it or not. Su Chen responded directly. These words already made the girl's heart tremble. Are you serious? The girl said with a trembling expression. Su Chen waved his hand. Of course I'm serious, I never lie. Chapter 51, Offending Again. Outside the Tian family clothing store, the girl's face was red with anger. She stared at Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen smiled slightly. Can't I say that I can only say that your Tian's old store is good, but you can't say that you are not good? I just feel that your store is not that good. Su Chen seemed to be talking about something extremely calm. Hearing his calm tone, the girl's face became extremely ugly. The girl couldn't believe that Su Chen would say such a thing. The girl's face turned red with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? The girl said viciously. Su Chen waved his hand gently. Anyway, I will speak out what I really think. I won't talk nonsense. Of course, I won't flatter you either. These words surprised Xia Mengmeng. But the girl's face turned red with anger. The girl's red face makes her look even cuter. You've really gone too far, said the girl angrily. Su Chen turned around and looked at Xia Mengmeng. Miss Xia, it seems that this store doesn't welcome me, let's leave. Xia Mengmeng felt quite regretful and even speechless. She had heard about the clothes from the Tian family's old store a long time ago. They were top-notch clothes, and even ranked among the best in the world. If she could customize a set of clothes from the Tian family's old store, that would be Xia Mengmeng's dream. But when he brought Su Chen out today, he directly offended the girl. It seems that customizing clothes is not an easy thing. After all, this old Tian shop is not something you can get just by having money. There are many rich people who want to customize clothes here, but there is absolutely no possibility. This is a troublesome matter. Now that Su Chen has offended the people from the Tian family's old store, Xia Mengmeng naturally has no chance of ordering clothes. Xia Mengmeng can only feel regretful and want to leave this place. But the girl was very angry. The girl grabbed Su Chen's arm. You can't leave, you have insulted the reputation of our Tian family. You must give me an explanation. The girl said angrily. Hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. Are you sure? He asked with an embarrassed look on his face. Although Su Chen didn't want to offend this girl, it would make Su Chen helpless if the girl did so forcefully. The girl nodded vigorously. Of course I am sure. Is there any trouble in this matter? Su Chen was also helpless. But the girl grabbed Su Chen. You must come with me to Tian's old store, the girl said angrily. Okay. Su Chen looked at Xia Mengmeng helplessly. Xia Mengmeng was also completely speechless. After all, Su Chen was causing trouble everywhere, which really made Xia Mengmeng not know what to say. At this moment, two people followed the girl into the store. It was a very large store, but the decoration inside was indeed very simple. There is nothing special here except some clothes. Su Chen saw clearly that there were several pieces of clothing hanging here. These clothes were all handmade and looked really good. The girl glared at Su Chen fiercely. This is the craftsmanship of our Tian family. Didn't you say that our Tian family's craftsmanship is nothing? This is my craftsmanship. If you can surpass me, I will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me. The girl said viciously. At this moment, a cough was heard in the house. The cough sounded a little muddy, and an old man walked out directly. When Su Chen saw the old man, his heart moved. He naturally knew that this old man should be a truly powerful person. It can be said that this old man possessed a very strong aura. It's actually Master Tian Wenpeng. Xia Mengmeng looked surprised. Who is Tian Wenpeng? Su Chen asked confusedly. After hearing Su Chen's words, Xia Mengmeng pinched Su Chen hard. Don't you even know Tian Wenpeng? Tian Wenpeng is the head of the Tian family, and he is the most top-notch design master. Xia Mengmeng admires Tian Wenpeng very much, and her words and actions all reflect her admiration. After all, as a person who knows fashion very well, Xia Mengmeng knows a lot about fashion. So under such circumstances, Xia Mengmeng certainly admires Tian Wenpeng very much. So that is how it is. Looking at the old man's temperament, Su Chen had to admit that the old man's temperament was still very strong. Su Chen can be sure of this. But other than that, he didn't think there was anything special about it. The old man had already reached the girl. "Shanxian, what are you doing again?" The old man's voice seemed a little unhappy, but there was still a sense of doting in his tone. The girl looked quite angry. "Grandpa is like this guy." The girl said word by word. The girl told Tian Wenpeng everything that had happened at the door before. When Tian Wenpeng heard these words, his expression changed. He said that the clothing manufacturing level of my Tian family is rubbish? Tian Wenpeng's expression was extremely ugly. At least, he felt that this was a terrible thing. As a master-level figure, Tian Wenpeng was very confident in himself, but he really did not expect that there would be someone like Su Chen. A blatant provocation in front of the Tian family's door. This is simply a provocation to Tian Wenpeng. That girl hated Su Chen even more. "I am Tian Shanxian. Although I don't have any special talents, I have learned to make clothes from my grandfather for a few years. I think my handicraft skills are pretty good." "You are bragging about yourself. Do you dare to compete with me?" Tian Shanxian said in a serious voice. Xia Mengmeng felt a headache. Now not only this girl, but even Tian Wenpeng is very unhappy with Su Chen. It seems that today's trip to the Tian family clinic will be very dangerous. Xia Mengmeng was speechless. She felt that Su Chen would be humiliated in a while, there was no doubt about it. So under such circumstances, Xia Mengmeng really had no confidence in Su Chen. Competing with Master Tian Wenpeng is simply a joke. It can be said that the gap between the two is so big that it is unimaginable. There is no comparison at all. Xia Mengmeng could only choose to shut up. It seems like it's time to teach this guy a lesson. How could the younger brother of the three Tang sisters be so unbearable? Xia Mengmeng thought to herself, and her impression of Su Chen dropped to a lower level. Tian Wenpeng's expression was also very ugly. "Young man, I have been engaged in this industry for decades, but no one has ever said that my craftsmanship is not good. You are simply despising me by saying so." Chapter 52, A Helpless Move. The old man's tone was quite angry. As a top master, Tian Wenpeng has always been a leader in the handmade clothing industry. He has been engaged in this industry for decades and has been respected by everyone, but no one has ever dared to criticize him to his face. What's more, Su Chen in front of him was just a young man, and he actually accused him with such words. Tian Wenpeng certainly couldn't believe it. As for Tian Shanxian, she is Tian Wenpeng's only granddaughter and is regarded as a treasure. These two people are now in a state of anger. Su Chen was also speechless. It seems that if I don't compete with them today, I will not be able to stay out of trouble. Su Chen wanted to keep a low profile, but reality did not allow it, which really gave him a headache. Since that was the case, Su Chen had no choice but to take action. Although he felt that this was a bit embarrassing, Su Chen seemed to have no other choice. Things have come to this point, there is no point in saying more. System lottery. Since the system still gave him 2 chances to draw a lottery, Su Chen chose to do so without hesitation. This is the skill column, the skills added. There were originally 3 chances to draw a prize, but one had already been used. Now Su Chen only has 2 chances. In fact, he didn't want to use it. Facing the pressure from Tian Wenpeng and Tian Shanxian, Su Chen had no choice but to choose to draw a lottery. Alas, it is very difficult for people who are too outstanding to keep a low profile. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. He even felt a little embarrassed. At least for him, this was a rather troublesome matter. But Su Chen seemed to have nothing to say. What choice do they have? The lottery is over. There are 3 skills for the host to choose from. You can only choose one of them. The system directly provides 3 skills. Su Chen looked over there. The skill in the middle made Su Chen's eyes light up. Master of Cutting. That's him. Although this skill does not seem to be of much use to Su Chen, it is still quite useful now. After all, being a first-level cutting master can bring Su Chen's cutting skills to the top level, which is quite terrifying in itself. At least Su Chen is very confident in himself. Loading skills. He loaded the skill without hesitation. This is not difficult at all, and can even be said to be extremely simple. When Su Chen completed loading the skills, he had acquired the skills of a first-level cutting master. This skill just appeared in his body, as if Su Chen had learned this skill naturally. This is by no means an easy matter. Su Chen's skills seem to be integrated directly, as if his body was born with such skills. This is the power of the system. If you want to level up, You need to complete tasks using this skill. Once the task value reaches over 3000, it can be upgraded to a level 2 skill. The voice of the system came slowly. So that's how it is. Su Chen nodded. However, he carefully checked the task value and found that the current task value was 0. In other words, if Su Chen wanted to upgrade his skills to level 2, he would have to pay a huge price. Well, Su Chen didn't seem to have any interest in upgrading this skill. But at this moment, Tian Chanqian's roar came to my ears. What the hell are you doing? Tian Chanqian's voice was full of anger. My grandpa is talking to you, but you're just standing there in a daze. Tian Chanqian said with contempt. Well. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. He certainly didn't want to sit there and do nothing, he just had an understanding of the system. But that doesn't matter. Su Chen is still very calm now. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Tian Chanqian seriously. I said your craftsmanship is not good, but I have evidence. I am not talking nonsense. Su Chen said word by word. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. But after hearing these words, everyone present was completely confused. They simply couldn't believe that all this was true. Tian Wenpeng was so angry that his face turned red. What do you mean, kid? Are you insulting me? Tian Wenpeng said with indignation on his face. He is now extremely angry. Su Chen waved his hand gently. I don't have that idea. I just want to say that there's really nothing special about you. Su Chen said word by word. Tian Wenpeng could no longer accept Su Chen's words, and was now completely furious. He looked at Su Chen viciously, his eyes almost seeing through Su Chen. Okay, in that case, I'll see what strength you have to dare to be so rampant. Tian Wenpeng said. Tian Chanqian had already stood up. Don't you dare compete with me. Tian Chanqian said angrily. Su Chen just smiled lightly. How difficult is it to compare with you? It's not difficult at all. Su Chen sounded like he was talking about something very ordinary. Hearing Su Chen's words, Tian Chanqian felt that she was being humiliated, and it was an absolute humiliation. This girl was very confident in her craftsmanship, and being humiliated like this was definitely not something she wanted to see. The girl was already extremely angry. Okay, this is my latest work. If you can copy it within a day, I will consider you awesome, he said angrily. After hearing his words, Su Chen was quite helpless. Su Chen did not say much. One day was too long for him. The time Su Chen needed was far less than a day. If it took a day, wouldn't it be a shame? It only takes me half an hour. Su Chen said with a smile on his face. After hearing these words, Xia Mengmeng was quite shocked. Does Su Chen even know how to cut? Xia Mengmeng couldn't believe it was true. At least in Xia Mengmeng's opinion, this itself is a terrible thing, but Su Chen's face is calm. He picked up the drawing paper and some raw materials and started working immediately. Su Chen's operating ability is very strong, and he can even be called a god. After all, with the bonus of the system, Su Chen's strength has already reached an unimaginable level. It can be said that his strength is quite terrifying. That's where his power lies. Su Chen began to work on his own design. There were countless design options in his mind, and he could choose from these design options. In this way, Su Chen made a design, which was the design given by the system. Chapter 53 is amazing. Start cutting. Su Chen started to operate without any hesitation. Tian Wenpeng and Tian Chanqian looked at Su Chen in surprise, and they had no idea what was going on. For them, this was simply a terrible thing. At the beginning, Tian Wenpeng was completely dismissive of Su Chen. Tian Wenpeng didn't believe that Su Chen had any ability. But when Su Chen started to take action, Tian Wenpeng was completely shocked. Tian Wenpeng simply couldn't believe it was true. To him, this was a truly horrible thing. Tian Wenpeng was in a state of shock deep inside, and Tian Chanqian looked even more bewildered. In Tian Chanqian's opinion, the horror of this incident was beyond imagination, and Tian Wenpeng's face became very ugly. He really couldn't believe that this was real. This kind of tailoring technique is simply top-notch. How did he do it? Tian Wenpeng said with trembling body. Tian Wenpeng simply couldn't believe that this was true. After all, Su Chen possessed a method that could be described as terrifying. It was definitely an extremely scary thing, and it even made Tian Wenpeng completely stunned. Tian Shanxian looked even more dazed. Tian Shanxian has been studying with her grandfather since she was a child, and it can be said that she has a very good learning ability. But now, Tian Shanxian is also completely shocked by the strength shown by Su Chen. Is this guy really not bragging? Does he really have such ability? Tian Shanxian said. This is truly a terrible thing that is hard to imagine. If this thing had not really happened, Tian Shanxian would not even dare to believe it was true, but it is indeed a real thing. This is simply surprising. Su Chen completed the design very quickly. His design talent and ability were extremely strong. It can be said that Su Chen's design talent has far exceeded the imagination of Tian Shanxian and others. What shocked them even more was Su Chen's abnormal hands-on ability. Su Chen was able to display the design thoroughly, and in perfect condition. Tian Wenpeng and Tian Shanxian were completely shocked. Especially Tian Wenpeng, as a top craftsman, Tian Wenpeng's hands-on ability was absolutely terrifying, and could even be called the top one. But now when compared with Su Chen, the two are simply incomparable. The gap between them is imaginable. Su Chen quickly completed the design of the clothes and handed it directly to Tian Wenpeng. He had a calm expression on his face, as if all this was nothing. You are so awesome," Tian Shanxian said with a trembling voice. Su Chen smiled calmly. "How about my design? Can you too be satisfied? If possible, you can also make the same clothes as mine," Su Chen said with a smile. He actually wants to keep a low profile, but his strength doesn't allow it. This. Tian Shanxian's pretty face turned red. Although Tian Shanxian was very unconvinced, the girl had to admit Su Chen's talent. It could be said that Su Chen's design was simply perfect. The girl's breathing quickened. But Su Chen just smiled indifferently. In his opinion, this was just a routine operation. After all, with the bonus of the system, Su Chen's strength was far stronger than he had imagined. Tian Wenpeng was even more shocked. "Young man, how did you do it? Which martial art did you learn from?" Tian Wenpeng said in a trembling voice. Su Chen just spread out his hands. "I have no sect or school." There was no need for him to lie. Su Chen did not learn from any school of thought, and he was not interested in such things. Tian Wenpeng was completely shocked. "Master, I was blind just now. Please forgive my ignorance," Tian Wenpeng said respectfully. He had nothing to say. Su Chen smiled faintly. "It's very simple. Why do you have to do this? But as the saying goes, there are always people who are better than you. From now on, you can't be complacent." Su Chen pretended to be a master. After all, the atmosphere had already been set to this point, so he had no choice but to do it reluctantly. "Well." Tian Wenpeng's face turned red when he heard what was said. He is a top-level figure. It can be said that he is very powerful and he is also very old. Under such circumstances, being verbally scolded by a young man is really embarrassing. But there is no way. As the saying goes, the wise are respected. Who made Su Chen have such strength? Strength is the truth that can prove everything. Tian Wenpeng and Tian Shanxian were deeply shocked by Su Chen's strength, and neither of them dared to say anything. "Well, in that case I have to take my leave." Su Chen knew that now that things had come to this, he needed to leave immediately, otherwise Tian Wenpeng would ask him some questions later, and Su Chen would be completely at a loss. He didn't understand anything at all, so naturally he couldn't give any answers to these design-related questions. Hearing this, Tian Wenpeng nodded heavily. "This is our top VIP card. With this card, you can buy clothes at will every year. Please accept it, master," Tian Wenpeng said respectfully. Su Chen refused it disrespectfully. After all, there is no doubt that his own strength has conquered Tian Wenpeng. In this case, the opponent's card does not seem to be a big deal. Su Chen's wrist flicked slightly, and the card entered Su Chen's pocket. He put the card into his pocket and then chose to leave. Xia Mengmeng was stunned. "How come you can cut and you have such great handicraft skills?" Xia Mengmeng murmured. She has a special affection for fashion and clothes. Xia Mengmeng naturally knows that there are only a handful of people with such excellent hands-on skills as Su Chen. It is simply difficult to do. That's why Xia Mengmeng was so shocked. Su Chen waved his hand gently. "Simple, it's just a simple thing. In fact, I don't know how to do it. I just suddenly had a flash of inspiration and showed it off just now." Suchin sounded like he was talking about something very ordinary. Cut. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes in anger. She was not a stupid girl and naturally knew that Suchen was just perfunctory, but Xia Mengmeng had no room for rebuttal. Suchen's words even made Xia Mengmeng helpless. Well, I have to admit that you are indeed somewhat useful, the girl said helplessly. Now that we've bought the clothes, can we go back home? All right. The two of them walked downstairs of the shopping mall, but at this moment, a pair of eyes were already staring at them. Those eyes were extremely sharp, even murderous. The target has been locked, the man murmured. Chapter 54, Enemies. Suchen finally sent Xia Mengmeng back to the hotel, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this is definitely a troublesome thing. This woman, Xia Mengmeng, is really cunning and difficult to deal with, and has caused Suchen a lot of trouble. Suchen's expression was extremely ugly. At least for him, this was a very tiring job. Suchen had heard that accompanying a woman shopping was very tiring, but this time, Suchen experienced it personally. That was really tiring for him. However, there was no need for Suchen to say more. After all, the matter had been resolved. Go and report to Tang Zai immediately. Suchen has made the decision. Just then, Suchen was ready to leave the hotel. But just as he walked out of the hotel, he felt as if someone was staring at Suchen. Ever since he took the marrow cleansing pill, Suchen's perception ability has become extremely powerful. He felt someone following him. Lock on the target. Suchen locked onto the target directly in his mind. After Suchen locked on his target, he had already identified the person who was following him. As a result, Suchen calmed down. After all, he had locked onto the person who was following him, and that guy could no longer pose a threat to Suchen. Let's go back to the Tang family first and deal with him tomorrow. Suchen has already thought of a plan. He was already very tired today, and there was no need to fight these boring guys anymore. He knew without even thinking that the other party was Chu Lingfeng's man, and Suchen didn't care about this matter at all. A mocking expression appeared on his face. Just like that, Suchen got into the car in an instant and left here as quickly as possible. At this moment, several people in a car nearby were watching this scene, and the leader was Sun Wenkai. A glimmer of fire flashed in Sun Wenkai's eyes. It seems that this kid is really amazing. Sun Wenkai saw Suchen's car, which proved that Suchen's identity was very special. After all, the value of this car was something that even Chu Lingfeng had never owned. It can be said that Suchen must be a kid from a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Sun Wenkai also showed a troubled expression on his face. He went to Lingfeng with a solemn promise, but if he couldn't deal with Suchen, he really couldn't explain this matter in front of the young master. Sun Wenkai was scratching his head for a moment. The few people around him are all his younger brothers. Mr. Sun, I know this guy, one of the younger brothers said. Do you know him? Sun Wenkai turned around with a dazed look on his face. Yes, if I recognize him correctly, he seems to be my classmate, said the guy. He has a strong physique and looks like a very tough guy. His name is Su Acheng, and he has always been a subordinate of Sun Wenkai. When Sun Wen heard Su Acheng say this, his eyes lit up. Is he from a wealthy family? Do you know his family background? Su Acheng immediately shook his head. Although I don't remember it clearly, I know that Su Chin is from a village near us. He definitely doesn't have much money and his family is very ordinary. As for why he can drive such a car, I also find it very strange, Su Acheng said. Hearing this, Sun Wenkai's mind became active. Since you are middle school classmates, why don't you think of a reason to get together, then? Sun Wenkai thought coldly. He was very insidious. While Su Acheng was speaking, he had already thought of a plan. The plan was to have Su Acheng hold a class reunion and take the opportunity to lure Su Chen in. Then he could deal with Su Chen anytime. Of course, Sun Yat-sen would be the one observing all this from behind the scenes. He would have the final say on when to act. He is a very calm person. According to Su Acheng, this is a good opportunity. Su Acheng just chuckled. I was a poor student in school, and I, Su Chen, don't have many connections, or even any prestige. But as long as Mr. Sun gives me some money, I can hold a class reunion, Su Acheng said insidiously. After all, although Su Acheng did not have any prestige, he knew a friend named Ma Delong. Ma Delong was the squad leader at that time and a very prestigious person. And now Ma Delong has the contact information of each of his classmates. If Madlong holds a class reunion, Su Chen will definitely show up. Su Aoqing proposed his own plan. Good. Sun Wenkai nodded with satisfaction. Su Aoqing smiled awkwardly. But I need some money. Madrin is a money-hungry guy. If I don't have money, it will be very difficult to get him to do anything. Sun Wenkai didn't care at all. As long as there is an opportunity to create a chance to deal with Su Chen, that would be the most important thing for him. Sun Wenkai directly took out 50,000 yuan. How about the money? When he saw the money, Su Aoqing's eyes lit up. For him, this amount of money is really a lot. It can be called a huge sum of money. After all, he only needs 10,000 yuan to bribe Madrin, and the remaining 40,000 yuan will most likely go into his own pocket. Su Aoqing was of course very excited about this matter. Of course Sun Wenkai could see what Su Aoqing was thinking, but he didn't care at all, because Sun Wenkai just wanted to get results. As for this money, it meant nothing to him. It was just a tiny amount of money. You just need to promise that your classmates' party will be held at Yisei KTV tomorrow night. Then you can find a way to make things difficult for him. I will observe from the dark. Sun Wenkai spoke word by word. He didn't dare to attack Su Chen rashly because he didn't know Su Chen's true identity. If Su Chen was really the legendary rich second-generation guy, then Sun Wenkai would have to be more cautious. He has been in the underworld for a long time and is definitely a veteran. He will never do anything himself unless he is absolutely sure. As for Su Aoqing and Ma Delong, they are simply the best knives. Sun Wenkai was of course very happy that he could get these two people to work for him for a small price. He felt that his plan was absolutely foolproof and there was no possibility of failure. Of course Su Aoqing was also very happy. In his opinion, the best thing to do is to be a middleman and make a profit from the price difference. What's more, deep down in his heart, he was quite jealous of Su Chen. We all went to school in the village. How come Su Chen is now driving such a luxury car and staying with a top beauty? What made Su Aoqing even more speechless was that Su Chen's appearance and temperament had also undergone a complete transformation. This made Su Aoqing feel jealous. The hatred he felt towards Su Chen was for no reason. Chapter 55, Class Reunion. Do you choose to sign in? When Su Chen woke up, it was already noon. The system's sign-in reminder woke Su Chen up again. Oh no! Su Chen then realized that today was Monday. He was originally planning to go to work, but it was already noon. It's all Xia Mengming's fault yesterday. Su Chen was helpless. Accompanying that girl yesterday was a huge blow to Su Chen's energy. After all, accompanying Xia Mengming shopping was too tiring. Sign in. Su Chen had no choice but to make a subconscious choice. The system gives a surprise every day. Su Chen is also surprised. What is today's surprise? At this moment, a golden microphone appeared in his mind. Singing King skills. What? Su Chen was speechless for a moment. The singing skill, once used, can turn the host into an almighty singing god, able to perform perfectly no matter high, medium or low notes. The system slowly introduced this skill, and the skill was directly entered into the skill column. It can be seen that the skill is now golden and marked as level 1. What's the use of this thing? Su Chen was speechless for a while. For him, this was really speechless. After all, Su Chen had no idea what this skill was used for. In his opinion, the effect of this skill is really limited. Su Chen felt embarrassed. But at this moment, I felt a little hungry. After all, I had slept for a long time. Su Chen stood up, pushed the door and walked out. My second and third sisters are not here, and it seems that Aunt Lee is not here either. What's going on? Just then, he saw a man on the sofa. Xia Mengming? Su Chen felt dizzy. The girl appeared in front of him again. What? Don't you welcome me? Xia Mengming said angrily. Hearing this, Su Chen was even more speechless. Miss Xia, why are you here? Xia Mengming then said, I came to find Tang Zai, but her company has a meeting today, so you have to accompany me. Well. Su Chen staggered and almost fainted. He really didn't know what was so charming about him that made this girl want to follow him. I still have to go to work. Su Chen said awkwardly. Xia Mengming smiled. Your sister has already asked for leave for you. What do you mean? I want someone to accompany me shopping. I'm afraid there will be a queue of dozens of miles. Are you going to refuse me? Xia Mengmeng was very dissatisfied. Suchen sat opposite the sofa, seeming a little speechless, but facing Xia Mengmeng's questioning, Suchen really seemed unable to think of how to answer. He seemed a little embarrassed for a moment. Just at this moment, the ringing of a cell phone broke the awkwardness in the room and the phone rang. Suchen felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. This is a good thing for him. But when I picked up the phone, it was a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Madrun. He was Suchen's high school class monitor, and the two didn't have much in common. It was just that after graduation, the classmates kept in touch, and Ma Delong was the organizer. As the former class monitor, Madrun has the contact information of all his classmates. The relationship between Suchen and Ma Delong can only be described as very ordinary. The two have had little contact since graduation. Suchen had attended several high school reunions before, but later, as he was busy making a living, he gradually forgot about the reunions. It can be said that he and Madrun have not been in contact for a long time. Madrun's sudden appearance this time really surprised Suchen. But this can be considered as a way to help Suchen. Suchen glanced at Xia Mengmeng. I'm taking a call. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes. Whatever you want. Only then did Suchen pick up the phone. Oh, Suchen, we haven't seen each other for a long time, said Ma Delong. Suchen could hear a sense of sophistication in Madrun's tone, and he felt very uncomfortable with this feeling. In Suchen's opinion, classmates should maintain a purer friendship and should not be in this state. But at this moment, he had already heard a somewhat strange tone in Madrun's voice. Suchen was somewhat resistant to such words. However, he still didn't show it. Yes. Are you okay now? Suchen said. Madrun on the other end of the phone laughed. It's like this. We haven't had a reunion in a long time. I'm organizing everyone to go to Yisei KTV tonight. Let's sit together. I wonder if you are willing to come. This. Suchen was a little hesitant. He had no great interest in such an impure gathering. But at this moment, Xia Mengmeng's eyes lit up. She actually snatched the phone away. Night KTV, right? We'll be there tonight. I'm his girlfriend. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng hung up the phone. What are you doing? Suchen was speechless for a while. He was helpless towards this girl. Suchen felt that Xia Mengmeng was clearly looking for trouble. Moreover, this girl was very calm. Xia Mengmeng waved her hand. Why, little brother, you seem reluctant to let me be your girlfriend? Hearing this, Suchen glared at Xia Mengmeng. Are you teasing me? Unexpectedly, Xia Mengmeng chuckled. I'm just too bored. I came to this city to relax. I haven't been to a place like KTV for a long time. Can you take me there once? Xia Mengmeng turned to beg again, and her expression was so pitiful. Seeing this scene, Suchen was even more speechless. The girl's transformation was so fast that it was shocking, as if she changed her state in an instant. As expected of you, the legendary ever-changing singing queen. But I don't know how your fans would feel if they saw you like this. Suchen sighed. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going or not? Xia Mengmeng said coldly. The girl seemed angry and seemed to be forced. All right. Looking at his elder sister's face, Suchen seemed unable to say much. After all, although this class reunion was dispensable to him, it was still nice to meet old classmates. In middle school, Suchen didn't have many friends, except for a man named Zhou Kai, with whom he had a very good relationship. Although the two have not been in touch for a long time, it is still nice to meet Zhou Kai. As for other people, Suchen was not willing to meet them. But if you go like this, it will probably cause a commotion. Suchen said helplessly to Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng smiled. I am the best at makeup. Chapter 56, The Power of the Queen of Songs. Xia Mengmeng finished her makeup quickly. After Xia Mengmeng finished putting on her makeup, she looked like a completely different person. Seeing this scene, Suchen also looked solemn. He naturally understood what this matter meant. Suchen's eyes froze. Unexpectedly, Xia Mengmeng's makeup skills were so superb that even Suchen was quite surprised. How about my makeup skills? Xia Mengmeng said boastfully. Although Xia Mengmeng has changed her appearance now, especially after wearing glasses, she even looks like a student. But even so, Xia Mengmeng still looks like a top goddess. This cannot be changed. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was also quite surprised, and Xia Mengmeng smiled slightly. From now on, I am your girlfriend. Let's go now. Xia Mengmeng said. Well. After hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. He didn't even know what to say. After all, this is really a terrible thing. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Are you sure? Xia Mengmeng glared at Su Chen fiercely. Anyway, I just want to go to KTV and don't have any other ideas, said Xia Mengmeng. Su Chen was speechless for a while. You know, Xia Mengmeng is the top singer in the Chinese music scene. Her level is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. It can be said that Xia Mengmeng's musical ability is absolutely amazing. If Xia Mengmeng sang a song in Yi's KTV, it would be quite troublesome. Hearing this, Xia Mengmeng smiled. Unless you sing a duet with me, I'm not interested. Su Chen was helpless. If Xia Mengmeng hadn't insisted on going, he wouldn't have thought much about this class reunion. At this moment, two people walked out directly. Let's just take a taxi. Su Chen said seriously. This car is too high profile, Su Chen still needs to be more low-key. After hearing this, Xia Mengmeng waved her hand indifferently. Whatever. Su Chen said calmly. He didn't take this matter seriously at all. Su Chen was very calm. In this way, the two people came to a car, they took a taxi, and soon arrived at Yisei KTV. This is the most luxurious KTV in the entire city. This night KTV is open 24 hours a day and is definitely a top-notch KTV. When he arrived at the KTV, Su Chen found that there were several cars parked there. The several cars here are all very, very luxurious vehicles. Soon, Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng also came down. However, Su Chen saw a familiar car. Isn't this the car that followed me yesterday? Su Chen's expression was extremely strange. Yesterday Su Chen felt that there was a car following him, but Su Chen did not make any judgment. However, he did not expect that the car would appear again today. When Su Chen saw this car, he felt quite strange. This car was the one that Su Chen had seen yesterday. Su Chen saw it very clearly. After all, his current perception ability was definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. It can be said that Su Chen's perception ability is extremely powerful. There is no doubt about it. But at this moment, Su Chen didn't know whether this was a coincidence or not. After all, although this car appeared here, it didn't mean that it had anything to do with the class reunion. At least Su Chen felt that he could not doubt Madrin. What did you find? Xia Mengmeng asked curiously. Hearing Xia Mengmeng's words, Su Chen just shook his head. Now he couldn't be sure what had happened, at least Su Chen couldn't be sure of it at all. He needs to calm down. At this moment, the two people walked directly to the door, and Su Chen called Madrin again. Brother, you are here. Madrin said excitedly. 301 on the third floor, the students are almost here. Madrin said directly. At this time on the third floor, Ma Delong and Su Acheng were having a great conversation. Su Acheng, why did you invite that loser Su Chen here, and why did you pay me 10,000 yuan for this? Madrin asked curiously. Su Acheng just chuckled. At this moment, Su Acheng showed a trace of calmness on his face. He was in an extremely calm state. He has already received 40,000 yuan, and Sun Wenkai has promised him a bonus if he succeeds. Su Acheng was naturally happy. Thinking of this, Su Acheng was even more delighted. Su Acheng said, Brother Ma, you don't have to ask too much about this matter. As long as it is done, I will give you 10,000 yuan. Of course Ma Delong was happy to hear Su Acheng say this. Ma Delong works in a very good company, which is the prestigious Yunhai Group. Although Ma Delong is only a member of the project department of Yunhai Group, he feels that his identity is still very good. As for 20,000 yuan, it is not a small amount of money for Madrin. Of course, he hopes to get these two sums of money. Don't worry, brother. You are so successful now, how could you have anything to do with Su Chen, a loser? If you want me to help you deal with him, I can humiliate him for you. Madrin said. What are you talking about, squad leader? Just at this moment the door was pushed open. Two people came over. This is a man and a woman. The man looked like a nouveau riche, and the woman was also dressed up in a flashy manner. Both of them looked very arrogant. The man's words made both Ma Delong and Su Acheng look a little surprised. It's Huang Jiguang. Ma Delong and Su Acheng both recognized the man. This man was none other than Huang Zhiguang. Huang Zhiguang was also their classmate, but Huang Zhiguang's family background was very powerful. His father is a local entrepreneur. Although he is not very rich, he has assets worth over 10 million. Huang Zhiguang inherited the family property and is now considered a wealthy man. It can be said that it is passed on by word of mouth among classmates. Everyone admires Huang Zhiguang very much. Madrin is also a person who is extremely good at flattery, and he now knows very well what this means. Under such circumstances, Madrin immediately stood up with a smile. "Oh, Mr. Huang, I am so honored to have you here. This lady is..." Looking at the gorgeous girl next to Huang Zhiguang, Ma Delong asked with some surprise. Huang Zhiguang was quite proud. "Madrin, is your eyesight not good? Take a closer look." Ma Delong and Su Aocheng then rubbed their eyes. "It's Chen Rong." Both of them shouted in surprise. Chen Rong is a very famous internet celebrity singer. Chapter 57, Chain of Contempt. Ma Delong and Su Aocheng were both a little surprised to see Huang Zhiguang come in. After all, Huang Zhiguang was a rich second-generation figure when he was in school, and what shocked the two even more was the girl next to Huang Zhiguang. Rong Chen. Chen Rong is a very famous internet celebrity singer with 1 million fans on the internet. Although this number of fans pales in comparison with the top verses, he can be regarded as a second-rate internet celebrity. Although internet celebrity singers of this level are not very good, they are actually not very bad. It can be said that Chen Rong is also a goddess-level figure. "This is my girlfriend," Huang Zhiguang said quite complacently. He felt that it was a great honor to find Chen Rong as his girlfriend. And Huang Zhiguang was a person who loved to brag. "It seems that we are still no match for Huang Zhiguang." Su Aocheng and Ma Delong couldn't help but sigh. Both of them saw Huang Zhiguang's strength, and they both felt that the two of them were almost incomparable. Deep down in their hearts, they admired Huang Zhiguang even more. Huang Zhiguang and Chen Rong also sat in the main seats with swagger. Chen Rong is a flashy woman who looks very annoying. Although this woman is very beautiful, she has a face that has undergone plastic surgery, and such plastic surgery cannot be called perfect. But in this kind of situation, she would naturally be treated as a goddess. After all, Chen Rong is known as a sexy singer on the internet. Although she is just an internet celebrity, Rong Chen doesn't think so. It can be said that Rong Chen has a very good self-image. This is what's so annoying about this woman. Huang Zhiguang, on the other hand, swaggered and hugged Chen Rong, then said to Ma Delong in a condescending tone, "Old Ma, who did you invite to this class reunion?" Madrin was very respectful. "It's like this, I think our classmates haven't gathered for a long time, so this time, I invited all of our classmates to come here to get together." Huang Zhiguang smiled coldly. "I wonder if Su Chen is coming too." There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. There was a deep hatred between Huang Zhiguang and Su Chen. It could be said that he hated Su Chen to the core. This is what Huang Zhiguang thinks. Feeling this, Ma Delong and Su Aocheng looked at each other, with excitement on their faces. Both Ma Delong and Su Aocheng could hear the hatred towards Su Chen in Huang Zhiguang's tone. This is the information that Ma Delong and Su Aocheng received. These two people originally wanted to deal with Su Chen, but now the appearance of Huang Zhiguang gave them greater help. The two looked at each other and felt it from each other's eyes. Only then did Madrin chuckle. Of course. Su Chen will come, of course. In fact, their main target this time was Su Chen, but the two of them were not stupid people, so they naturally did not tell Huang Zhiguang about this matter. Ma Delong is also a very insidious person. His idea is very simple, which is to deal with Su Chen. However, instead of them taking action, it would be better to let Huang Zhiguang deal with Su Chen. This way they can hide behind the scenes. This is what they think deep down. It can be said that these two people have fully demonstrated their insidiousness to the fullest. They are definitely the most insidious people, and neither of them seems to be shy about it. "Okay, if that guy Su Chen comes, I will definitely give him a good beating today." Huang Zhiguang rubbed his hands coldly. In fact, when they were in school, Huang Zhiguang hated Su Chen to the core because Su Chen's academic performance was far better than Huang Zhiguang's. Under such circumstances, Huang Zhiguang naturally hated Su Chen deep in his heart. Moreover, Su Chen had a dispute with Huang Zhiguang when he was in school, and Su Chen did not give the other party any face. This was a slap in Huang Zhiguang's face. Huang Zhiguang certainly couldn't accept this, so his expression at this moment was quite solemn. It can even be said that he was extremely angry. Seeing this scene, Madrin was already smiling from ear to ear. It seems that using Huang Jiguan to deal with Su Chen is a really good idea. Madrin thought deep in his heart. At least Madrin felt that this was a very, very good idea, and it even made Madrin feel very excited. Young Master Huang, you are so wise and brave. Su Chen is nothing but trash in front of you, Ma Delong said seriously. There was a certain amount of flattery in the tone, but Huang Jiguang enjoyed it very much. This guy was originally an extremely arrogant person, and now he is extremely satisfied with his position. Huang Jiguan felt very satisfied to be praised by so many people. And just at this moment, a group of people came outside. These people are all classmates. These students were both male and female, but no matter what, they all looked respectful when they saw Huang Jiguang. It can even be called caring and concerned. But Huang Jiguang didn't care. The person he was waiting for was Su Chen. Just at this moment, Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng walked in. Both of them were in a very calm state. Everyone was stunned when they saw Su Chen walk in. Of course, it's not because of Su Chen. When Su Chen was in school, he just studied hard, but he didn't attract people's attention. But what everyone noticed was that there was a girl next to Su Chen. Although this girl looks plain-faced because of her glasses, her appearance is even so stunning that it seems like she is heaven-defying. The lighting in this KTV is very dim, but everyone can still see the girl's untainted temperament. Such temperament is simply shocking. Everyone was stunned. I thought that internet celebrity Chen Rong was a top beauty, but why does this girl next to Su Chen look even prettier? I think this girl looks familiar. Where have I seen her before? You don't understand this, top beauties all look the same. What nonsense! I think Chen Rong is the one who had plastic surgery. This girl is simply born beautiful. Her looks are far better than Chen Rong's. Everyone was talking about it. Although they tried to keep their voices as low as possible, Huang Jiguang and Chen Rong still heard what they said. Huang Jiguang's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't believe this was true. After all, this matter is really too incredible. The girl Su Chen brought was even prettier than the girl he brought. Chapter 58 Strength is Truth. At this moment, Huang Jiguan was so angry that he was shaking all over. His face was as ugly as it could be. At least for Huang Jiguang, this is simply an incredible thing. Huang Jiguan's face was full of jealousy. In his heart, people like Su Chen are just losers. Huang Jiguang despises Su Chen very much. But under such circumstances, Su Chen actually brought such a beautiful woman. Huang Jiguang naturally felt very unhappy. His hatred towards Su Chen deepened. Madrin and the other man on the side sneered in their hearts. It seems that there will be a real battle between Huang Jiguang and Su Chen. And it is obvious who will win this battle. At this moment, Madrin stood up with a hypocritical expression. Su Chen, you're here. Is this your girlfriend? Why don't you introduce her to us? Ma Delong said with an intimate expression. Su Chen's face became solemn after sensing Madrin's condition. He naturally knew what all this meant. Su Chen's eyes were also very serious. After feeling this scene, he knew what this matter meant. In this case, Su Chen would certainly not be polite. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng said directly, "Yes, I am Su Chen's boyfriend, but I don't like to talk much." After Xia Mengmeng finished speaking, she sat aside in a haughty manner. Such a tone is simply domineering. This also made Su Chen feel helpless. He had no choice but to sit next to Xia Mengmeng. However, Su Chen also secretly gave Xia Mengmeng a thumbs up, because Su Chen felt that Xia Mengmeng was still very good. As a top female star, Xia Mengmeng's aura is still very strong. The situation suddenly became awkward. Madrin sneered in his heart. Although he was speechless, this was exactly what he wanted deep down in his heart. This was exactly what Madrin really needed. He simply waved his hand. The meaning is very obvious. This matter requires Huang Jiguang. Huang Jiguang was so angry that he was shaking all over. Damn it, is this guy Su Chen so lucky that he looks even more handsome than before? What's even more infuriating is, he actually has such a girlfriend. Huang Jiguan looked at Chen Rong beside him and suddenly felt like a failure. At this moment, Huang Jiguang's face was extremely ugly. He had only one idea now, which was to severely punish Su Chen, otherwise he would be completely furious. Under such circumstances, Huang Jiguang was ready. He stood up and said coldly, "Since our party has already started, let's order some songs. My girlfriend, Chen Rong, is a great online singer. I'll sing a song for you first." Just like that, Huang Jiguang stood up and casually searched for a song. This KTV has a song rating system. Huang Jiguang directly took the microphone and ordered a very good song. This song is very difficult. Singer, Xia Mengmeng. This is Xia Mengmeng's famous song. Xia Mengmeng is my goddess. Isn't it? This song is very difficult. Are Huang Jiguang and Chen Rong going to sing this song together? This is shocking. And listen to their strength. Everyone was thinking about it. At this moment, Su Chen felt a little amused. Huang Jiguang was so arrogant, but he didn't expect that he was singing Xia Mengmeng's song. This really left Su Chen speechless. He turned his gaze to Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng was also a little helpless. "I think this is really boring." Xia Mengmeng waved her hand. Hearing this, Su Chen rolled his eyes. "Didn't you say this was fun?" Su Chen said helplessly. After hearing these words, Xia Mengmeng's expression was a little embarrassed. "I thought this place was interesting, but it turned out to be full of garbage," Su Chen said helplessly. At this time, Huang Jiguang and Chen Rong had already started to sing together. While singing, Huang Jiguang looked at Su Chen provocatively. Rong Chen's singing voice can be called perfect. Although Huang Jiguang is only an amateur, he can still perform well with Rong Chen's contrast. It can be said that both of them performed perfectly. The scoring software also gave a score of 85 points. This is already the highest score record of this KTV. Everyone present was completely shocked. Chen Rong is indeed an amazing internet celebrity. She even sang the song so perfectly. Isn't it? This is Xia Mengmeng's famous song. Although Chen Rong's voice has not reached Xia Mengmeng's level, he can be said to have imitated Su Chen very well. Everyone was very shocked by Chen Rong. Feeling this scene, Su Chen's face became very solemn. At this moment, the two of them had finished singing together, and Huang Jiguang's face showed arrogance. Everyone present immediately responded with warm applause. Their voices were very excited. "It's really amazing. Mr. Huang is mighty." Everyone present asked excitedly. After hearing this, Huang Jiguang had already looked at Su Chen. Huang Jiguang's eyes were full of light, which could be described as extremely sharp. "Su Chen, we have already finished singing, why don't you sing a song too?" Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. They simply couldn't believe that Su Chen had such strength. After all, Chen Rong was a famous online singer, and this status alone was enough to crush Su Chen. Even if Su Chen's girlfriend is pretty, she is just an ordinary girl. Compared with online singers like Chen Rong, she is far from it. At this moment, Su Chen had already heard Huang Jiguang's provocation, which really made Su Chen feel speechless. He even had an awkward state. Under such circumstances, a trace of solemnity also appeared on Su Chen's face. At this moment, Su Chen had no choice but to look at Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng didn't care at all. After all, this song was originally sung by Xia Mengmeng, so it can be said that there is really no difficulty at all. Xia Mengmeng just looked at Su Chen. "Can you really sing?" Xia Mengmeng said in a rather strange voice. Well. This sentence made Su Chen feel a little embarrassed. If he knew nothing about music before today, but today, Su Chen obtained the God of Songs system. You have to know that this singing God system is really powerful. It is an extremely powerful existence. With the existence of the God of Songs system, Su Chen is absolutely invincible. Now Su Chen has perfectly demonstrated his strength. He naturally knew what this matter meant. Chapter 59 Shocking. Under the frequent provocations of everyone, especially the insults of Huang Jiguang, Su Chen decided to show his strength. Start the song God system. He directly activated the God of Songs system. Just like that, the system appeared directly in Su Chen's mind. At this moment, Su Chen seemed to be possessed by the God of Singing. In fact, Xia Mengmeng didn't really believe in Su Chen's strength. In Xia Mengmeng's opinion, it was incredible that Su Chen possessed such strength. So Xia Mengmeng was also surprised. At this moment, two people had walked to the front. Everyone present looked at the two of them strangely. At this time, Xia Mengmeng had already spoken first. As a top-level diva, Xia Mengmeng's musical literacy has definitely reached the strongest level. It can be said that Xia Mengmeng is a person with extremely strong musical literacy. Such musical literacy is definitely not comparable to internet celebrities like Chen Rong. It can be said that the gap between the two is completely incomparable. At least Xia Mengmeng's strength, even if she performs abnormally, is still better than Chen Rong. Feeling Xia Mengmeng's music, everyone even felt intoxicated. They couldn't believe it was real. Why do I feel like it's playing the original sound? Isn't it? This girl's voice is almost exactly the same as the original singer's. Am I dreaming? Everyone was completely shocked. At this time, it was Su Chen's turn to sing. Su Chen gently adjusted his mood and started singing with the microphone. This first sentence is earth-shattering. If Xia Mengmeng's music is winding and plaintive, then Su Chen's music is simply majestic. The two people's voices formed a special tacit understanding. This intertwined contrast brought a great shock to people. Everyone present had a look of astonishment on their faces. They couldn't believe it was all true. At least in their opinion, this is indeed a terrible thing. They all looked surprised. These two seem to be professional singers, and they are top-notch singers. That's right, Huang Zhiguang and Chen Rong can't even compare to them. Everyone present was completely excited. At this moment, the two people had finished singing a song, and the breathing of everyone present became heavy. Such perfect music has far exceeded their imagination. They are completely shocked by the music of the two people in their hearts. Look at the ratings. Everyone turned their eyes to the ratings. And the scoring system has been given. What? Everyone present was completely stunned. The data given by the scoring system is simply staggering. Because the data given by the scoring system is an astonishing 100 points. How so? Everyone was deeply shocked. You know, the full score is 100, but Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng actually got 100 points directly. Doesn't that mean that the abilities of both singers are infinitely close to the original singeress? At this moment, Xia Mengmeng also had a refreshed feeling. As a top singer, she really enjoyed the feeling brought by the music. This collaboration with Su Chen also brought out Xia Mengmeng's best performance. In fact, Xia Mengmeng's performance at this time has surpassed the original singer's recording of the MV. It's just that the system score is only 100 at most, but in fact, the two people have sung out 120 points. Huang Zhiguang and Chen Rong were stunned. The two people couldn't believe it was true. All this was so shocking to the two people that they were speechless. They have been completely shocked. Huang Zhiguang was even more furious. You guys sang quite well. For a moment he didn't even know what to say. The dignified young master Huan was actually so angry that he was speechless. And everyone present has already felt this. At this moment, Ma Delong and Su Ocheng finally reacted from their state of shock. Both of them's breathing became rapid. This guy Su Chen is simply too amazing. Even Huang Zhiguang is no match for him. Ma Delong said in a trembling voice. It was almost a shocking thing to him, deep down. Madrin had nothing to say and didn't know what to say. For Madrin, he even had the urge to cry. At this moment, some sharp-eyed classmates had already turned their eyes to Xia Mengmeng. No, why does Su Chen's girlfriend look so much like Xia Mengmeng? Isn't it? Even the voices are the same. Could this girl be Xia Mengmeng? What a joke! Xia Mengmeng is a top singing queen. How could she be Su Chen's girlfriend? Everyone present was talking about it. They were completely shocked. After seeing this scene, Su Chen knew that something was wrong. Go! He simply pulled Xia Mengmeng up and turned away. Anyway, I have completed the task of slapping his face, and it would be troublesome to continue staying here. Seeing Su Chen leaving without saying goodbye, Su Ocheng and Ma Delong's faces changed drastically. If Su Chen was allowed to leave like this, then the two people's plan would be completely ineffective. For the two people, this was simply unacceptable, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Go and inform Sun Wen Kai. Su Ocheng finally reacted. Su Chen's strength was so incredible that he was completely unable to stop him. So under such circumstances, he could only place his only hope on Sun Wen Kai. This is an embarrassing thing, but it must be done. Just like that, Su Ocheng immediately picked up the phone and made a call. This matter was very important to him, so he had to stay calm. At this time, Su Chen had already arrived at the second floor of the KTV. You were too high profile just now. It will be very troublesome if your identity is exposed. Su Chen said to Xia Mengmeng embarrassedly. Xia Mengmeng had no opinion on this matter, but just looked at Su Chen strangely. How come you sing so beautifully? Xia Mengmeng said with shock on her face. At least in Xia Mengmeng's opinion, this is really incredible. Well. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. He really didn't know how to answer this question. Su Chen could only choose to keep silent. At this moment, a feeling of danger suddenly came over him. This feeling made Su Chen very uncomfortable, but he could clearly feel it. Is there any danger? Su Chen thought deep in his heart. Obviously, this is something that is definitely dangerous. Feeling this scene, Su Chen's eyes became very solemn. He naturally knew what this meant. His face looked extremely ugly. Chapter 60 Enemies. What happened? Xia Mengmeng asked curiously. Hearing this, a hint of coldness appeared on Su Chen's face. You go back first, I have something to do. Su Chen said coldly. He felt that this must be that guy. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng didn't know what was going on and she felt something strange. You are not going to get rid of me, are you? Xia Mengmeng said. Hearing this, Su Chen was even more speechless. Miss Xia, I'm not kidding you. Someone wants to deal with me. Before Su Chen finished speaking, two people came to them. The aura of these two men can be said to be very strong, and they look like bodyguards. Wait a minute. One of the two men suddenly said. Su Chen was speechless for a moment. What are you going to do? He looked at the other person calmly. Su Chen was estimating the strength of these two guys, but after some calculations, Su Chen felt that with the skills given by the system, he could defeat them in just a few moves. This is not a difficult task. Only. Su Chen changed his mind and gave up the idea. He decided to first find out who was behind the scenes. It is obvious that Chu Lingfeng must have been behind this matter, but the person in front of the stage now may not be Chu Lingfeng. Thinking of this, Su Chen did not move. The sturdy man said coldly, Our boss wants to see you. He is in the revolving restaurant upstairs. Please come up with us. Of course Xia Mengmeng was very dissatisfied. Why should we follow you? We don't even know you. Xia Mengmeng said angrily. Hearing this, the sturdy man smiled coldly. If you don't want to go, then I'll have to ask you to go. There was a sense of threat hidden in these words. Su Chen could naturally hear the meaning of these words, which further proved his judgment. Okay, then I'll accompany you up there. Su Chen said with a smile. Since they were already trapped here, it seemed that they had no chance to leave. Under such circumstances, Su Chen wanted to go and find out what was going on. He thought this seemed like a very interesting thing. At least that's what Su Chen thought. After feeling this scene, the strong man's expression turned cold. The two people approached Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng in an instant, and their speed could be described as extremely fast. Xia Mengmeng showed a hint of nervousness. Although Xia Mengmeng is a goddess and has seen a lot of things in the world, she has never experienced such a thing. At least in Xia Mengmeng's opinion, this matter is indeed very troublesome. Xia Mengmeng has a sense of danger. Su Chen smiled faintly. He was very calm. After all, no matter what happened, Su Chen didn't like to panic. He needs to face all this calmly. He glanced at Xia Mengmeng. Miss Xia, it looks like we have to go with them, but I will definitely ensure your safety. Xia Mengmeng blushed and nodded naturally. She still had great faith in Su Chen. After all, the contact between the two people made Xia Mengmeng develop an inexplicable sense of dependence, as if she had an additional sense of dependence on Su Chen. Xia Mengmeng didn't know why this happened, but the feeling was indeed very strong. It seemed that she could feel safe when she was with Su Chen, which was a feeling Xia Mengmeng had never felt before. The two of them walked upstairs. However, the two subordinates followed the two closely. They would never let Su Chen and the other two leave. Su Chen just watched it all calmly, as if it was nothing at all and there was no need for him to care about it. There may be danger ahead, but that is not enough to hinder Su Chen. As the owner of the system, Su Chen really wanted to know what the other party was up to. He was also looking forward to this matter. So they came to the revolving restaurant upstairs, and in a private room, Su Chen saw Sun Wenkai. This guy has a sneer on his face. Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng sat opposite Sun Wenkai, while the two men who looked like bodyguards had walked to the door and blocked it. Su Chen sneered. If I guess correctly, you are Chu Lingfeng's man? Su Chen said impolitely. Sun Wenkai smiled coldly. I really don't deserve it. He waved his hand gently. I, Sun Wenkai, do have some relationship with young Master Chu, but I am not considered a member of the Chu family. I am just taking money to help him get rid of his misfortune. Sun Wenkai clapped his hands and said. He seemed very excited. Well. Su Chen was speechless for a while. To him, this guy seemed a little rampant. This feeling naturally made Su Chen very uncomfortable. She looked at Sun Wenkai coldly. If you have anything to say, just say it. Why waste time talking? Su Chen said rudely. This guy Sun Wenkai seemed to like talking nonsense very much, which of course made Su Chen extremely uncomfortable. He stared at Sun Wenkai with contempt, almost seeing through that guy. Ha, you offended Master Chu for this young lady, but this young lady is like a fairy, so it's not a loss for you to offend Master Chu for this young lady. Sun Wenkai said. Su Chen rolled his eyes. If you have something to say it quickly. I just offended him, what can you do to me? Su Chen was quite unhappy now. The other party's words were too harsh to hear, and naturally Su Chen felt very uncomfortable. Sun Wenkai smiled coldly. Originally I wanted you to apologize to young Master Chu, but now the situation seems to have changed. If I'm guessing correctly, this is Miss Xia Mengmeng. Sun Wenkai suddenly turned his gaze to Xia Mengmeng. That expression can be said to be extremely abrupt. You. Xia Mengmeng's face changed. What she feared most was that her identity would be exposed, because that would bring endless trouble to Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng doesn't want to reveal her identity, but the situation now seems not optimistic. Xia Mengmeng's expression suddenly becomes ugly. Su Chen was also a little confused. He really didn't expect that the other party would have such a routine. Su Chen scratched his head. If you have anything to say, please speak directly. Facing this guy, Su Chen would certainly not be polite, but Sun Wenkai's words made him somewhat guarded. Sun Wenkai burst into laughter. It's nothing, actually. It's just that Miss Xia Mengmeng's identity suddenly appeared here. I'm afraid it will affect Miss Xia Mengmeng's career. If you can give me some money, I can just pretend that this matter doesn't exist. Sun Wenkai spoke word by word. What the hell? Su Chen's face turned cold. This guy is so shameless. Chapter 61, A Plot Within a Plot. Faced with Sun Wenkai's words, Su Chen could only feel speechless deep in his heart. He originally thought that Sun Wen was Chu Lingfeng's man, and Su Chen had even thought of how to deal with him. But Su Chen didn't expect that Sun Wenkai had other ambitions. This guy actually wanted to use Xia Mengmeng's identity to blackmail her. You are so shameless. Su Chen really admired Sun Wenkai. If shameless people have levels, then Sun Wenkai is definitely at the top. This guy is simply shameless to the extreme. It even makes people feel shameful. Su Chen was speechless. But at this moment, Sun Wenkai sneered. He simply curled his lips. Miss Xia Mengmeng is your boyfriend and girlfriend, and you two even sang a song together at the class reunion. The song was so intoxicating, but if I upload this video to the internet, what kind of public pressure do you think Miss Xia Mengmeng will face? Sun Wenkai became more and more proud as he spoke. He just wanted to help Mr. Chu deal with Su Chen before, but the unexpected gain now made Sun Wenkai have bad intentions. He felt that this was definitely a great opportunity for blackmail. Xia Mengmeng is a first-tier actress. If it is revealed that she has a boyfriend, it will have a huge impact. Sun Wenkai can benefit from it, or even interfere. This is exactly his true inner state. You. Xia Mengmeng was so angry that she was fuming. The girl had never seen such a shameless person. It could be said that Sun Wenkai's shamelessness was simply shocking. And he himself is shameless. Sun Wenkai sneered. You two don't have to be like this. Everything can be discussed. As long as you can come up with 20 million, I will not only destroy all the evidence, but there will definitely be no problems with young Master Chu. I will definitely handle the matter perfectly, so you two can rest assured. Sun Wenkai spoke word by word. He didn't seem to think he was shameless. On the contrary, he showed a wise smile. What shall I do? Su Chen was a little anxious. In fact, for him, this was nothing, but Xia Mengmeng found it quite troublesome. If Xia Mengmeng gets involved in this matter, it seems that it will be difficult for her to get out of it. This is exactly what makes the whole thing troublesome. Sun Wenkai's words almost made the whole matter unpredictable. If Xia Mengming's affairs were exposed, it would have a huge impact on her career. Xia Mengming was so angry that her face turned red. She had never seen anyone as shameless as Sun Wenkai. But this guy still smiled coldly. You don't have much time to consider now. If I get upset, I might even raise the price. Sun Wenkai said again. What to do? Su Chen thought in his heart. This matter really became a problem that stumped him, and even gave Su Chen a headache. He really didn't expect to encounter such trouble, and Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. But at this moment, the voice of the system came slowly into Su Chen's mind. The host can obtain a supernatural ability to change reality, but after borrowing this ability, you must complete a task for this system. I don't know if the host is willing to accept it. If you accept it, but cannot complete the task of this system, the host's body will explode. The voice of the system came in Su Chen's mind. Blast your sister? Su Chen's figure swayed, and he almost vomited blood. The word self-destruction was definitely an unimaginable stimulation for Su Chen. It even made Su Chen feel speechless. But the system's voice became more urgent. Do you choose? Hearing the system's urgent voice, Su Chen had to make a choice immediately. Select a skill. Sun Wenkai was so aggressive, Su Chen would naturally not give him any face. In this case, he decided to choose skills. Although this would bring some trouble, Su Chen seemed to have no way out at this moment. So he directly chose the skill. The skill package was instantly loaded onto Su Chen's body, and Su Chen's entire body possessed extremely powerful skills. This skill package spread throughout Su Chen's body. In an instant, Su Chen's body was enveloped by the skill. Some data came into his mind. Choose to modify Sun Wencai's phone screen. The video and the recording suddenly appeared in Su Chen's mind. Is this okay? Su Chen was completely stunned. He couldn't believe this was true. It was even a scary thing for him. After all, this matter was too unbelievable and even shocked him. But this is indeed true, and Su Chen must choose to accept it. However, this skill is so amazing that even Su Chen was shocked by it. In any case, it is a top-level skill. Su Chen had to admit this. The terrifying nature of this skill can be imagined. Delete. As the saying goes, if the enemy is unkind, I am unjust. Since Sun Wenkai was so shameless, Su Chen naturally chose to delete the contents of Sun Wencai's mobile phone. But while he was searching, he found some other content. This guy Sun Wenkai actually made a behind-the-scenes deal behind the back of the Chu family. Su Chen's heart moved. He understood what this meant. I didn't expect this guy to behave like this. It seems that this guy is absolutely shameless. Su Chen has confirmed this. If Chu Lingfeng is a lustful man, then Sun Wenkai can be said to be completely shameless. Compared with her, even Chu Lingfeng is considered a good person. Su Chen was completely desperate about this guy. He simply shook his head. Extract video. Su Chen used his second skill to extract the video. This was really a simple thing. For Su Chen, this was a piece of cake. Now that he had these skills, it was not difficult for him at all. At this moment, Jiao had already transferred the video to his mobile phone. It was so easy and happened without anyone noticing. While Sun Wenkai was still rampant, Su Chen had already smiled coldly. You said so much, but where is the evidence? Su Chen said bluntly, his tone was very unpleasant. Hearing this, Sun Yat-sen smiled coldly. He simply took out his cell phone and waved it next to Su Chen. A hint of indifference appeared on Su Chen's face. Are you sure? If you can let me watch the video again, I can consider giving you the money. Chapter 62, Torture. Su Chen's words made Sun Wenkai laugh even more. Sun Wenkai just picked up his phone and found the video to play. But at this moment it showed that the video software had been damaged. How so? Sun Wenkai was simply stunned. Everything was fine just now, but now it suddenly became like this, which really made Sun Wenkai feel incredible. Sun Wencai's face was extremely ugly. All this was simply unbelievable to him. But Su Chen showed a hint of sneer. He simply reached out, took out his mobile phone, and played the video of Sun Wenkai coveting the Chu family's money. I didn't expect that you have been draining the Chu family's assets for so many years, and you have also used malicious mergers and acquisitions. It is really shameless. If I hand this video to the Chu family, what do you think will happen to you? Su Chen said with a mocking look on his face. Since Sun Wenkai is such a shameless guy, Suchen naturally has nothing to say. He will also use the most powerful means to deal with the opponent. How did my video end up on your phone? Sun Wenkai was about to cry. He really didn't expect this to happen. All this was beyond his imagination, but it was actually real. Although all this is so unbelievable. Sun Wenkai was close to madness. "Give me the video back now," he said with a trembling voice, and he was close to crying. Suchen smiled faintly. "Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I will consider deleting the video. Otherwise, this video will soon be in Chu Lingfeng's hands, and I won't be sure what will happen then," Suchen said sarcastically. Since the other party said this, Suchen naturally would not be polite at all. He was very, very calm now. That's his mentality. At this moment, Sun Wensai's legs went weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. "Please forgive me." Sun Wensai's eyes were full of resentment, but now he could only kneel on the ground. Although Sun Wensai's heart was filled with deep resentment, now he had to bow his head as he was under someone else's roof. Looking at this guy kneeling on the ground, Suchen showed a mocking expression. He is very calm now. "Don't bother us again from now on, otherwise your video will appear on the internet immediately. If it causes any impact, you can't blame me." Suchen just repeated what Sun Wenkai had said. Sun Wensai's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He could already feel the horror of this matter, and he collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all strength. Seeing this scene, Suchen just showed a sarcastic expression. He naturally knew what a piece of trash this guy was, and now Suchen has confirmed this. Suchen took Xia Mengmeng away from here. The two of them left in a swagger. After leaving here and returning to the safe area, Xia Mengmeng looked at Suchen with shock on her face. "How did you do it? Do you have superpowers?" Xia Mengmeng said in disbelief. After all, unless it was a real superpower, Xia Mengmeng really couldn't imagine how Suchen did it. This incident shocked Xia Mengmeng. "This matter is a secret," Suchen said mysteriously. For him, this is an important secret, and Suchen must ensure that this secret is not discovered by others. Fortunately, Xia Mengmeng is not a girl who likes to ask too many questions. Since Suchen didn't say anything, Xia Mengmeng gave up on this matter. Xia Mengmeng didn't want to ask more about these things. "Thank you for helping me solve this problem," said Xia Mengmeng. Suchen waved his hand. In fact, this matter is very simple and Suchen doesn't care about it at all. They parted like this. Suchen sent Xia Mengmeng back to the hotel, and then chose to return to the Tang family. Although today's events were very tortuous, the result was still very satisfactory. After Suchen returned home, Tang Zai asked about Xia Mengmeng's situation. Suchen told her about Xia Mengmeng's situation in silence. Only then did Tang Zai understand what was going on. "Brother, you did a great job," Tang Zai praised sincerely. Suchen waved his hands helplessly. "I'm going back to the company tomorrow." Although he already owns a group, Suchen is not ready to give up the company. His vacation is over tomorrow, and Suchen decides to go back to work. Tang Zai waved her hand. "As long as you are happy." She didn't seem to care much about Suchen's behavior. This made Suchen quite satisfied. The next day arrived quickly, and when Suchen slowly opened his eyes, the system voice in his mind came again. "Do you choose to sign in?" The system's voice came. "Select sign in." This is something that can be done without hesitation. After all, every time Suchen signs in, he can gain a skill. Although these skills are good and bad, each skill has its own function. There is no doubt about this. In that case, Suchen would naturally choose to sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in. The host has obtained a skill. This is a golden card. Seeing this golden card, Suchen's face was also very solemn. Seeing this card in front of him, Suchen was completely stunned. He really didn't expect this to happen. When Suchen saw this card, his eyes fixed. He certainly knew very well what this meant. After adjusting his state, Suchen directly stretched out a hand. At this moment, a golden card appeared directly in Suchen's hand. Seeing this golden card, Suchen's face was also quite surprised. He really didn't expect that this card would be here. Suchen looked at the golden card and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At least Suchen felt that this gold card seemed a little strange. Suchen didn't know what this gold card was about. He looked up at the gold card and found a strange symbol drawn on it. Looking at the symbol on the card, Su Chen really didn't know what it meant. To Su Chen, this was simply a shock. Su Chen showed a solemn expression. At least from his point of view, this card seemed to be of no use other than looking good. What's the use of this card? Su Chen said word by word. But the system didn't respond at all. What the hell? Su Chen was confused. This card doesn't seem to have much effect. You're not kidding me. Looking at the card, he said helplessly. Chapter 63, Luck Card. What's the use of this thing? Su Chen showed a confused expression. The effect of this thing was not very obvious to him, and even made Su Chen feel a little speechless. He didn't even know what to say. At least Su Chen felt that this thing was not very useful. He scratched his head helplessly. But at this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the luck card. The system's voice was very soft, but Su Chen could hear it. He naturally understood what it meant. Luck card? These words absolutely made Su Chen very confused. However, he had a vague feeling that these words were really a bit strange. After all, Su Chen had no idea what effect this luck card had. In this completely unknown situation, Su Chen didn't know what to say. But it seems that this card seems to have some effect. Forget it, ignore him. Su Chen said helplessly. At this moment, this is all he can do. At least for Su Chen, what did this incident mean? It was simply shocking, so they were also very clear about it. At this time, Su Chen was ready to go to work. This time, Su Chen did not plan to drive his luxury car, but to walk there. After all, his luxury car was too high profile. Su Chen doesn't like such high profile behavior. Although he is already the chairman of Yunhai Group and possesses a status far superior to that of ordinary people, Su Chen still prefers walking. With this thought in mind, he walked straight forward. Su Chen's footsteps were light. Just at this moment, he had just walked out of the Tang family yard and saw someone walking towards him. Name Gao Danian. Age 45. Today's luck, medium. The points you can get are 0 points. These voices came in Su Chen's mind. What the hell? Su Chen showed an extremely confused expression. He had never expected such a situation to happen. It was beyond his imagination. This incident even made Su Chen feel extremely confused, and his face showed an incredible expression. At least in Su Chen's opinion, this was something that made him speechless. Could it be possible to gain points? Su Chen's heart moved. Just at this moment, the system's voice finally came. This is the system introducing this skill. If you meet someone with good luck, you can choose to copy their luck and complete tasks together. Every time you complete a task, you can get a different amount of points. The voice of the system came slowly. So that is how it is. Su Chen suddenly realized. He didn't expect that there would be such a way to play, but Su Chen had to admit that this way of playing was still very good. It can be said that this way of playing makes Su Chen very satisfied. In this case, Su Chen is still looking forward to this matter. But he didn't know what the luck value represented. Luck values are divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. The upper, middle, and lower levels are further divided into upper upper, upper middle, upper lower, and lower upper, for a total of 9 levels. It is so. Su Chen thought in his heart. The system then gave a list, and Su Chen searched this list. The results of the search surprised Su Chen. If you find someone with good luck and copy his luck, you can get 2,000 points. That is just too much. Su Chen was also quite surprised. After all, 2,000 points are definitely top level. Su Chen is very familiar with this point, and he also knows what this point means. This is definitely a very important matter. However, it seems difficult to find a lucky person somewhere. In this way, Su Chen walked all the way to the company. However, he walked very slowly along the way, because Su Chen was observing everyone, but did not meet anyone with good luck. There are probably very few people who are lucky enough to have such luck. Su Chen has already confirmed this. Under such circumstances, this matter was really troublesome. Su Chen even felt a little helpless, but at this moment he seemed to have nothing to say. In this way Su Chen came to the company. As soon as I opened the door, I found Master Zhang Hung here. Master. Su Chen greeted him. At this moment, Zhang Hung also saw Su Chen. You're finally here. Zhang Heng's expression was a little ugly. After seeing this scene, Su Chen also checked Zhang Heng's luck, and it was just a hit. This is a very common fortune. Su Chen felt like a charlatan. Master, you don't look very well. Su Chen asked. After hearing this, Zhang Hong looked Su Chen up and down. Whether I'm in a good mood or not is secondary, but you're in trouble. Zhang Hong said directly. Su Chen was stunned for a moment after hearing Zhang Heng's words. Su Chen didn't know what Zhang Hong meant, which made Su Chen feel a little confused. Su Chen couldn't help but scratch his head. I don't know what you mean, he asked in confusion. After all, this matter sounds a little incredible. So Su Chen needs to get things clear. But Zhang Hong moved. You have received a task, which was assigned by the boss himself. Zhang Hong said. Su Chen's performance last time left a deep impression on the boss, so this time the boss actually bypassed the marketing department and gave Su Chen the task in person. Su Chen was also confused about this task. He really didn't expect this situation to happen. Su Chen didn't expect that the boss trusted him so much, and he felt quite happy. He really likes to work hard. Seeing Su Chen's happy face, Zhang Heng's expression changed immediately. Now Zhang Heng's expression was not very good. One could even say he looked depressed. At least in Zhang Heng's opinion, it is easy to imagine what this matter means. Is there any trouble with this matter? Looking at the master's expression, Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. He felt that this matter must be a little troublesome, otherwise the master would never show such a state. Zhang Hong sighed. You think this is an easy thing to do, but in fact it is a very difficult thing. Zhang Hong said seriously. This negotiation is with the Chu Group, and this time, it is a deal worth tens of millions. Although the scale of this holy garment is not very large, it is the first cooperation between the two companies. This time, the other party's negotiating representative is the eldest daughter of the Chu Group. Chapter 64 Negotiation. Zhang Hong said word by word. The eldest daughter of the Chu Group? This surprised Su Chen a little. Of course, he was very clear about the Chu Group. It was a very powerful group with great strength. At least it is much stronger than Su Chen's company. The gap between them is still very obvious. This time, being able to cooperate with the Chu Group is very, very important to the strategy of the entire company. Su Chen never expected that such a task would be given to him. Ms. Chu's name is Chu Xiaoyu. This girl is very powerful. As the eldest daughter of the Chu Group, she is extremely capable. Zhang Hong said word by word. Zhang Heng's meaning was very clear, that is, this matter was not as simple as imagined, and Zhang Hong hoped that Su Chen could be more vigilant. Su Chen nodded. That's no problem. He said it seriously. Although he didn't know how difficult this matter was, he had a vague feeling that this matter was definitely not that simple and could be considered a rather complicated matter. In this case, Su Chen would naturally be calmer. Zhang Hong seemed to feel that Su Chen was very nervous, so he reached out and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. You don't have to be too nervous. This meeting with Chu Xiaoyu is just the first meeting. As long as you can complete the task without being servile or overbearing, it will be fine. However, Chu Xiao and Miss Chu are very difficult to deal with, so this matter is a bit troublesome. Apart from this matter is not too troublesome. Zhang Hong said word by word. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Master, don't worry. I will definitely complete this task. I'll go now. Su Chen didn't want Zhang Hong to worry, not to mention that he now had the help of the system. Although Su Chen only got one card today. But under such circumstances, Su Chen decided to complete this task beautifully. After all, he was doing this task for his master to a certain extent. After all, the master had just been appointed as the deputy director of the marketing department, and that abominable director had always hated the master to the core. Under such circumstances, Su Chen naturally has to work harder. This is what he thought deep down. He is very calm now. But at this moment, Zhang Hong was a little worried. However, Zhang Heng's expression was indeed a little strange, but he didn't show it. Seeing his master's behavior, Su Chen just smiled faintly. He certainly knew what this meant. In this way, Su Chen got Chu Xiaoyu's phone number. Of course, this must be a work phone, not a personal phone. A girl like Chu Xiaoyu would never give her personal phone to someone else easily. That is absolutely impossible. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Just based on her status, she does have an outstanding status. So Su Chen picked up the phone. He quickly dialed the number. The phone rang a few times, making Su Chen feel a little nervous. At this moment, a voice came from the other end of the phone. It was a girl's voice. Hello. The girl's voice was a little shaky, and seemed a little lazy. But this feeling made the girl's voice full of magnetism. Su Chen was quite surprised. Although Su Chen cannot judge a person's situation simply by his voice, Xu Xiaoyu's voice is indeed very magnetic. Su Chen had to admit this. Everyone says that Xu Xiaoyu is a top beauty. Although Su Chen has never seen this girl, he can tell this from her voice alone. Is this Miss Chu? I am. Su Chen adjusted his state and directly stated his identity. However, after hearing this, Xu Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone did not express anything. Meet me at the Italian coffee shop at noon today, Xu Xiaoyu said and hung up the phone. Well. Su Chen was confused. He never expected that Xu Xiaoyu would ask him to discuss business in the coffee shop. This was definitely not something Su Chen could imagine. However, Su Chen didn't seem to be surprised by this matter. Since Xu Xiaoyu has agreed to meet with Su Chen naturally has no objection. He decides to meet with Xu Xiaoyu directly. Su Chen packed up a little and waited for the time to come. At the same time, he was also observing almost everyone, but no one had good luck. This made Su Chen somewhat disappointed, even a little desperate. Su Chen even felt that Shang Shang did not exist at all. This made him give up on this matter. Although 2,000 points was a lot, Su Chen felt that this matter didn't need to be forced. She had absolutely no intention of forcing it. In fact, Su Chen is very calm. Although he admits that he has a feeling of being content with a small fortune, Su Chen enjoys this state very much. At this moment, it was already noon and Su Chen hurriedly got up. He decided to find Xu Xiaoyu. After all, work is important, and other things can only be discussed later. Just when Su Chen left, in the director's office on the second floor, Director Lu's face was already livid. This guy really went to negotiate with Xu Xiaoyu. If he really succeeds, wouldn't he gain the boss's trust even more? He might even shit on our heads. Director Lu's subordinate said with a trembling voice. Director Lu's face became even more gloomy, but his expression was also quite solemn. Go follow him and see what this guy is going to do, but I don't think he has the ability to do that. After all, Xu Xiaoyu is very famous in the business world and is a very difficult girl to deal with. Director Lu said. Although Xu Xiaoyu is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, she was able to achieve her current status not because of her fame, but because Xu Xiaoyu possesses very powerful strength. This girl's methods are very powerful. At this moment, the guy under Director Lu rushed over. Su Chen smiled. At this moment, the subordinate had already followed him out. He was a very powerful person. At this moment, Su Chen had already boarded the subway. This Italian coffee shop is located in the center of the city, and it is a top-notch coffee shop. Su Chen had only heard of the name of this coffee shop, and he also knew that it was expensive. I heard that eating a meal here is very expensive. It's just that Su Chen doesn't know it yet. At this moment, Su Chen had already arrived at the coffee shop. Chapter 65, Unfortunate Luck. When Su Chen came to the cafe, he found that the environment here was indeed very elegant. The whole cafe is filled with an elegant atmosphere, and there are not many people in the cafe. Just then, a person who looked like a butler came over. He should be a clerk here, but he was dressed like a butler. Sir, you are here to see Miss Chu, said the man who looked like a butler in a serious voice. Su Chen nodded directly. This was exactly his purpose, so of course he had nothing to hide. At this moment, the man who looked like a butler pointed inside and saw a girl sitting on a seat. The girl looked extremely elegant in her light yellow dress. That's Xu Xiaoyu? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. This is a well-known figure in the business world. It can be said that Xu Xiaoyu is definitely not an ordinary person. This girl is not comparable to ordinary people. Feeling this scene, Su Chen was prepared. Just like that, he came to Xu Xiaoyu's side. Xu Xiaoyu's outfit was very much like that of a girl next door, but her aura was quite impressive. It can be said that Xu Xiaoyu's aura is extremely powerful. At this moment, Su Chen had already come to Xu Xiaoyu. Name Xu Xiaoyu. Age 24. Good luck. Su Chen was completely stunned when he saw this scene. He had never expected that the one with the best luck was Xu Xiaoyu. And this girl's luck today is really great. Copy or not? The voice of the system came faintly. Select copy. Su Chen copied it without hesitation. In this way, his mission is half completed. Although the mission is only half completed now, it is also a big breakthrough for Su Chen. Next, there are more important things to do. Chu Xiaoyu also saw Su Chen. But he nodded to Su Chen. It can be seen that Chu Xiaoyu's expression is indeed quite strange. This girl was indeed very indifferent, as if nothing would have any effect on her, which made Su Chenka even more shocked. From this point of view, Chu Xiaoyu is still very good. This is definitely a top beauty with a very high appearance value. What would you like to drink? Chu Xiaoyu's voice was still lazy, but there was an unquestionable feeling. But after hearing this, Su Chen shook his head. I don't like coffee. He would never feel inferior because of the negotiations, but Su Chen would not do that. Chu Xiaoyu didn't seem surprised. The girl was in a completely unhappy state. And this situation surprised Su Chen even more. Ms. Chu, let's get to the point. Su Chen said seriously. But Chu Xiaoyu just shook her head. I am not prepared to negotiate with you. After all, our Chu group is a top company, and your company does not have such ability. Miss Chu said directly. What? Su Chen's face was instantly confused. He never expected that Chu Xiaoyu would directly give him a warning. Such words really left Su Chen speechless. Su Chen even felt a headache. But this is what happened, what really happened. Even if Su Chen wanted to say something, he probably couldn't give an evaluation. It seems that Chu Xiaoyu has no sincerity in cooperating with them at all. No wonder Master said this matter is difficult. It seems that this matter is indeed very difficult. Su Chen thought helplessly in his heart. He could already determine how difficult this matter was, it could even be called an extremely difficult task. How headache Su Chen must have. He was also quite helpless. At least in his opinion, this was a depressing thing. After adjusting his emotions, Su Chen wanted to organize his words. But after thinking for a long time, he still didn't know what to say. Su Chen even felt a headache. This is indeed a troublesome thing. In Su Chen's opinion, this matter made him helpless. He didn't even have anything to say. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyu smiled. Why, did your company send a young boy like you out to do nothing just because I said something casually? Chu Xiaoyu said word by word. But after hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Although this girl looked very beautiful, at this moment, Su Chen's face looked a little ugly. He felt that Chu Xiaoyu was simply insulting him. It is said that what a gentleman can tolerate is intolerable. Although the girl is very beautiful, it does not mean that Su Chen is willing to endure such a thing. His voice is very unpleasant. Miss Chu, you said I was still a child, but I don't think you are older than me. Su Chen said with a slightly sarcastic voice. After hearing these words, Chu Xiaoyu was completely stunned. In fact, the girl's first impression of Su Chen was just that he was extremely fair and handsome, but she didn't have any more impression. Chu Xiaoyu is not a fan of looks, and she doesn't care about a boy's appearance. Although Su Chen is not the type that Chu Xiaoyu finds annoying. And at this moment, Su Chen actually said such words. This matter has exceeded Chu Xiaoyu's imagination. Chu Xiaoyu was very shocked. The dignified Miss Chu was actually humiliated by Su Chen with such words. Chu Xiaoyu was of course very unhappy. However, Chu Xiaoyu had never experienced such a thing before. After all, although Chu Xiaoyu is very capable, she is also a very pampered girl, and Chu Xiaoyu is very arrogant. Under such circumstances, no one dared to insult Chu Xiaoyu like this. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoyu's face turned red. The girl was already feeling quite angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Xiaoyu said angrily. Su Chen showed a smile. He can be as calm as possible. Miss Chu, this is a fair negotiation between us. I hope we can be even fairer. He didn't like being talked to in such a condescending manner by Chu Xiaoyu. The girl was so angry that her face turned cold. Okay, since you said that, then you should show me what's special about you. After all, our Chu group doesn't negotiate with others casually. There's nothing wrong with me saying that, right? Chu Xiaoyu said angrily. Su Chen smiled slightly. Since Chu Xiaoyu said this, Su Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. He was very calm now. Like, this thing is nothing. Su Chen looked up at Chu Xiaoyu. What do you want me to prove? Chu Xiaoyu blushed. Prove your strength. Chapter 66 Luck. Are you testing my strength? Su Chen said directly. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu nodded. That's natural. Su Xiaoyu's tone was very calm. However, Su Xiaoyu didn't seem to trust Su Chen very much. Su Chen was also a little depressed. Looking at the situation around him, Su Chen really didn't know how to prove his ability. But at this moment, he saw a lottery box. If you spend over 1,000 yuan in our store, you will have a chance to participate in a lottery. The first prize is 50,000 yuan, and the probability of winning is 1/1,000. It is written very clearly and can be said to be fair to everyone. However, after hearing these words, Su Chen suddenly had an idea. Now both of us have great luck, why don't I give it a try? He thought to himself and had an idea. Su Chen smiled. Ms. Su, did you see the lottery box? Su Chen pointed to the lottery box. Su Xiaoyu looked surprised. What's going on with this lottery box? The probability is only 1. Are you going to draw a lottery? Su Xiaoyu felt that this was simply unbelievable. Therefore, Su Xiaoyu really didn't trust Su Chen's words at all. Su Chen smiled slightly. You're right. I want to prove my strength to you. What if I can win the first prize? Su Chen said seriously. This sentence was enough to shock Amelia Su. You can win the first prize? Are you kidding me? The probability is only 1 in 1,000. Do you think this is just a game? Su Xiaoyu said angrily. The girl originally thought that Su Chen was a good person, but now it seems that Su Chen is just a big talker. Su Xiaoyu was not satisfied with this in her heart. The girl felt that Su Chen's words were ridiculous. There was a hint of sarcasm in Su Xiaoyu's tone. But after hearing these words, Su Chen smiled. He looked up at Amelia Su. If I can prove it, then can we sign the contract? Su Xiaoyu did not give a direct answer. Then you have to let me see if you really have such ability. If you really have such ability, I am willing to give you another chance. But if you are just seeking fame, then I have no interest in you. Su Xiaoyu said. This girl's words were very, very serious. Su Chen was speechless deep down in his heart. I thought he could get more chances, but I didn't expect that even if he played like this, he could only get a little chance for a super difficult problem of 1. This really made Su Chen feel helpless. His face was as ugly as it could be. This was really a terrible thing for him. However, Su Xiaoyu had no intention of changing. Anyway, I'm willing to give you a chance. I'm already giving you face. Su Xiaoyu said. All right. Su Chen called the waiter just like that. I want to draw a prize. He said directly to the waiter, there is nothing wrong with this. The waiter heard Su Chen's words and directly brought the lottery box. Sir, the probability of winning the lottery here is actually only 1. If you really want to participate in the lottery, we will naturally not say much, but I would like to kindly remind you not to hold out too much hope, the waiter said directly. Well. After hearing these words, Su Chen felt helpless. He never expected that this guy would be so straightforward. It can be said that he is a rare talent among waiters. But this guy is so straightforward, so Su Chen naturally won't be polite. Don't worry, I am very confident in myself. Su Chen said word by word, wanting to say something very ordinary, and the waiter could only helplessly. In fact, the so-called lottery is just a gimmick. This is an extremely high-end restaurant. The level of luxury of this restaurant is simply incomparable to that of ordinary restaurants. For such a high-end restaurant, people who come here to consume almost never participate in the lottery. This so-called lottery is nothing but a gimmick. Since Su Chen wanted to draw a lottery, the waiter naturally didn't say much. He directly handed the lottery box to Su Chen. Su Chen reached out and took the lottery box. His expression just looked very calm. He was very calm now and didn't take the matter seriously. Su Chen's expression was as calm as it could be, and he wasn't panicking at all. Just like that, under Su Xiaoyu's gaze, Su Chen reached in. He touched the prize box directly. There were about 1,000 small balls in the box, and each ball was very small. However, there is only 1 prize here, and the probability of this happening is extremely low. Su Xiaoyu on the side felt that Su Chen was really boring. This guy looks very handsome, how can he be so childish? Su Xiaoyu thought deep in her heart. The girl thought Su Chen was simply childish. How can I prove my strength in this way? It is absolutely impossible. Su Xiaoyu didn't dare to believe this at all, and she was very sarcastic towards Su Chen. But at this moment, Su Chen also closed his eyes. I can only rely on my luck. Su Chen thought deep in his heart, because he also knew that this matter was extremely difficult and definitely not an easy task. After all, although Su Chen's luck is extremely good, whether he can get this one reward with his so-called extreme luck is something that Su Chen is not sure about now. So his expression was very solemn, and his whole face showed a serious state. At least for him, this was indeed a strange thing. He is ready now. At this moment, Su Chen had randomly grabbed a ball. Under the strange gazes of the waiter and Su Xiaoyu, Su Chen took out the ball and showed it directly to the two of them. The two were completely stunned after seeing the ball. They simply couldn't believe it was real. Because there is a big word prize clearly written on it. Is this okay? The waiter was stunned. He has been working here for many years, but has never encountered such a thing. It can be said that the waiter was shocked. The waiter's face was so shocked that he couldn't believe it was real. To him, this was a terrible thing. How did you do it? Su Xiaoyu was also shocked. Chapter 67, Invited. Amid the two people's stunned expressions, Su Chen performed a miracle. He actually did it. With a probability of 1/1000, Su Chen still won the first prize. If this had not happened in front of their eyes, they would not have dared to believe it. But this happened in front of their eyes, so real. This is simply the true reality. Although the two people were not confident at all this actually happened. Su Xiaoyu looked at Su Chen as if he was a monster. It seems that you really have a lot of secrets. I am very interested in you. Su Xiaoyu murmured. The girl's expression as she looked at Su Chen seemed a little strange, which made Su Chen feel somewhat speechless. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Now I have completed the task. Su Chen said seriously. He felt that his performance was perfect now. If the mission is not considered completed under this circumstance, Su Chen is really speechless. Although Su Xiaoyu is a very strange girl, she shouldn't be so unreasonable. Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. But at this moment, Amelia Su showed an excited expression. Looking at Su Chen's expression, it was even more strange. Feeling this, Su Chen felt his scalp tingling. This girl is not attracted to me. Su Chen had such a feeling vaguely. Su Xiaoyu seemed to sense Su Chen's feelings, and a speechless expression appeared on the girl's face. What are you men thinking about? Su Xiaoyu said embarrassedly. Well. After hearing this, Su Chen was even more speechless. He just looked at Amelia Su a little embarrassedly. Su Chen needs to figure out what this girl means. This seems to be a very important matter. Su Chen, can you tell me whether it was just luck just now, or do you really have such ability? Su Xiaoyu asked expectantly. The girl was very cold just now, but now she showed an expectant expression. This made Su Chen quite strange. From this point of view, Su Xiaoyu seemed to have other thoughts deep in her heart. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little strange. At least in Su Chen's opinion, Su Xiaoyu would never be so excited for a mere 50,000 yuan reward. This cold goddess must have other purposes. Su Chen couldn't help but feel alert deep in his heart. He vaguely felt that Su Xiaoyu's purpose was a little strange, but Su Chen was unable to make a judgment now. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu raised her head. You must answer this question for me. This question is very important to me. Su Xiaoyu said seriously. This. Of course Su Chen wouldn't say it, because his luck had reached an incredible level. If you really say that, I'm afraid Amelia Su won't believe it. What's more, if such words were said, Su Chen's secret would almost be in danger of being exposed. This is not what Su Chen wants to see. Thinking of this, he decided to change all that. So Su Chen had to tell a white lie. In fact, my eyesight is very good. I have had this talent since I was a child. I can see things that others can't see. Feeling helpless, Su Chen had to talk nonsense. However, his nonsense is not entirely without reason. After all, as the owner of a powerful system, Su Chen does possess very powerful strength. There is absolutely no doubt about this. Under such circumstances, Su Chen felt that his excuse was not too excessive. But after hearing Su Chen's words, Su Xiaoyu was stunned. The girl seemed to be hesitating, as if she was thinking about something. And this hesitation is very strong. Su Chen could naturally feel this. Judging from Su Xiaoyu's hesitation, this girl must have experienced something, that is certain. Since that is the case, Su Chen naturally has to go with the flow. In fact, his purpose was very simple, which was to complete the signing of the contract with Amelia Su. As long as the contract was signed, Su Chen would have achieved his goal. By then, Director Liu will have no reason to make things difficult for him. As for other things, Su Chen didn't take them to heart. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu grabbed Su Chen's hand. "What are you doing?" Su Chen's expression changed. He also had to admit that it felt good to have his hand held by a peerless beauty, but Su Xiaoyu was too weird. Being held by this girl's hand made Su Chen feel alert. Su Chen felt that Su Xiaoyu must have something special, but Su Chen was not sure yet. Just when Su Chen was hesitant, Su Xiaoyu said directly, "I do have something to ask you. If you can help me, I will give you some benefits." Su Xiaoyu said with a trembling voice. "What the hell?" But Amelia Su didn't want to listen to Su Chen's explanation at all. "This matter is about a big secret of our Su family. Please help us no matter what. As long as you are willing to help, you will be our family's benefactor. Don't mention the contract when the time comes, just." Su Xiaoyu's face turned red when she said this, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this scene, Su Chen even felt suffocated. "What? Even? I can even pledge my love to you." "What?" Su Chen just took a sip of coffee and almost spit it out. Su Xiaoyu's words really made Su Chen completely speechless. "Promise yourself? Do you have to be so awesome?" Su Chen had nothing to say. But Su Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and looked at Su Chen in a silly and cute way. She no longer had the feeling of a strong woman as before. On the contrary, it showed a very strange state. Su Chen could only remain speechless for a while. Su Chen really had nothing to say about Su Xiaoyu's abnormal behavior. He was even speechless. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu stared at Su Chen blankly. "Just agree to it." She actually started to act coquettishly. Well, Su Chen had to admit that this girl was definitely a top beauty, and even her coquettishness was extremely special. If it were an ordinary man, it would be really difficult to withstand it. But Su Chen was naturally not an ordinary person, and his strength was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Su Chen is naturally quite confident in himself. That kind of confidence comes from the heart. "Miss Su, I can help you, but it has to be within my ability. After all, I'm not a god." Chapter 68, The Voice of a Beautiful Woman. Su Chen felt both strange and helpless about Su Xiaoyu's words. But since things have come to this, he seems to have nothing to say. Su Chen had no choice but to agree to Su Xiaoyu. "It's a strange thing in my family." Su Xiaoyu began to talk about her family's past. Su Xiaoyu's family is a very large family in the local area, and is definitely a top-level wealthy family. 100 years ago, due to war, the old man of the Su family threw the family treasure into a dry well. 100 years have passed, but the Su family has always wanted to get that treasure back. Moreover, the Su family has a rule that whoever can find the century-old treasure can become the next head of the Su family. Now the Su family is in charge of several large companies and is definitely one of the top families. Even so, this ancestral precept has not been abandoned. My cousin Su Sun has always wanted to take over the position of the head of the family. The competition between us is very fierce. That guy is unscrupulous. I am no match for him in the company, so the only chance to turn the tables. Su Xiaoyu looked up at Su Chen, as if hoping that Su Chen could understand what the girl meant. Su Chen's face turned cold. Is this possible? He was a little embarrassed. According to Su Xiaoyu, that thing is in the ancient well, and it is an ancestral treasure of the Su family. However, more than 100 years have passed and no one has been able to find it. If we choose to let Su Chen go find it, wouldn't that be like looking for a needle in a haystack? Even Su Chen himself felt that this matter seemed a little unreal. Excuse me, it's just a dry well. How big can it be? You haven't found it for more than 100 years, so how can I find it? Su Chen said awkwardly. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. That's not the case. On the surface, the well is a dry well, but in fact, there is a huge lake there. Our Su family has bought back the old house, but we have searched there for many generations, but to no avail. Su Xiaoyu said. Then can't you just drain the lake? Your family has plenty of money anyway. Su Chen asked doubtfully. But Amelia Sue just shook her head. Of course not. The structure there is very strange. We have tried various methods, but all the mechanical equipment cannot be operated at all, so the possibility of draining the water is almost zero. Su Xiaoyu said helplessly. If there really was such a method, then Su Xiaoyu's cousin Su Sun would have done it himself long ago. But this approach is simply unrealistic. There is absolutely no possibility of achieving it. So they can only send people down to look for it, but entering there was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and everyone was close to despair in their hearts. In their opinion, this was definitely something that made them feel extremely desperate, and the expressions on their faces could even be described as depressed. This is indeed something that makes them depressed. At least in Su Xiaoyu's opinion, this is indeed the case. But if Su Chen wants to accomplish this, it is definitely not an easy task. Su Chen also felt a little headache. This was definitely a very troublesome matter, and he didn't even know what to say. Su Chen also showed an awkward state on his face. After all, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he does it, it will probably be difficult to accomplish. The difficulty of this matter is extremely high. Su Chen's expression was a little embarrassed. Don't you want to help me? Su Xiaoyu said in a coquettish tone. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Of course I'm willing to help you, but I don't know if this kind of thing, like finding a needle in a haystack, can really be done, so I can only hope for a miracle to happen. Even though Su Chen had unbeatable luck, he seemed to have no way to deal with such exploration. But as the saying goes, once you lose an opportunity, it will never come back. If you don't go today, then tomorrow will be even more dangerous. After all, his lucky skill will expire tomorrow. When the skill expires, it is definitely more dangerous, there is no doubt about it. So Su Chen has clearly understood this. He is ready now. Since that was the case, Su Chen naturally wouldn't say anything more. Then let's go now. I'll give it a try. Although I'm not sure whether it will be successful or not. Su Chen said seriously. It was the only thing he could do. Of course Su Xiaoyu was happy. Your last name is also Su, this may be God's will. Su Xiaoyu seemed very happy. After all, the girl had lost all hope before, but Su Chen's arrival gave Su Xiaoyu more hope. This hope is very important to Su Xiaoyu. All right. Su Chen seemed a little helpless. Even with the power of the system, I'm afraid this matter is not so easy to do. Su Chen is very clear about this in his heart, so he also needs to be calmer. This is definitely a very troublesome thing. After hearing Su Chen's words, Su Xiaoyu was very calm, and the two of them went out together. Not long after, they came outside. Get in my car. Su Xiaoyu said directly to Su Chen. All right. Su Chen nodded. Just like that, he got directly into Amelia Su's car. The two of them started the car. Su Xiaoyu's car is definitely a luxury car, and it is even more luxurious than Su Chen's Phantom. This is definitely the top luxury car. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, it is not strange for her to own such a car. At least Su Chen himself thought so. Just like that, Su Chen got into the car. Driving this car, Amelia Su regained her heroic state. This girl is indeed a top beauty, and her temperament is also very good. Su Xiaoyu started the car quickly, and based on the information on the navigation, Su Chen also determined a location. Tiannan Town. This is a remote town. Moreover, this place is very remote and definitely not a place that can be easily found. But Su Xiaoyu was very familiar with the route. The two set out at noon and arrived at the town in the evening. This place is full of ancient atmosphere, but also has a desolate feeling. Especially when the sun sets, the setting sun splashes on the ancient town, creating a very magical veil for the ancient town. Looking at this scene, Su Chen was quite surprised. It's a great place indeed. He couldn't help but think deep down in his heart. It seems that Tiannan Town is indeed a good place. The environment here is very pleasant and seems to be a natural tourist destination. Chapter 69, Treasure Hunt. Tiannan Town is our hometown. Our Su family originated from here, said Su Xiaoyu. Su Chen nodded. The environment here is great. He couldn't help but say it. And at this time, they had arrived at the Su family's old house. This is an old house. It looks very large, but it looks a bit dilapidated. And at this moment, Su Chen discovered that there was a light inside. Is there anyone living there? Su Chen asked. Su Xiaoyu nodded. This old house has always been occupied by people hired by our family. Now, an old housekeeper of our family, Lao Kai, lives here. Su Xiaoyu said. Su Chen suddenly realized. In this way, the two people parked the car at the door, and as soon as they stopped the car, a flashlight shone at them. An old man came out. The old man had a strange expression. Looking at the old man's expression, Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Because the old man's appearance was indeed a little strange. There was a big scar on his face, which made people feel scary. At least Su Chen felt that this was indeed strange. It can be seen that Mr. Kai's situation is a bit surprising. Who? Old Kai asked. His voice was a little hoarse. Su Xiaoyu then said, Uncle Kai, it's me. Only then did old Kai see Amelia Su. An expression of excitement appeared on his face. It's the eldest lady, why are you here? Old Kai said enthusiastically. He didn't seem to notice Su Chen beside Su Xiaoyu, or he didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Su Xiaoyu then explained her purpose. I want to try to see if I can find the ancestral treasure, said Su Xiaoyu. After hearing this, Lao Kai was also stunned for a moment. No one has been looking for that thing of the eldest lady for more than 10 years. Are you sure you can find it? Old Kai asked very seriously. Hearing Lao Kai's words, Amelia Su's voice sounded a little unpleasant. I want to try again. Su Xiaoyu said word by word. The girl seemed very determined. Hearing this, Lao Kai sighed. In that case, please come in. But miss, I think you should not have too many ideas, because this matter is really difficult. Lao Kai's tone was clearly full of consolation. Su Xiaoyu also looked a little embarrassed. Uncle Kai, this is my only chance, said Su Xiaoyu. Old Kai laughed dryly. Miss, of course I won't stop you, but this matter is really difficult, so I think you should not have any confidence. Old Kai said word by word. Su Xiaoyu looked at Su Chen. Uncle Kai, I have found a very good person this time. His name is Su Chen, and he will definitely be able to help me find it. Su Xiaoyu said very seriously. After hearing these words, Lao Kai looked at Su Chen for the first time. In fact, he didn't even look at Su Chen just now. Old Kai also didn't think Su Chen was anything special. In fact, in Lao Kai's opinion, Su Chen was like Amelia Su's follower. Even Lao Kai did not expect this situation to happen. Su Chen smiled faintly. Hello, my name is Su Chen. Su Chen said seriously. Old Kai's expression was a little strange. Young man, are you a swindler who just wants to cheat my eldest daughter? Old Kai said fiercely. Well. These words left Su Chen speechless. Mr. Kai, I'm not a liar. Su Chen's voice sounded somewhat angry. Mr. Kai said that he was a liar, which was naturally an insult to Su Chen. Su Chen certainly would not accept such an insult. There was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. As the owner of the godly rich system, he naturally could not bear such an insult. If Su Chen did not admit what Lao Kai said, it would be a shameful thing. Su Chen naturally would not admit this. As the saying goes, if the enemy is unkind, I will be unjust. When facing Lao Kai, Su Chen was still very stubborn. Old Kai's expression looked a little ugly. He felt that Su Chen seemed to be insulting him, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Boy, let me tell you, the old house is not clean at night. Old Kai whispered in Su Chen's ear. The voices of these words were not loud, but the feeling of threat was faintly felt. Hearing this, Su Chen sneered. He never expected that Lao Kai would say such a thing. Su Xiaoyu felt a little embarrassed and immediately pulled Su Chen aside. Uncle Kai usually lives here by himself, and he has a bit of a weird temper, so you must not take this matter to heart. Su Xiaoyu said very embarrassedly. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, I'm not a petty person. The two of them followed Lao Kai into the old house. However, when entering the old house, Su Chen did feel a gloomy atmosphere. This eerie feeling is definitely very uncomfortable. At least Su Chen could feel this. His expression could be described as quite solemn. A situation like this only proves that the problem is indeed strange, which is certain, but what is hidden behind this matter is also very troublesome. Su Chen needs to deal with all this calmly. There was a feeling of cold wind blowing here, which made people feel uncomfortable. However, since this situation had already occurred, Su Chen naturally knew what to do. He needs to deal with all this calmly. This is where you can enter the cave. If Mr. Suchun wants to go in, he can go in. This is the blueprint of the ancestral plant of our uncle's family. Anyway, you have returned empty-handed. Old Kai brought a piece of drawing paper and handed it to Suchen. Suchen saw it clearly. There was a square box drawn on it. The box was about 20 centimeters wide and looked quite strange. Suchen felt that this box had a very strange feeling. His face froze. The style of this box seems very strange, but judging from the condition of the box, Suchen does feel very solemn. After all, this box looks very old. You can go now, Lao Kai said with some contempt. At least Lao Kai felt that Amelia Su and Suchen were simply wasting their efforts, but of course he did not dare to have any objection to Amelia Su. Now Lao Kai had no choice but to express his dissatisfaction to Suchen. Suchen smiled faintly. Need to calm down. Suchen felt that his good luck would definitely play a huge role, and now he was ready. In this way, Suchen came to the well. When he saw this, Suchen jumped into the well, and Su Xiaoyu beside him was very willing. You have to be careful, Su Xiaoyu said seriously. Chapter 70, Strange Things in the Well. Suchen walked slowly down the well. At this moment, Suchen's speed was very fast. After all, he still has very good skills. He felt that the wellhead could only accommodate one person going up and down, which was a particularly troublesome thing. At this time, Suchen found several ropes here. It can be said that the ropes here can be tied directly to Suchen's body. This will be safer. At this time, Suchen had finished tying the rope, and then he slowly walked down. Soon, Suchen reached the bottom of the well. There was indeed a huge area here. It seems that the other party is not lying. Suchen was also quite shocked. This was really beyond his expectations. What Su Xiaoyu said turned out to be the truth. There is indeed a very large area here, and there is a lake inside. If I can find it here, wouldn't that be against the will of heaven, he thought to himself. Although his luck level was excellent, even so, Suchen felt that this matter was too unbelievable. He found this hard to believe. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly came from above. This is a strong wind. What's going on? Suchen couldn't help but frown. At this moment, he found something falling towards him on his head, which scared Suchen. He simply stretched out his hands and took it subconsciously. At this moment, Suchen felt his hands were bearing a great force, but he still managed to catch it. Suchen took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. Ouch! Suchen couldn't help but scream. But when he looked up, he was surprised to find that what he was holding in his hand was actually this box. Is this possible? This even shocked Suchen. Although Suchen thought that this was quite a lot of luck, it was really beyond his imagination that this luck had reached such an incredible level. Suchen's face was full of shock. It seems that this luck is simply the most incredible luck. Suchen thought to himself. He himself had not thought that his luck had reached such an incredible level, and even Suchen himself was somewhat shocked. Suchen got the box easily. Even he himself couldn't imagine that such a situation would happen. Deep in his heart, Suchen was already extremely horrified. But now that he has succeeded, Suchen naturally won't say anything more. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of the box. There was a bare wall, but there was a small groove inside the wall. This little groove is where the box will fit. As the saying goes, no matter how hard you try, you will never find it, but it is easy to find. Suchen felt that the process of how he got this thing was a little too simple. This even made Suchen feel speechless. He took the box directly with a serious look on his face. The box was hidden there, no wonder no one could find it. The place where the box was hidden was really strange and mysterious. In this way, Suchen got the box and decided to leave. Since the box was already in hand, Suchen naturally had no need to stay here. In this way, Suchen took the box in his hands. He climbed back up the well by the same route he had come. Boy, why did you come back so soon? Have you given up in just half an hour? Lao Chai's voice was somewhat filled with humiliation. But when he heard what Lao Kai said, Suchen smiled coldly. I think you misunderstood, because I have found it. Suchen took out the box directly. What did you say? Lao Kai and Su Xiaoyu both showed shocked expressions. The two people couldn't believe it was true. The expressions on their faces were filled with confusion. But when Su Chen placed the box in front of the two people, this reality left them speechless. Old Kai was completely confused. Feeling this, Su Chen smiled slightly. He reached out and placed the box on the table. Miss Su Xiaoyu, can you check whether this thing is your heirloom? Su Chen said very seriously. Su Xiaoyu's hands were shaking. She knew that this was just like a dream, and Su Xiaoyu couldn't even imagine that it was real. But all of this really exists. In Su Xiaoyu's view, this matter was like a dream. But Su Chen smiled slightly. He just appeared calm, as if he didn't take the matter seriously at all. Su Chen's calmness and composure made Su Xiaoyu speechless. It seems that you are really amazing. Su Xiaoyu had nothing to say and could only turn the shock in her heart into these few words. It was an absolute shock. Deep down in Su Xiaoyu's heart, what else can she say except shock? It has even reached the point where there is no solution. Su Chen smiled slightly. His expression was extremely calm. Now that the mission has been completed, can the two of us sign a contract? Su Chen said seriously. Su Xiaoyu nodded excitedly. Mr. Su Chen, please rest assured that I will sign a contract with you immediately. From now on, our Su family and your company will have a long-term cooperation. Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. The two people's hands were held together. Su Chen was also very excited. It seems that this invincible lucky skill is really powerful. I didn't expect it to have such an effect. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. This invincible lucky skill is really quite terrifying, and the effect it has is even more shocking to Su Chen. It can be said that this invincible skill is another state that shocks people. At this time, the two people left the old house. Su Xiaoyu had got what she wanted, and her heart was filled with excitement. As for Su Chen's expression, it could be described as very calm. But they didn't expect that when they left, Lao Kai's expression suddenly changed. He quickly picked up the phone. Master, something terrible has happened. Old Kai's voice was trembling. In the darkness of the night, his voice was gradually drowned out, and the real danger quietly emerged in the darkness. Su Chen was not aware of the danger. Let's go back now. I want to see Grandpa right away. Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. Su Chen nodded. As long as Su Xiaoyu was sent back to the Su family, Su Chen would have completed his mission. So Su Chen could be said to be quite excited now. He naturally needs to complete this task. This is exactly what Su Chen was thinking. Chapter 71. Is this okay? The two men drove the car onto the winding mountain road. But at this moment, Su Chen suddenly felt some danger, and a red light flashed in his mind. Danger is coming. Feeling this, Su Chen's face suddenly became serious. He did not expect such a situation to happen. As the owner of the system, Su Chen's strength is extremely powerful. His expression was definitely very ugly. But in this situation, Su Chen was already prepared. He did not take this matter seriously. For him, danger was approaching quickly. Su Xiaoyu was completely stunned. What do you mean? How could it be dangerous? Su Xiaoyu's voice sounded very strange. But at this moment, they heard the sound of a car engine behind them. It was a car that looked extremely fast, and the speed of the car was even beyond their imagination. Su Xiaoyu's expression suddenly twisted. The girl didn't even know what was happening, but a terrible feeling suddenly arose in her heart. This is a state that makes the girl feel very scared. Although Su Xiaoyu doesn't know how this state appeared, the appearance of this state seems quite strong. This shocked Su Xiaoyu. But at this moment, the car hit her hard. Ah! Su Xiaoyu screamed in horror. For this girl, this was simply unbelievable. Su Xiaoyu was trembling all over. For a moment, he even lost control of the steering wheel. It can be said that although Su Xiaoyu is the eldest daughter of the Su family and has experienced many things, she has never experienced such a thing. This made Su Xiaoyu feel very panicked. But at this moment, the car had already crashed into Su Xiaoyu's car. Su Xiaoyu could only scream. But at this moment, the tire of the car suddenly fell off, and the whole car crashed directly outside. In this way, not only did he not hit Su Xiaoyu and Su Chen, but he lost control and slid down the slope. Trigger temporary skills to save people. The host's strength and speed are temporarily increased by 10 times. The voice of the system came slowly, and all the power and speed seemed to appear on Su Chen at once. Su Chen seemed to have suddenly gained much greater speed and strength than before. Is this okay? he was also completely shocked. Su Chen was really shocked that the system would work like this. But at this moment, Su Chen had to rush over. Since the system has such a task, it means it is a very important matter. Su Chen opened the car door and rushed out. Ah! Although the vehicle was under control, Su Xiaoyu was still in shock. The girl still didn't know what happened. At this moment, Su Chen had already rushed to the side of the car. It can be said that the speed of his disappearance was far beyond Su Xiaoyu's imagination. Just like that, Su Chen suddenly stretched out his hand. Just as the car was about to slide off the cliff, Su Chen grabbed the vehicle. Damn, my strength is so strong. Su Chen himself was shocked. It can be said that his strength was so strong that even he was shocked. This was truly an incredible thing, and even Su Chen felt shocked. After all, with Su Chen's strength, if it weren't for the enhanced strength of the system, he would probably never have such ability. Now Su Chen has possessed such strength, which can be said to be extremely powerful. And Su Chen also saw that there was a person in the car. This person looks like a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face looked quite ugly. He was so frightened that he was shaking all over, and even his forehead was covered with cold sweat. But at this moment, Su Chen grabbed him directly. The middle-aged man then opened the car door and lay down on the ground. He looked like a dead dog. It's you! Su Chen said with a mocking look on his face. This person is none other than Lao Kai. Su Chen did not expect that Lao Kai would be so shameless as to appear here. Su Xiaoyu also got out of the car at this time. She was still in shock and looked at Lao Kai. When Amelia Su confirmed Lao Kai, her whole face became very ugly. Amelia Su couldn't believe it was true. Her voice was trembling. Uncle Kai, why is this happening? Su Xiaoyu's expression was complicated, and she even felt a little desperate deep down. After hearing what Su Xiaoyu said, Su Chen smiled. Need I say more? It seems that this Mr. Kai must be a subordinate of someone else in your family. Su Chen said this and looked at the other person. After hearing this, old Kai's face became extremely ugly. Old Kai really couldn't believe what this meant, but this was actually happening. Lao Kai's breathing became rapid. Feeling this scene, Su Chen just smiled. Of course he understood what Lao Kai meant, but Su Chen didn't care. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to listen to me. The second choice is. Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With Su Chen's current strength, it was really a simple matter to deal with the opponent. He had very strong confidence in himself. This is Su Chen's ability. It can be said that Su Chen's strength is extremely terrifying. Old Kai's face had become very solemn, and when he saw Su Chen's condition, tears began to flow down his face. Sir, I am so grateful to you for saving me just now. I was really possessed by a ghost. If it weren't for... Old Kai recounted the story in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. He had already confirmed this, and now it seems that this is indeed a very normal thing. In this case, Su Chen naturally would not be polite at all. He has decided to deal with Su Sun. No matter what, your brother is really too much. In this case, I really have no reason to be polite to him. Su Chen said in a serious voice that he was very desperate about Su Sun. For Su Chen, he had never offended this guy, but this guy was completely hostile to him. This was naturally not something Su Chen was willing to accept. At this moment, Su Chen's anger had reached its peak. His anger has now reached the point of completely bursting, and he can't even suppress it at all. In fact, Su Xiaoyu also feels very dissatisfied now. After all, the two are cousins, and no matter what the situation is, they should not kill each other. This is definitely something that can be called depressing. Chapter 72 Farewell. Su Chen caught Lao Kai, and the truth of the matter was finally revealed. It turned out that all this was done by Su Xiaoyu's brother, Su Sun. In order to prevent Su Xiaoyu from getting what she wanted, this guy actually resorted to such insidious behavior. Su Chen also looked down on this guy. Su Xiaoyu felt very uncomfortable. The girl couldn't accept this. She actually climbed onto Su Chen's shoulder and burst into tears. Well. Feeling Xiao Bai's body temperature, that warm feeling even made Su Chen feel a little fanciful. Su Xiaoyu's favorability towards Su Chen is rapidly increasing. Well. Seeing that things were out of control, Su Chen could only slowly push Su Xiaoyu away. Miss Su, what should we do next? Su Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. Su Xiaoyu wiped away her tears. I need to plan carefully. There was a flash of determination in the girl's eyes. After all, Su Xiaoyu is an extremely smart person. After so many years of working in the business world, this girl is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. She has a wealth of experience. She would never back down in any situation. Su Xiaoyu was in a bad mood just now, which made her lose her judgment a little. But now the girl has regained her composure. Su Chen raised his head and looked at the girl. He has already felt that Su Xiaoyu has regained her composure and is no longer in the same state as before. Su Chen is quite satisfied with this. Now that the girl has regained her composure, everything has completely returned to normal. This situation is exactly what Su Chen hopes to see. At this moment, Su Chen came in front of Lao Kai. He stretched out a hand and patted Lao Kai on the shoulder. Old Kai, Miss Su doesn't blame you, so you have to take care of yourself. Su Chen said to Old Kai solemnly. Old Kai nodded, with a look of extreme regret on his face. Don't worry, Mr. Su Chen. From now on, my life belongs to you in Mississippi. As long as you have any instructions, I will do everything I can. Old Kai said excitedly. He felt that he was indeed very sorry to Amelia Su, and his face was now full of regret and remorse. Su Chen carefully checked Lao Kai's condition. He was sure that Lao Kai was not pretending and that this man was truly regretful. In that case, Su Chen naturally wouldn't say anything more. He is still very satisfied with Lao Kai. From now on, you have to protect Miss Su's safety. If anything happens to Miss Su, I will hold you accountable. Su Chen said seriously. Old Kai nodded heavily, his voice extremely respectful. Please rest assured, as long as I am alive, I will never let the young lady be threatened. Su Chen then nodded. As the saying goes, even a fair judge cannot judge family affairs. It is really difficult for Su Chen to get involved in Su Xiaoyu's family affairs, so he also feels quite embarrassed. Are you just going to leave like this? Su Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and she even seemed reluctant to leave. Well, I'll come back to see you after I finish my family affairs, Su Chen said. At this moment, a ray of setting sun rose to the horizon. Although he had not slept all night, Su Chen was full of thoughts on the way home, but at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Su Chen was still in the process of parting with Su Xiaoyu and hadn't reacted yet, but the ringing of the cell phone had shaken him completely. Su Chen suddenly raised his head. It turned out to be a call from Xia Mengmeng. Su Chen just took the phone. Dear Miss Xia, is there anything I can do for you? Xia Mengmeng's voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little angry, and there was some special meaning in it. Can you accompany me to Songjiang City? Xia Mengmeng asked with some doubts. This girl is usually in a very crazy state and has never been so calm. After hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. This? What? You won't even help me with this little request? Xia Mengmeng was a little angry on the other end of the phone. Su Chen scratched his head. Then why should I go to Songjiang City with you? Su Chen asked awkwardly. Xia Mengmeng's voice suddenly brightened. That's a good thing, of course. I have a music video to shoot and I'm in need of an agent. Can you be my agent temporarily? Xia Mengmeng's voice was even full of anticipation. Well. After hearing this, Su Chen was quite speechless. That being the case, this seems like a good thing to do. But, as if hearing Su Chen's hesitation, Xia Mengmeng on the other end of the phone chuckled. I have already informed your sister. Of course your sister agrees with your trip to Songjiang this time. Don't you even listen to your sister? Xia Mengmeng said again. Okay, but I have to deal with the company's affairs. Su Chen said very seriously. If the company's affairs are not dealt with, Su Chen will not go anywhere. See you at the airport this afternoon. Xia Mengmeng hung up the phone just like that, without giving Su Chen any chance to hesitate. Su Chen had no choice but to return to the company. He handed the signed contract to his master, who was ecstatic when he saw it. You are amazing, Su Chen. Su Chen scratched his head. I want to take a few days off. I want to go to Songjiang. The master agreed without hesitation. With this contract, your boss won't hesitate to accept your request even if you ask for a year's leave, and Director Lu won't dare to say anything. The master was very satisfied with Su Chen's performance. After leaving the company, Su Chen received a call from Xinzhong from Yunhai Group. Chairman, I have some important information to report to you, Xinzhong said. Well. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. As for the Yunhai Group, Su Chen has always chosen a laissez-faire approach and has never been involved in the specific affairs of the Yunhai Group. But Xinzhong never caused trouble for Su Chen. It can be said that the two people cooperate very well. But this time Xinzhong actually said such words, which means that Yunhai Group has indeed encountered some problems. Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to go and take a look. After all, Su Chen was embarrassed to put all the burdens of his own company on Xinzhong. If that were the case, he would be somewhat sorry for this person. Soon Su Chen arrived at Yunhai Group. Songjiang City, Song family? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Shen nodded. The Song family is one of the famous families in Songjiang City. Their strength is also very impressive. They can be said to be very powerful. The original goal of our Yunhai Group was to enter the real estate market in Songjiang City, but we didn't expect to be blocked by the Song family. Chapter 73, Trip to Songjiang. The heavy voice sounded very serious. Normally, he would not easily trouble the young chairman. But now Xinzhong is indeed in big trouble. Such trouble forced him to report to Su Chen. After all, the whole thing determines the future development direction of the entire Yunhai Group. He must report such things to Su Chen. If he does not report to Su Chen, he dare not make such a decision. After all, such a decision involves great risks. After hearing Xinzhong's words, Su Chen scratched his head. In fact, he didn't know much about business, but if it was true as Xinzhong said, the Yunhai Group was completely manipulated by the Song Group. This of course made Su Chen very dissatisfied. Songjiang, right? I will go to Songjiang in the afternoon. As for the investment, wait for my news, Su Chen said directly to Xinzhong. Xinzhong directly took out a business card. This is the general manager of our Songjiang branch. His name is Chen Tuesday. He has always been in charge of matters in Songjiang. Should we go and notify him to welcome the chairman? Xinzhong asked very respectfully, but Su Chen just shook his head. This was not what he wanted. I will go directly to him when the time comes, but before that don't tell him my whereabouts. Su Chen naturally couldn't say that this time he was going to shoot a MV with Xia Mengmeng, otherwise Xinzhong would definitely vomit blood. So Su Chen could only say this. An expression of admiration appeared on Xinzhong's face. Boss, I admire you for working so hard for the company, Xinzhong said respectfully. Su Chen felt very embarrassed after hearing this, but he still pretended to be quite majestic. In that case, let's contact each other then. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. In the airport's departure hall in the afternoon, Su Chen saw Xia Mengmeng again. Xia Mengmeng was still wearing sunglasses, covering herself up deeply. After all, as a top diva, Xia Mengmeng doesn't want to be discovered. You're here. I thought you weren't coming, Xia Mengmeng said expressionlessly to Su Chen. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. How dare I not come when Miss Xia Mengmeng has told me to, but I don't know what an agent should do. Su Chen waved his hands and said very seriously. He didn't understand the job of an agent at all and didn't know what he should do. So all this can only rely on Xia Mengmeng. Su Chen even felt that he was of no use at all, and Xia Mengmeng's hopes for him seemed bound to be dashed. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Xia Mengmeng's mouth. This time, the one filming the MV with me is that bitch, she is Wang Kersen. Anyway, no matter what, you can't let Wang Kersen steal the limelight from me. As long as you do this, I will definitely say a few good words for you in front of your eldest sister. There was actually some threat in Xia Mengmeng's voice, which made Su Chen feel speechless. Su Chen really didn't know what to say. Who is this Wang Kersen? He said somewhat awkwardly. Xia Mengmeng smiled. You don't need to know this. You just need to know that this bitch has always been against me, and this time she wants to steal my limelight. Okay. Hearing this, Su Chen knew that all these accidents were not something he should ask about. In this case, he chose to be tactful. Xia Mengmeng doesn't like people asking random questions. Scratching his head, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. Just then it was time to board the plane, and the two of them got on the plane. They immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone. After all, Xia Mengmeng is so beautiful. Even if she covers up her appearance, her amazing figure still makes others feel extremely jealous. And those men cast jealous glances at Su Chen. Xia Mengmeng seemed to be accustomed to this scene. Following me, you can also bear so many admiring gazes. Isn't this a good thing? Xia Mengmeng said to Su Chen with blinking eyes. Xia Mengmeng's words left Su Chen speechless. Good thing? Su Chen even had an urge to cry. He didn't think this was a good thing. These men almost all felt like they wanted to eat him, but Su Chen had never thought that such a good thing would happen, which even made him feel a little helpless. But Xia Mengmeng just burst out laughing. This woman seemed to enjoy teasing Su Chen very much. This situation could only make Su Chen helpless. Besides, Su Chen really didn't know what to say. He already felt quite embarrassed. And so the two of them boarded the plane. Nothing special happened along the way. After several hours of flying, when night fell, they landed at Songjiang Airport. This is a very luxurious airport. Where are we going? Su Chen asked Xia Mengmeng awkwardly. Su Chen had never been to this city, so he naturally didn't know where to go. So now he looked extremely embarrassed. After all, he could only listen to Xia Mengmeng's arrangements. Xia Mengmeng showed a hint of smile. I have already rented a villa. Let's go now. The two people called a taxi, and after turning left and right, the taxi finally stopped at a villa area. This villa area is located in the downtown area, but it is quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle. It can be said that this villa area is absolutely a truly luxurious area, and even Su Chen couldn't help but nod his head. This is indeed a luxurious place. Su Chen commented deep in his heart. The two of them moved into the villa. The villa is very luxurious and has many rooms, but Su Chen still feels a little awkward as a single man and a single woman are in the same room. I'm going to sleep, so please don't do anything bad to me, said Xia Mengmeng. Well. After hearing this, Su Chen was confused. He waved his hands helplessly. Do I look like such a filthy person? Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes at Su Chen and rushed into the room. Soon, the sound of trickling water could be heard from inside. Xia Mengmeng seemed a little tired and fell into a deep sleep after taking a bath. Su Chen sat on the sofa doing nothing. Although he had not slept all night, due to the bonus of the system, Su Chen's perception ability had become extremely powerful. Moreover, Su Chen's mental ability is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. This is exactly where Su Chen's strength lies. But at this moment, Xia Mengmeng took out her cell phone in her room. The target has taken the bait, we can take action. Xia Mengmeng sent a text message with a sly smile on her face. Su Chen, now it's up to you. Chapter 74, Night Raid. Night falls quickly. Su Chen didn't turn on the lights, but sat on the sofa watching boring TV shows. But in his mind he was thinking about how to deal with the Song family. After all, Su Chen knew nothing about the entire Song family, so how to deal with the Song family was a very troublesome matter. With this thought, Su Chen felt very troubled in his heart. He knew very well what this matter meant. Su Chen needs to adjust his state and become calmer. And at this moment, the night had deepened. The night in early spring felt a little chilly, but it was exciting. Su Chen walked to the balcony, from which he could see the entire villa area and the outside. The villa area was full of tree shadows, but outside, there were tall buildings standing in a bustling city. Su Chen couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts in his mind. He is just an ordinary person, but he accidentally got this heaven-defying system. From the initial confusion to the gradual adaptation, it can be said that Su Chen also went through an extremely painful process. And this process is by no means easy for Su Chen. Now that he has finally adjusted his mindset, Su Chen has decided to use the system to do more. In other words, to create a career that truly belongs to you. Since God has given me this opportunity, I must seize it. Su Chen clenched his hands and a serious expression appeared on his face. He knew this was an opportunity given by God. But at this moment, Su Chen suddenly heard some noise downstairs, which shocked him. What the hell? He clearly heard the sound of footsteps downstairs, and the footsteps were quite hurried. Although the sound of the footsteps was very light, Su Chen's perception ability had already reached the level of perfection. With Su Chen's abnormal perception ability, he heard the footsteps immediately. His face was extremely ugly, and he couldn't even believe that all this was true. The sound of footsteps indicates the presence of someone. Who? He was unfamiliar with this place, and Su Chen had no idea who was here. Moreover, this villa was rented by Xia Mengmeng herself, so it shouldn't be a problem. But the actual situation shocked Su Chen a little. Because those footsteps definitely did not belong to Xia Mengmeng. His footsteps are so light, yet every step seems to be full of power. This person must be a powerful master. Su Chen commented deep in his heart. Since he had the system, Su Chen's entire body has undergone a complete transformation. Under such circumstances, his strength has also increased dramatically. It can be said that Su Chen's perception ability has now developed to a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. He had heard footsteps. Could it be that a thief broke in? An incredible idea emerged in Su Chen's mind. Apart from this idea, he really didn't know what else to think. Judging from the current situation, the most likely possibility was a thief. But this is indeed strange. Su Chen's heart couldn't help but be moved. His face was also deeply cold. Such a thing was absolutely beyond imagination, and even Su Chen felt shocked. A strange light flashed across his face. This was not something that could be compared to an ordinary situation. Su Chen already sensed the danger. He adjusted his breathing, and his expression finally calmed down. Maybe this matter would be a little dangerous, but Su Chen still needed to handle it calmly. Is there really a thief? He looked around and found a baseball bat in the corner. Su Chen grabbed the baseball bat, but his palms were already full of sweat. Although he was holding a baseball bat, his expression was extremely grim because this matter was indeed very scary. Su Chen's expression can fully prove this. Although he had been transformed by the marrow cleansing pill and his overall strength had reached an extremely powerful level, even so, Su Chen was still a little surprised when he encountered this situation for the first time. It can be said that he was a little frightened deep in his heart, but there were only him and Xia Mengmeng here, and Xia Mengmeng was an unarmed girl. No matter how shocked Su Chen was now, he had to take action. He quickly rushed to the stairs. After being transformed by the marrow cleansing pill, Su Chen's speed and physical skills have reached a level that ordinary people cannot understand. With a light step, Su Chen landed on the ground. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Wherever his eyes went, it could be said that they were radiant. This is exactly what Su Chen thought. The baseball bat in Su Chen's hand was already covered in sweat. He also had to admit that this incident was indeed very scary, and it even made Su Chen's breathing become a little rapid. Just then, he saw a dark shadow from the stairs, which was slowly moving towards Xia Mengmeng's room. There is indeed a thief. Su Chen's heart tightened. At this moment, he suddenly jumped down from the stairs with both feet, and this time, he jumped down without any sound, like a civet cat. Su Chen's legs landed lightly on the ground, and he rolled over. This movement was extremely light, showing off Su Chen's body to the fullest. When her legs landed on the ground, there was no sound at all. However, the shadow seemed to have sensed Su Chen's presence, and suddenly turned around and kicked Su Chen's shoulder. The figure was about 1.7 meters tall and had a faint fragrance on his body. This surprised Su Chen a little. But at this moment, the feet had kicked Su Chen's shoulders. Su Chen couldn't help feeling the pain and took a step back. Oh my God! He couldn't help but scream. It was not because of anything else, but because the speed of this woman's attack was too fast. It was even so fast that Su Chen was shocked. The woman suddenly exerted her strength with her legs like a tiger pouncing on its prey and pounced towards Su Chen. Although Su Chen didn't know who this person was in the moonlight, he was sure that it was definitely a girl. Even so, this woman's attack power is still extremely terrifying. Su Chen hurriedly dodged to the left. His dodging speed was very fast, and his whole body was like lightning. In this way, Su Chen dodged the opponent's attack. But the woman didn't care. The woman landed gently on the ground and rushed towards Su Chen again. This time the woman seemed to be even faster, giving Su Chen no chance to escape. Is it never going to end? Su Chen was really helpless. He had no choice but to fight back. It can be said that Su Chen's methods are extremely powerful. After all, this is the bonus of the marrow cleansing pill. Chapter 75, The Mysterious Man. Ah! Su Chen also showed a hint of shock. The woman's moves were so powerful that Su Chen was shocked. Although Su Chen hadn't seen the woman's appearance clearly, he was undoubtedly shocked. But at this moment, the woman rushed over. The woman used another trick. But Su Chen's face turned cold. He naturally knew what this meant. He dodged the woman's attack with a flash of his body, and the woman finally revealed her weakness. Just in time. Su Chen reached out and grabbed it without hesitation. This move is extremely powerful, and it is also one of Su Chen's unique skills. It can be said that the strength added by the system is definitely very powerful. Now Su Chen has perfectly demonstrated this strength. He grabbed the other person. Ah! The guy couldn't move at all. He has been completely caught by Su Chen. And Su Chen just smiled slightly. It seems that you are just like that. At this moment, Su Chen's hand had already grabbed the woman's wrist. Although Su Chen was usually very calm, it seemed difficult for him to bear this now. Every move this woman made was fatal. If Su Chen didn't have the system bonus, it would have been quite dangerous. The woman felt very angry. Let me go. The female voice shouted indignantly. However, Su Chen was unwilling to let go. I won't let you go. If I let you go, who knows what tricks you will use? Su Chen said rather embarrassedly. Just then the lights came on, and Su Chen saw the appearance of the woman in front of him. She is definitely a top beauty. Not only does she have a strong temperament, but her appearance and figure are absolutely enchanting. She was wearing a classical cheongsam and had an extraordinary temperament. Looking at the woman's temperament, Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. At this moment, the woman had already broken free from Su Chen's hand. And Xia Mengmeng has already walked out. Be careful! Su Chen shouted in surprise. Now the mysterious woman is right next to Xia Mengmeng, but Xia Mengmeng is an unarmed girl. If that woman suddenly attacks, it will be almost impossible for Xia Mengmeng to resist. This indeed made Su Chen feel a little surprised. But at this moment, Xia Mengmeng held the girl's wrist. Are you okay? Xia Mengmeng asked with concern. The girl then shook her head. The two people held hands together. Well. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was completely confused. He didn't even know what was going on. This made Su Chen somewhat embarrassed. He scratched his head helplessly. What is your relationship? Su Chen was really speechless. At least from Su Chen's point of view, this matter made Su Chen feel very depressed. Su Chen had no idea what was going on. But now Su Chen can be sure that Xia Mengmeng knows this girl. He had sensed this. There was a very sarcastic look on his face. But at this moment, the girl gave Su Chen a cold look. Girl, how can you be so fierce? The girl said angrily. Depend on? Su Chen felt helpless for a moment. He really didn't expect that the girl would say such a thing. This made Su Chen speechless. Sister, it was clearly you who attacked me, and I was just defending myself. Su Chen was as speechless as he could be. He didn't even know what to say. Only then did Xia Mengmeng smile. Let me introduce you. This is your eldest sister's subordinate and my good friend. Her name is Bai Lushuang. Well. After hearing Xia Mengmeng's introduction, Su Chen knew the girl's name, but the girl's identity surprised Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had never seen his eldest sister before, but this girl was actually his eldest sister's subordinate, so she must be a very powerful person. Miss Bai, I am so disrespectful. Su Chen said with a smile. Since this person is the eldest sister's subordinate, Su Chen naturally couldn't say much. He could only show this attitude. But Bai Lushuang glared at Su Chen. You passed the test. The woman said something inexplicably, and then she fled away in a flash. What kind of assessment? Su Chen asked curiously. He really didn't understand Bai Lushuang's words, and he didn't know what this so-called assessment meant. But Bai Lushuang had already left by then, so Su Chen naturally couldn't get an answer from Bai Lushuang. He could only turn around and look at Xia Mengmeng. I say, Miss Xia, what is going on? Why do I feel a little confused? Su Chen asked word by word. He had no idea what was going on, so his expression was quite awkward. Xia Mengmeng waved her hand. I don't know. Anyway, after I arrived in Songjiang, I received a call from Bai Lushuang, and then these things happened. As for why these things happened, I have no idea. Bai Lushuang said seriously. Well. Hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. If that was true, it would indeed be a headache for him. He even felt a little scared. After all, this kind of thing is definitely not easy to deal with. The Bai Lushuang in front of him is a very powerful master, which is a very troublesome thing. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen felt that all this must be related to his mysterious elder sister, but he still didn't know what the situation was behind it. Okay. So what should we do next? Su Chen said. Xia Mengmeng's expression was a little mysterious. I have to go do something tomorrow, so you don't need to accompany me. Let's talk about it tomorrow night when we return to the villa. As for the rest of tomorrow, you can move freely. You can stay in the villa or go out if you want. As for the matter between your elder sister and Bai Shuang, I really don't know more. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. As she spoke, Bai Shuang looked at Su Chen with a strange gaze, as if she could almost see through Su Chen. All right. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Since Bai Shuang had said this, Su Chen had nothing to say. He couldn't refuse this. Su Chen decided to find Chen Tu tomorrow and solve the problem that Shin Zhong had asked him to solve first. After all, the Song family is definitely a difficult opponent to deal with. Su Chen still needs to be cautious. It seems that this trip to Songjiang is becoming more and more interesting. Ding, the host has received a sign-in. Do you want to sign in immediately? The voice of the system came slowly. At this time, it was already early the next morning. Chapter 76, Power. Select Sign In. This is certainly not something that needs to be considered. Su Chen chose to sign in without hesitation. After signing in, a skill appeared in the skill bar. Golf God. The host can obtain the skills of the god of golf and have the ability to hit a hole in one regardless of distance. The system's voice came slowly. Although the skill of the god of golf was only level 1, it still surprised Su Chen. An embarrassed expression appeared on Su Chen's face. At least, this incident was indeed a bit shocking, and Su Chen didn't even know what to say. Although this skill seems to be very cool and awesome, it actually has no effect on Su Chen. Su Chen felt that this was just a useless skill that made him feel extremely helpless, and he really didn't have any requirements for this skill itself. The system's skills are becoming more and more nonsensical. Su Chen didn't know how to play golf at all, and he had no interest or liking for the game. Under such circumstances, acquiring this skill was useless to Su Chen. Should we go find Chen Tu first? Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to look for Chen Tu first. After all, this person was Shin Zhong's confidant. Soon, Su Chen made a call. A slightly serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Who are you looking for? That voice was very serious. After hearing that voice, Su Chen knew that the person in front of him was definitely Chen Tu, there was no doubt about that. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately introduced himself. Upon hearing these words, a surprised voice came from the other side. It's you? That voice was very exciting. After seeing that scene, Su Chen's expression could be described as extremely serious. He naturally knew what the meaning behind this matter was. It's the chairman. Have you arrived in Songjiang now? Chen Tu said excitedly on the other end of the phone. Su Chen coughed. You're right. I'm already in Songjiang now. But? Su Chen's expression was quite embarrassed. Although he has arrived in Songjiang now, Su Chen is still not sure what to do next. After all, Su Chen only knows that his enemy is the Song family. Apart from this, Su Chen knew nothing about the entire Songjiang. Where shall I meet you? Su Chen asked. After hearing this, Chen Tu on the other end of the phone said a place name. Yunfei Bookstore. Chen Tu said word by word. Oh. Hearing this place name, Su Chen felt a little strange. This seemed to be a bookstore. We usually like to go there to read books, but now the Song family is following me very closely. It's safer for us to meet there. Chen Tu seemed to see Su Chen's hesitation, and then he told him why they had to meet there. Hearing this, Su Chen finally understood. So that's how it is. In fact, he was not overly opposed to this matter. After all, as the host, Chen Tu naturally had the right to decide where to meet. Su Chen knew nothing about this place, so of course he would not give orders rashly. Soon they arrived at their destination. This is the bookstore. This place is located in the downtown area, but it can be said to be quiet in the midst of noise. Although it looks a bit noisy, it also gives Su Chen a rather peaceful state. The fusion of these two states did not feel out of place at all. This was what surprised Su Chen. It can be said that this is indeed a good place, Su Chen can be completely sure of this. Just as he was about to walk in, he noticed a man on the second floor looking down. He was a middle-aged man, thin, with a cold and handsome face, and he gave off a very strong temperament. It can be said that this person's temperament is absolutely terrifying. After seeing this scene, Su Chen knew that this person was Chen Tu. Chen Tu also saw Su Chen. Chen Tu showed a hint of surprise. He had heard from Shin Zhong a long time ago that the new chairman was a very young man, But he never expected that Su Chen was so young. Chen Tu could be said to be extremely shocked. Su Chen just walked up like that. Su Chen sat down and looked at the other person. Chen Tu was even more shocked. "Chairman, I didn't expect you to be so young," Chen Tu said with a trembling voice. "Looking at Chen Tu now, I can hardly believe this is real." Su Chen just smiled slightly. "In fact, being a chairman is very simple. All you need is money." Su Chen calmly stated the truth. Upon hearing this, Chen Tu's eyes widened. He really couldn't believe this was true. Chen Tu's expression could be described as extremely strange. In fact, Shen Zhong and Chen Tu had told each other how powerful Su Chen was, but Chen Tu didn't really believe it. After all, how could a young and inexperienced person be a powerful figure? And now, after hearing Su Chen's words with his own ears, Chen Tu was even more certain of what kind of person Su Chen was. Su Chen is simply a playboy. It seems that this guy should be a rich second generation, but even so, how can he be a rival of the Song family? Chen Tu felt a little desperate deep in his heart. He was now completely helpless in dealing with the Song family. The other party's relentless pressure had put their company in a very dangerous situation. The arrival of the chairman originally brought some expectations to Chen Tu, but when he saw Su Chen's appearance, Chen Tu felt a deep despair in his heart. This state of despair really left him speechless. Chen Tu seemed a little uninterested, and Su Chen looked at Chen Tu. "What's wrong with you? You seem to have no confidence?" Su Chen asked somewhat embarrassedly. Hearing these words, Chen Tu's heart moved. "Boss, the Song family is too strong now. They have joined forces with several other big families and big companies to force us. Now our company is in great danger." Chen Tu's face looked very ugly. In his opinion, this was definitely a very dangerous thing, and even made Chen Tu's breathing quicken. Now he was being pressed step by step and was about to lose the ability to resist. Su Chen smiled. "That is how it is." He thought it would be difficult, but Su Chen smiled. This matter can be said to be very simple. But at this moment, Chen Tu took a deep breath. There will be a City Chamber of Commerce banquet tonight, at the Song family. Chapter 77 Banquet. Chen Tu deliberately mentioned what happened at the banquet, and his expression became even uglier. His intention was very clear, he wanted Su Chen to show his strength. After all, tonight's banquet was a hongmen banquet. The person who hosted him was named Song Weijiang. This person is one of the top figures in the Song family. His status and strength are definitely very powerful. And Song Weijiang is the leader in dealing with Chen Tu company. It is because of him that the banquet is being held tonight. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled calmly. Judging from Chen Tu's words, he seemed to be very embarrassed about this matter, as if Song Weijiang would definitely take action against him. However, Su Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. Now the expression on Su Chen's face was very calm. Although he has not acquired any useful skills now, Su Chen's strength has improved by more than one level compared to before. There's absolutely no problem attending a small banquet. Su Chen came here this time to help Chen Tu solve the Song Jiang issue, and of course he would not back down at all. If you retreat rashly, that would be real danger and embarrassment. Su Chen naturally wouldn't do that. So, Su Chen decided to attend the banquet with Chen Tu, and he put forward his idea. Chen Tu showed a shocked expression. Song Weijiang will definitely not let us go at this chairman's banquet. It might be dangerous if you go, Chen Tu said with a trembling voice. In fact, he really hoped that Su Chen could demonstrate his strength, but even so, Chen Tu felt that there would be danger if Su Chen went there. This was not what he really wanted. Su Chen showed a calm smile. He doesn't care about that. Isn't it just a banquet? As for scaring you like this, let's set off now. It's just a small dinner party anyway. I don't take it seriously at all, Su Chen said very calmly. It was as if he were saying something extremely common. Chen Tu had no choice but to nod. Now, he showed a helpless expression on his face. At least in Chen Tu's opinion, this was indeed a helpless matter, but since Su Chen was willing to participate, Chen Tu naturally would not say much. And so, the two of them set off. This time the dinner was held at the Song family, which was located in the suburbs of the city but had an extremely large manor. This place looks very luxurious. When we arrived at the Song family manor, it was already 1600 hours in the afternoon. But at this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. The lights here are slowly coming on. Under the bright lights, the entire Song family looked extremely magnificent, and the Song family villa was like a palace. At this moment, Su Chen also saw that there was a large area outside the Song family villa, which turned out to be a golf course. Oh my gosh! Su Chen's eyes lit up. He had just acquired the golf skill, but he never thought that it could be useful here. This made Su Chen feel quite shocked. Chairman, what's wrong? Chen Tu looked at Su Chen, who seemed a little dazed, and felt that Su Chen seemed scared. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Although Su Chen is the chairman, if Su Chen is just a playboy and a waste, then he certainly would not have any respect for Su Chen. Nothing, let's go in. Chen Tu's words woke Su Chen up immediately, and Su Chen followed Chen Tu into the Song family. When they were at the door of the Song family, they were searched by security guards, who were very fast. Feeling this scene, Su Chen's heart felt heavy. He had a vague feeling that there might be some secrets hidden behind this matter. But Su Chen didn't know what these secrets meant. But as soon as the two of them walked in, Su Chen could feel a very terrible pressure, and many people had already looked at Su Chen and Chen Tu. Most of these people are bodyguards of the Song family, and there are some other characters. It can be said that these guys regard Su Chen and Chen Tu as enemies, especially Chen Tu. There was a hint of coldness in Chen Tu's eyes. This scene left Su Chen speechless. He understood that this was definitely an extremely dangerous matter. In this case, Su Chen didn't need to say more. Don't worry, if Song Weijin and his lackeys dare to deal with us, I will definitely punish them severely, Su Chen said. After hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Tu felt very embarrassed. His expression was as ugly as it could be. In fact, Chen Tu was very embarrassed. At this time, several people came over. The leader of these people was Song Weijin, and a hint of coldness flashed in Song Weijin's eyes. When I invited Chen Tu this time, I never expected that Chen Tu would actually come. This indeed shocked Song Weijin. In fact, Song Weijin didn't think Chen Tu would come, and he hadn't even made any preparations for this. After all, everyone knew that if Chen Tu really came to attend the banquet, it would be like walking into a trap. Song Weijin couldn't believe this was true. But at this moment, Song Weijin and others also looked at Su Chen, and their expressions were also quite shocked. Who is this young man? The expressions of these people were really strange. But at this moment, everyone present shook their heads. They didn't even know what to say. After all, these people all had embarrassed expressions on their faces. They didn't know Su Chen at all, nor did they know who Su Chen was. At this moment, a hint of coldness flashed in Song Weijin's eyes. No matter who he is probably just one of Chen Tu's subordinates. We'll know if we go and take a look, Song Weijin said word by word. In this way, he brought everyone directly to Chen Tu and Su Chen. Mr. Chen Tu, I didn't expect you to actually come. It really makes me feel strange. Song Weijin's voice was very arrogant. Hearing Song Weijin's words, Chen Tu couldn't help but take a breath. He still felt a little scared when facing Song Weijin. His expression had become extremely ugly. Su Chen also noticed this. It seemed that Song Weijin had put a lot of psychological pressure on Chen Tu. It seems that my subordinate has been bullied by Song Weijin, Su Chen said helplessly. He had no choice but to walk in front of Chen Tu and face Song Weijin directly. His expression was very impolite. If you want to call us here, please tell us what's going on as soon as possible, Su Chen said sarcastically. Chapter 78, Contest. Who are you? Seeing Su Chen appear in front of him, Song Weijin showed a shocked expression. Song Weijin usually acted arrogantly and bullied Chen Tu. Moreover, he felt that he was very confident. Even if he insulted Chen Tu in an insulting way, Chen Tu would not dare to have any dissatisfaction. This is what Song Weijin thought. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. His expression was as calm as it could be. Su Chen's mentality was extremely calm, and he knew very well what this matter meant. His current mood is absolutely calm. I'm Chen Tu's boss. If you have any problem, just come to me. Why do you have to do this? Su Chen said with contempt. What did you say? Song Weijin was stunned for a moment. He really couldn't believe this was true. For Song Weijin, Su Chen's words had a profound deterrent effect. Chen Tu's boss? Isn't that the chairman of Yunhai Group? Song Weijin's heart moved. The chairman of the Yunhai Group was a well-known figure. Although Song Weijin had never met him, his name was well known. However, the Su Chen in front of him looked like just a young man, which was very inconsistent with his identity as the chairman of Yunhai Group. At least, Song Weijin didn't believe it at all. Song Weijin looked at Su Chen with a mocking expression. "Young man, according to what you said, you are a very powerful being?" Song Weijin's sarcastic voice deepened. Su Chen smiled faintly. "That's awesome. I really don't deserve that title, but I am indeed the chairman of Yunhai Group," Su Chen said as he took out the gold medal that represented his identity. "This is the gold medal representing Yunhai Group." After feeling this scene, Song Weijin's face had become very ugly. "You are actually the chairman of Yunhai Group." Song Weijin's heart was moved. He couldn't believe this was true. Song Weijin's breathing became heavy. His expression can be said to be very ugly. At this moment, Song Weijin took a breath. "It seems that we have found a great treasure this time." Song Weijin was very excited. He has always wanted to take over all the branches of Yunhai Group in Songjiang, so that he can get a higher status in the Song family. This is exactly what Song Weijin has been thinking all along. In his opinion, the branch of Yunhai Group was just a stepping stone for his advancement. Song Weijin just wanted to expand his influence by acquiring the Songjiang City branch of Yunhai Group. But even so, it is difficult for Song Weijin to make a breakthrough. After all, Chen Tu does have some strength, which is beyond doubt. That's why he thought of inviting Chen Tu to the banquet and setting up a circle. But he never expected that the chairman of Yunhai Group would appear here. And this guy is just a young man. Song Weijin's eyes lit up instantly. It seems that annexing the Songjiang branch of Yunhai Group is definitely not a difficult task. The success or failure of the matter depends on today, Song Weijin thought in his heart. At this moment, he exchanged glances with someone next to him, and that person immediately understood what he meant. This person is Song Weijin's lackey and also Song Weijin's think tank. His name is Chen Xiaochang. Although Chen Xiaochang's name sounds like he is mature beyond his years, he is actually already 40 years old. Chen Xiaochang is definitely a very smart person and is quite favored by Song Weijin. The relationship between the two people is also very good. Just like that, Chen Xiaochang already understood what Song Weijin meant. Sometimes two people only need to look at each other to understand each other's meaning. They are ready. At this moment, Chen Xiaochang had already come to Su Chen's side. He stretched out his hand and shook Su Chen's hand. "So you are Chairman Su Chen. We have heard of your name for a long time. Please take a seat. We in the Song family welcome you very much." Chen Xiaochang's voice was actually a little respectful. Hearing this, Su Chen sneered. He knew that Chen Xiaochang was definitely not really respectful to him, and there must be some secret hidden in it. In that case, Su Chen will definitely not be polite. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen didn't care and just nodded. And so they walked in together. Two people also sat down. It's just that there was no one else sitting next to them, and other people even seemed to keep their distance from them. Su Chen's heart was moved. It seems that these people are the subordinates of young Master Song, and they don't seem to welcome us. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. At this moment, Chen Tu's expression was very solemn. This is a very troublesome matter. The guy just now is called Chen Xiaochang. He is the most capable assistant of Song Weijin. This person is really scary, Chen Tu said seriously. Hearing Chen Tu's words, Su Chen nodded seriously. He understood what was going on. We just need to wait and see what happens, Su Chen said calmly. Even now, Su Chen is still very calm. At this moment, Song Weijin and Chen Xiaochang had already arrived upstairs, and both of them looked very solemn. Boss, I have already investigated. Yunhai Group has indeed changed its chairman. I heard that this chairman is indeed a young man who is quite similar to Su Chen in front of us, Chen Xiaochang said word by word. After hearing these words, Song Weijin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His aura had already reached its extreme, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chen Xiaochang, you'd better think of a solution quickly. I must get this done in one go today, Song Weijin said coldly. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Xiaochang's face. In fact, this matter is not very difficult. I have already checked. This Su Chen is a very arrogant person. Why don't you use what you are best at to compete with him? Then you only need to provoke him and he will definitely be fooled. Once he is fooled, everything will be up to us, Chen Xiaochang said coldly. Song Weijin's eyes lit up. He knew that Chen Xiaochang was a very smart man, and the plan he proposed was indeed a very, very good plan. But this young master is good at many things. I don't know which one you are talking about, Song Weizhang said. Well. An embarrassed expression appeared on Chen Xiaochang's face. Deep down, Chen Xiaochang couldn't agree with Song Weizhang's statement. But even so, he could only nod against his will. The young master is extremely powerful, so he is naturally proficient in everything, but today. Chapter 79, The King of Golf. Chen Xiaochang looked towards the golf course outside. We can choose a golf game. As long as the young master uses his ability, Su Chen will definitely lose, Chen Xiaochang said. But will he agree to it? Song Weizhang felt that this was a good opportunity. Moreover, if Su Chen lost in front of so many merchants in the city, he would naturally not be able to go back on his word. Otherwise, he would not be able to gain a foothold in Songjiang City. But this question is also difficult, because the most important thing is that Su Chen might find it difficult to agree. Chen Xiaochang also felt that this matter was a bit of a headache. However, he was also a person who loved to show off. Since this matter was his suggestion, Chen Xiaochang naturally hoped that this matter could be completed smoothly. After thinking about it carefully, Chen Xiaochang nodded. Please rest assured, master. I will challenge him face to face in a moment. If I challenge him face to face, this guy will definitely agree, Chen Xiaochang said seriously. Hearing Chen Xiaochang say this, Song Weizhang patted Chen Xiaochang on the shoulder. I'll leave this matter to you. If this is accomplished, I will definitely not treat you unfairly, Song Weizhang said excitedly. Chen Xiaochang smiled slightly. After waiting for everyone to arrive, Chen Xiaochang walked in front of everyone with a glass of wine in hand. Everyone, welcome to our Song family's banquet. Let me introduce you to this brother, Chairman Su Chen of Yunhai Group. Chen Xiaochang directed his gaze directly at Su Chen. His tone was very impolite. After hearing these words, everyone present understood what was going on. They all knew the relationship between Song Weizhang and Yunhai Group. I didn't expect that the chairman of Yunhai Group would appear here. Everyone was whispering. It looks like things might be troublesome, everyone thought to themselves. They were already certain that there were hidden clues in Chen Xiaochang's words. Everyone present was silent. But at this moment, Chen Xiaochang had already turned his gaze to Su Chen. Chairman Su Chen, would you like to say something as well? There was a hint of sarcasm in Chen Xiaochang's words. What the hell? Su Chen was confused. He really didn't expect that Chen Xiaochang would say such a thing. This guy actually started attacking him directly. This really made Su Chen feel very helpless. Chen Xiaochang's words were as outrageous as they could be. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Boss, you'd better not go up. This guy seems to have some conspiracy, Chen Tu said with a trembling voice. Chen Tu felt that Chen Xiaochang must have a conspiracy. No matter what the conspiracy was, it was very scary for Chen Tu. But Su Chen just smiled slightly. Whatever the conspiracy, I think this is a good opportunity. And so he just walked over. Seeing Su Chen coming on stage, everyone present was completely shocked. Their expressions were as ugly as they could be. How so? Everyone present was shocked. But at this moment, Chen Xiaochang smiled slightly. Boss Su Chen, you are very powerful. I heard that you have built Yunhai Group very well, Chen Xiaochang said. As soon as these words came out, Su Chen's heart was moved. He certainly knew what this matter meant. Judging from this situation, the other party must have a backup plan. This guy is really insidious, Su Chen thought in his heart. At this moment, Chen Xiaochang started to make a noise again. Everyone seemed to have received Chen Xiaochang's message, and they also started to make a noise. These people's words were simply an insult to Su Chen. Of course, on the surface, Chen Xiaochang didn't show this at all. Su Chen just smiled coldly. He raised his head and observed Chen Xiaochang's performance. He knew that this guy was absolutely very insidious, which made Su Chen feel speechless. But Chen Xiaochang is a trash, he is indeed a trash, there is no doubt about that. In this case, Su Chen didn't say much. If you have any conspiracy, just tell me directly. Why waste your time on talking nonsense? Don't you think this is boring? Su Chen said bluntly. His voice was extremely cold. Chen Xiaochang's face was embarrassed. He had never expected that Su Chen would be so tough, and his words and actions were so rude. Everyone present was also completely shocked. For a moment, Chen Xiaochang was stunned on the spot. Although he was quite witty and could be said to be very smart, when he met someone like Su Chen, Chen Xiaochang was speechless. He has been completely suppressed by Su Chen. For a moment, Chen Xiaochang's face became extremely ugly. What do you mean by that? Do you want to directly become an enemy of our Song family? If that's the case, I can propose a method, but I don't know if Chairman Su Chen dares to agree to it? Chen Xiaochang made a mockery out of excuses. Everyone present held their breath. They all wanted to see how the fight between Su Chen and Chen Xiaochang would unfold. Deep down, everyone was extremely solemn. Okay, if you really want to compete with me, I'd love to have you do it. Su Chen said excitedly. No matter what they are competing in, as long as two people compete, Su Chen will be able to obtain the skills he wants. At least you will get a bonus of skill points. Therefore, Su Chen was not averse to the competition at all, and even had a faint feeling of excitement deep in his heart. His behavior was exactly what Chen Xiaochang wanted. It seems that my intelligence is very good. This Su Chen is indeed a very arrogant person. What he said shows that he is completely arrogant. It may be easy to deal with him. Chen Xiaochang thought deep in his heart. In his heart, he already regarded Su Chen as a weakling. At least Chen Xiaochang felt that since King Xiao was such a simple-minded person, he could easily defeat Su Chen. In that case, I wonder if you are willing to play a golf match with my eldest master. My eldest master is an amateur golf expert. If you can tie with my eldest master, we will never disturb your Yunhai Group's business again. If you lose to my eldest master, then your branch of Yunhai Group will hand over all its industries to us. I don't know what you think. Chen Xiaochang said sarcastically. Well. After hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. He really didn't expect Chen Xiaochang to say such a thing. This was really embarrassing for Su Chen. He had just acquired the skills of the invincible god of golf, so he naturally felt very happy. After all, this skill of the invincible god of golf could be put to good use. Chapter 80, Raging Victory. Okay. Su Chen said lightly. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Isn't this Su Chen crazy? Young Master Song's golf skills are obvious to all. He is definitely the best. It seems that this young man is still too young. He was bewitched by a few words. Now, he seems to feel very good about himself. Everyone began to mock Su Chen. At least deep down in their hearts, Su Chen was an object worthy of ridicule. Their contempt for Su Chen could be said to be deep in their bones. Well. Su Chen was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that these guys would say such things. He is the owner of the title of God of Golf. With such strength, how can ordinary people be his opponent? As the owner of the God of Golf, Su Chen has not used this skill yet. He originally thought that this skill was a useless skill, but now it seems that is not the case. This turned out to be a very useful skill. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited deep down in his heart. Golf God, start. Su Chen found a skill from the skill bar and activated it directly. All this was completed in a short time. In fact, there is no difficulty at all. After the skill was activated, Su Chen instantly mastered all kinds of knowledge of the God of Golf, and it all happened in a moment. In this way, Su Chen has acquired the skills of the God of Golf. Stop talking nonsense. Since young Master Song wants to challenge me, I will show you some of my skills. Su Chen said, shaking his head. Song Weijin had already been itching to show off his skills, and Su Chen's words insulted him. He felt extremely angry. For Song Weijin, now is a great opportunity to show his strength. Under the gaze of so many people, he wants to beat Su Chen ruthlessly. Only in this way can he truly regain his dignity and strength. This is exactly what Song Weijin was thinking. Get me my golf clubs, he yelled. His men immediately brought a box of golf carts, among which was a golden golf club, which was Song Weijin's signature golf club. This golden ball is made of gold-plated material and looks sparkling in the night, giving it a cool feeling. However, Su Chen was speechless. Because she felt that the other party was too pretentious and this thing was not practical at all. Su Chen curled his lips helplessly. In that case, let's get started. He randomly chose a broken golf club. After all, Su Chen had the ability to hit a hole in one. With this kind of strength, there is no need for any clubs. He grabbed the club right into his hands. "This ball feels good," Suchen said. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Although some people didn't understand golf at all, they could see that Suchen picked the worst club. His face was as ugly as it could be. Hearing this, Suchen smiled. He naturally understood what this meant. He is extremely calm now. "You start first," Suchen said to Song Weijin. "After all, I am much stronger than you. If I start first, you won't even have a chance to attack," Suchen said. After hearing this, everyone present even felt like crying. They really couldn't believe that all this was actually happening. The faces of everyone present were extremely ugly. Their mentality is close to collapse. Isn't this Suchen really too boastful? I think this guy is just a dandy boy. You can even say he is a lunatic. Everyone present was talking about it. No one believed Suchen. Even Chen Tu is no exception. Chen Tu scratched his head helplessly. He also felt that Suchen was a little too funny to say such a thing. This made Chen Tu speechless. It seems that this chairman is really hard to describe. Chen Tu thought deep in his heart. His expression was as ugly as it could be. At this time, he had already made preparations, which was to do the aftermath work. Because he felt that he would definitely lose. "Well, fine, then I will let you see my strength." He picked up his golden club and hit the ball directly, and the ball flew in the air. The ball was spinning very fast. This is shocking. It seems that young Master Song's strength has been improved to a higher level. Isn't this right? Young Master Song is now almost at the level of a professional player, everyone thought deep in their hearts. They all understood what this meant. Song Weijin's strength is even stronger, and seems to be much stronger than before. This is exactly where Song Weijin's strength lies. I watched the ball fly towards the hole, then roll on the ground for a few times before slowly landing at the edge of the hole, only 5 meters away from the hole. What an amazing strength! Everyone present applauded. They were very excited. Hearing what everyone said, Song Weijin smiled and seemed very excited. It was obvious that he had demonstrated this move perfectly. It can be said that Song Weijin performed above his level. He looked at Suchen provocatively. "I want to see what you are capable of," Song Weijin said sarcastically. Hearing this, Suchen curled his lips helplessly. "I thought you were very powerful, but I didn't expect you to be only at this level. You are still 5 meters away from the cave entrance. Do you dare to compete with me with such means?" Suchen said directly. After hearing this, Song Weijin's figure shook. He even had an urge to cry, and his face looked very ugly. "Do you know anything about golf? Are you planning on hitting a hole-in-one? You are kidding me," Song Weijin said very angrily, with a hint of violence in his eyes. Suchen smiled indifferently. "So what? If we can't hit a hole-in-one directly, then what are we playing at?" Suchen said with a look of contempt. As they said that, they took a ball and placed it there, then smashed it hard. This time the ball flew straight into the distance. The speed of the ball was so fast that it was shocking, and everyone present showed shocked expressions. They couldn't believe it was true. Why did the ball go so off target? "Ha, Suchen is just kidding. Even if I were to hit the ball, there's no way I could hit it so far off target, right?" Everyone present looked embarrassed. They really couldn't believe that this would happen. Let this ball fly a little longer. Chapter 81 Victory. When everyone saw the ball that Suchen hit, they all smiled with disdain. It can be said that everyone felt that Suchen was a person who deserved contempt. They all showed mocking expressions on their faces. Feeling this scene, Suchen smiled faintly. He didn't take this matter seriously at all. After all, Suchen is very calm. Although the speed of the ball seems strange to everyone, Suchen is willing to let the ball fly for a while. Just as everyone was mocking Suchen, the ball suddenly spun in the air and went straight to the inside. The ball turned. Everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe it was real. For them, the horror of this incident was far beyond their imagination. Their breathing became rapid. How so? Their faces were as ugly as they could be. At least for them, this was an extremely terrifying thing. Their breathing became heavy, and their faces became extremely ugly. They all gasped. At least in their opinion, this is completely unimaginable. Su Chen smiled faintly. He looked at the scene in front of him calmly, as if it was nothing at all. Su Chen was as calm as he could be. The ball turned instantly right in front of Su Chen's eyes. The speed at which the ball turned was so fast that it was even shocking. Everyone present was completely stunned. They all had to admit that the ball's turning speed was so fast that it was even scary. How come it's so fast? The faces of everyone present had become extremely embarrassed. Their breathing quickened. The speed of this ball is really extremely fast. The ball turned directly on the spot and fell into the hole without a doubt. The speed of the ball is so fast that it makes people tremble. Enter. The ball spun in the air, and after turning a circle, it actually fell directly into the hole. Everyone present was completely stunned. They simply couldn't believe this was real. Even their facial expressions were completely dull and they were completely speechless. In their view, the horror of this incident can be imagined. Their breathing became rapid. Feeling this, Su Chen smiled calmly. How is it? My performance is pretty good, he said calmly. Everyone present was completely shocked. They didn't even know what to say. They were completely shaken deep down in their hearts. The ball actually fell directly into the hole. The horror of this incident was beyond their imagination. Their breathing became very rapid, and they even felt the urge to cry when they felt the horror of this incident. Song Weijun was completely stunned. Impossible, how did you do it? Song Weijun said in a trembling voice. He had experienced many things in his life, but nothing could shock Song Weijun like this. He was so completely shocked that his eyes widened and he didn't know what to say. Song Weijun's mentality was close to collapse. Boy, how did you do it? Song Weijun said in a trembling voice. But Su Chen smiled faintly. I'm just lucky, it's just a fluke. He said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary, but Su Chen's words brought a huge blow to Song Weijun, and Song Weijun had an urge to cry. Damn, are you guessing it? Song Weijun's eyes widened. Until now, he still couldn't believe that this was true. The psychological pressure brought to him by this incident had reached its extreme. He looked at Su Chen with a trembling voice. How on earth did you guess that? Song Weijun asked in complete disbelief. Su Chen looked at the pole in his hand. Maybe it's my luck, he said with a smile on his face. Such words made Song Weijun want to cry, and he really didn't know what to say. Now, he was really furious. Song Weijun's expression was extremely ugly. His breathing became rapid. One more round, he yelled in anger. Su Chen actually won a game with the help of Hu Meng. How could Song Weijun bear it? He already had an urge to cry. This is really scary. Su Chen smiled faintly. That's all? He doesn't care about that at all. Song Weijun's face suddenly turned ugly. Of course I want to compete with you again. Don't you dare? Song Weijun said angrily. He now regards Su Chen as his biggest enemy. Su Chen smiled faintly, his expression calm as usual. It's as if this matter is nothing at all. His expression was as calm as it could be, and he showed his composure. But you've already lost the first game. If you want to compete with me, you should show your sincerity, Su Chen said. What do you mean? Song Weijun's figure shook. He felt that there must be some secrets hidden in Su Chen's words, which was not what Song Weijun wanted to see. Su Chen stretched out a hand. You have to show your sincerity, he said calmly. Song Weijun's breathing became rapid, and he even had an urge to cry. He really didn't expect Su Chen to say such words. Song Weijun's face was extremely ugly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was going crazy deep down inside. In Song Weijun's opinion, Su Chen's hatefulness had reached an unimaginable level. His expression was as ugly as it could be. But at this moment, Chen Xiaocheng came in front of Song Weijun. Master, the guy just hit the ball so crookedly, but he still managed to hit the target. This can only mean that he is lucky and can't explain anything else. So I think you should continue to compete with him until you completely conquer him, Chen Xiaocheng said in a serious voice. Hearing Chen Xiaocheng's words, Song Weijun showed a solemn expression on his face. In fact, he also thought so deep in his heart. Even a professional tennis champion could not hit that ball just now, so she didn't believe that Su Chen really had the ability to do so. The ball just now was very big, maybe it was just a fluke. No matter how good this guy's luck is, he will never get it right a second time, Chen Xiaochang vowed. If the probability of guessing correctly the first time is very low, then the probability of guessing correctly the second time must be even lower. This is perfectly normal. Thinking of this, Song Weijin regained his confidence. It can be said that his confidence was restored at this moment. Chapter 82, Oath. Then I'll play another round with you. Song Weijin was not polite and stretched out his hand. He had already taken out a contract and handed it to Su Chen. Boy, this contract is now yours, a branch of mine. It's handed over to you now. What do you think? Song Weijin said directly. After hearing what Song Weijin said, Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Are you sure? He looked at the other person with a strange expression. After all, this matter was indeed unbelievable. If he could get such a benefit, it would be a good thing for Su Chen, and Su Chen would naturally not have any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he was extremely satisfied. Under such circumstances, he was extremely satisfied with Su Chen, and it could be said that he understood what this meant. Su Chen smiled. According to Song Weijin's current thinking, he will soon win back what he lost to Su Chen before. He feels that he can easily do this with his own abilities, and Song Weijin's confidence in himself has reached the extreme. Seeing this scene, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. Okay, then show me your strength. I want to see what strength you have. Su Chen said with a faint smile on his face, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. Next, everyone present gathered around. They all wanted to see who would win this time. And Song Weijin has already arrived in front of the ball. Although you won the last round, don't be so arrogant. I will defeat you this round. She said coldly, her voice extremely violent. Hearing his words, Su Chen smiled indifferently. Anyway, he has the systematic golf god skill, so Su Chen doesn't take Song Weijin seriously at all. No matter what means the opponent uses, Su Chen can easily defeat the opponent. This is where his strength lies. True strength does not need any concealment, and a truly strong person naturally does not need it. And Su Chen is such a person. He looked up at Song Weijin with a smile on his face. Please take action. I can't wait. After all, your strength is too poor. Su Chen said half-jokingly. This sentence completely stimulated Song Weijin. Song Weijin had an urge to cry. You are looking for death. A hint of coldness flashed across Song Weijin's eyes. The feeling of coldness was extremely strong. Song Weijin's expression was as ugly as it could be. Judging from the expression on his face, he was extremely angry. This even made it hard for him to bear. I will definitely show my stronger strength this time and give you a good slap in the face. He used all his strength to hit the ball out, and the ball flew even faster than before. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. It's so fast. Everyone present was completely shocked. It's only 2 meters away from the cave entrance. Seeing Song Weijin's operation, everyone present was shocked. Song Weijin also clenched his fists. His performance was even better than in Game 1, and it could even be called a perfect performance. He seems very excited now. Being able to have such a performance was something he had never expected in his life. It can be said that his performance was very powerful. That is absolutely a perfect state. Feeling this scene, Su Chen revealed a hint of a sneer. It seems that your performance is indeed very impressive, but so what? Do you really think you are my opponent? Su Chen came to the ball again. Boy, you don't still want to fool around, do you? Song Weijin said angrily. After hearing what Song Weijin said, Su Chen sneered. Why not? He didn't take Song Weijin seriously at all. This time, Su Chen wants to show his strength to Song Weijin. He wants to let this guy know what a real supermaster is. This is exactly what Su Chen does. He simply gripped the club, circulated the energy in his body, and then hit it hard. The ball is still moving on the same trajectory as before. Perfect track. Feeling the emergence of the perfect arc, Song Weijin was also surprised. Do we have to repeat what just happened? Song Weijin had an urge to cry. If Su Chen can replicate the moves he just used, wouldn't that be against the will of heaven? The others present were also shocked. They couldn't believe that this was true. Just when they felt the shock, the ball had already fallen directly into the hole. Another hole in one? Everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe it was real, but it was real. The first hole in one already shocked everyone, but they didn't expect there would be a second hole in one. This happened twice in a row, leaving everyone speechless. Their breathing became rapid. Isn't this amazing? Everyone was thinking about it in their hearts, and some even felt like they were going to collapse. Song Weijin and Chen Xiaochang were both stunned. I won't take your money this time. After all, competing with you is too boring. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. After Su Chen finished speaking, he didn't care at all and just turned around and left. You! Song Weijin was so angry that he wanted to cry. He was deeply shocked in his heart and didn't even know what to say. For him, this was definitely a very scary thing. Although Su Chen did not take his money directly, it was like a hard slap in Song Weijin's face. This slap made Song Weijin's face red. He even had an urge to cry. Su Chen almost laughed out loud after seeing this. He knew what Song Weijin was thinking, but he didn't want to say more. This guy is completely asking for trouble. There is no need for Su Chen to be polite to him. If he was polite to this guy, it would be the greatest cruelty to himself. Song Weijin would naturally not do so. His expression was very calm. At this time, Su Chen had already left with Chen Tuesday. As the saying goes, only when you leave after your work is done can you hide your achievements and fame. Since the matter has been completed, there is no need for Su Chen to stay here any longer. Doing so will only cause trouble for himself, and Su Chen does not like to do so. What's more, he didn't believe that the Song family could be truly surrendered through a small competition. Su Chen was not such a stupid person. After leaving the Song family, Chen Tu's face was filled with excitement. Boss Su Chen, Chen Tu, have never been convinced by anyone, but after meeting you today, I am really convinced. Chen Tu said with a trembling voice. He felt that Su Chen was simply a godlike existence, and was full of admiration for Su Chen. Chapter 83 Xia Meng Meng is very strange. Although we have gained an advantage over the Song family this time, it doesn't mean anything. They will definitely treat us more brutally next time, so we need to stay calm. Su Chen said seriously. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Tu also nodded. In fact, Chen Tu was not a stupid person, and he saw the key point at a glance. This matter is definitely very troublesome. Chen Tu looked at Su Chen seriously. In that case, what should we do? Chen Tu asked. Su Chen smiled. It's very simple. Stay calm and wait for the other party to come to us. Before the other party comes to us, we must not act rashly. That's all. Su Chen said word by word. After hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Tu smiled. He naturally understood what this matter meant. Chen Tu's breathing also became rapid. Boss, I'll listen to you. If Chen Tu had some distrust of Su Chen before, now his trust in Su Chen has reached a very high level. Chen Tu felt that Su Chen was indeed a trustworthy person. Su Chen was also very satisfied with this. Since he had gained the other party's trust, he naturally wouldn't say much. Su Chen looked at Chen Tu seriously. He is still very calm now. In that case, let's part ways here for now and see each other again if we have the chance. Su Chen said to Chen Tu seriously. Chen Tu nodded. If you have any orders, please call me immediately. Chen Tu's voice was full of respect. Su Chen naturally understood what Chen Tu meant. The relationship between the two people is now quite harmonious. Just like that, Su Chen said goodbye to Chen Tu. He was also thinking in his heart that this matter was definitely not as simple as he imagined. There must be some special secrets hidden behind it. These situations will definitely give Su Chen a headache. There is no doubt about it. With this thought in mind, Su Chen knew he needed to calm down. He must not act rashly. If we really panic, it will only cause unimaginable trouble. That was not something Su Chen was willing to accept. Now that we have come to this city, we must act with caution. Only by following the steps and staying calm can we avoid problems. This is what he had in mind. At this moment, Su Chen had returned to the door of the villa. The lights were on inside the villa, which meant that Xia Meng Meng had returned. Although Xia Meng Meng was alone at home, Su Chen was not worried about this matter at all. Because Su Chen knew very well that there would be no problem even if Xia Meng Meng was alone at home. After all, with that mysterious woman protecting her in secret, it could be said that Xia Meng Meng was very, very safe. Su Chen can be absolutely sure of this. So Su Chen pushed open the door, and when he walked in, he found something strange. What's going on? He looked surprised. Su Chen saw clearly that Xia Meng Meng was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, and her face looked very ugly. Well. Looking at Xia Mengmeng's red eyes, Su Chen was completely confused. This even made Su Chen not know what to say. Xia Mengmeng in front of him was in a completely strange state, and Su Chen couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. "What's wrong with you?" he asked directly. Su Chen could see that Xia Mengmeng must have encountered some trouble, otherwise she would never behave like this. But Su Chen still didn't know what kind of trouble Xia Mengmeng had encountered. This was what made him feel embarrassed. Su Chen scratched his head. But Xia Mengmeng's eyes were red, and she looked at Su Chen with a strange look, which made Su Chen feel uncomfortable. Su Chen's expression was a little strange. "What are you doing?" Xia Mengmeng's eyes were red. "I need your help." As she said this, Xia Mengmeng even felt like crying. This feeling made Su Chen even more confused. He really didn't know what was wrong with Xia Mengmeng. Su Chen's face showed even more embarrassment. He couldn't help scratching his head. "You?" Su Chen's voice was full of embarrassment. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng threw herself directly into Su Chen's arms. A warm feeling instantly enveloped Su Chen. "Well." Su Chen's expression became awkward and solemn. He really didn't know what was going on, but Xia Mengmeng was already crying. "Wang Kursen bullied me," Xia Mengmeng said in a trembling voice. "What the hell?" Su Chen wanted to comfort Xia Mengmeng, but he didn't know where to start. After all, Su Chen was in an awkward state. He knew Wang Kursen, a very scary woman. Wang Kursen was also a star, and she was said to be a great singer. But even so, it seemed that she had little to do with Su Chen. Su Chen could only look confused. He stared at the other person blankly. "Aren't you going to compete with Wang Kursen on the album? How could such a thing happen?" Su Chen said awkwardly. Until now he still feels that this matter is very embarrassing. Logically speaking, there was going to be a showdown between the two of them, but it seemed like this showdown shouldn't start now. At least Su Chen had a feeling that there was something indescribably strange about the whole thing, and this strangeness was revealed in Su Chen's heart. He didn't know what to say. Su Chen scratched his head. He looked at the other person strangely. "What's wrong? Did you go to see Wang Qian today?" Su Chen asked curiously. At this moment, Su Chen really didn't know how to comfort the other party. After all, in Su Chen's impression, Xia Mengmeng was a very confident girl, and this kind of situation would never happen under normal circumstances. But now Xia Mengmeng really feels quite strange. After hearing this, Xia Mengmeng wiped away her tears and looked at Su Chen seriously. "I just wanted to negotiate with her. I didn't want to compete with Wang Kursen at all, but she kept pressing on and refused to give in." Xia Mengmeng seemed to feel very aggrieved. "So that's how it is?" Su Chen nodded. He originally thought it was a very troublesome matter, but now it seems to be such a situation. In this case, Su Chen will naturally not be polite. He also knows very well what this matter means. Su Chen's mentality is very calm. He was not in a panic at all, but looked calm instead. "Don't be anxious, tell me everything," Su Chen said calmly. Now that things have come to this, Su Chen naturally has to help Xia Mengmeng solve the problem. Chapter 84 Revenge. Tomorrow is the MV recording time. We will share a studio, but Wang Kursen's boyfriend. Xia Mengmeng said with a trembling voice. "How is her boyfriend?" Su Chen asked with a strange look on his face. A strange expression flashed across Su Chen's face. When Xia Mengmeng heard this, her heart moved. Wang Kursen's boyfriend is named Zhang Wei. He is a very powerful person. He is a well-known creator in the industry. I heard that he will create a song for Wang Kursen on the spot tomorrow just to defeat me. And Wang Kursen has also invited many media. Xia Mengmeng's voice was filled with tears. For Xia Mengmeng, this was a terrible thing. After hearing this, Su Chen also felt speechless. According to Xia Mengmeng, Zhang Wei and Wang Qian are really hateful people. What they did is totally against the rules and they are just bullying Wang Qian. Su Chen certainly wasn't very happy, and even his face became a little solemn. At least for Su Chen, such a thing would naturally make him very angry. "Miss Xia Mengmeng, I am your agent now. You can rest assured that I am here. I will definitely not let you suffer any loss tomorrow," Su Chen said, clenching his fists. Xia Mengmeng felt a little strange when she heard Su Chen say this. "Your singing skills are indeed very good, but there are many people in the music industry who are good at singing. Zhang Wei is a very talented creator. Are you sure you can compare to him? I'm thinking about whether I should stay out of the spotlight for a while, Xia Mengmeng said with a trembling voice. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Why do this? It's totally unnecessary. Although I can't think of any method now, I think tomorrow. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Maybe there will be some methods tomorrow, he said with an embarrassed look on his face. Tomorrow? Xia Mengmeng almost cried in anger. Xia Mengmeng really didn't expect Su Chen to say such a thing. You have no solution today, but you will have one tomorrow? Xia Mengmeng looked at Su Chen with some contempt. At least in Xia Mengmeng's opinion, Su Chen's words made him speechless, and Xia Mengmeng really didn't know what to say. But Su Chen smiled slightly. Although there is nothing today, there is a good chance that there will be something tomorrow. Who can predict what will happen tomorrow? He waved his hand gently, his expression calm as usual. Su Chen seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. After hearing this, Xia Mengmeng could only roll her eyes. Anyway, my lifelong reputation is in your hands. If you can't defeat Zhang Wei tomorrow, I will be completely defeated, Wang Qian said helplessly. Deep down, he could even be described as extremely embarrassed. Hearing this, Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't worry. I have absolute confidence in myself, Su Chen said calmly. He smiled calmly. At this moment, Su Chen's confidence in himself has reached a very strong level. However, Xia Mengmeng was somewhat hesitant deep in her heart. After all, Xia Mengmeng was not sure whether Su Chen could accomplish this task. And so Su Chen returned to the room. We can only wait for tomorrow's sign-in, Su Chen thought deep in his heart. There was nothing he could do now, he could only hope that tomorrow's sign-in would bring him some good results. However, this matter is not a simple one. It can even be said to be a very troublesome thing. In this way, Su Chen fell asleep in anxiety, and he slowly opened his eyes early the next morning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sign-in skill. The voice of the system came slowly. Choose to sign in. Su Chen chose to sign in without hesitation. Just like that, he completed the sign-in very easily. Deep down in his heart, Su Chen was looking forward to this. He was very calm now, and his expression was extremely calm. But deep down in Su Chen's heart, he was quite looking forward to this matter. At this moment, the system began to award sign-in rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 3 divine songs. The voice of the system came slowly. What the hell? Su Chen was confused. These 3 divine song skills sounded a bit ridiculous. Su Chen didn't even know how to evaluate this matter. 3 divine songs. I can give the host 3 S-level divine songs. These divine songs are all S-level songs, and each one is extremely perfect. The voice of the system came slowly. Hearing this, Su Chen was also quite shocked. He did not expect that the skills of these 3 divine songs were so amazing. It even gave Su Chen a shocking feeling. In Su Chen's opinion, the skills of these 3 divine songs are indeed quite terrifying. Besides, this skill seems to be useful, Su Chen thought in his heart. Although this skill seems to have no effect in other situations, it does have a huge effect on Su Chen today. Relying on the skills of these 3 divine songs, helping Xia Mengmeng deal with Wang Qian and Zhang Wei would be the right thing to do. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen felt happy. He immediately loaded the skills of the 3 divine songs into the skill bar. Since these 3 divine songs were consumables, Su Chen didn't care. His occupation of the skill bar is only temporary, not permanent. This is a very important matter. Feeling this, Su Chen opened the door confidently. He is quite excited now. And Xia Mengmeng was waiting outside. Have you thought of a solution now? Xia Mengmeng asked. Su Chen smiled. Of course there is a way. I pondered for several hours yesterday and have written 3 songs. These 3 songs will definitely shock Zhang Wei. Su Chen said it calmly, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary, but when Xia Mengmeng heard this, she was indeed shocked. You can actually write 3 songs in one night. Are you kidding me? Tell me these 3 songs. I want to hear what they are, Xia Mengmeng said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. In fact, these 3 songs were not written by Su Chen at all, but were given by the system. Of course, Su Chen would never say such a thing, otherwise it would be a very embarrassing thing, so with this idea in mind, Su Chen also needs to calm down. At this time, Xia Mengmeng did not very trust Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. Although Xia Mengmeng did not trust himself very much, Su Chen already had a very good understanding of his own strength. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. You are quite mysterious. I hope you can do it. Chapter 85, On-Site Creation. In fact, Xia Mengmeng didn't trust Su Chen that much, but there was nothing she could do now. Xia Mengmeng was already feeling quite angry after being humiliated by Wang Qian yesterday. And so they set off together. Not long after, the two arrived at their destination. This place was a music recording studio, but there were many cars parked outside the studio. These cars turned out to be entertainment media and reporters nearby. Recording a song actually attracted so many reporters. It seems that Wang Kursen and Zhang Wei are really worthy of death. Su Chen thought seriously. These two guys are really abominable. What they did really made Su Chen helpless. Feeling this, Su Chen hated these two guys even more. He thought these two guys were really hateful. Xia Mengmeng was even more furious, with an extremely ugly expression. Now Xia Mengmeng's face was ruddy, and there was a strange flash in her eyes. Xia Mengmeng understood that if she chose to record on site today, she would most likely be photographed by media reporters and become Wang Qian's vassal. By that time, Xia Mengmeng's fame would also have a great impact. But at this moment, since they have already come here, there is naturally no way. We can only hope that this guy can create a miracle. Xia Mengmeng looked at Su Chen. Xia Mengmeng knew that only if Su Chen created a miracle could they turn the tide. Otherwise, their defeat was almost certain. Su Chen smiled slightly. Miss Xia Mengmeng, why do you have to do this? I am very confident in myself, so there will naturally be no problem. This matter is very simple. Su Chen said calmly. He seemed to be saying something extremely ordinary. Xia Mengmeng could only roll her eyes. At this moment, some media and reporters had discovered Xia Mengmeng. These media reporters rushed over and surrounded Xia Mengmeng and Su Chen with microphones in their hands. Miss Xia Mengmeng, I heard that Ms. Wang Qian is going to release a new song live today. What do you think about this? These entertainment media asked. After hearing these words, Xia Mengmeng's face turned pale. Everyone knows that Xia Mengmeng and Wang Qian are sworn enemies. In this case, Xia Mengmeng really has no way of answering these questions. But Su Chen came over. After all, at this moment, he needs to have some manly responsibility. Don't worry, Miss Xia Mengmeng will also release a new song today. Su Chen said seriously. What did you say? These media reporters were all furious. They all heard that Zhang Wei will release 3 singles for Wang Qian today. Zhang Wei has already made a preview, that is, these 3 singles are all a level or above songs. You have to know that in the entire music industry, there are definitely only a handful of people who can get a grade A or above. It can be said that songs above level A are absolutely terrifying. In this case, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone felt that being able to release a song of this level was absolutely amazing, and they were all looking forward to Zhang Wei's performance. As for what Su Chen said, Xia Mengmeng was actually going to release a single, which was really beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone had a strange expression on their face. Everyone also reacted. They all turned their eyes to Su Chen. Who are you? Everyone had a confused expression. They all didn't know who Su Chen was. But Su Chen smiled faintly. His expression could be described as very calm. I am Miss Xia Mengmeng's agent and creator. We will also release 3 songs, and the lyrics and music of these 3 songs are all written by me. Su Chen said, patting his chest. What? Everyone present was stunned. Although they didn't know Su Chen, they knew that there were many people in the world who could write lyrics and compose music. It was not an easy task, but it was not too complicated either. However, if one wanted to match Zhang Wei, it was truly an impossible task. Is this guy bragging? I think so too. How could he be Zhang Wei's opponent? Everyone present was stunned. They were so shocked that they were speechless, and their hearts were filled with fear. Feeling this, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. He was very calm. No matter what Zhang Wei thinks, Su Chen doesn't care about it. Everyone, my name is Su Chen. I am just an ordinary person. But I don't think Zhang Wei is anything special. I believe I can defeat him, Su Chen said with a smile on his face. Xia Mengming's face had turned pale, and she had a vague feeling that this matter was definitely very troublesome. After all, even Xia Mengming herself didn't believe what Su Chen said. Su Chen just smiled calmly. How calm he must be now, how calm he can be. At this moment, a car drove over. It was a top-of-the-line luxury car and also a very powerful nanny car. The car stopped here and two people got out of the car. One of them was a young man. He was very handsome and had a very good temperament. Next to this man was a top beauty. This person is Wang Qian. Although Wang Qian is also very beautiful, she looks quite coquettish, and even makes Su Chen feel quite disgusted. Although this girl is also very beautiful, she gives people a very disgusting feeling. Su Chen felt quite disgusted deep down in his heart. At this moment, the two had already seen Xia Mengming and Su Chen. Both of them had sarcastic expressions on their faces. Especially Wang Kursen, who came directly in front of Su Chen. The reporters immediately surrounded the two people. They were silent because they knew today was a tit-for-tat confrontation. They were absolutely shocked by this tit-for-tat confrontation. After seeing this scene, Xia Mengming's face became very ugly. Are you going to release 3 singles too? Wang Kursen had just heard what Xia Mengming said, and her voice was full of sarcasm. It is unbelievable that Xia Mengming also wants to create a single, but Wang Qian has Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was also very arrogant and directly reached out and held Wang Qian's hand. Who said he wanted to compete with me? I, Zhang Wei, am really looking forward to this matter, Zhang Wei said in a wild voice. It can be said that his voice is already very unpleasant. Given his arrogant state, he naturally doesn't mind competing with anyone. He is very confident in his own strength. He is a well-known creator in the industry. Chapter 86, Stunning Skills. Is it not possible for me to compete with you? Su Chen said this sarcastically. His tone was extremely impolite and he didn't even give Zhang Wei any face. When Zhang Wei heard this, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. What is your reputation in the industry? Zhang Wei didn't know Su Chen at all, so a look of surprise naturally appeared on his face. Su Chen smiled faintly. I don't even know you yet? He said with a mocking look on his face. Oh my god. Zhang Wei already had an urge to cry. With his strength, he is definitely a very powerful existence. Zhang Wei feels that his methods can be called extremely powerful. He is also quite confident in himself. But at this moment, Su Chen's words were deeply mocking to him, and he certainly couldn't tolerate it. Zhang Wei looked at Su Chen coldly. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Do you really dare to compete with me? Facing so many media reporters, Zhang Wei naturally would not give Su Chen any face. He could not stand the ridicule of others. Deep down in his heart, he believed that he was the strongest being. Hearing this, Su Chen just smiled faintly. Whether you have such ability or not, you won't know until you compete with me. After all, anyone can make empty promises, but the real strength is not certain. Some people may be famous, but they may not be strong. Although I am not famous, it doesn't seem difficult for me to defeat you. Su Chen said it word by word, as if it was a very ordinary thing. As soon as he said this, Zhang Wei and Wang Kursen's faces became very ugly. Husband, listen to what he says. You must help me deal with him severely, Wang Qian said with anger shaking all over. Zhang Wei burst into laughter. This matter is too simple, just leave it to me. He walked towards Su Chen calmly. Boy, although I don't know if you are famous or not, I am really dissatisfied with what you said. Of course, facing so many media reporters, I will not use my power to overwhelm them. We can go in and have a good fight. Who will win and who will lose is obvious. When he spoke seriously, his tone was very impolite. After hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. How dare you compete with me? Su Chen didn't care about this at all. After hearing this, Zhang Wei became even more furious. In this way, a real state of competition has been formed between the two people. The relationship between them can be said to be like water and fire. Everyone else turned their eyes over there, and all their cameras were pointed at those few people. Su Chen, let's stop talking nonsense and meet in the studio. Zhang Wei took Wang Qian's hand and walked into the studio. Xia Mengming rolled her eyes and looked at Su Chen. Can you really defeat him? Xia Mengming now felt too guilty. After all, that opponent was too strong, and Xia Mengmeng was definitely not comparable to him. Zhang Wei's creative ability was absolutely terrifying. It can be said that Xia Mengmeng's creative ability is simply perfect. But after hearing these words, Su Chen just smiled calmly. His expression was as calm as it could be. Don't worry, I am very confident in myself. Besides, when have I ever lied to you? Su Chen said calmly. Just like that, everyone walked into the studio, and the entire studio suddenly became very crowded. After all, the studio was not very big to begin with, but it was suddenly packed with so many people. Zhang Wei looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Leave this to me, he said seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was very excited. Zhang Wei has already taken the music composer and started composing the song. With his ability, he can naturally complete the creation easily. There is no doubt about this at all. You have to know that Zhang Wei's creative ability is very strong in itself, and he finished writing a song very quickly. Love. After hearing the name, everyone present was looking forward to this song. Wang Kersen has already picked up the song and started to sing. Wang Kersen's singing skills are very good, and folic acid appreciates them. Although, compared with Xia Mengmeng, there are still some slight flaws, but at this moment, the performance of this song is still very perfect. It is indeed so. Su Chen's heart moved. He could feel that this song was indeed very pleasant to the ears. It was definitely a very good song. With this thought in mind, Su Chen nodded seriously. It seems that Zhang Wei's strength is indeed very good. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. After adjusting to this state, Su Chen's expression was very calm. At this moment, although the other party's music was still very good, Su Chen had nothing to say. Compared with his several songs, this song written by Zhang Wei can only be said to be mediocre. Su Chen smiled faintly. He looked at the others and found that they were all fascinated by the song. They spoke highly of it. It seems that Zhang Wei is indeed a top-notch creator. This song alone is enough to make him a god. Isn't it? This is the best piece of music I've ever heard this year. The collaboration between Zhang Wei and Wang Kersen will definitely win a Golden Melody Award this year. Everyone was talking about it, but their tone was full of admiration. Xia Mengming's face looked very ugly. It's over, it looks like today is completely over? Xia Mengming felt her face was very ugly. Because Xia Mengming also understood how powerful this song was, and it filled Xia Mengming's heart with shock. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, his song is not that good. In fact, in my opinion, it's just an ordinary song. Su Chen said directly to Xia Mengming. What did you say? Xia Mengming was quite speechless about Su Chen's words. At least for Xia Mengming, this matter was very scary. Xia Mengming took a breath of cold air. This? Her mentality was close to collapse. At this moment, Zhang Wei had already turned his gaze towards Su Chen. Zhang Wei's mocking attitude was fully expressed. Boy, I've already written this song. If you have the ability, you can write one too. Didn't you say my songs aren't that good? Zhang Wei said sarcastically. After hearing what Zhang Wei said, Su Chen just looked calm. He came to the music composer. Then I have to show off. Su Chen looked at everyone. Everyone laughed. If you have the ability, then show it. They simply didn't believe that Su Chen had such strength. Chapter 87, Stunning Skills. Faced with Zhang Wei's ridicule, Su Chen was not moved at all. Don't think that an A-level song is amazing. In fact, I don't even take this song seriously. I can easily surpass you by creating a song on the spot. Su Chen said calmly. It was like he was saying something very ordinary. Just bragging. The expressions of everyone present were full of ridicule. They simply couldn't believe that all this was true. They all felt that Su Chen was just bragging and that all this was not practical at all. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. He was as calm as he could be, as if this was a very calm thing. Now Su Chen's calmness has reached the extreme. You? Zhang Wei was so angry when he saw Su Chen's rampant state. At this moment, Su Chen has already started creating. He was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. After only about 10 minutes, Su Chen completed the creation. When he finished, he handed it directly to Xia Mengmeng. Just take a look. Su Chen said to Xia Mengmeng. The expression on Xia Mengmeng's face was quite shocked. This is a love song with many twists and turns. It can be said that this love song is simply shocking. Xia Mengmeng looked at this scene in disbelief. Did you really write this song? According to Xia Mengmeng, this song is simply a perfect song and can be said to be extremely top-notch. Xia Mengmeng's song is really shocking. Su Chen smiled faintly. Of course I wrote it. It's just an ordinary song, nothing special at all. Su Chen said calmly. It was like he was saying something normal. I can write dozens of songs like this one in a year. Su Chen's words were like a torrent of water, shocking. Such words have shocked Xia Mengmeng. I really can't see through you. Xia Mengmeng said with a trembling voice. However, Xia Mengmeng's words were full of horror. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. In fact, this was just a routine operation for him and it was nothing at all. In Su Chen's opinion, this matter was extremely simple. What are you two whispering about? Don't think that such nonsense can change the fact that you two have failed. Hurry up and take out that song. I want to see what song you two have. Zhang Wei said with a trembling voice. After hearing what Zhang Wei said, Su Chen smiled. He must be as calm as possible now. At this moment, he was calm. To him, this song was just an ordinary song. But if this song was played, it would completely shock Zhang Wei. Su Chen winked at Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng nodded. Xia Mengmeng picked up the microphone and began to sing. It can be said that Xia Mengmeng's song is absolutely perfect. Moreover, the song written by Su Chen perfectly matches Xia Mengmeng's voice, and it has completely shocked people's hearts since the first sentence. The expressions on everyone's faces were very solemn. They couldn't believe it was real. At this moment, their breathing became rapid and their expressions were as ugly as they could be. Especially Zhang Wei, he was even trembling all over. His expression was extremely strange. Su Chen smiled slightly. Judging from his current situation, this is nothing at all. He is very, very calm now. Zhang Wei was already trembling all over. How is this possible? How could this be a song written by him? Zhang Wei actually had a feeling of illusion. That is, the songs written by Su Chen seemed to be dozens, even hundreds, or tens of thousands times better than his songs. The others were also completely stunned. Their faces were as ugly as they could be. Seeing this scene, Su Chen just smiled slightly. He understood what this meant. The two people looked at each other. It seems that you also know that your song is not as good as mine. I wonder what others think. Su Chen said seriously. After hearing these words, everyone present finally recovered from their shock. They were completely stunned and could not believe what they saw. After all, Su Chen's strength really shocked them completely. This song is actually much better than Zhang Wei's song. In my opinion, this song can almost get an S grade. Yeah, I haven't heard such a perfect song in a few years. Su Chen is really amazing. Although most of the reporters were invited by Zhang Wei, they also have long ears and can easily tell who is strong and who is weak. It can be said that the combination of Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng is simply a godlike combination in terms of strength. They can easily crush Zhang Wei and Wang Kersen. Bang! All the reporters' cameras and guns were aimed at Su Chen, and for a moment Su Chen became the focus of their attention. Zhang Wei and Wang Qian's performance had become extremely ugly, and their breathing became rapid. It can be said that the two people were full of confidence and originally wanted to humiliate Xia Mengmeng and Su Chen. But in reality, they were severely humiliated by Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng. Such humiliation was a real slap in the face. It can be said that it was completely unbearable for the two of them. But Zhang Wei and Wang Kersen had no choice. After all, Su Chen's song was simply perfect. This was definitely not something Zhang Wei and Wang Kersen could bear. Even if the two of them racked their brains, they simply could not write such a perfect song. They were completely shocked deep in their hearts. Su Chen then reached out and pulled Xia Mengmeng up. We can go now. The effect has been achieved. There is no need to stay here any longer. After all, this song has shocked everyone and has achieved a blockbuster effect. In this case, the departure of the two people now can increase their legendary status. This is exactly what Su Chen was thinking. At this moment, Zhang Wei and Wang Qian had no power to fight back at all, and Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng's goal was achieved. Through the spread of these media reporters, this incident will definitely cause a huge wave on the internet. At that time, Xia Mengmeng could easily crush Wang Kersen. This was also the most critical point of the whole matter. Things have come to this point, so naturally I should just leave after the job is done, hiding my achievements and fame. Su Chen is very smart. Just like that, he took Xia Mengmeng and left the scene surrounded by numerous media, and the two of them finally escaped. Thank you. Chapter 88 Amazing Explosive Power. Xia Mengmeng's face couldn't help but turn red. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng really has sincere feelings for Su Chen. If it weren't for Su Chen, Zhang Wei and Wang Kersen would definitely embarrass Xia Mengmeng today. That's nothing. I have 2 more songs to dedicate to you, and the quality of these 2 songs is almost the same as this one. Su Chen said calmly. After hearing this, Xia Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Is this true or false? Just this one song is enough to make Xia Mengmeng excited. After all, this song itself is a top-notch song. If she could get another song, Xia Mengmeng would definitely be extremely satisfied. But Su Chen shook his head. It's not 1 song, but 2 songs. This sentence was beyond Xia Mengmeng's imagination, and even made Xia Mengmeng's expression stunned. If 1 song was already quite good, then 2 songs really exceeded Xia Mengmeng's imagination. How about Miss Xia Mengmeng? I will write these 2 songs for you now? Su Chen asked. Xia Mengmeng shook her head. How about this? I'm about to release an album, so I'll just let you produce it. Xia Mengmeng said it very seriously, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Well. This made Su Chen feel a little embarrassed. After all, with his strength, he only had 3 top singers now. But if you want to make an album, you must have more than 10 top songs. This is definitely a very difficult task. However, as the owner of the system, Su Chen naturally would not say no. Give me some time, this is easy. Su Chen waved his hand pretending to be indifferent. Xia Mengmeng curled her lips. Okay, then I'd like to see if you really have this ability. Xia Mengmeng said with a hint of sarcasm. Su Chen could only remain speechless. I am naturally very strong, please rest assured. That's all he could say. Just at this time, the 2 people were preparing to return to the villa. After all, the matter is over. There is no point in staying here any longer, and the media will report on it extensively next. Of course, Su Chen's goal is to deal with the Song family. I have offended Song Weizhen, and that is not a simple matter. Thinking of this scene, the matter is still very urgent. That's it. Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng returned to the villa together, and soon Xia Mengmeng turned on the computer. Now the entire network is flooded with news and information. Mysterious creators shocked the internet. All the news pointed to Su Chen. Even Su Chen's photo appeared in all the major screens, which made Su Chen feel a little embarrassed. I really want to keep a low profile. Su Chen thought helplessly. It seems that keeping a low profile is really a difficult thing. Just then, Manager Chen called. Boss, I didn't expect you to have such ability. You really impressed me. Manager Chen said excitedly. His admiration for Su Chen seemed to have reached a new level. Su Chen was speechless for a while. This is just a small matter. Tell me first, what is Song Weizhen doing? Su Chen said directly. He felt that this was an important matter and he needed to get things clear. After these words were spoken, Manager Chen on the other end of the phone sighed. Song Weizhen's actions are very strange. He hasn't left the house for several days since he lost to you, so I don't know what he is going to do. However, the Song family's interference with our Yunhai group seems to have weakened in the past few days. Could it be that they retreated because of your strength? Manager Chen said with a trembling voice. After hearing what Manager Chen said, Su Chen smiled slightly. That's impossible. This guy must be doing this for a bigger conspiracy. Su Chen made a judgment instantly. He had absolutely no good feelings towards Song Weizhen. This guy is not only a sinister person, but also a very hateful person. He is definitely a very difficult person to deal with. Keep an eye on him at all times and report to me immediately if anything happens. Su Chen said with a smile on his face. After hearing Su Chen's words, Manager Chen had no choice but to nod. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen's heart was moved. Deep down in his heart, he had a thought that this matter was quite troublesome, and it could be said that there must be some secrets hidden behind this matter. Su Chen thought in his heart. Su Chen still felt very troubled as he had no idea what conspiracy the Song family had. What happened? Xia Mengmeng asked. Su Chen just smiled. Nothing, just some things in the company, nothing to bother with at all. Naturally, he would not tell Xia Mengmeng about these things. First of all, these things had nothing to do with Xia Mengmeng at all. More importantly, these things were very dangerous. Su Chen didn't want Xia Mengmeng to bear any pressure. Forget about it. I need to rest now. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes and said awkwardly. All right. But Su Chen couldn't sleep. He carefully checked the system's data in his mind. At the same time, in the Song family villa dozens of kilometers away, Song Weijin was sitting in front of the computer, playing information on the computer. That's a constant stream of advertising. I didn't expect this kid to have such an identity. Song Weijin clenched his fists. In Song Weijin's view, Su Chen was just the boss of a company, but the Yunhai Group was a force that Song Weijin had to deal with. But he never expected that Su Chen actually had another identity. Creative genius. Damn, who the hell is this guy? Song Weijin was furious. He has always prided himself on being a genius, thinking that he is a genius-like figure, but he never expected that such a situation would happen. Song Weijin's face was extremely ugly. His breathing became rapid now. It can be said that Song Weijin was already furious. As a genius of the Song family, he was not only completely defeated by Su Chen in golf, his best sport, but he also discovered that Su Chen had such a talent. Song Weijin's heart had completely collapsed. His face was as ugly as it could be. After feeling this scene, the whole room fell silent, and the faces of Song Weijin's younger brothers all turned very ugly. It can be said that their performance was so intense that they dared not even breathe. They all felt the strong pressure from Song Weijin. At this moment, their mentality has reached the extreme. It can be said that they feel very terrible, because they all see the murderous aura from Song Weijin. Just then, an old man walked in. Chapter 89 Lessons. The old man was dressed in white, and there was a gleam of light in his eyes. It can be said that this old man's aura is very powerful. After feeling this scene, everyone present fell silent. They all looked at the old man with deep awe. It was as if this old man was a very scary existence. But the old man just waved his hand gently. He had already arrived in front of Song Weijin, and then he coughed. Song Weijin then suddenly raised his head. He originally had an impatient expression on his face, but when he saw the old man, his expression suddenly changed. An expression of admiration also appeared on Song Weijin's face. Uncle Zhang, you are here. Song Weijin stood up respectfully, no longer with the deterrent power of the eldest young master of the Song family. Instead, he showed a respectful look, as if the person in front of him brought him a lot of pressure. Others avoided the topic and did not dare to speak at all. Song Weijin waved his hand gently. All of you, step back, he said in a trembling voice. After hearing Song Weijin's words, everyone present nodded. These people all felt the pressure coming from Mr. Zhang, and they were so scared that they wanted to run away. After everyone left, Song Weijin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Song Weijin's voice was very respectful. The person in front of him was his father's most trusted chief strategist, named Zhang Wenjie. It can be said that Zhang Wenjie is a very trustworthy person, and Song Weijin's father's trust in Zhang Wenjie has reached the extreme. It can be said that Song Weijin's father trusts Zhang Wenjie extremely. This kind of trust can also be said to come from the heart. Zhang Wenjie himself also possesses extremely strong abilities. When helping the Song family deal with things, he showed his decisive side. It can be said that Zhang Wenjie's strength is second only to the head of the Song family. His identity and status are extremely terrifying. Under such circumstances, Zhang Wenjie's sudden appearance was also a huge psychological pressure and deterrence for Song Weijin. Could it be that father knows what happened before? Song Weijin thought awkwardly in his heart. The head of the Song family has not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time, and has almost left all general matters to Song Weijin. But if Song Weijin lost to Su Chen and such a thing was exposed, it would definitely be a very embarrassing thing for him. At this time, Song Weijin's expression became very ugly, even embarrassing. However, Zhang Wenjie smiled when he saw this scene. Nephew, tell me what happened. Zhang Wenjie said. Song Weijin's expression suddenly became awkward. This. He seemed to be at a loss for words. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenjie smiled slightly. Is there anything you can't tell me? I heard that you've been in some trouble recently. Zhang Wenjie said word by word. After hearing what Zhang Wenjie said, Song Weijin sighed and told him everything word for word. The eldest son of the Song family showed an embarrassed expression when faced with such a thing. He even had an idea of not knowing where to start. But now his expression has become very ugly. Facing Zhang Wenjie's sharp eyes, Song Weijin finally adjusted his mentality and told the story again. Zhang Wenjie smiled as he listened to Song Weijin's words. So that's what happened. I also watched the news today. This Su Chen is indeed a very powerful person. Zhang Wenjie couldn't help but say. Although he didn't know that Su Chen was the chairman of Yunhai Group, deep down in his heart, Zhang Wenjie admired today's news. He felt that it was indeed a good thing for a young man like Su Chen to make a name for himself, but he did not expect that such a situation would occur between Su Chen and Song Weijin. Zhang Wenjie's face was very solemn. So that is how it is. Zhang Wenjie said seriously. Song Weijin seemed a little excited. Uncle Zhang, this Su Chen is so abominable. Not only has he hindered our plan to further acquire Yunhai Group, but he has also repeatedly provoked me. I really want to teach him a lesson. Song Weijin was already furious. His face was as ugly as it could be, and his entire expression was extremely ugly. Now Song Weijin is completely enraged, but he has not yet figured out how to deal with Su Chen, which is an extremely important matter. At this moment, Zhang Wenjie stood up with a calm smile on his face. I said, young master, how difficult is this matter? For me, it's just a simple matter. Zhang Wenjie sounded like he was talking about something extremely ordinary. After hearing Zhang Wenjie's words, Song Weijin showed an excited expression on his face. Song Weijin really couldn't believe that this was real. At least in Song Weijin's opinion, this was absolutely shocking. Song Weijin's breathing became rapid. Uncle Zhang, do you have any ideas? Song Weijin said excitedly. Zhang Wenjie just smiled slightly. It's actually very simple. Isn't this person Xia Mengmeng's agent? It seems that there must be some relationship between him and Xia Mengmeng, so I think we should target that woman. Zhang Wenjie said word by word. This guy is very insidious, and he is very confident in his own abilities no matter what he does. This is what Zhang Wenjie thinks. It can be said that Zhang Wenjie can grasp the key points anytime and anywhere. Hearing this, Song Weijin scratched his head. But how to deal with Xia Mengmeng? Song Weijin said in a trembling voice. I know a few friends in the entertainment industry. They all run entertainment companies. Once I make a careful plan, I will be able to get to the bottom of this matter. Song Weijin stood up excitedly, his face showing an extremely excited state. Uncle Zhang, as long as you can help me deal with Su Chen, I will be very grateful to you. Song Weijin's voice was very excited. This is an easy matter, but I need to plan it out. Zhang Wenjie just said with a smile. And at this moment, the two of them laughed at each other in collusion. Ah! Inside Su Chen's villa, he suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? Su Chen actually woke up directly. This made him feel a little surprised. After all, since obtaining the system, Su Chen's sleep has been very good in every aspect, and he never expected this situation to occur. This really embarrassed him. Chapter 90 Danger. Do you want to sign in? The system's voice came slowly. Although the current situation made Su Chen feel a little strange, signing in was still a must. Su Chen quickly completed the signing in. The system also gave Su Chen a new skill. Business Elite Skills. The system has mastered the ability of a stock god, plus various abilities of other levels. The data came slowly. This also surprised Su Chen. There is such an operation. Su Chen was indeed confused. At least for him, this was definitely a magical operation, and it even made Su Chen really not know what to say. So he also looked embarrassed. But since things have come to this point, Su Chen naturally won't say anything more. He is as calm as he can be. His expression was also very calm. That's what he had in mind. At this moment, Su Chen had already loaded the business wizard skill. But suddenly there were footsteps outside. The footsteps were very light, as if they didn't exist at all. Feeling this, Su Chen's heart couldn't help but move. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. I didn't expect something like this would happen. This made Su Chen feel confused. At this moment, the footsteps were approaching Su Chen and had already arrived at Su Chen's door. At this moment, Su Chen's heart moved. Because he sensed a familiar breath. It's Bai Lu Shuang. Su Chen immediately sensed that the person coming was Bai Lu Shuang. This was definitely a terrible thing, but at this moment he had also thoroughly investigated the matter, and the person who came was Bai Shuang. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen suddenly opened the door. And Bai Shuang just happened to break in. Ah! Bai Shuang didn't seem to realize that Su Chen had sensed her breath, so when she suddenly opened the door, Bai Shuang couldn't even stand steadily and almost fell into Su Chen's arms. What are you doing? The girl felt very embarrassed. Su Chen was speechless for a while. Ms. Bai Shuang, why do you come to my room so late at night? Su Chen scratched his head helplessly. His face looked as embarrassed as it could be. At least Su Chen felt that this was indeed an embarrassing thing. Bai Shuang's face turned red. I came here to discuss something important with you. Bai Shuang said angrily, seeming to be filled with righteous indignation. I'm sorry, Miss Bai, I misunderstood you. Su Chen said very embarrassedly. At this moment, he seemed unable to say anything more and could only act as if he was embarrassed even by himself. However, under such circumstances, Su Chen could only accept this helplessly, and he seemed to have nothing else to say. Go and see for yourself. Bai Shuang said this with great anger. Well. Su Chen took the paper from Bai Shuang, which had some information written on it. Zhang Wenjie is going to attack Xia Mengmeng? Su Chen was a little confused. First of all, he didn't even know who Zhang Wenjie was, and more importantly, this guy actually wanted to attack Xia Mengmeng. This was simply intolerable. Su Chen naturally couldn't tolerate such things. He turned his gaze to Bai Shuang. How do you know this? Su Chen asked curiously. Bai Shuang rolled her eyes at Su Chen. I have been protecting Xia Mengmeng's safety, so I am naturally very familiar with these things. You don't have the ability to fully protect Xia Mengmeng yet, and you didn't even notice something like this. Bai Shuang said coldly. Hearing Bai Shuang's words, Su Chen looked even more embarrassed. I'm really sorry, Miss Bai, I really didn't notice this. Faced with Bai Shuang's aggressive state, Su Chen didn't want to say more. He could only scratch his head in embarrassment. This is somewhat embarrassing. At this moment, Bai Shuang took a deep breath and stared at Su Chen coldly. I have already told you the information. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you. Bai Shuang said word by word. After finishing, the girl left the place in a flash. Bai Shuang's speed is as fast as lightning. This girl really came and went like the wind. Su Chen had no way of grasping Bai Shuang's actions, which made Su Chen feel a little embarrassed. His face also looked quite ugly. And at this moment, Bai Shuang also frowned. Bai Shuang certainly knew what this meant. At this moment, Bai Shuang had already left. Su Chen could only smile awkwardly at this mysterious woman. Besides, he didn't even know what to say. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng also woke up. After all, such a big noise was made, Xia Mengmeng naturally would not have failed to notice it. Xia Mengmeng walked out in pajamas, looking a little sleepy. What happened? Xia Mengmeng asked curiously. Su Chen helplessly told Xia Mengmeng what had happened before, and she was speechless. Don't mind Sister Bai's personality. She's a little weird and always comes and goes without a trace. Xia Mengmeng explained. Don't go out recently. Zhang Wenjie wants to deal with you. If you fall into his hands, you will be in danger. Su Chen said to Xia Mengmeng seriously. Although Su Chen now has no idea who Zhang Wenjie is, this guy is definitely a very scary person. Su Chen can be sure of this. Xia Mengmeng simply waved her hand. Anyway, I don't have anything to do recently, so I'll follow you wherever you go. Xia Mengmeng said seriously. Su Chen smiled. At this moment, he didn't take this matter seriously at all. She was very calm now. Since you are willing to come with me, then this matter will be foolproof. I have to think of a way to lure Zhang Wenjie into the trap. Su Chen thought with a sneer in his heart. Zhang Wenjie is such a hateful guy, Su Chen naturally won't give him face. Investigate Zhang Wenjie. He directly activated the system's investigation function. Soon, the system's investigation function gave Zhang Wenjie specific data, and he had found out the situation about Zhang Wenjie. It is indeed so. Su Chen's heart couldn't help but move. This was indeed a strange thing. But he was also very much looking forward to it. Zhang Wenjie has close connections with the bosses of several large entertainment companies. This includes Wang Kerson's studio. After receiving this information, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He did not expect that such a situation would occur. This was really beyond Su Chen's imagination. Looks like I have a plan. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. Thinking of the scene before him, he was ready. Chapter 91 Action. You want to open a company here, are you kidding me? Xia Mengmeng widened her eyes and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Xia Mengmeng couldn't believe that Su Chen was really going to open a company. After all, it would be very troublesome to open an entertainment company directly. Xia Mengmeng also thought so deep in her heart. In fact, Xia Mengmeng has never signed a contract with an entertainment company, it is only her agent who is in charge of Xia Mengmeng's work. Now that the contract as an agent has expired, Su Chen will be Xia Mengmeng's agent. But Su Chen wanted to open an entertainment company, which still exceeded Xia Mengmeng's imagination. This entertainment company is very complicated, can it really be done? Xia Mengmeng said with a trembling voice. At least, Xia Mengmeng felt that this matter was very troublesome. The embarrassed expression appeared on his face again. This in itself is a very strange thing. Feeling this, Su Chen smiled faintly, his expression was quite calm. Su Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. Xia Mengmeng's breathing was quite rapid. It can be said that under this circumstance, Xia Mengmeng felt that this matter was very troublesome. That's not how it works. I think there is still a good chance for this matter. Su Chen said calmly. He acted like he was saying something very ordinary. Xia Mengmeng had no choice but to nod. Other than that, Xia Mengmeng really didn't know what to say. The girl was absolutely embarrassed. Su Chen smiled faintly. Tomorrow we will look for an entertainment company, preferably one that is close to bankruptcy. Direct acquisition is much easier than starting a company. Su Chen said seriously. As the chairman of Yunhai Group, he naturally possesses such financial resources, so this is really not a very troublesome thing. It can be said that Su Chen's financial resources are still very strong. Thinking of this scene, he called Manager Chen directly. I need a sum of money, about 50 million. Since the unlimited black card has expired, Su Chen has no choice but to choose this. Manager Chen naturally would not have any questions. He admired Su Chen to the point where it could not be more admired. In his eyes, Su Chen was simply a godlike existence. Under such circumstances, 50 million yuan is not a lot of money. As the deputy manager of Songjiang Yunhai Group branch, Manager Chen can naturally mobilize this money. Soon the funds arrived in Su Chen's account. I also found out that there is a very famous entertainment company in Songjiang, Tiannan Entertainment Company. This entertainment company was once a top company in the industry, but now, it has fallen to the bottom. Xia Mengmeng said seriously. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. So that's how it is. He also immediately checked the situation of Tiannan Group. The boss of Tiannan Entertainment Company is named Wang Tiannan. He was once a very famous entertainment company boss and a well-known agent in the industry. He is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. However, due to offending some powerful companies and being collectively banned by the industry, it is now in a very dangerous situation. Now Tiannan Entertainment Company has reached a dangerous situation and is almost beyond salvation. Tiannan Entertainment Company is now recruiting externally with the goal of selling the company. This is our chance. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This is a great opportunity. Su Chen is naturally very knowledgeable about this matter and he understands what this opportunity means. Since that's the case, Su Chen naturally wouldn't be polite at all. He is very calm now. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen smiled. He was extremely calm. And at this moment, Su Chen decided to set off immediately. After the two waited until morning, they started their journey. And so they headed to their destination. They set out in the morning and soon arrived at the gate of Tiannan Company. The area of Tiannan Company was quite large, but it looked very dilapidated. The degree of dilapidation of the entire Tiannan Company is truly impressive. Feeling this, Su Chen's heart was also moved. He knew very well what this matter meant. That's his mentality. Let's go in. Su Chen said calmly. Soon they walked in. There seems to be no security guard at the entrance of Tiannan Entertainment Company. Such a dilapidated state is really impressive. Feeling this, Su Chen was also very calm. In this way, Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng arrived at the door of Tiannan Entertainment Company and saw the dilapidated scene at the door. This was really embarrassing. Just as the two people were hesitating, a man suddenly rushed out. "What are you doing? This person's voice is very strange." Su Chen turned around, his expression was very calm. He didn't look panicked at all, but rather composed. That's his mentality. "We are here to find Wang Tiannan." Looking at the man who looked like a security guard, Su Chen said directly. He had no intention of being polite at all, but just stated the matter directly and clearly. After hearing this, the security guard looked quite unhappy. "Who are you?" The security guard looked very ugly. His expression now is very alert. Seeing this scene, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. He doesn't care about that. Su Chen looked calm. The security guard clenched his fists, his aura was extremely violent, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "You said you wanted to find our boss, so you want to find our boss. Wouldn't that make me lose face?" said the security guard. "Damn it, big brother, I'm looking for Wang Tiannan for something important." Su Chen was helpless. His expression was as awkward as it could be. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled. It seemed that he knew very well that if he wanted to see Wang Tiannan, he had to deal with this bodyguard. Otherwise it would be an extremely difficult task. Thinking of this, Su Chen had no choice but to clench his fists. He had already started drawing the bow and shooting the arrow, ready to attack. This is absolutely terrifying. Seeing this, Su Chen fell into a sneer. He is very calm. "If you want to see my boss, you have to get past me first." He clenched his fists and slammed towards Su Chen, attacking Su Chen directly. It can be said that his moves are very wild and completely rude. Well. Su Chen almost laughed out loud. This is indeed a strange thing. However, the security guard has already started to attack, and Su Chen certainly cannot just let him do that. Su Chen must fight back. This is what he thinks deep in his heart. Chapter 92, Anti-Routine. That guy's iron fist is extremely violent and can definitely be called a terrifying existence. Just based on the security guard's iron fist, he is definitely not comparable to any ordinary security guard. Su Chen can be sure of this. This is indeed a very important matter. This incident also made Su Chen feel unusually surprised, and he knew what it meant. His mentality is always very calm, and his expression is extremely cool. And that guy's iron fist is extremely ferocious. It seems like I have to use some real skills. Su Chen thought helplessly. At this moment, he had no choice but to use his true strength. This is a very important matter. The opponent's iron fist was extremely violent, overwhelming Su Chen. The iron fist was so powerful that Su Chen had to use Tai Chi. This Tai Chi method, which is to use a little force to achieve great results, is actually not an easy trick. In fact, it is very difficult. The so-called "a little force can move a great object" is definitely a very powerful tactic. This is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Su Chen possesses the skills of a grandmaster, otherwise he would not be able to use his skills of using only a little force to achieve the full potential. Just like that, Su Chen began to use Huajin. "Melt," he said with a smile on his face. Su Chen's tone was very calm. He easily dissolved the opponent's power. It can be said that this is a simple matter in itself. It is not difficult to dissolve the opponent's power. Just like that, the security guard's violent iron fist directly resolved the opponent's attack. This is something that is extremely easy. Su Chen is very confident in his own abilities. It can be said that his self-confidence has reached the extreme. In this way, Su Chen easily resolved the security guard's power. The security guard was completely shocked. His power was so violent, but Su Chen was indeed so calm. That was a skill that could make two people lose money at the same time, which was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare to. Su Chen's strength can be described as extremely violent, and now she has demonstrated it perfectly. This is Su Chen's method. The security guard was completely helpless. His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. Cold sweat also broke out on his forehead. It can be said that this was definitely an embarrassing thing for him, and the security guard sat down on the ground. Su Chen smiled coldly. "I'm sorry, I'm really embarrassed." Su Chen said seriously, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. After hearing Su Chen's words, the security guard's breathing became heavy. He even felt humiliated. What happened? The security guard looked shocked. "I just used a Tai Chi move, the so-called 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, which directly dissipated your strength. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. After all, this move is not something that ordinary people can match. Su Chen waved his hand gently. A smile appeared on his face. It can be said that he was extremely calm. This is Su Chen's mentality. The Tai Chi method of using only a little force to move a huge object is absolutely amazing. It is simply not something that ordinary people can compare to. The security guard was shocked. Before he could speak, Su Chen had already smiled. "Can I meet Boss Wang now?" Su Chen said calmly. The security guard's breathing became rapid. The security guard was in a state of panic at this moment. This was definitely a troublesome thing for him. The security guard frowned. "You are someone I admire. In that case, I will allow you to meet the boss. However, our boss is in a bad mood right now. If you offend our boss, don't blame me," the security guard said harshly. Su Chen smiled slightly. "May I ask what your identity is?" Su Chen asked seriously. He knew very well that this security guard should be a very good person. Xiao Ming was almost certain of this. Thinking of this scene, he also showed a very calm state. He naturally understood what this meant. Just at this moment, the security guard said his name. "My name is Lu Dahu." He told his name. Su Chen nodded. I have to admit that this name is quite suitable for his character. Lu Dahu does look like a very fierce person. With this thought in mind, Su Chen's expression was also very calm. At this moment, Lu Dahu stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. "Please follow me," Lu Dahu said. "All right." Su Chen was helpless. He certainly understood what this matter meant. In that case, there was no need for Su Chen to be polite. He is very calm now. In this way, Su Chen followed Lu Dahu upstairs. He soon arrived at the door of Wang Tiannan's office. The door of Wang Tiannan's office was ajar, but the condition here was indeed very dilapidated. Bang! There was the sound of a teacup falling to the ground. Tell him this is absolutely impossible. Even if I am depressed, I will never sell my company to you at such a low price. There was a middle-aged man's voice. This sound is really unpleasant. Hearing this voice, Su Chen's heart was moved. He certainly understood what this meant. It seems that this person is Wang Tiannan. Wang Tiannan is very angry now. It can be said that Wang Tiannan's degree of anger is now imaginable. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face was full of indifference. His current mentality was extremely calm. That's what he had in mind. At this moment, Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng had already pushed the door and walked in. Although Su Chen didn't know what happened, he was still calmer. Su Chen has already walked into the house. "Boss Wang, why are you so anxious?" Su Chen said calmly. After hearing these words, Wang Tiannan turned his gaze away and looked at Su Chen in front of him strangely. "Who are you?" Wang Tiannan's face was as ugly as it could be. Wang Tiannan's face looked really embarrassed. "Hello, Boss Wang, my name is Su Chen." Su Chen has experienced a lot of things now and has become more calm and composed than before. When facing a person like Wang Tiannan, Su Chen can also maintain his composure. Xia Mengmeng wore sunglasses and said nothing. Xia Mengmeng still put on makeup. After all, Xia Mengmeng's identity is not comparable to that of ordinary people. So Xia Mengmeng did not reveal her identity. This is actually a very normal phenomenon. At this time, Su Chen had already introduced his identity, but Wang Tiannan was quite shocked. He didn't know Su Chen at all. Wang Tiannan's breathing became rapid. At this moment, he felt that Su Chen was very strange. Chapter 93 Wang Tiannan's Dilemma. Wang Tiannan's current situation is very bad. As the boss of Tiannan Entertainment Company, he used to be a very powerful person, but now Wang Tiannan is in a very bad situation. After all, the company's capital chain has been cut off, and the company's artists have also been poached by most other companies. As a result, Wang Tiannan's company was in a completely dangerous situation. Now he was upset and didn't want to see anyone at all. The appearance of Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng did not make him feel happy at all. Even Wang Tiannan's face turned cold. "Young man, what do you want from me?" Wang Tiannan said this in a very impolite voice. His tone was completely as if he was keeping people at a distance. Feeling this state, Su Chen's expression was also quite embarrassed. Of course, he could feel Wang Tiannan's coldness, as if he didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. However, Su Chen is now also the chairman of Yunhai Group, and the confrontation with Song Weijin has also broadened Su Chen's horizons. He smiled a little. Boss Wang, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Su Chen directly stated his purpose, without any politeness. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Tiannan looked even more dull. Then tell me, how are you going to cooperate with me? His expression seemed a little angry, or at least a little unhappy. Feeling this expression, Su Chen smiled. It's actually very simple. I want to invest in your entertainment company and we can work together. Su Chen said seriously. Wang Tiannan's breathing became rapid. He took a deep breath. Feeling this performance, Wang Tiannan didn't believe Xiao Wu at all. He looked Su Chen up and down with a pair of eagle-like eyes. It can be said that his vision was very sharp. Su Chen could sense Wang Tiannan's condition. You don't believe me? Su Chen asked directly. Wang Tiannan snorted. Of course I don't believe you, young man. You said so many things with your red lips and white teeth. How can I believe you? Wang Tiannan's expression was somewhat impolite. Su Chen had no choice but to look at Xia Mengmeng. Since Wang Tiannan doesn't trust him, he can only let Xia Mengmeng reveal her identity. After all, with Xia Mengmeng's identity, she will definitely be able to gain Wang Tiannan's basic trust. Su Chen is very clear about this. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng had taken off her hat and sunglasses, revealing her true face. Boss Wang, I'm Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng was in a proud and arrogant state. Wang Tiannan stood up suddenly with an incredible expression on his face. Ms. Xia Mengmeng? Wang Tiannan was very surprised. After all, Xia Mengmeng is a top artist, and her status is far beyond that of ordinary people. It can be said that even at the peak of Wang Tiannan's company, there was no artist of Xia Mengmeng's level. Of course he knew Xia Mengmeng very well. Although Wang Tiannan didn't trust Su Chen at all at the beginning, after seeing Xia Mengmeng, Wang Tiannan's trust in Su Chen obviously increased to a higher level. Little brother, what is your relationship with Miss Xia Mengmeng? Could it be? Wang Tiannan couldn't help but feel moved. For a long time, Xia Mengmeng has been known as a cold goddess in the industry. It seems that many rich young men have been pursuing Xia Mengmeng, but none of them have succeeded. Really? A playful expression appeared on Wang Tiannan's face. Feeling this expression, Xia Mengmeng's face turned red and she looked extremely angry. Boss Wang, don't think too much. He is my agent. Xia Mengmeng said angrily. Wang Tiannan was a little embarrassed. Ah? His expression showed obvious disbelief, but he was too embarrassed to refute. The atmosphere on the scene became a little awkward. Su Chen coughed. Boss Wang, we just want to acquire your company and deal with Zhang Wenjie together. Su Chen directly stated his purpose. He understood that there seemed to be no point in explaining in this situation, and too much explanation would only make things more embarrassing. So Su Chen decided not to explain anymore, but to directly state his purpose. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Tiannan was also obviously stunned. It's actually like this. He couldn't help but be shocked. It can be said that Wang Tiannan did not expect that Su Chen would actually deal with Zhang Wenjie and the Song family behind Zhang Wenjie. Zhang Wenjie controls several entertainment companies, and the Song family is the top family in Songjiang City. Although Miss Xia Mengmeng has a good status, are you sure you can deal with them? Wang Tiannan's voice was trembling. It was obvious that he did not have enough self-confidence in this matter. After all, Wang Tiannan was now in a very unfamiliar position, while Zhang Wenjie and the Song family behind him were far stronger than him. If Wang Tiannan only relied on Xia Mengmeng to deal with such a huge monster together with Su Chen, he would naturally feel unsure. Su Chen smiled coldly and revealed his identity directly. Chairman of Yunhai Group. Seeing the gold card representing Su Chen's identity, Wang Tiannan was completely stunned. Wang Tiannan couldn't believe that all this was true. Are you the chairman of Yunhai Group? He was shocked. Wang Tiannan had naturally heard of the Yunhai Group. Although the strength of the Yunhai Group seemed to be slightly weaker than that of the Song family, there was no doubt that the two were absolutely at the same level in essence. If Su Chen is really the chairman of Yunhai Group, then he has strong capital to confront Zhang Wenjie. But there was still a puzzled expression on Wang Tiannan's face. He couldn't understand why Su Chen, with his strength, would cooperate with him. This in itself was an incredible thing. Su Chen burst into laughter. That's because I'm impressed by your talent. I think you're definitely a gifted person, so I want to work with you. Su Chen said seriously. In fact, Wang Tiannan's Tiannan Entertainment Company was just recommended by the system, but if Su Chen said so, it would be a bit hard to explain. So this is all he can say now. Wang Tiannan's face was full of emotion. As the saying goes, a gentleman will die for his confidant. Wang Tiannan is now at the end of his rope, but there are still people who think highly of him. This really made Wang Tiannan feel touched. He now even had an idea that his admiration for Su Chen had reached an unprecedented level. Su Chen just smiled and patted Wang Tiannan's shoulder gently. It seems that you are willing to cooperate with me? Su Chen said with a smile on his face. Wang Tiannan nodded heavily. Of course, I am willing to cooperate with you. Chapter 94 Acquisition. Seeing that Wang Tiannan had agreed, Su Chen was very excited. He knew very well what this meant. Since Wang Tiannan has agreed to this matter, Su Chen certainly feels very happy. The two people immediately signed the acquisition agreement. Su Chen used 500 million yuan to successfully acquire 51% of the shares. In this way, Su Chen directly became the largest shareholder of Tiannan Entertainment Company. And he also rightfully became the boss of Tiannan Entertainment Company. Boss, now that the company is yours, it shouldn't be called Tiannan Entertainment anymore. Please change the name of the company. Wang Tiannan said very seriously. After hearing Wang Tiannan's words, Su Chen also nodded. However, he had not yet decided to change his name, so he decided to wait and see. We need to figure out how to deal with each other first, and now is not a good time to change our name. We still need to keep a low profile and develop for a while. Su Chen said seriously. Wang Tiannan also nodded. However, since you have already injected funds, what should we do next? Please give us your instructions, boss. Wang Tiannan said respectfully. Su Chen thought about it carefully. Of course, we need to expand our territory. We need to compete with Zhang Wenjie for territory. Zhang Wenjie is now contacting other entertainment companies. We must buy all the entertainment companies under our control before he takes action. For those that we cannot buy, we will raise the price for him. Su Chen said seriously. After hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Tiannan's face showed an expression of shock. If that's the case, wouldn't that be very troublesome? Wang Tiannan said in a trembling voice. His expression was as ugly as it could be. Feeling this scene, Su Chen nodded. It was easy to imagine what Wang Tiannan's words meant. It seems that Zhang Wenjie and the Song family are very powerful, and Wang Tiannan dare not act rashly. I will give you another 200 million yuan. You can make the acquisition first. If any problems arise, we can talk about other things later. Su Chen said. This sentence shocked Wang Tiannan completely, and he was even stunned. After all, Su Chen had just invested 500 million yuan, and he was able to take out 200 million yuan in cash. He is simply the richest among the rich. Wang Tiannan's worship of Su Chen reached its extreme. What made Wang Tiannan even more excited was that Su Chen had agreed to hand over the money entirely to Wang Tiannan, which was equivalent to handing over the entire amount of funds to Wang Tiannan. Wang Tiannan's expression was also very solemn. He already felt the trust from Su Chen, and a sense of responsibility arose spontaneously. Su Chen reached out and patted Wang Tiannan on the shoulder. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Call me if you have any questions, but next time, don't reveal the information about my investment in you. Su Chen knows the importance of keeping a low profile. If Zhang Wenjie knew that he had invested in Wang Tiannan, things would be very troublesome. This was exactly what Su Chen felt was dangerous. After arranging everything, Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng left and returned to the villa. Are you sure this is really possible? Xia Mengmeng said. After hearing Xia Mengmeng's words, Su Chen waved his hand gently. I'm not sure. Su Chen said word by word. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes. If you are not sure, what should we do about this matter? Xia Mengmeng still felt a little nervous. After all, this matter was related to her. A sneer appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Even if Wang Tiannan cannot succeed, he can still lure the snake into the trap, he said seriously. This is exactly what Su Chen was thinking deep in his heart. After hearing this, Xia Mengmeng was also deeply shocked. It seems that I really can't imagine it. You are really amazing. Xia Mengmeng seemed to be praising Su Chen. Su Chen just showed a trace of helplessness. He didn't say much. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng's phone suddenly rang. Xia Mengmeng picked up the phone and smiled. "Looking for you." Xia Mengmeng threw the phone to Su Chen. Su Chen reached out and took the phone. What the hell? He didn't know what Xia Mengmeng meant. Su Chen also showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. His expression was as strange as it could be. After all, Su Chen and Xia Mengmeng didn't seem to have any common friends. But when he picked up the phone, he found the name on the phone was so familiar. Bai Lu Xuan? This woman is the eldest sister's subordinate and also possesses very powerful skills. Su Chen had 2 contacts with this woman, but these 2 contacts were not good memories. Now that Bai Lu Xuan called, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. Su Chen looked up at Xia Mengmeng, but Xia Mengmeng looked like she didn't want to pay any attention, as if only Su Chen could answer the call. Depend on. Su Chen also felt helpless deep down in his heart. However, looking at Xia Mengmeng's expression, he still reached out and took the phone. There is no way, this seems to be Su Chen's only choice. Bai Lu Xuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. The woman's voice sounded very cold and decisive, and seemed to imply that there was no doubt about it. I'll give you an address. Go to this address tomorrow. This is something your eldest sister arranged. You have to do it. Bai Lu Xuan's voice was calm, but it seemed unquestionable. What's going on? Su Chen showed a confused expression. He didn't even know what to do, which made Su Chen feel a little angry. After all, he didn't know what to do. Under such circumstances, Su Chen certainly wouldn't feel very happy. His expression also turned a little ugly. But at this moment, Bai Lu Xuan gave an address. This is a request from your sister. I heard that you are quite skilled and your sister wants to hire you as a temporary instructor to train some new recruits. Bai Lu Xuan said. What the hell? Su Chen suddenly showed a confused expression. Instructor. He was speechless. Such an identity seemed to have nothing to do with him, not to mention that Su Chen didn't know what these newcomers were going to do. Hearing Su Chen's hesitation, Bai Lu Xuan's tone became a little cold. You bastard, do you think I am willing to work with you? Let me tell you, these people are all very promising. We need to select the most promising ones. Originally, I was the only instructor, but your elder sister insisted on appointing you as the instructor. So starting tomorrow, you have to listen to me. These 3 days of training must be carried out. Bai Lu Xuan's voice was very impolite. Well. Just when Su Chen was confused, Bai Lu Xuan had already hung up the phone. What the hell? Chapter 95, Training Ground. Su Chen looked at Xia Mengmeng awkwardly. He really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Now Su Chen didn't know what happened and he became an instructor inexplicably. Xia Mengmeng took the phone. This is your elder sister's order, don't you want to listen? Xia Mengmeng said. Su Chen scratched his head. But you have to let me know what's going on, right? His expression was somewhat angry. Xia Mengmeng curled her lips. I know nothing about their affairs, but this can be considered as serving the country. Are you very resistant to this matter? Xia Mengmeng said. Su Chen scratched his head helplessly. Of course not. Su Chen just felt speechless about such things, but he was not as resistant to this matter as he had imagined. However, the thought of cooperating with Bai Lu Xuan and becoming someone else's instructor was really embarrassing for Su Chen. Su Chen scratched his head. But I don't know anything? He said to Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng simply rolled her eyes. Could this lady do that? Xia Mengmeng glared at Su Chen fiercely and said something that Su Chen could not refute at all. That's right. Su Chen knew that telling Xia Mengmeng about this matter would be of no use at all, but it seemed that Su Chen had no way to refuse his eldest sister's words. Although Su Chen had never seen this elder sister before. But according to Tang Zai, the eldest sister is a very remarkable person. As for the White Dew Frost. Thinking of this woman with a strange temper, Su Chen felt a headache, but now he seemed to have nothing to say. Now that things have come to this point, Su Chen seems to have no way out. He had no choice but to agree to Bai Lu Xuan. This was indeed an embarrassing thing, but what could Su Chen say? It seemed that he had no reason to refuse. Okay, but you have to stay here alone for these 3 days. Are you sure you can do that? Su Chen turned around and asked Xia Mengmeng. It's actually not very safe here, so Su Chen feels that Xia Mengmeng will definitely encounter some danger. But when she heard this, Xia Mengmeng gently waved her hand. Of course I won't be afraid of anything, and Bai Lushuang will send someone to protect me, so you can rest assured. Xia Mengmeng said word by word. All right. Since Xia Mengmeng had said so, Su Chen had nothing to say. Anyway, things had come to this point, and it was useless to say anything more. So Su Chen took a shower, calmed himself down, and returned to the room. Nothing happened that night. When I opened my eyes the next day, the system voice came as expected. Do you choose to sign in? Of course. Su Chen was already quite familiar with the system and naturally knew the significance of signing into him, so Su Chen chose to sign in without hesitation. After successfully signing in, a skill appeared in Su Chen's mind. Super Coach. A super coach, with this top-level teaching conversion rate, can completely transform his abilities. Super Coach skill, valid for 72 hours. As he spoke, a countdown appeared in Su Chen's mind. This skill also appears in this skill bar. So outrageous? Su Chen had never expected that this super coach's skills could be so powerful, which made Su Chen feel very shocked. He really has an incredible idea. Could it be that the system knows what I'm going to do next and gives me skills accordingly? Su Chen thought deep in his heart. After feeling this scene, he felt that this system was not only extremely powerful, but also looked terrifying. This made Su Chen feel very shocked. In this case, he certainly wouldn't be polite and he was ready now. With the super coach system, I am the top instructor. I wonder what that woman Bai Lushuang can say. Thinking of this, Su Chen even felt secretly happy deep down in his heart. Bai Lushuang has always despised Su Chen. Under such circumstances, Su Chen also understands deep in his heart what this means. In fact, he is a man with great self-esteem. It would be a terrible thing if he was despised by Bai Lushuang at any time and anywhere. Su Chen naturally would not accept such a thing. Looking at the address on the mobile phone, Su Chen decided to set off. About 10 minutes later, he arrived here. This place is an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The factory has been abandoned for a long time and looks a bit shabby. However, in this case, there were several cars parked outside the factory. There were also whispering sounds coming from inside. Su Chen walked in and found that there were several young men inside. These young men were about the same age as Su Chen, and they also had a very strong aura. Everyone looks like a dragon with great vigor and vitality. Bai Lushuang was also there. She was wearing a tight t-shirt, tight jeans and a pair of sneakers. She looked neat and tidy. The girl was looking at everyone. Have you guys talked enough? The girl screamed madly. Bai Lushuang's voice and momentum were absolutely shocking. After Bai Lushuang's roar, all these people shut up. They seemed afraid to say anything more. And just at this moment, Su Chen came over. Morning, he said calmly. Bai Lushuang suddenly turned around and glared at Su Chen fiercely. You'll be late in 1 minute. Bai Lushuang's voice was very impolite. Well. Su Chen was speechless for a while. I'm still 1 minute late, but that doesn't mean I'm not late now. Su Chen retorted rudely. The young people present were all talking about it. Who is this guy? How dare he be so disrespectful to Miss Bai? I see this guy is also a student who signed up for training this time. Is he crazy? Everyone present was not optimistic about Su Chen. They all thought that Su Chen had gone crazy for daring to be disrespectful to Bai Lushuang. Su Chen's hearing was so strong that he had already understood what these people were saying. Student? I'm the instructor, okay? Su Chen was speechless for a while. Isn't my temperament like that? Just when Su Chen was helpless, a hint of ruthlessness appeared on Bai Lushuang's face. Bai Lushuang looked at Su Chen with a serious gaze. She gave Su Chen a warning look. Su Chen was speechless. Bai Lushuang just turned around and introduced to everyone, your coach this time is named Su Chen. Bai Lushuang's voice seemed quite dissatisfied. What? Everyone present was shocked. Chapter 96 Strength. These young people are all masters from all over the place. Each of them has special abilities. It can be said that each person's strength is very unique. Of course they had heard of Bai Lushuang's strength, so these young people would not have any objection to Bai Lushuang becoming their instructor. But when they saw Su Chen, they all showed unhappy expressions on their faces. These people thought that Su Chen was really trash. Look at this boy, he is so handsome, I'm afraid he has a white Dufrost face. Isn't it? He doesn't look like a master at all. Miss Bai said this guy is our instructor, isn't that a joke? These people all don't trust Su Chen. Su Chen naturally heard their whispering, which made Su Chen look very unhappy. After all, no one would be happy to hear such words, and Su Chen is no exception. As for Bai Luxuang, she felt like she was watching a play. Bai Luxuang raised her head and looked at Su Chen coldly. Everyone has said this about you, shouldn't you show some performance? Bai Luxuang said. Su Chen's face turned cold. As the saying goes, even a clayman can have some temper, let alone the owner of the system. Su Chen now possesses the skills of a fighting master, which is very powerful. His face turned cold instantly. Everyone, I am one of your instructors. If any of you express dissatisfaction, please stand up. Let's have a fight. Su Chen said rudely. After all, these guys were really dissatisfied with him, and such emotions certainly made Su Chen very unhappy. After hearing Su Chen's words, everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect that Su Chen, who looked like a white frosted face, could be so tough. Oh, it seems this guy actually has some courage? A man suddenly walked out. He has the strongest body, just like King Kong. Ma Dazhuang. This is the person's name. Ma Dazhuang is a professional fighter. He has been practicing professional fighting since he was a child and possesses a variety of skills. It can be said that Ma Dazhuang is definitely a very powerful person. He is also very confident in himself and feels that he is very strong. This is what Ma Dazhuang thinks. He looked at Su Chen coldly with a look of contempt on his face. Dear instructor Su Chen, do you really think you are so powerful? If so, do you dare to compete with me? Ma Dazhuang said in a cold voice. Everyone present was in a state of watching the fun. Well. In fact, Su Chen was a little speechless. Although he did not have much fighting experience, the fighting master skills bestowed by the system were too terrifying. It can be said that with the fighting master skills, Su Chen can easily deal with Ma Dazhuang. There is no suspense at all. So in this situation, Su Chen also showed a helpless expression. With his skills, he would only need one hand to deal with Ma Dazhuang, but Su Chen didn't want to take action just like that. However, Bai Luxuang and the others all looked at him provocatively, which forced Su Chen to take action. Otherwise, his dignity would be challenged, and Su Chen certainly couldn't stand it. Okay then, I'll practice with you. Hearing this, Ma Dazhuang took off his coat, revealing his muscular body. This guy's muscle lines are perfect, and they are extremely strong. Such muscle lines give him extremely strong explosive power. It can be said that Ma Dazhuang's attack power is very considerable and he is definitely a terrifying existence. Feeling this, Su Chen sneered. Yeah? He looked at Ma Dazhuang unceremoniously. It seems that your muscle lines are still very good, but there are some problems with your body. From a technical point of view, your turning speed is too slow, which is your biggest weakness. Su Chen said word by word. Ma Dazhuang's face turned pale instantly. Ma Dazhuang couldn't believe that Su Chen would actually say such a thing. This matter was far beyond Ma Dazhuang's imagination. His expression suddenly turned ugly. You are talking nonsense. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter and honest advice is unpleasant to the ears. Although what Su Chen said was true, Ma Dazhuang naturally could not accept it. Deep down in his heart, he looked down on Su Chen, and of course he could not accept what Su Chen said. Ma Dazhuang is now furious. He jumped into the air and punched down hard. This punch was extremely violent. Mount Tai is pressing down on us. He yelled madly. This is the strongest move among the fighting skills he has practiced, and this is also the way Ma Dazhuang attacks. His attack style is known to be fast, accurate and ruthless, especially the first three moves are extremely fast, which is also where Ma Dazhuang's strength lies. He jumped into the air and slammed into Su Chen hard. An ordinary person would not be able to dodge this move and might even be directly injured. What a fierce move! Everyone present was shocked. They were all elites from various martial arts schools and had rich combat experience. When they saw Ma Dazhuang's moves, everyone present was completely shocked. Their expressions were as solemn as they could be. It seems that this guy Su Chen simply can't bear it. He might be seriously injured. That's what Bai Luxuang Lian deserves. She didn't care about her good looks and insisted on being a hero. Of course, this is what she'll end up like. The voices of everyone present were full of sarcasm, and their tones were very clear. It was the deepest mockery of Su Chen. But Bai Luxuang was speechless. Bai Luxuang originally wanted Ma Dezhuang to teach Su Chen a lesson to vent her anger, but after seeing Ma Dezhuang's tricks, Bai Luxuang was already deeply desperate in her heart. With Ma Dezhuang's strength, he is no match for Su Chen. Bai Luxuang's face also looked a little embarrassed. Ah! Just when everyone was thinking about their own things, Su Chen and Ma Dezhuang had already collided with each other, but at this moment a pig slaughtering scream was heard in the sky. A person flew directly into the air. Who is it? Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. When they saw that it was Ma Dezhuang flying into the sky, everyone's face showed shocked expressions. They couldn't believe it was real. How so? Everyone was completely shocked and they were all in a state of frenzy. At this moment, Su Chen rushed over like a meteor, and he stretched out a hand to catch the falling Ma Dezhuang. Chapter 97 New Instructor. Your body shape is still too slow. You need to work harder on practicing your body shape. After Su Chen helped Ma Dezhuang down, he smiled. An incredible expression appeared on Ma Dezhuang's face. He just felt like he was dreaming. This move was his ultimate weapon, but it seemed to have no effect when facing Su Chen. It can be said that this trick was easily cracked by Su Chen. This simply made him feel unimaginably shocked. Deep down in his heart, he was shocked to the extreme. How on earth did you do that? Ma Dezhuang's breathing became rapid. He thought it was incredible that Su Chen could do this. However, a trace of confusion flashed across Su Chen's mouth, and his expression was calm as usual. It's actually very simple. As long as you practice hard, you can become a master like me. Su Chen said word by word, his expression could be described as calm as usual. However, the tone of his words was quite explosive. Well. Ma Dezhuang suddenly felt speechless. However, he had to admit that the strength displayed by Su Chen was indeed impressive. When the two people encountered him for the first time, they didn't even know how they lost. They lost the battle inexplicably. Ma Dezhuang bowed to Su Chen in awe. Coach Su Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't recognize you just now. Ma Dezhuang said seriously. After hearing this, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. This can be said to be teachable. At least Ma Dezhuang is willing to admit his shortcomings, which is much better than those who don't admit their shortcomings. Su Chen looked at the others again. Are there any of you who still disagree? He said bluntly. The others were completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe this was real, and their faces showed unimaginable expressions. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they couldn't believe that such a situation would happen. It can be said that they were close to collapse deep down. These people's breathing became rapid. Su Chen smiled slightly. He can be said to be very calm. After feeling this scene, everyone present was filled with awe in their hearts. They all felt that Su Chen was simply a godlike existence. And deep in their hearts, their admiration for Su Chen has reached an unparalleled level. Su Chen just smiled faintly and reached out to help them up. You don't have to do this. In fact, I didn't use my strongest strength just now. I was just playing around. Su Chen said calmly. Oh my God. Everyone present was shocked. They all felt that Su Chen's words were too pretentious, but they did have a sense of dominance. Everyone present was speechless at Su Chen's words. But Su Chen smiled slightly. In that case, Miss Bai, is the test for me over? Su Chen turned around and looked at Bai Luxuang. There was also a faint smile on his face. Bai Luxuang was so angry that her face turned pale. Snort! As the girl spoke, she turned around and sat aside. Everyone else present was also puzzled. Ma Dezhuang came to Su Chen. Coach Su Chen, it seems you have made Miss Bai angry. Yes, Miss Bai is someone we admire very much. She is a goddess-level existence. Coach Su Chen, you must seize the opportunity. Everyone whispered and seemed to want to laugh. After hearing this, Su Chen felt helpless. Hold on to your sister. He stared at everyone fiercely. Everyone was speechless. In fact, these people are still very afraid of Su Chen deep in their hearts. After all, the strength displayed by Su Chen is indeed beyond everyone's imagination. There is no doubt about this. With Su Chen's strength, it is enough to shock everyone. Next, Su Chen and Bai Luxuang began to train everyone, and Bai Luxuang was shocked at Su Chen's teaching ability. Bai Luxuang couldn't believe it was true. Su Chen's teaching ability was so abnormal that Bai Luxuang was speechless. After all, Su Chen's teaching ability was far beyond Bai Luxuan's imagination. Bai Luxuan looked surprised. Su Chen smiled faintly. Miss Bai, I wonder if you are satisfied with my teaching ability? Su Chen said. He felt that teasing Bai Luxuan was sometimes a very fun thing. After all, this girl looked serious on the surface, but she was actually very cute. Bai Luxuan stared at Su Chen coldly. Shit. Su Chen had a vague feeling that the girl's face seemed a little red, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. And just at this moment, a person came over. This is a young man who seems inconspicuous among these people, but the effect of his training is very good. Su Chen knew this man's name. His name was He Shucheng. He Shucheng practices Tai Chi, and his painting style looks completely different from that of the others, seeming to have a gentle and elegant temperament. He didn't say a word all this time. However, Su Chen could feel the nobleness from He Shucheng. It could be said that this man was extremely noble. But Su Chen still didn't know what this meant. At this moment, He Shucheng smiled. He Shucheng's expression was very calm, and he came directly to Su Chen's side. Looking at He Shucheng, Su Chen was also a little confused. What can I do for you? He asked somewhat awkwardly. He Shucheng then scratched his head. Coach Su Chen, I really have something to ask, please do me a favor. He Shucheng said seriously. Su Chen glanced at him. If you have any problem, just tell me. If I can help you, I will. Su Chen had a very good impression of He Shucheng, so he didn't think there was anything special about this matter. When I heard this, He Shucheng frowned. He looked Su Chen up and down. Looking at his gaze, Su Chen also smiled slightly. He naturally knew what this matter meant. It seemed that He Shucheng must have something important to talk to him about, but this guy was too embarrassed to say it. Su Chen felt that to some extent, He Shucheng and Bai Luxuan were very similar, as both of them were very stubborn people. Su Chen patted He Shucheng on the shoulder. From now on, we are all comrades in the same trench. Is there anything we can't talk about? He Shucheng then sighed. Actually, I want to treat you to a meal, and of course Miss Bai. He Shucheng thought for a long time and finally said it. Su Chen certainly knew that He Shucheng was doing more than just eating. Chapter 98, Too Powerful. I'm not interested. Bai Luxuan refused directly. Bai Luxuan seemed to have no interest in this matter and did not want to show any interest, which made He Shucheng look embarrassed. Su Chen knew that Bai Luxuan was such a person, so he had nothing to say. Su Chen patted He Shucheng on the shoulder. Miss Bai doesn't give you this face, so I will give it to you. TSK. What good things can there be between men? Bai Luxuan curled her lips and turned away. Oh my god. Su Chen and He Shucheng were speechless for a while. Coach Su Chen, don't blame Miss Bai. Miss Bai has always had a weird personality, but she's a very nice person. He Shucheng had no intention of blaming Bai Luxuan, but instead said to Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hands helplessly. I dare not blame Miss Bai. As long as Miss Bai doesn't blame me, I will be thankful. He Shucheng laughed. So, Coach Su Chen agreed to me? He Shucheng was very excited. However, Su Chen vaguely felt a hint of conspiracy. But he didn't say much. After all, Su Chen doesn't care about white lies. Then I want to have a good meal. It's a deal. At night, the two of them got into He Shucheng's car together. He Shucheng's car was a very ordinary car and did not look very luxurious. However, looking at He Shucheng's family background, it should be very good. Su Chen could only think that this person was low-key. However, no matter how He Shucheng spoke or how he behaved, Su Chen was very satisfied with this person. At least he had absolutely no dislike for him. In this way, He Shucheng drove Su Chen to a winery that looked like an ancient castle. Chateau Rose. This winery is located outside the city. It looks like an ancient castle. From the outside, it is full of strange styles, but Su Chen thinks it is quite good. He couldn't help but nodded. Are you inviting me to dinner here? Su Chen asked. Although he didn't know the price of this winery, Su Chen had a vague feeling that eating here must be very expensive. That's why Su Chen asked this question. He Shucheng looked a little embarrassed. To be honest, this winery is my property. He Shucheng seemed a little embarrassed when he spoke. What? This was somewhat beyond Su Chen's imagination. You have to know that this winery is really luxurious, it can be said to be extremely luxurious. If you look at it from the outside, the entire Rose Winery is worth at least tens of millions. I didn't expect He Shucheng to be so low-key, and he is actually a top rich second generation. Su Chen smiled. I really didn't expect that you were so rich and still like fighting so much. Su Chen said with a smile. He Shucheng was a little embarrassed, and a strange expression seemed to flash across the corner of his eyes. Naturally, Su Chen had a complete grasp of all of this. After all, with the energy transformed by the system cleansing pill, Su Chen's observation ability was more than twice as strong as that of normal people. It can be said that Su Chen possesses an abnormal observation ability, and no situation can escape his eyes. Su Chen's eyes can be described as piercing and golden. He can see everything. In this way, He Shucheng drove the car to the door of the winery, and the door of the winery opened automatically. He drove the car into the winery. When I opened the door, a man who looked like a butler came running in. Master, you're back. The butler-like man seemed very enthusiastic. Arrange a good room for me and ask the kitchen to prepare the best dishes. I want to entertain my guests. He Shucheng said calmly. The butler looked at Su Chen and saw a somewhat strange expression on his face, but he did not show it. Su Chen also glanced at the butler. He was just an ordinary person, nothing special about him, so Su Chen didn't take it seriously. He looked at the entire Rose Winery. The lights were bright here, and the business was pretty good. There were diners on both floors of the winery, and it was a very quiet place, and I felt very comfortable there. He Shucheng invited Su Chen into a private room. Soon a waiter brought tea. Su Chen took a sip of tea and smelled the strong aroma of tea. He had to admit that this was a good tea. It's really good tea. Su Chen commented. But He Shucheng smiled. All of this is not pleasing to your eyes. He Shucheng said directly. This sentence made Su Chen quite embarrassed. Su Chen was not so conceited. However, since He Shucheng had invited Su Chen here, Su Chen really wanted to know what secrets he had. After all, after a day of observation, Su Chen could see clearly that He Shucheng was a man with a very strong self-esteem. Unless something special happened that forced He Shucheng to do something, He Shucheng would never take the initiative to ask others for help. Su Chen's observation ability is still very strong, at least he feels that his eyesight is extraordinary. But after hearing this, He Shucheng sighed. Our He family has always been a peaceful family. My father died early, and I took over the business here early on. But I'm not interested in doing business. What I want more is to practice the art of fighting. He Shucheng said. After hearing his words, Su Chen felt confused. He really didn't know what He Shucheng meant by these words. So much so that Su Chen also showed a confused expression. He looked up at He Shucheng. To be honest, I don't know what you mean. Su Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. He Shucheng also scratched his head. That's right. I heard from Miss Bai that you are not only very good at fighting, but also a genius in business. Your two sisters are both business geniuses. Am I right? He Shucheng asked suddenly. Such words made Su Chen feel a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it carefully, he nodded. After all, his second and third sisters are indeed very good at business. Although Su Chen has not made any achievements in business, he is the chairman of the Yunhai Group. Such an identity is also very intimidating. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at He Shucheng somewhat awkwardly. Brother He Shucheng, please feel free to tell me what you want to say. What exactly do you need me to do for you? Su Chen felt that He Shucheng must have a deep secret in his heart, and he was quite interested in this matter. He Shucheng took a deep breath. Coach Su Chen, I have an unwelcome request. Can you help our Rose Winery come back to life? He Shucheng said directly. What? Hearing this, Su Chen was completely stunned. From what he saw, the situation of the Rose Hotel was still very good. At least it was not on the verge of collapse at all. Now that He Shucheng said this, Su Chen felt a little unbelievable. Chapter 99, Head-on Confrontation. I really don't know what you mean. In my opinion, your hotel is very good. Su Chen said to He Shucheng. His eyesight was quite good, so he could naturally see that He Shucheng's hotel business was booming. Although the location was very remote, the environment of the entire winery was elegant, and it even felt like an ancient castle. It can be said that business here is definitely not a problem. But after hearing this, He Shucheng sighed. All this is just a superficial phenomenon. In fact, our winery is already in great danger because someone is maliciously competing with us. He Shucheng walked straight to the window and pointed to the opposite side. There is also a brightly lit place on the opposite side. Su Chen looked through the window and found that it was a resort. Such a resort, located in the suburbs outside the city, is naturally very busy, and the resort is only across the road from the winery. What is the relationship between this resort and your winery? Su Chen was stunned. He Shucheng sighed. It's a long story. Our Rose Winery was doing very well, but the resort across the street was competing with us maliciously. They wanted to shut down the Rose Winery. He Shucheng recounted the incident word for word. Su Chen listened carefully and understood what he Shucheng meant. The owner of the resort opposite was surnamed Du and his name was Du Fei. This guy has another identity. He is Song Weijian's uncle. Damn it, enemies always come together. After hearing He Shucheng's story, Su Chen was speechless. He and Song Weijian have been at war to the death, but he didn't expect to meet Song Weijian's uncle here. Why, do you know Du Fei? He Shucheng asked with some surprise. Su Chen shook his head. I don't know him, keep talking. He Shucheng seemed relieved. He then continued his story. After Du Fei opened the resort, he started malicious competition. He found several famous European winemakers and deliberately lowered the price in order to attract customers from our Rose Winery. So that's how it is. Now. Su Chen pointed at the guests of Rose Winery. He Shucheng scratched his head in embarrassment. Now the price of our winery is only 70% of the original price. Only in this way can we maintain our guests, but our cash flow cannot support it at all. Although I am not interested in the winery, it is an ancestral business after all, and I really don't want to lose it. He Shucheng said very angrily. He didn't want to lose the winery because it was his ancestral property and he naturally didn't want it to be taken away by others. But there was another more important point in his mind. He Shucheng was a very competitive person, no matter in any aspect. Du Fei is competing maliciously in this way. If He Shucheng loses like this, he will never be able to accept it given his personality. He Shucheng also wanted to ask many people for help, but Du Fei was a relative of the Song family, and he had the support of the Song family. Just based on this identity, he is definitely not comparable to He Shucheng. Therefore, none of He Shucheng's father's friends back then were willing to help, and He Shucheng himself was not good at business, which is why things have ended up in this situation. Coach Su Chen, if you can help our winery revive, I would rather give it to you than let Du Fei get away with it. He Shucheng said with a serious face. There was a hint of determination in his eyes. I see. Thinking of this, Su Chen also felt a little angry. After all, what Du Fei did was really too bullying. If Du Fei is allowed to do this, it would be simply bullying. Su Chen naturally couldn't accept this. He also despised Du Fei as much as he could. What's more, this guy is Song Weijian's uncle, and the relationship between him and Zhang Wenjie can naturally be imagined. This way, there is even more reason to deal with him. After thinking carefully, Su Chen decided to start with him. Well, I'll help you find a solution. But it can only be 3 days later. After all, he has to serve as a coach for these 3 days. This is a task arranged by Miss Bai and the eldest sister. Su Chen dare not disobey in any way. Otherwise, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. He Shucheng stood up excitedly. Coach Su Chen, I am so grateful to you. His face showed an extremely excited expression, and he even had an urge to cry. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was also helpless. Actually, I'm helping you not just because of you. The thing is, Su Chen told He Shucheng everything about the conflict between himself and Song Weijian, and He Shucheng suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It looks like we have a common enemy. The two people smiled at each other. However, the other party has invited a top brewing master. We should also have a top brewing master to match them. Do you know where to find such a person? Su Chen asked. Hearing this, He Shucheng immediately blurted out, Master Xiong is the best candidate. Who is he? Su Chen asked hurriedly. Su Chen's mind is now extremely agile, and he has discovered the key to the whole problem. My Lin's Rose Winery is not short of funds, but lacks a top winemaker who can compete with the other party. As long as such a master joins, the downward trend can be completely reversed. Hearing this, Su Chen naturally became quite concerned about Master Xiong. He Shucheng then explained, Master Xiong's name is Xiongquetian. He is a well-known wine brewing master. It can be said that he can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Chinese wine brewing industry. He Shucheng explained word by word. Su Chen was quite surprised when he heard this. If this is true, then this Master Xiong can also be called a very strong person. But does he really have such ability? Deep down in his heart, Su Chen also felt a little surprised. He didn't know whether Master Xiong really had such strength. If Master Xiong really has such means, inviting him out of seclusion would be the simplest and best way. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen already had an idea in his mind. 3 days later, I will find a way to invite Master Xiong to come out. Su Chen said word by word, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. But his words had completely shocked He Shucheng. Is it really that simple? He Shucheng murmured in his heart. After all, Master Xiong is not an ordinary person. Even Du Fei is trying to win Master Xiong, but Master Xiong is a hermit and cannot be bought with money. Money is meaningless to Master Xiong. Chapter 100, The Power of Words. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Su Chen did not return to the villa, but Su Chen was always concerned about the actions of the Song family. Zhang Wenjie and the Song family have been fighting for power from all sides, but Wang Tiannan has not been idle either. As a result, the two sides formed a tug-of-war in secret. This situation did not make Zhang Wenjie suspect that Su Chen was behind the scenes, so now Zhang Wenjie has put all his energy into dealing with Wang Tiannan. Su Chen was very satisfied with this. After all, this was the effect he wanted. As long as Zhang Wenjie focused all his energy on dealing with Wang Tiannan, it was the time for Su Chen to secretly develop his own strength. Xia Mengmeng was still recording songs in the villa. Since she got the 3 songs from Su Chen, Xia Mengmeng has been completely excited. The girl has put all her energy into these 3 songs. It seems that deep down, Xia Mengmeng would even feel unwilling if she didn't complete these 3 songs. And Su Chen also completed Bai Lushuang's task. Under Su Chen's training, the strength of Ma Dezhuang and others has made great progress. During these 3 days, Su Chen continued to sign in. The result of signing in is that you gain 3 skills. The first skill is Infinite Flash, which can improve Su Chen's agility. When Su Chen demonstrated this skill to everyone, he won rounds of applause from everyone. Everyone was so impressed with Su Chen that they felt that Su Chen was simply a god. After all, Su Chen's actions just now were so terrifying that everyone was frightened. But Su Chen just smiled slightly. This skill doesn't seem to have much use other than showing off. But Su Chen didn't care. But the second skill made Su Chen's eyes light up. Upgrade the skill bar. With this skill, Su Chen can upgrade his skill bar from 10 spaces to 20 spaces. This has a huge impact on Su Chen. He immediately chose this skill. In this way, Su Chen's skill bar was also improved, and the third skill was the winemaking master. The brewer's master skill is a temporary skill that only lasts for 72 hours. The voice of the system came slowly. And this skill also appeared in Su Chen's skill column. It's a pity. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. If this was a long-term skill, Su Chen would not have to look for Xiongquetian. He could directly help He Shucheng with his winemaking master skills. However, this brewmaster skill is only a temporary skill, so it cannot exist for a long time. What makes Su Chen even more speechless is that his supercoach skill has also expired. 2 skills missed perfectly. If the 2 skills can be integrated for 24 hours, Su Chen can combine the 2 skills together and teach his winemaking master skills to more people. But now the 2 skills have not been integrated, so there is no such effect at all. Maybe the system doesn't want me to go too far. Su Chen murmured in his heart. However, he had no regrets. After all, having the skills of a winemaking master was very important to Su Chen. Let's set out now to find Xiongquetian. Su Chen waved his hand, appearing to be very heroic. He Shucheng's face was also very rosy. If Master Xiong could be invited to come out, everything could be solved. Although this matter has not yet been decided, He Shucheng sensed a hint of confidence in Su Chen's eyes. For some reason, He Shucheng was deeply infected by this self-confidence. He even felt that Su Chen had already secured victory. When the 2 men drove away from the Rose Winery and headed for Xianjiashai, another car drove out from the Dues Resort. This is a very luxurious business car. There were 2 men sitting in the car. One of them was dressed in a suit and was a middle-aged man. He wore a pair of glasses and looked gentle, but there was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Just by looking at this smile, one can feel a little scary. This person is no ordinary person. He is Du Fei, the owner of the resort. Du Fei was originally a small businessman, but he was lucky enough to have his sister marry the head of the Song family. In this way, it can be said that one person's success brings prosperity to everyone around him. Du Fei also obtained a large investment. After all, with a super large company like the Song Group behind him, it was very easy for Du Fei to do business. In a blink of an eye, he owned several resorts. But even so, Du Fei was still very dissatisfied deep down in his heart. He didn't want to be said to rely entirely on the Song family, and Du Fei wanted to prove his ability even more. Du Fei has invested a huge amount of money in this resort. He feels that this is a battle to prove himself. However, there is a rose winery near the resort. Du Fei has regarded this rose winery as a thorn in his side, and he spared no expense to invite top bartender Richardson, a top bartender in Europe. With the addition of this master mixologist and Du Fei's funding, Chateau Rose has been suppressed to the point where it can no longer hold its head up. But Du Fei was not satisfied. He also had another idea in his mind, which was to invite Master Xiong out of seclusion. After all, Master Xiong is a truly top-notch figure, and he is a leading figure in China's winemaking industry. Even the European Master Richardson admires Master Xiong. Today Du Fei decided to visit Master Xiong again. He believed that he could get Master Xiong to come out of retirement no matter what. In order to get Master Xiong to come out of retirement, Du Fei prepared a large sum of money. He decided to offer an annual salary of 20 million, plus equity. And just in case, Du Fei even brought the wine master Richardson. Du Fei was very relaxed along the way, and he raised his glass directly to Richardson. Richardson, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Du Fei said with a smile on his face. For a moment, I felt like I owned the world. Richardson is a middle-aged man who looks extremely sinister and ruthless. As a bartender, he does not have such simple purposes. This guy has a very persistent hobby of making money. It can be said that he can do anything to make money. This time, cooperation with Du Fei is a good opportunity to make money. Du Fei has promised that as long as he can get Master Xiong out and close the Rose Winery, he will give Richardson 10% of the shares. Richardson is very much looking forward to this. He was even extremely excited. Dear Du, this time the two of us will definitely be able to invite Master Xiong to come out. Chapter 101, Enemies Meet Again. Su Chen and He Shucheng naturally didn't know that Du Fei and Richardson had also embarked on the journey. And Du Fei and Richardson never dreamed that Su Chen and He Shucheng had also embarked on the journey to find Master Xiong. It can be said that the intersection between the two is almost inevitable. Outside Xiangjia village, Su Chen had already stopped the car. This is a slightly old village. It looks very desolate and there is nothing special about it, but this place is Master Xiong's hometown. Master Xiong lives in seclusion here. I have tried to visit him several times, but all failed. Because if you want to see Master Xiong, you must first pass the test. These tests are all related to wine tasting. It's all my fault that I am not well trained and don't know much about this aspect. He Shucheng said somewhat embarrassedly. Su Chen patted He Shucheng on the shoulder. Don't worry, leave these things to me, they will be foolproof. Although He Shucheng didn't understand the situation, Su Chen knew it very well. With Su Chen's strength, he would not take this matter seriously at all. He is extremely calm now, as if it was just an ordinary thing. He Shucheng sighed. Although he admired Su Chen to an unparalleled degree, He Shucheng still found it hard to believe that Su Chen could make everything sound so easy. Maybe Su Chen has unique abilities in fighting and business. Could it be that Su Chen is also good at wine tasting and brewing? This really made He Shucheng doubt. After all, He Shucheng didn't believe that there were godlike beings in this world who could reach the top level in all aspects. At least in He Shucheng's opinion, such a person was unlikely to exist. Su Chen could see He Shucheng's hesitation and doubt, but Su Chen did not take this matter seriously. Su Chen has become accustomed to other people's doubts. After all, the strength it has demonstrated is naturally beyond doubt. Su Chen prefers to speak with strength. For him, this is the top priority. Let's get off the bus. Su Chen patted He Shucheng on the shoulder. The two men parked the car and prepared to enter the village. This village was a very old village and there was no road to enter. On the route into the village there is a small bridge. In this case, the road slope has a feeling of small bridges, flowing water and people's homes, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. It's quiet here, and the air is fresh. It's a great place to live in seclusion. Su Chen couldn't help but comment. Hearing this, He Shucheng became even more depressed. It is precisely because of this that it may be more difficult for Master Xiong to leave the mountain. He Shucheng's voice trembled a little. Su Chen smiled slightly. You don't have to do this, just let it happen naturally. He Shucheng said seriously. Su Chen could only nod. All right. The two were just about to walk into the village, but at this moment they heard the roar of a motor behind their ears. The roar of the motor was so loud that it irritated the eardrums of both people. The two men turned around suddenly and found a commercial vehicle parked in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. It's Du Fei. He Shucheng naturally recognized Du Fei's car, and his face had become very ugly. Du Fei? Su Chen's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, enemies often meet each other. He just wanted to see who Song Weijian's uncle Du Fei was, but he didn't expect to meet him here. It seems that these two guys are also here to invite Master Xiong. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. This was the only possible situation, and Su Chen would naturally make such a judgment. For him, this judgment was not difficult at all, it was extremely simple. But He Shucheng's expression became very ugly. Because He Shucheng knew very well how terrible the situation was. He Shucheng's eyes flashed with embarrassment. It can be said that his expression is very ugly. Just at this moment the car door was opened, and Du Fei and Richardson walked down with arrogant looks on their faces. These two people were extremely rampant to begin with, and now they have displayed their rampantness to the fullest. Du Fei and Richardson just got out of the car and looked at He Shucheng and Su Chen. Du Fei naturally didn't know Su Chen, but he knew He Shucheng. After all, He Shucheng is a thorn in Du Fei's side. Why is it you? Du Fei was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. He Shucheng, you are going to see Master Xiong too, right? You are really making me laugh to death. Do you think Master Xiong will see you? Du Fei laughed out loud. He didn't take He Shucheng seriously at all, and the sarcasm in his voice was imaginable. Richardson next to him was in the same situation. It can be said that these two people are in cahoots with each other and share the same bad taste. They are both very arrogant and their tone of voice is very unpleasant. He Shucheng's expression was very ugly. Whether I can meet Master Xiong is none of your business. We just need to do our own thing. He Shucheng said angrily. He felt extremely humiliated, his expression became extremely ugly, and he even had an urge to vomit blood. However, Du Fei just showed a hint of ridicule and did not take He Shucheng seriously at all. At this moment, Du Fei's eyes also fell on Su Chen. He didn't even know Su Chen. He Shucheng, who is this young man? Du Fei said sarcastically. Su Chen looked at Du Fei's expression and felt disgusted. He really hated guys like Du Fei. And this hatred comes completely from the heart. Su Chen looked at Du Fei coldly. I'm the bartender hired by He Shucheng. He said nonchalantly. You're a bartender? Richardson just laughed out loud. Which school did you graduate from? Who was your teacher? Why have I never heard of a number one person like you? Richardson directly targeted Su Chen. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies, especially those who are petty like Richardson. When he looked at Su Chen, his first thought was to ridicule him. And it's the kind that is not polite. Su Chen naturally would not be ridiculed by him, so he directly responded with a wave of sarcasm. I don't even know who you are. He said directly. You. Richardson was speechless for a moment after being confronted by Su Chen. Su Chen showed a mocking expression, and a hint of coldness flashed across his face. Stop talking nonsense. Since everyone is here to see Xiong Quetian, then everyone should rely on their own abilities. Whether Master Xiong can finally come out of seclusion and who he can go with is a matter of everyone's ability. Su Chen said proudly. After hearing this, Richardson and Du Fei's faces turned very ugly. They both felt that Su Chen was too arrogant. Okay. I want to see what you can do. Chapter 102, Master Xiong's Test. Su Chen and He Shucheng met Du Fei and Richardson at the intersection of Xiangjia village. Both of them were very unceremonious. It can be said that they were like fire and water. Under such circumstances, neither family would give in. Su Chen didn't care. He had just detected Richardson's ability. This guy's winemaking ability reached 92, and his wine tasting ability was 86. Although these were excellent data among winemakers, they were incomparable to Su Chen. After all, he obtained the skills of a winemaking master, although it was only at the elementary level, but Su Chen's data had already reached over 2,000. It can be said that compared with Richardson, Su Chen is simply inhuman. But there is no way around it. After all, Su Chen is the owner of the skills. In fact, Su Chen doesn't want to be so outstanding, but his strength doesn't allow it. He could only accept it reluctantly. If Du Fei knew Su Chen's true thoughts, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. In this way they walked into Xiangjia village. The two groups refused to give in to each other. The villagers were also very shocked when they saw the aggressive look of the 4 men. However, they seemed to be used to this matter, and no one came up to ask. Everyone knew that people who came to Xiangjia village were most likely looking for Xiongquotian. Xiongquotian is a top winemaking master. Although he has lived in seclusion, everyone knows that talents like him are definitely top-notch. As long as they can invite Master Xiongquotian out of the mountain, any winery or resort can improve its reputation and strength. That is not something that tens of millions can compare to. The villagers were all whispering. At this time, the 4 people had arrived at the door of Xiongquotian's house. It was a very tidy yard surrounded by a fence. In modern architecture, this kind of architectural style is very rare, but Su Chen also knows that as a top master, Xiongquotian's style of doing things is naturally different from that of ordinary people. So Su Chen would not feel strange at all no matter what choice Xiongquotian made. In front of them was a large wooden door, which was tightly closed. Of course, the door was not tightly closed, and it could be completely opened with just a slight push. But Su Chen did not make such a choice. Of course he knew very well what this matter meant, but Su Chen naturally did not make a rash choice. He just came to the door. Richardson and Du Fei also came to the door. What surprised Su Chen was that the 2 of them did not dare to push the door rashly. It seems that these 2 guys still respect Xiongquotian very much. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. Just at this moment, a man walked out of the yard. He was a very strong young man, but there was an impatient expression on his face. When he looked at Su Chen and the other 3, the impatience on his face was obvious. Well. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was also a little embarrassed. However, he had to admit that the other party seemed unhappy. Su Chen just scratched his head. He didn't say anything more. No matter what happened, staying calm was what he had to do. This is exactly what Su Chen thought. Although the young man looked impatient, he still reached out to open the door and looked at Su Chen and others. Come in. The man spoke slowly, but there was a clear sense of dissatisfaction in his voice. Su Chen and others could naturally hear the meaning in his voice. Su Chen's heart was moved. He was already certain that the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. It could be said that this person must be a very powerful figure. Although he has no fighting ability, his wine tasting ability is as high as 93. This is the data provided by Su Chen's system. This guy's winemaking ability is only 75, but his wine tasting ability is 90 plus, even better than Richardson. He is really gifted. Su Chen thought to himself. And Yi Shucheng had already reached Su Chen's ear. This man's name is Li Tiankai. He is Master Xiong's apprentice and he is also very unruly. If you want to see Master Xiong, you must pass his test. Yi Shucheng said word by word. I see. Su Chen suddenly realized. No wonder that guy Du Fei wanted to bring Richardson here, it turned out to be a test for Li Tiankai. It seems that this Li Tiankai is definitely not an ordinary person. Let's see what he does first. Su Chen whispered to Yi Shucheng. Yi Shucheng nodded. Okay. Yi Shucheng now has no confidence in Su Chen. After all, Richardson is a well-known master, while Su Chen has nothing to do with winemaking. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that Richardson has the upper hand. Compared with Richardson, the gap between Su Chen and him is still obvious. Li Tiankai didn't waste any time and led everyone to the middle of the yard, where there was a very long table. Li Tiankai took out the jar of wine. These are yellow wine jars. Seeing these wine jars, Su Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such an operation to happen. Li Tiankai put the jars on the table. Wait a minute. He walked into the house again and took out a few large bowls. This situation had a feeling of ancient heroism, at least making Su Chen look very interested. Su Chen also didn't know what Li Tiankai was going to do. He wanted to wait and see. Richardson and Du Fei looked at each other, and both of them were very excited. They seemed to have known Li Tiansai's operation and acted confidently. Su Chen just remained silent. It seems that you are not in the same group. Who of you will come first? Li Tiankai said impatiently. Richardson came out and said in broken Chinese, I'll go first. Li Tiankai poured a bowl of wine and handed it to Richardson. Now tell me the year of this bowl of wine. If you can get it right, you will get a chance to take the next challenge. Li Tiankai didn't care what kind of master Richardson was, and he scolded him. Richardson's face looked a little unhappy. After all, it was a bit too much for him, a master of brewing, to be scolded like this. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and Li Tiankai knew this very well in his heart. So he took the wine and drank it gently. This should have been 15 years ago. Richardson made his judgment. Chapter 103 The strong will always be strong. Richardson's words made Li Tiankai feel a little interested. He finally showed a little fluctuation on his face. He poured another bowl of wine and handed it to Richardson. Once again, Richardson got the year right. Next, Li Tiankai took out the third jar of wine and handed it to Richardson. Tell me the exact year this time. Richardson took the jar of wine and put it to his mouth and smelled it, but this time he did not give an answer as easily as the previous 2 times. On the contrary, he showed a hesitant expression on his face, as if this answer made him very embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Li Tiankai finally showed a hint of pride, as if he had the upper hand this time. Su Chen saw all of this. In fact, in his opinion, Li Tiansai's question and Richardson's answer were too simple. Even deep in Su Chen's heart, this was not a question at all. After all, Su Chen's wine tasting ability has reached an incredible level, and he is now not in the same dimension as them. Su Chen could not only clearly tell the year of the wine, but he could even accurately tell the specific recipe to the gram. It can be said that Su Chen's ability to identify has far exceeded the imagination of Li Tiankai and Richardson. Now he is watching these 2 people compete, just like watching children playing house. Although it is a bit boring, Su Chen thinks it is all very interesting. However, Richardson is now caught in a dilemma. Li Tiankai asked him to tell the specific year, which was definitely a very difficult thing for him. He could easily judge the first 2 bowls of wine because they were easy to judge, but this time he finally fell into a state of confusion. He seemed no longer able to make easy judgments. Luffy on the side was also very anxious, and even had cold sweat on his forehead. It can be said that Luffy was also worried about Richardson. Li Tiankai, who was standing aside, had a mocking expression on his face. I'm asking you whether you can do it or not. If you can't, get out of here right away. Li Tiansai's voice was full of insults. Du Fei naturally could not accept such an insult. Richardson's face looked extremely ugly. 33 to 34. He finally said a year. Hearing his words, Li Tiankai curled his lips. You only answered half of this question correctly, and you got 0.5 points. So you got 2.5 points in total for the 3 questions, which is barely a pass. You are lucky to be able to meet my master, but don't think you are so great. Li Tiansai's voice was still very rampant. This time, Richardson's face turned red. Although Richardson had completed the task, he still felt extremely embarrassed deep down in his heart. Richardson now has an urge to cry. He really did not expect that such a genius as himself would be humiliated in such a way. It was simply intolerable. But when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Although Richardson was very angry deep down, he had no choice but to endure it. Du Fei patted Richardson on the shoulder. Master Richardson, don't worry about it. Your performance was already perfect. Look at the 2 guys on the opposite side. They couldn't even get 0.5 points. While comforting Richardson, Du Fei did not forget to mock Shu Cheng and Su Chen. What the hell? Su Chen felt really helpless. He had no intention of offending Du Fei and Richardson. In fact, Su Chen just wanted to get Shongquetian out of retirement. As for other things, he didn't care at all. But he didn't expect that Du Fei and Richardson would be so sarcastic in their words, which really made Su Chen speechless. Some people really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. They just randomly say some years and think they are very good. In fact, such questions are not difficult at all. A true wine tasting master can not only tell the year, but also the ingredients of each wine, and it must be accurate to the gram. Su Chen said calmly with his hands behind his back. After hearing this, Richardson almost vomited blood. What nonsense are you talking about? How can there be such a person in this world? Richardson was speechless deep in his heart. After hearing Richardson's words, Su Chen sneered. He looked at Richardson seriously, but there was a lot of sarcasm on his face. At this moment, Li Tiankai, who was standing by, was also completely shocked. He didn't take Su Chen seriously just now. In fact, Li Tiankai had also heard of Richardson's name. As a very arrogant person, he felt that only people like Richardson were worthy of his ridicule. As for Su Chen and others, they were just like ants in his eyes. But he never expected that Su Chen, who was like an ant in his eyes, would be so shameless. He can analyze the specific ingredients of wine with just his nose, and even can do it accurately to the gram. Not to mention Li Tiankai, even his Master Xiong probably doesn't have such ability. Li Tiankai felt that Su Chen was really deceiving. His face suddenly turned gloomy. This is Master Xiong's residence. It's not a place for you to talk nonsense. If you want to be tested, then have a bottle of wine. Otherwise, get out of here right now. Li Tiankai said very angrily. It can be seen that Li Tiankai is now furious. His face shows a very ferocious expression. It can be said that Su Chen's words not only offended Richardson, but also offended Li Tiankai. But Su Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. This is just a small matter. Let me ask you, did you brew this wine? Su Chen asked Li Tiankai directly. This sentence was so aggressive that Li Tiankai looked confused. These wines were all brewed by my master. Is there anything wrong with them? Li Tiankai said with a trembling voice. He had a deep hatred for Su Chen. Richardson and Du Fei, who were standing by, saw the scene and were secretly happy. They felt that Su Chen was simply a piece of trash and that he would certainly not get any good results after offending Li Tiankai like this. Su Chen was completely unmoved. Since you are a master like that, you must know the recipe. That's good. He simply picked up the wine glass and put it to his nostrils to smell it, then directly told the recipe for the first glass of wine. Su Chen's words were very calm and soothing, but every word he said was like a heavy hammer hitting Li Tiansai's heart. How is this possible? Li Tiankai was completely stunned. His face was as ugly as it could be, and his entire expression was shocked to the extreme. Chapter 104, A Stunning Explosion. Su Chen put his hands behind his back and spoke out the recipes calmly. Every word he said left Li Tiankai dumbfounded. How do you know our exclusive brewing recipe? Li Tiankai screamed in horror. He got these wine-making recipes from his master just yesterday. After all, Li Tiankai is still young and does not have strong winemaking skills yet, so his master, Master Xiong, did not give these recipes to Li Tiankai until yesterday. You have to know that these formulas were made by Xiong De based on his lifelong experience. They can be said to be the most advanced formulas. And Xiong De has put a lot of effort into these recipes. This is a secret that is not passed on. Xiong Quetian once told Li Tiankai in person that only the two of them knew the formula in this world. But now, the words were still fresh in his ears, but Su Chen revealed them word by word. Li Tiansai's face had become unimaginably ugly, and he even couldn't help shaking all over. This was definitely a scene that shocked his soul. It can be said that Li Tiankai was completely shocked. Richardson and Du Fei on the side were even more stunned. Is this true? Richardson himself is a top winemaker, but now he also feels shocked because these words are simply too shocking. Richardson's breathing became rapid, and his face looked extremely ugly. It can be said that what this incident meant was beyond Richardson's imagination. Richardson now feels like he is listening to a foreign language. Li Tiankai also stood there in a daze, not even knowing what to say. He had experienced many strange things in his life, but nothing could make Li Tiankai feel so unimaginably shocked as today. Su Chen smiled slightly. How is it? Li Tiankai, are you satisfied with my answer? Su Chen said to Li Tiankai with a smile on his face. Now Li Tiankai didn't know how to respond to Su Chen's words. The shock Su Chen brought to him was too great. The shock was so overwhelming that he was speechless. And Su Chen then smiled slightly. It seems that you have nothing to say now, so let me in. Just as Su Chen was speaking, an old man walked out. The old man seemed to be staggering, and his body was shaking with every step. It can be seen that the old man does not seem to be in good health, but this does not hinder the sharp light in his eyes. Xiong Quatian. Du Fei shouted in surprise, and He Shucheng also became excited. After all, Xiong Quatian is a top figure, a master-level figure in the winemaking industry. Anyone who meets Xiong Quetian can only express their sincere respect. Xiong Quetian's strength is simply shocking. After seeing Xiong Quetian, Li Tiankai recovered from his shock and ran directly to Xiong Quetian's side. Master, what on earth is going on? Li Tiankai still doesn't know how to explain this matter. Xiong Quetian laughed. My dear little brother, how about you try this bowl of wine? He took out a bowl of wine and handed it to Su Chen. Although Xiong Quetian was smiling, the light in his eyes was so touching. Su Chen reached out to take the wine, put it to his nostrils and smelled it. A rich smell rushed straight into my heart. It's really a good wine. Compared with the other two wines, this wine is much better. But it is extremely difficult to identify the ingredients. Data analysis. Su Chen directly activated the wine tasting function of the system, and in this way, the data analysis function was directly activated. After some data analysis, Su Chen directly obtained the data. It is indeed so. He couldn't help but nodded. If the analysis was successful, Su Chen said seriously. Xiong Quetian was also stunned. Please speak. There was a hint of politeness in his voice, as if he also expressed his shock at Su Chen's words. Su Chen just smiled faintly and began to talk about his theory. He finished his explanation in just a few words. Hearing Su Chen say this, Xiong Quetian was completely shocked. How on earth did you know that? Just now it was Li Tiankai who was confused, but now it was Xiong Quetian's turn. He was a great master, and the bowl of wine just now was his life's work. He spent his entire life to complete the recipe, and he was very confident about this bowl of wine. He believed that no one in the world could give a complete answer. However, Su Chen broke this point directly. Not only did Su Chen give the answer, but he did it so easily, as if he had not put in any effort at all. Xiong Quetian was shocked and didn't know what to say. He was already filled with shock deep inside. Xiong Quetian wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face looked extremely ugly. Who exactly are you, Excellency? He now had his hands behind his back and asked respectfully. If he thought Su Chen was just confused before, now he was sure that Su Chen was definitely not confused. Su Chen could actually accurately tell the recipe of his new wine, which only showed that Su Chen's skills had reached the level of perfection. That is simply the power that only gods possess. Xiong Quetian's admiration for Su Chen has reached its peak, and his heart is even filled with worship. But Su Chen smiled faintly. In fact, this matter is very, very simple. There is no difficulty at all. I just made the judgment based on the taste of the wine and some other methods. As long as you have the strength like me, you can also make the judgment easily. Su Chen said calmly, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. After all, for him, the difficult ones are not difficult, and the ones that are easy are not difficult. Those skills that everyone seems to have difficulty or even inconceivable are, in Su Chen's eyes, just a very, very simple thing. There is no way, this is the gap in strength and realm. As the owner of the system, Su Chen's ability in wine tasting has already far surpassed that of others. It can be said that they are simply incomparable. Under this situation, Su Chen also felt quite helpless. Who made his strength so outstanding? Su Chen had no choice but to wave his hands awkwardly. This. Both Du Fei and Richardson felt like crying but had no tears. Both Du Fei and Richardson were close to collapse. The two people originally thought that Su Chen was trash, but now they know that they are the real trash. Compared with Su Chen's strength, their strength is simply nothing, and the gap between them can only be described as a world of difference. Master Xiong was also shocked. In his life, he had never seen anyone as powerful as Su Chen. Chapter 105, Formal Enemy. Master Su Chen, I really admire you. Xiong Quetian said with a trembling voice. If he thought he was a very powerful being before, now he finally knows who the real super being is. That's Su Chen. Xiong Quetian's face was filled with shock, and he couldn't even believe that all this was true. In Xiong Quetian's opinion, this was truly a terrible thing. At this moment, Xiong Quetian was completely shocked deep in his heart. Since you said so, it means that you have given in? Su Chen said with a faint smile on his face. Xiong Quetian nodded respectfully. You're right, I'm very convinced. He had no choice but to say so now. Deep down in Xiong Quetian's heart, he truly felt convinced. As a top figure, he used to be very arrogant, but now he had the idea of submitting. Feeling the scene, Su Chen smiled. In that case, are you willing to come out and cooperate with us? Su Chen turned around and asked Xiong Quetian. Master Xiong nodded without hesitation. It is my great honor to be able to work with Master Su Chen. His voice was full of respect. After hearing these words, Du Fei and Richardson on the side were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They even felt a sense of madness deep in their hearts. They were both speechless. I thought this could be accomplished easily, but I didn't expect the actual situation to be far from that. Su Chen took the advantage easily. It could be said that it was as easy as it could be. But Richardson and Du Fei had already failed, and both of them had no power to fight back. Thinking of this, their expressions became extremely ugly, and their faces became uglier than ever. They even had an urge to cry. This is truly a terrible thing. Su Chen turned his gaze to Du Fei. Now that the matter has been decided, you should hurry back and prepare. Next, Rose Winery will launch a counterattack. Su Chen said coldly. Du Fei was shocked by Su Chen's sharp words and even trembled all over. He felt extremely ashamed. Du Fei even had an urge to cry. This was the first time he felt so humiliated, and Du Fei really could not accept this feeling of humiliation. He is now at the point of being extremely angry. Just wait. Don't think that the Master Xiong you recruited is a match for me, Du Fei. I, Du Fei, have plenty of money and will definitely crush you. After saying that, he fled with Richardson. Although the two of them escaped in a very embarrassing way, they both hated Su Chen to the core. Du Fei's eyes were even filled with murderous intent. Seeing this scene, Su Chen didn't care. He originally wanted to deal with the Song family, and now that this guy Du Fei jumped out, he was just one more enemy. There's really nothing to worry about. Su Chen was very calm. Deep down, Du Fei was on the verge of collapse. He was extremely angry and his hatred for Su Chen was deep in his bones. He Shu Cheng was indeed full of gratitude to Su Chen. If it were not for Su Chen, he Shu Cheng might never have been Du Fei's opponent. Su Chen's previous move had completely shocked He Shu Cheng, and even made He Shu Cheng worship Su Chen to the extreme. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. In fact, this was just a simple matter, and he didn't take it seriously at all. Su Chen just watched everything calmly with a calm expression. With his strength, why should he care about this? Su Chen now possesses the real strength to crush the Song family. He decided to start directly with Du Fei, and then use other methods to deal with the Song family. Xiong Quetian has come in front of Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, from now on I will go down the mountain with you, but I have an unreasonable request, please agree to it no matter what. Xiong Quetian said directly. After hearing what Xiong Quetian said, Su Chen just laughed. Master Xiong, if you have any problem, just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help. Only then did Master Xiong call Li Tiankai over. Mr. Su Chen, Li Tiankai has a great talent for wine tasting. I hope you can accept him as your apprentice. Master Xiong said seriously. This statement can be said to be unkind. After hearing what Master Xiong said, Su Chen nodded. I see. If this is true, then Su Chen can imagine what this means. This is indeed a very good thing. Since Master Xiong was willing to do this, Su Chen didn't need to say much. He just watched it all calmly and adjusted his emotions with a calm state. Just like that, Su Chen came in front of Li Tiankai. Li Tiankai now has an embarrassed look on his face. He looked down on Su Chen just now, but he never expected that he would end up becoming Su Chen's apprentice. But Li Tiankai also knew how powerful Su Chen was. Li Tiansai's legs went limp and he fell to his knees on the ground. Master, please forgive me. Li Tiankai said with a trembling voice. After hearing what Li Tiankai said, Su Chen smiled and helped Li Tiankai up. In that case, I'll take you in. Hearing Su Chen say this, Li Tiansai's face showed excitement. He really didn't expect that such a situation would happen. Now he was completely shocked by Su Chen. So everyone packed up and went back home. After everyone returned to the Rose Winery, Xiong Quetian immediately began to prepare new red wine. Su Chen also immediately arranged for He Shu Cheng to start advertising. Before long, He Shu Cheng had already put out the advertisement. After all, with the appearance of Master Xiong, everyone present was very excited. And He Shu Cheng was by no means an incompetent person. Although he does not have much talent in business, He Shu Cheng is still very strong in other aspects. He Shu Cheng quickly launched an advertisement featuring Master Xiong, which immediately attracted many customers. Within a day, Chateau Montrose was back to life. The resort opposite seemed to be sparsely populated. Seeing this scene, He Shuqing's face showed an extremely excited expression, and he was even so excited that his life was shaking. Thank you, Coach Su Chen. I didn't expect that you could revive our rose winery in just one day. He Shuqing's face showed excitement. Hearing these words, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He was now extremely calm. Under such circumstances, Su Chen didn't believe that Du Fei would give up so easily. Chapter 106 Signboard. Don't think of things so simply. The other party will never give up easily. Su Chen said with a calm face, but his tone was very calm, because Su Chen knew very well what the matter meant. This guy Du Fei is definitely not an ordinary person. He is a very, very insidious person and absolutely extremely powerful. So this guy won't give up. At this moment in Du Fei's resort, Du Fei was extremely angry and his face looked very ugly. Du Fei is now almost furious. Damn it, it only took one day and my business was reduced by half. This Su Chen is really abominable. Du Fei's voice was trembling, his face was extremely ugly, and at this moment there was a glimmer of fire in Du Fei's eyes. He was close to madness. Looking at Du Fei's expression, Richardson also looked embarrassed. After all, Richardson couldn't accept this situation. At this moment, Richardson's breathing became rapid. Dear Du Fei, I really have no other choice. Master Xiong is really too powerful. Richardson said with a trembling voice. When Du Fei heard what Richardson said, he became even more furious. Is there no way to recover the losses? Du Fei said in a trembling voice. At this moment, he was suddenly stunned because Du Fei thought of a very good idea. We can find a celebrity to endorse the show and hold a concert here. This way we can restore its reputation. When Du Fei thought of this, an excited expression appeared on her face. She felt that her idea was simply a genius one. When Richardson heard Du Fei's words, his eyes lit up. Dear Boss Du, I am very satisfied with your idea. I think this is a good idea to deal with the other party. Moreover, you have such a close relationship with the Song family. Just based on your relationship with the Song family, you can also find a top singer. Richardson said. Du Fei was even more excited, and was excited for his genius idea. Now Du Fei was extremely excited. I'll go find Brother Zhang right away. He picked up the phone directly. Not long after, Du Fei found a person, and finding this person made Du Fei feel very excited, because this person was Li Jigang. Du Fei was extremely excited. Li Jigang is a top singer and also very famous. Although he is not an idol singer, he is a talented singer. It can be said that Li Jigang's strength is even greater than his fame. This person did not succeed by his looks, but by his own strength. Feeling this scene, Du Fei immediately became excited. Put out an advertisement immediately and say that Li Jigang is coming here to hold a concert. Du Fei gave the order directly. After hearing these words, everyone present was quite excited. At this time, they had already started to publish those promotional brochures, and soon, the news that Li Jigang was going to hold a concert spread throughout the neighborhood. He Shucheng also received the news. He Shucheng's face was as ugly as it could be. At this moment, He Shucheng's breathing has reached the extreme point. Now He Shucheng's face has become extremely ugly. At this moment, He Shucheng's expression was extremely ugly. Coach Su Chen, something terrible has happened. He Shucheng said with a trembling voice. Su Chen was stunned when he heard what He Shucheng said. He was still studying the formula of red wine with Master Xiong, but He Shucheng suddenly broke in. This of course made Su Chen feel very uncomfortable. However, he also knew that something must have happened to He Shucheng, so Su Chen also showed a strange look. Could it be that Du Fei has come up with some new tricks? Su Chen asked directly. In his opinion, this was very likely. He Shucheng's heart was moved. He Shucheng really couldn't believe that such a situation would happen. Now He Shucheng's breathing became rapid. In such a situation, He Shucheng felt extremely confused. Du Fei's resort used a big move? He Shucheng recounted the story word for word, and Su Chen listened carefully to He Shucheng's story. Only after he finished listening to He Shucheng's words did he understand the meaning. Su Chen also had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. It seems like this guy has definitely used the power of the Song family. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. This was a very obvious thing. If the other party did not use the power of the Song family, it would be impossible for him to invite a figure like Li Jigang. Although Su Chen didn't know much about the entertainment industry, he knew that Li Jigang was a very powerful person. It can be said that this person's strength is absolutely very strong. Su Chen also had to remain calm about this, because Li Jigang was definitely a difficult person to deal with, and he was very clear about this. So in this situation, Su Chen also has to make things clear. This is by no means an easy matter. Don't worry, I already know about this matter. Looking at He Shucheng's somewhat nervous expression, Su Chen just reached out and patted He Shucheng on the shoulder. Even if the other party found Li Jigang, so what? Su Chen had Xia Mengmeng to help him. This is exactly what Su Chen thought. There was a hint of a smile on his face, and his whole expression was very calm. He understood what was going on. At this time, Su Chen thought of Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng had defeated Wang Kersen, but compared with Wang Kersen, Li Jigang was definitely not an ordinary person. Li Jigang can be said to be a real singer, and his ability is very strong. So Su Chen must ask Xia Mengmeng who the other party is. This is what Su Chen thought. Su Chen told Xia Mengmeng what happened on the phone. When Xia Mengmeng heard what Su Chen said, a trace of solemnity appeared on her face. Under such circumstances, Xia Mengmeng was naturally very clear about what this matter meant. Now Xia Mengmeng, even her breathing became rapid. Are you going to deal with Li Jigang? However, Li Jigang is very powerful. It is definitely not an easy task to deal with him. Xia Mengmeng said with a very serious expression. Now Xia Mengmeng's breathing even became rapid. After all, Xia Mengmeng is more than qualified for Wang Qian, but compared with someone of Li Jigang's status, she is still far behind. So Xia Mengmeng felt that this matter was a bit troublesome. I am no match for him. I don't have the strength to do that. Chapter 107, Invite a Celebrity? Well. Hearing Xia Mengmeng say this, Su Chen also showed a helpless expression. But in this situation, what else can Su Chen say? Even Xia Mengmeng is no match for Li Jigang. It can be said that Li Jigang is indeed a powerful figure, there is no doubt about that. In that case, Su Chen doesn't need to say more. He is ready now. Anyway, things have come to this point, there is nothing more Su Chen can say. He can only figure out a solution on his own now. At this moment, Xia Mengmeng on the other end of the phone said lazily, a person like Li Jigang is a genius. His singing skills are extremely powerful, and he also has many fans. It is said that Miss Eben may not be able to win against him. However, Li Jigang is a very proud person. Logically speaking, he should not be bribed by the Song family. So Miss Eben said word by word. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart moved. This was indeed a very good thing for him. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen was now very calm. Because he had found a way, which was to make Li Jigang and Du Fei terminate the contract before Li Jigang held his concert. But it is definitely very difficult to do this, and it is not something that can be done simply. With this thought, Su Chen's face became very solemn, and he now knew what this meant. Su Chen can be said to be very calm now. He was not in a panic state. After hanging up the phone with Xia Mengmeng, Su Chen decided to go directly to Li Jigang. He didn't seem to have much to say now. Use the search function. Su Chen started using the search function directly. His memory is very strong, and Su Chen's eyesight is also extremely powerful. He is very confident in his own strength, which is exactly what Su Chen thinks. Now he is ready. Soon Su Chen got Li Jigang's information. Since he had already got Li Jigang's information, Su Chen naturally didn't care at all. He decided to go directly to find Li Jigang. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. According to current information, Li Jigang lives in a villa in the city. Apart from this, there is no other information that can be obtained through the sales network. But this information was enough for Su Chen, and now he decided to visit Li Jigang in person. This in itself is a very important thing. Since he has made preparations, Su Chen naturally doesn't care. He has decided to visit Li Jigang directly and find out the whole thing. This is by no means an easy task, but Su Chen needs to stay calm. Now he is in a very calm state of mind and knows exactly what he should do. And so Su Chen started his journey. His target was Li Jigang. Soon Xiao Wang drove over and arrived at the door of Li Jigang's villa. Li Jigang's villa can be described as extremely luxurious, which Su Chen can be sure of. Looking at the luxury of the villa, Su Chen was also quite shocked. According to what is shown now, this villa should belong to the Song family. Now Li Zigang has come here, so if he wants to trample on me, he can only do it secretly and must not let the Song family know. Su Chen thought deep down in his heart that this was very possible, so he had to stay calm now. Sure enough, he saw two bodyguards at the door of the villa, and these two guys were from the Song family. It seems that things are really troublesome, Su Chen murmured to himself. Judging from the current situation, the whole thing is indeed full of troubles, he can be sure of that. What method can we use to get Li Jigang out? Su Chen was confused. This requires a very systematic plan, and it is definitely not something that can be done simply. Under such circumstances, Su Chen also felt a bit of a headache. How to get Li Jigang out became a troublesome issue. But at this moment, Su Chen found that a man was walking outside. This man was wearing pajamas and looked very casual. He came to the courtyard and looked around, as if observing the situation inside the courtyard. When he saw this man, Su Chen's heart moved. Because he had already confirmed that this person was Li Jigang, Su Chen did not expect to see Li Jigang in this place. It seems that he is inside the courtyard. Su Chen was quite surprised when he thought of this, but this also gave Su Chen a little chance. If Li Zigang was in the villa, it would be extremely difficult for Su Chen to find Li Jigang. But now Li Jigang was here, which made Su Chen feel a little excited, because he knew that if this was true, he would have the possibility of contacting Li Jigang. Good opportunity. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart moved, and he felt that this was a perfect opportunity. And he absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen didn't hesitate and closed his eyes. Search skills. Su Chen searched for skills directly. He needed a very good skill. Only a very good skill could deal with all of this thoroughly. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen was quite excited deep in his heart. Got it. Su Chen has found a skill, which makes him excited. And this skill is exactly what Su Chen needs. Invincible throw. Seeing this skill, Su Chen's heart was moved. He felt that this skill was really important. With the skill of invincible throwing, Su Chen could display this skill to perfection. This is exactly what Su Chen needs most. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. This is an extremely important skill, so Su Chen naturally cannot give up this skill. Choose to buy. Although this skill requires a large amount of points, Su Chen still did not decide to give up. He directly purchased the skill, and all the skill points were added to Su Chen. Su Chen took out a piece of paper and a pen, wrote some information on it, and crumpled it into a ball. He looked at the distance between himself and the other party, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Because Su Chen knew that this distance was too far, which was also a very troublesome matter. But now he seems to have no way out. Su Chen just stretched out his hand and threw the paper directly out. The speed of the paper was extremely fast and was thrown away by Su Chen. Accuracy. Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. For him, accuracy is the most important thing. However, it is not easy to find out the truth about this situation. Chapter 108 Meeting. Go! Su Chen shook his wrist slightly, and the note in his hand flew out. The note in Su Chen's hand was flying very fast. The speed of the note had reached the extreme. Just like that, the note flew out at the speed of a whirlwind. Soon, it hit Li Jigang on the head. Steady! Su Chen's heart was lifted. He didn't expect that his move would be so steady, accurate, and ruthless. It even exceeded his imagination. Deep down in his heart, Su Chen never thought that this move of his would be so powerful, even he himself was shocked. Li Jigang was rushing in the garden. He looked very hesitant. The note was stuck on his head, so Li Jigang bent down. He looked around in some surprise. However, Li Jigang did not find any special information, which made his expression suddenly become a little ugly. He picked up the note and unfolded it, with a strange expression on his face. He finally looked over here. Su Chen had already seen Li Jigang's gaze. Although there was a long distance between the two of them, Su Chen still waved to him. Li Jigang had a very strange expression on his face. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. It can be said that this incident really surprised him. Li Jigang's mentality is also extremely strange. At this moment, Su Chen waved his hand at him again. This action was very obvious. Su Chen wanted to call him over. Li Jigang was stunned for a moment. However, he still chose to meet Su Chen. Soon Li Jigang came out. The two bodyguards tried to stop him, but Li Jigang seemed to be speaking very harshly, so the two bodyguards did not dare to stop him. Only then did Li Jigang come out. At this time, Su Chen had already hidden in the corner of the street. Of course, he couldn't let the other party see him. If that were the case, it would definitely be a dangerous thing. Su Chen was waiting quietly. Just like that, Li Jigang came over. The two people looked at each other. Li Jigang is a middle-aged man. He is not only a famous singer, but also a very powerful person. It can be said that Li Jigang's momentum is really sharp. Feeling this scene, Su Chen's heart was also moved. He had to admit that this person did have a very powerful temperament. But Su Chen also felt that he seemed a little depressed, as if there was something wrong deep in his heart. This made Su Chen a little strange. Judging from Li Jigang's expression, he did not look very happy. "Who are you?" Li Jigang's face turned cold. He stared at Su Chen fiercely, almost looking through him. Feeling Li Jigang's strong gaze, Su Chen was also quite embarrassed. "Mr. Li, my name is Su Chen." He stretched out a hand. Li Jigang did not reach out his hand. Although he did not appear to be extremely alert, there were still bursts of fierceness in his eyes. It can be said that he did not trust Su Chen. "I don't even know you," Li Jigang said coldly. His words were quite impolite, and the light in his eyes almost saw through Su Chen. This also made Su Chen feel quite embarrassed. "Do you know Miss Xia Mengmeng? I'm her agent." Su Chen had no choice but to bring up Xia Mengmeng. When Li Jigang heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "I know Xia Mengmeng, but I'm not familiar with her." "Are you asking me to sign a contract with your agency? This is impossible. I think you shouldn't have such wishful thinking." Li Jigang's voice was very impolite. There was even a sense of vigilance in his words. Sensing this, Su Chen vaguely felt that Li Jigang was wary of him. This of course made Su Chen a little unhappy. After all, being looked at with such a vigilant expression would probably make anyone feel uncomfortable. Su Chen was naturally no exception. Li Jigang smiled coldly. "What? Did I get it right?" His voice was very unhappy. Su Chen waved his hands helplessly. "I think you misunderstood. I don't mean to sign you. I just..." Su Chen expressed his thoughts in the simplest way, and of course there was also a confrontation between him and Du Fei. But Li Jigang's expression became even more gloomy. "You are kidding me, right? I have already accepted Boss Du's invitation. Although we haven't officially signed the contract yet, how can I turn around and help you?" Li Jigang said angrily. He thought Su Chen was simply joking, so he was naturally very unhappy deep down. But Su Chen was speechless. "You haven't signed the contract yet, so you can choose not to go. There is nothing immoral about it. Besides, Du Fei is a very sinister guy. Do you want to help him?" Su Chen's voice was angry. He was not talking nonsense. After all, Du Fei was indeed a sinister person, and Su Chen did not lie about that. Su Chen was full of sarcasm towards Du Fei. When Li Jigang heard this, he just curled his lips. He stared at Su Chen coldly. "I don't know much about Du Fei. You say I am helping the tyrant. Do you have any evidence?" Li Jigang is very unhappy now. Su Chen's heart moved. Because Li Jigang's words were equivalent to leaving him a chance alive. In this case, Su Chen naturally had to get to the bottom of the matter. He said bluntly, "Yes, I have evidence." Su Chen began to tell Li Jigang his evidence. Su Chen was not speaking without reason. Everything he said was completely backed by evidence. After hearing this, Li Jigang's expression suddenly changed. "That's true," he said somewhat angrily. Before Su Chen came, he heard that Li Jigang was an upright person, so he thought of using this method, and now it seems to have a certain effect. Su Chen was naturally very happy about this. He nodded suddenly. "This is absolutely true. Why would I lie to you?" Su Chen said seriously. Li Jigang's heart moved. "If that's the case, then I'd like to take a closer look at the evidence." What he said was equivalent to giving Su Chen an opportunity, and Su Chen provided evidence without hesitation. Li Jigang turned pale after reading it. "I didn't expect Du Fei to be such a person. He actually wanted me to perform for him. It's simply a pipe dream." Li Jigang was indeed extremely angry. He clenched his fists tightly and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It can be said that he is now extremely angry. Su Chen smiled slightly. In that case, are you willing to cooperate with me to deal with Du Fei? Su Chen asked tentatively. Chapter 109 Teacher. You're dreaming, kid. Why should I cooperate with you? Li Jigang said unhappily. His words were already very solemn, and it could be said that he showed an extremely unhappy state. Well. This left Su Chen speechless. He thought that Li Jigang had agreed to cooperate with him, but he didn't expect that this person's words did not seem to mean that. This made Su Chen helpless. He reached up and scratched his head. You already know the character of this guy Du Fei, so why are you still unwilling to cooperate with me? Su Chen really had an urge to cry. Li Jigang burst into laughter. Du Fei's character is indeed rubbish, but how do I know that you are a good person? Besides, we have no grudges against each other, so why should I help you? Li Jigang said bluntly. After hearing what Li Jigang said, Su Chen sneered. He finally understood Li Jigang's thoughts. Then I don't know what Mr. Li wants. If I can give it to you, I will definitely satisfy you. Su Chen said seriously. Li Jigang shook his head. Can you satisfy me? That's impossible. I advise you not to waste your time. If you want to deal with Du Fei, you can find someone else. At most, I won't perform for him, but I can never perform for you. Li Jigang's voice was a little dim. In fact, he came to the city not for a performance, but for something very, very important. At least, in Li Jigang's opinion, this matter is much more important than the performance. Deep down in his heart, Li Jigang is also full of expectations for this matter. But when he arrived in this city, he was immediately met with a cold shoulder. As a result, Li Jigang was quite disheartened, and agreeing to perform with Du Fei was just a way to save face. In fact, deep down in his heart, Li Jigang was not interested in this matter at all. As for helping Su Chen, Li Jigang had no interest at all. But Li Jigang's words made Su Chen's heart move. He vaguely felt that there was some secret in this person's words. And perhaps, these secrets are exactly what Su Chen needs. A faint smile appeared on his face. Mr. Li, I know you didn't come to this city for the performance, but for other things. Maybe I can help you with what you can't do. You never know. Su Chen said seriously. Can you help me with that? Li Jigang almost laughed out loud. You are kidding me? His voice is very unpleasant. He didn't think Su Chen could do it at all. It was definitely something incredible to him. Li Jigang also showed a sarcastic expression on his face. But Su Chen smiled faintly. So what? Am I talking nonsense? Su Chen put his hands lightly behind his back with a smile on his face. He was very calm now. If I can't do it, you can do whatever you want with me. Su Chen said bluntly. Are you serious? Li Jigang was completely shocked. Seeing Su Chen so confident, he felt strange deep down. In fact, she didn't believe that Su Chen could do it. After all, the difficulty of this matter was already at the level of Tontian. However, Li Jigang saw extreme confidence in Su Chen's eyes. I don't know why, facing Su Chen's confident eyes, Li Jigang actually chose to believe it. He himself felt very strange. Of course I'm serious. I'm very powerful, otherwise how could I throw a small piece of paper so far? Su Chen said with a smile on his face. Li Jigang was stunned for a moment. He really couldn't imagine that Su Chen would say such words, which really surprised Li Jigang. He looked at Su Chen with astonishment. Then I have to say this. If you can't do it after I finish speaking, I, Li Jigang, will definitely not be polite to you. He said it in a very fierce voice. Su Chen had no choice but to wave his hand. Mr. Li, my confidence in myself is absolutely overwhelming. As long as you tell me, I can help you do it. Li Jigang laughed out loud. Actually, I came here this time to find an old man. I want to learn music theory from him, but this old man is famous all over the world and he won't accept me. If you can find a way to get this old man to accept me as his apprentice, I will do anything you ask me to do. Li Jigang said seriously. May I ask who this old man is? Su Chen said in surprise. It's Master Dantong. Li Jigang said a name. One Wei? When Su Chen heard this name, he was confused because he didn't know this person at all and didn't know who this Dantong was. Su Chen scratched his head. Excuse me, could you introduce me to him? He said very embarrassedly. Depend on? Even though Li Jigang had a good psychological quality, he could not bear Su Chen saying such words, and now he almost vomited blood. Li Jigang looked at Su Chen coldly. Master Shantong is one of the most famous music theory masters in China. He can be said to be an all-rounder. Master Shantong is at the top of the list. When mentioning this person's name, Li Jigang's heart was filled with admiration. So amazing? Su Chen was also a little surprised. No one expected that Master Shantong had such strength. Even a figure like Li Jigang admired him and wanted to become his disciple. It seems that Master Shantong's ability in music theory is almost equal to Xiong Quitian's ability in winemaking. In other words, Master Shantong is also a towering figure, and such an existence will naturally make people worship him. This is also the reason why Li Jigang behaved in this way. Thinking of this scene, Su Chen felt amused. In his skill column, the music theory master's skill is about to be upgraded to level 2. It can be said that Su Chen now has the ability to compete with top music theory masters. It's time to upgrade him to level 2. Su Chen entered his mind. You still need 156 points to upgrade. The voice of the system came slowly. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Su Chen chose to upgrade without hesitation. In this way, the top music theory master's ability reached level 2. In this way, Su Chen became more confident in himself. He turned his gaze to Li Jigang. I thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just a small matter like this. Don't worry, as long as you go with me to see Master Shantong, I promise that Master Shantong will accept you as his disciple. Su Chen said calmly, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. Li Jigang was completely shocked. Can you please stop being so arrogant? Do you think you are the world's top music theory master and can order Master Dantong around? Li Jigang said angrily. Chapter 110, Become My Disciple. If Li Jigang thought Su Chen's words were somewhat reliable before, now he thinks Su Chen's words are simply nonsense. He was full of irony towards Su Chen. But Su Chen showed a hint of sneer. Of course he understood what Li Jigang meant. This guy didn't look down on him. His expression was full of sarcasm. Mr. Li, since you have no other options now, why don't you let me give it a try? If I fail, things won't get any worse, but if I succeed, you'll get a huge reward. Why don't you agree to this? Su Chen said to Li Jigang. This. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Jigang was shocked. He even had to admit that Su Chen's words did make sense. He no longer had any hope. Li Jigang wanted to become the disciple of Master Shantong, but what greeted him was a huge failure. In this situation, what else can Li Jigang say? He didn't even have anything to say now. But at this time, Su Chen just smiled helplessly. Good boy, although I don't know if you have such ability, but you have successfully convinced me. I am willing to give you such an opportunity. Let's set off now. Li Jigang said angrily. Of course he was unwilling to believe Su Chen, but if he didn't believe Su Chen, he seemed to have no other choice. With no other options left, Li Jigang has changed his mind. He decided to agree to Su Chen for the time being and see what Su Chen was capable of. If Su Chen really had some abilities, Li Jigang would be able to gain a lot of benefits. And if Su Chen has no strength at all, for Li Jigang, it would just be another humiliation, but he no longer cares. At this point, Li Jigang reacted calmly. He carefully weighed the pros and cons and felt that Su Chen's words did make sense. It can even be called a wise saying. Just like that, the two of them got into Su Chen's car and set off. Li Jigang got into Su Chen's car and also showed a surprised expression. I didn't expect your car to be so luxurious. Li Jigang said. Although he has top-notch talent as a singer, Li Jigang does not care about driving luxury cars. He didn't care about these things. Deep down in his heart, Li Jigang dreamed of pursuing music, and only these pursuits were what he cared about the most. And now, meeting Master Shantong is the first step towards this pursuit. Although he is already a famous singer, if he wants to truly evolve into a master, he must have the help of Master Dantong. Li Jigang knew this very well deep down. The two of them came to Master Shantong's residence, which was a 2-story building with a separate entrance and courtyard. However, it looked very ancient, with a natural and simple beauty. Master Shantong lives here. Li Jigang said seriously. I see. Su Chen nodded. The two of them got out of the car, but Li Jigang felt a little nervous. Li Jigang's breathing became rapid. He felt that this was a very terrible thing. The last time he went to see Master Shan Tong, he could say that he came with hope but left with disappointment. Not only did he feel extremely disappointed, he was even deeply ridiculed by Master Shan Tong. Such ridicule is absolutely unacceptable to Li Jigang. But Su Chen smiled calmly. He can be said to be extremely calm, and he didn't even take the matter seriously. It can be said that his calmness has reached the extreme. It seems that Mr. Li doesn't dare to ring the doorbell. In that case, leave this matter to me. Su Chen said calmly, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Jigang looked at Su Chen in shock. He couldn't even believe it was true, because Su Chen's words were too calm. It's true that those who are ignorant have no fear. Li Jigang said sarcastically. He felt that Su Chen was too ignorant, so he showed such a fearless state, but in fact, Su Chen was not an ignorant person. He possesses very powerful abilities. With Su Chen's ability, he is naturally not an ignorant person. It can be said that Su Chen knows a lot about this matter. He was extremely calm. Leave the doorbell ringing to me. From now on, I will take care of all these matters. Su Chen said to Li Jigang. Li Jigang had no choice but to nod. Although he didn't want to accept this, he had to admit that what Su Chen said did make sense. Li Jigang was also quite speechless deep down in his heart. And at this moment, Su Chen had already stretched out his hand. He pressed the doorbell gently without using too much force because Su Chen was still very calm. Just then the door opened and a young man came out. This is the grandson of Master Shan Tong, his name is Gao Shang. Li Jigang said in a low voice. It seems that deep down in his heart he also admires nobleness. At least a state of fear. Gao Shang also saw Li Jigang. Gao Shang's expression turned a little ugly. Mr. Li, why are you here again? Didn't my grandfather tell you that you are not welcome? Gao Shang's voice was very unpleasant. Well. Li Jigang looked confused. Li Jigang's expression became very ugly after being interrupted by Gao Shang. He stood there blankly, not even knowing what to say. It can be said that his face was very embarrassed. However, when Su Chen saw this scene, he sneered. Go tell Master Shan Tong that I'm here and ask him to come out to greet me. As for the other nonsense, there's no need to say any more. Su Chen said it very impolitely, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. As soon as these words came out, Li Jigang's legs went limp and he almost vomited blood. He really didn't expect Su Chen to dare to say such words. This was beyond Li Jigang's imagination deep in his heart. Li Jigang even felt like he was going to collapse. His breathing became rapid. But Su Chen smiled coldly. What's this, Gao Shang, did you hear me or not? Su Chen put his hands behind his back, a master-like smile on his face. After hearing this, Gao Shang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although he was just a young man, as the grandson of Master Shan Tong, Gao Shang felt that his identity was still very impressive. Normally, when many important figures came to visit him, they were all very respectful to him. For example, Li Jigang, when he saw Gao Shang again, his face was also very respectful. However, Su Chen was so rampant that it drove Gao Shang crazy. Chapter 111 Miraculous Means. Gao Shang had always been very arrogant, but he didn't expect to be insulted by Su Chen like this. Of course, Gao Shang was filled with resentment in his heart. His face was extremely ugly. When Su Chen heard this, his heart trembled. He knew very well what this meant. It seems that if you want to meet Master Shan Tong, you have to deal with Gao Shang first. This is very important. Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to slap Gao Shang hard in the face. We want to see Master Shan Tong. You are just Master Shan Tong's grandson. There doesn't seem to be any reason for you to be so arrogant. Su Chen said sarcastically. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a hard slap in the face to Gao Shang, and his breathing became rapid. Who are you? He asked again. Now he is on the verge of becoming extremely angry. It can be said that he is extremely resentful. So in this situation, he knows deep down in his heart what he should do. He had only one idea, which was to severely punish Su Chen. Gao Shang was completely enraged. Su Chen burst into laughter. It seems that you find it hard to accept what I said, but that's no wonder. It seems that your psychological endurance is limited to this. Su Chen launched another wave of ridicule. Gao Shang's legs shook and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never expected Su Chen to say such a thing. This has made Gao Shang extremely angry. Gao Shan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just wait for me. With that, he ran straight into the house. Oh my god. Su Chen was also speechless. He originally thought that Gao Shang, who behaved so arrogantly, must be a powerful figure, but Su Chen never expected that this guy would actually run away like this. This is completely different from Su Chen's previous judgment of him. Su Chen could only express his admiration for this guy. Su Chen, you are trying to destroy me. Li Jigang, who had been silent all this time, complained bitterly. Li Jigang felt that Su Chen was simply destroying him, and now Li Jigang had nothing to say. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled faintly. Why do you have to do this? He said with complete nonchalance. Since I'm here, it means I have full confidence in this matter. If you don't have confidence in me, then I can only express my helplessness. Su Chen waved his hand and said. There was no embarrassment in his expression, but he seemed to be saying something extremely calm. Li Jigang could only sigh. Choosing you is the biggest mistake in my life. Li Jigang murmured. There was already a sense of collapse in his words. But Su Chen was just speechless. Although Li Jigang thought so, Su Chen did not take it to heart. He just looked at Li Jigang calmly, as if it was a very ordinary thing. Master Shan Tong will surely show up soon. When the time comes, I will persuade him to accept you as his disciple. What do you think? Su Chen confirmed it again, but this time Li Jigang's trust in him was very limited. Mr. Su Chen, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this matter is too unbelievable. Li Jigang thought deep in his heart. Deep down he was close to collapse. Su Chen burst into laughter. Although this matter may seem incredible to you, I will prove my strength. Su Chen said seriously. He is very confident in his strength. This is exactly where Su Chen's ability lies. Just as Su Chen and Li Jigang were chatting, a person walked over. This is a white-haired old woman, but her temperament is indeed quite good. It can be said that the temperament of this old woman is very strong. He is Master Dantong. Li Jigang said in a trembling voice. Even though Li Jigang is now successful and famous, he is still full of fear when facing Master Shan Tong. After all, anyone must show fear in front of a figure like Master Shan Tong. Li Jigang felt that he was not surprised either. He came to Master Shan Tong awkwardly. Master Shan Tong, I'm so sorry. Although Li Jigang was not the one who did this, his shadow is also behind this matter. Therefore, Li Jigang knew that he was to blame. He scratched his head in embarrassment. But seeing this scene, Su Chen just smiled. Gao Shang also rushed out. Grandpa, this is the guy who insulted me. Please do it for me no matter what. Gao Shang said in a trembling voice. After hearing these words, Master Shan Tong turned his gaze to Su Chen, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He seemed unable to believe what had happened before. After all, Gao Shang is his grandson, and based on his status, he is not someone that ordinary people can easily deal with. Master Shan Tong naturally expressed great dissatisfaction, and his face became very ugly. This situation made Li Jigang want to cry. He originally wanted to take Master Shan Tong as his teacher, but now it seems that it is almost impossible to take Master Shan Tong as his teacher, while it is very likely to offend Master Shan Tong. Li Jigang was already disheartened at this moment. There was only one thought in his heart, and that was regret. He really hated himself. If he had not believed Su Chen's lies, at least this situation would not have happened now. Li Jigang wiped the sweat from his forehead and his face looked very ugly. However, Master Shan Tong ignored Li Jigang completely. He just looked coldly at Su Chen. The fire in his eyes reached the point of bursting. It can be said that he is very unhappy now, and he has fully demonstrated his unhappiness. Who exactly are you, Excellency? Master Shan Tong said coldly. His voice was extremely unpleasant. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly. You want to know who I am? I'm Li Jigang's friend. I heard that you didn't accept Li Jigang as your apprentice. I think this is innocent, so I came to see you. Su Chen said it very politely, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. But this sentence has completely shocked Master Shan Tong. He had a shocked expression on his face. You are kidding me? Master Shan Tong said in a trembling voice. He had never experienced anything like this in his life, so he was naturally shocked. It can be said that this shock has reached a point where it cannot be overstated. He adjusted his breathing and his face looked very ugly. Can you tell me again? He said with an angry look on his face. But Su Chen smiled faintly. I mean. He repeated what he said before, without any change. Li Jigang was already shocked. He was now so shocked by Su Chen that he couldn't get any more shocked. He even felt like crying. Chapter 112 solved. He had just arrived at the doorstep of Master Shantong's home, and because he had offended Gao Shang Su Chen, he and Master Shantong were now at loggerheads. But Li Jigang was already in despair. But Master Shantong was a little hesitant. Master Shantong was quite unhappy with the disrespect shown by the young man in front of him. At least in Master Shantong's life, he had never seen such a rampant young man. He had the strength and title of a leader in the industry, so the entire industry respected him to the extreme. Master Shantong is a master in the true sense of the word. Many extremely powerful beings could only show respect after seeing him, let alone a young man like Su Chen. Master Shantong naturally knew Li Jigang. The last time Li Jigang came to become his disciple, Master Shantong did not give him face. Now he even regarded Su Chen as a younger brother of Li Jigang. Such a person dared to be disrespectful to him, which made Master Shantong feel provoked, and his face became extremely ugly. Young man, kneel down and apologize to me right now. I will spare you because of your youth. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Master Shantong said in a very unpleasant voice. At this moment, Master Shantong was already extremely angry. It can be said that his expression was as ugly as it could be, and his face was even more livid. Li Jigang was so anxious that he was jumping up and down. Of course he didn't want to offend Master Shantong, but it was absolutely impossible to make Su Chen kneel down and admit his mistake now. Although Li Jigang had little contact with Su Chen, he knew how violent Su Chen's personality was. The possibility of making Su Chen kneel down and admit his mistake is extremely low. At least Li Jigang doesn't believe this. His face also looked very ugly. But Su Chen burst into laughter. You are a master-level figure, how can you say such a thing? Do you think you can make me admit my mistake? Su Chen said with a cold look on his face. At this moment, Master Shantong was even more furious. Su Chen's words were like a slap in his face. It even made her face blush, and he was almost crazy. And at this moment, Su Chen smiled faintly. Although Master Shantong was close to madness, Su Chen seemed quite calm. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his expression was extremely calm. When he looked at Master Shantong, his expression was full of mockery. Master Shantong was completely furious. What do you mean? Master Shantong shouted angrily. Su Chen waved his hand. You are so arrogant because you think you are a music master. Are you kidding me? Can a music master do whatever he wants? Su Chen said seriously. You. Master Shantong's expression suddenly turned ugly. What nonsense are you talking about? His face turned very serious. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. Did I hit the nail on the head? Don't think you can be called a master just because you have some knowledge of music theory. If you can become a master with your level, then I am simply a god. Su Chen said again. His words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Master Shantong hard. Master Shantong almost fell to the ground and spit out blood. He simply couldn't believe that someone would dare to speak to him in such a way. Master Shantong simply couldn't imagine that this was true. This can truly be called a great humiliation. What nonsense are you talking about? My music theory level is recognized by the industry as one of the best. How can a kid like you slander me casually? He said coldly. It can be said that he hated Su Chen to the core. Su Chen burst into laughter. Who recognized it? I haven't heard of it. If you don't agree, we can have a competition. What can I say if you lose to me? Su Chen launched another wave of provocation. He knew that in such a situation he had to provoke this person as much as possible in order to get a chance. As expected, Master Shantong jumped up in anger. If I lose to you, you can do whatever you want to me. However, if you lose to me, we are not done with this matter today. Master Shantong said angrily. Please, I can come in. Su Chen still had a sarcastic look on his face. There was a flash of murderous intent in Master Shantong's eyes. Of course you can go in. I'm looking forward to this. The two men looked at each other, their faces became extremely ugly, and Li Jigang was completely confused. Do you really want to compete with Master Shan Tong? Li Jigang's voice was trembling. He had experienced countless terrible things in his life, but nothing was as incredible as what happened today. Su Chen actually wanted to challenge Master Shan Tong in a one-on-one duel. How can such a thing be possible in this world? Li Jigang was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen burst into laughter. Don't talk nonsense, just compare and you will know. So they walked directly into Master Shan Tong's house. Master Shan Tong's house was also in an ancient state, but what surprised Su Chen was that it was full of things. These things are some very strange musical instruments. As a top music theory master, Master Shan Tong's home is filled with musical instruments. It is nothing special and naturally not shocking. Of course, Su Chen didn't show any surprise. He raised his head and looked at Master Shan Tong. It seems that Master Dan Tong does have certain abilities, and these things are the proof. Su Chen murmured in his heart. But he didn't care. No matter what abilities Master Shan Tong has, Su Chen will not take them seriously. He looks at Master Shan Tong with cold eyes. Master Shan Tong, feel free to use whatever tricks you have. I'm all ears. Su Chen said calmly, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. But Master Shan Tong's heart was moved. You. His expression was also quite strange. Su Chen burst into laughter. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this matter, but just looked indifferent. It can be said that his expression is very calm now, and the whole person is in a calm state. This is what Su Chen thought deep in his heart. Master Shan Tong walked directly to a piano, stretched out his hand and grabbed the piano in front of him. Do you understand piano music? Master Shan Tong said to Su Chen. Su Chen laughed out loud. What don't you understand? He put his hands lightly behind his back, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. I know everything. This sentence stimulated Master Shan Tong even more, and Master Shan Tong almost vomited blood. Know everything? Why don't you go to heaven? Master Shan Tong said angrily. He even had an urge to cry. Deep down in his heart, he had never seen anyone as rampant as Su Chen. Chapter 113, The Master Appears. You know everything, so I'll test you with a simple musical question to see if you have absolute pitch. If you don't have absolute pitch, don't blame me. You're welcome, he said with an unhappy voice. Su Chen nodded. Really? I'm really looking forward to this. Su Chen put his hands lightly behind his back with a slight smile on his face. It can be said that he is very calm now. Absolute pitch. Su Chen was muttering to himself. This so-called absolute pitch is not a difficult thing at all. Now that Su Chen has the system, he can accomplish this task easily. This matter seemed really easy to Su Chen. Please give me a question. Su Chen stretched out his hand. Li Jigang reached out and grabbed Su Chen. Su Chen, this absolute pitch is not easy to come by. It is the ability possessed by top-level talented musicians. You. Li Jigang seemed a little embarrassed. He didn't say it as obviously, but Li Jigang also knew that it was impossible for Su Chen to have absolute pitch. After all, he had been in the music industry for so many years, and even he didn't have absolute pitch, so how could Su Chen have it? If Su Chen really has absolute pitch, doesn't that mean he is extremely talented? Li Jigang doesn't believe that there are such people in the world. Su Chen, however, showed an extremely mysterious smile. Don't worry, it's just absolute pitch. This matter is too simple for me. Su Chen said with a smile on his face, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. What? Li Jigang was stunned. Don't brag. He said with a trembling voice that deep down in his heart he was doing it for Su Chen's own good. If Su Chen still brags without repentance under such circumstances, it would be truly embarrassing. Hearing what Li Jigang said, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. Don't worry, I had perfect pitch when I was 3 years old. Su Chen had nothing to say now. So he could only brag. In fact, Su Chen didn't seem to be bragging, but things had come to this point and he really couldn't explain his behavior, so he had no choice but to do so. In fact, Su Chen was also quite embarrassed. Li Jigang took a breath of cold air. If he still had a little bit of admiration for Su Chen before, now his admiration for Su Chen has completely disappeared. Instead, Li Jigang felt helpless towards Su Chen. He felt that Su Chen was too ridiculous. He was so unreasonable at such a critical moment, not knowing the importance of urgency in saying such words. These were definitely words that angered Master Shantong. I'm really worried about you, Li Jigang said in a serious voice. At this moment, Master Shantong rudely interrupted the conversation between the two people. You two stop talking nonsense. I have questions to ask. Master Shantong played a chord directly, then let go of his hands and looked at Su Chen with an indifferent expression. Say the same pitch just now. If there is even the slightest deviation, you lose, Master Shantong said arrogantly. The pitch just now was not too difficult, but he didn't believe that Su Chen could really make a complete judgment. At least Master Danton's trust in this point was very limited. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. In that case, I won't be polite. He gave the answer directly without any hesitation, and every sentence was so calm. Oh my God. Everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe it was true. It was a complete shock to them. In fact, the chord that had just been played was not easy to play in one go even for a single channel master. It could be said that it was a very difficult chord. But Su Chen answered the questions easily, as if they were not difficult at all. One can easily imagine the shock this brought to Master Shantong and others. Su Chen smiled slightly. Thank you, he said, holding out a hand. Well. Everyone present could only remain speechless. They could only admit that Su Chen was indeed extremely powerful and had made them feel the demeanor of a strong man. Master Shantong finally looked at Su Chen straight in the eye. It seems that I really looked down on you before. I didn't expect that you were so knowledgeable at such a young age, Master Shantong said coldly. Su Chen waved his hand gently. I dare not say I understand, I can only say I understand a little bit. He was unusually polite. Well, it seems that you are indeed a bit arrogant, but this little bit of capital is nothing in front of me, so you don't have to be too happy. The old man changed the subject. Su Chen nodded. He now adjusted his breathing and prepared for the battle, because Su Chen knew very well that the next test from Master Danton would be the real difficulty. The previous tests were just warm-ups and had no real difficulty at all. The next tests would be more difficult for her. Although there is a system bonus, Su Chen still needs to be careful and vigilant. After all, as a system owner, it would be embarrassing if he lost to Master Shantong accidentally. By that time, Su Chen didn't even know how to explain to the system. Since you are well versed in music, you must be able to play the piano. I will play a piece first. If you can copy 80% of it, you win, Master Shantong stated the topic of the competition. Hearing this, Li Jigang's face changed drastically. He knew that Master Shantong was a famous composer who could write new music anytime and anywhere. If Master Shantong played a new song that had never been released before, Su Chen would have no way of answering. The gap between them is really imaginable. Master Shantong's expression had become extremely ugly. But Su Chen smiled slightly. He just watched it all calmly. In fact, he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Master Shantong, please play, Su Chen said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. And Master Shantong's expression also became a little serious. Does this guy really have no fear? Master Shantong thought deep in his heart. This was truly a shocking thing, and at this moment, Master Shantong had already started playing. A beautiful melody was played from the hands of Master Shantong, which made people feel relaxed and happy when listening to it. It is indeed a very beautiful piece of music, Su Chen thought deep in his heart. He also had to admit that the beauty of this song really shocked Su Chen. This should be the creation of Master Shantong. It seems that Master Shantong really has some real skills? Su Chen thought deep in his heart. At this moment, Master Shantong had finished playing a song. Good. Gao Shang and Li Jigang couldn't help but applaud. Chapter 114 Conquest. Everyone has to admit that Master Danton's piano playing ability is simply amazing. Master Shantong's display of piano skills alone shocked everyone, and Gao Shan was extremely excited. Su Chen, aren't you arrogant? What can you compare with my grandfather? Gao Shang said with a trembling voice. His expression was already very ugly, expressing his contempt for Su Chen. Su Chen burst into laughter. That's it? He didn't take this matter seriously at all. What did you say? Gao Shan was already furious. Su Chen's two words have already shown his arrogance and irony towards nobility, and Master Shantong finds it even more difficult to accept. Master Shantong's expression had turned very ugly. Su Chen showed a smile. Master Shantung, don't be surprised. I will show you my strength. He had already come to the piano, sat down there, stretched out his hand and touched the piano. Su Chen had never played the piano before, but thanks to the system's skills, Su Chen seemed like a natural piano genius, and his understanding of the piano had reached perfection. Even he himself was a little shocked. He didn't expect that his knowledge of piano had reached such a level. Su Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. At least he really didn't expect this to happen. Go ahead and shoot. I want to see if you really have the strength. Aren't you so arrogant? He shouted angrily. It can be said that Master Dan Tong is now extremely angry, and he has fully displayed his anger to the fullest. Hearing this, Su Chen laughed out loud. Don't worry, it's just playing the piano. It's not something difficult. Su Chen simply stretched out his hand and began to play. His methods are very powerful. Next, Su Chen began to copy the song played by Master Shantung. His hands gently touched the piano, as if he was born to play the piano. Then Su Chen began to copy, and his copying could be called perfect. And there were some other situations in it. Master Shantung showed an expression of horror on his face. He could not believe this was true. In the eyes of Master Shantung, this was really an incredible thing. Master Shantung's breathing was a little rapid, because the strength displayed by Su Chen was really too terrifying. How is this possible? Master Shantung opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. In his opinion, this situation was simply unbelievable. Master Shantung's breathing became rapid. If the abilities Su Chen demonstrated before had already shocked Master Shantung, then the abilities Su Chen demonstrated now had already shocked Master Shantung even more. Master Shantung is of course well aware of how great his music is. After all, he was the one who produced it with great care. But when facing Su Chen played the song in just a few words, without any difficulty at all. Moreover, Su Chen's playing level is even higher than Master Shantung's, and Master Shantung's expression became extremely ugly. Master Dan Tong really couldn't believe that this was real. Master Shantung stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He was completely shocked deep in his heart, and his expression was beyond imagination. It can be said that he is as ugly as he can be now. But Su Chen smiled slightly. He reached out and patted the other person's shoulder. He is now very calm and doesn't take this matter seriously. Because what seemed like a godly operation to Master Dan Tong was actually just a routine operation for Su Chen. I've finished playing, what do you think? Su Chen smiled after he finished playing. Master Shantung's breathing became rapid and his face looked uglier than ever. Impossible, how could you copy my song so easily? I will admire you if you can compose another song by yourself. Master Shantung said with a trembling voice, and his voice was very urgent. Hearing this, Su Chen just smiled faintly. What's the problem? The other party imagined this to be an extremely difficult task, but in Su Chen's view it was just an easy task. Su Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. There are many top divine songs of Su Chen in his mind, and he believes that these divine songs will be able to completely conquer these people. Su Chen closed his eyes and was completely prepared. He knew exactly what he should do. Today I will show you what true strength is. Su Chen chose a 4A level divine song. It can be said that this divine song is one of the top divine songs in the system. As long as this divine song is shown, it will definitely shock the other party. Su Chen was very confident about this matter. And so he began to play. This. Master Shantung was stunned once again. No one knows the quality of this song better than him. It can be said that the quality of this song has reached perfection. And Su Chen's playing was even more terrifying. Such a perfect piece, such a beautiful technique. Master Shantung was stunned. It can be said that Su Chen's interpretation of this song has exceeded his imagination. In his life, he has never seen such a powerful existence. What kind of monster are you? Master Shantung muttered to himself. He felt that Su Chen was simply a monstrous being, and this display of strength shocked him beyond words. Su Chen burst into laughter. This is just my routine operation. It's not difficult at all. He was not bragging, after all, this matter was really simple. Hearing Su Chen say this, Master Shantung was speechless. He really couldn't believe that this was true. This made him feel shocked. However, Master Shantung seemed to have nothing to say. After Su Chen finished playing the song, a smile appeared on his face. Are you convinced now or not? Su Chen looked at Master Shan Tong coldly. There was a strong light flashing in his eyes, which could be said to be extremely sharp. Upon hearing this, Master Shan Tong also took a breath of cold air. I surrender, you are the real master. About a minute later, Master Shan Tong finally bowed his head and admitted defeat. Of course he didn't want to admit defeat, but facts spoke louder than words. Although Master Shan Tong did not want to admit defeat, the cruel reality had forced him to do so. He already admired Su Chen very much. Master Su Chen, I wonder if you are willing to accept me as your disciple. He said this in a respectful voice, and after hearing this, Li Jigang and Gao Shang both felt like crying. Is this possible? Chapter 115, Coming Out. Master Shan Tong's words have completely shocked the two people. The two people couldn't even believe it was true. Their breathing became rapid. A figure like Master Shan Tong is definitely a leading figure in the industry. Anyone who meets Master Shan Tong must show respect, there is no doubt about it. But Master Shan Tong actually wanted to worship Su Chen as his master, which was simply an explosive thing. Gao Shang was stunned. Su Chen, whom he had just ridiculed, has now become his grandfather's master. Gao Shang really has nothing to say. His face was extremely ugly. But Master Shan Tong glared at Gao Shang fiercely. Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to Master Su Chen? Master Shan Tong said in a very angry voice. It seems to blame Gao Shang. Me. Gao Shang almost had an urge to cry. He really didn't expect that the situation would change so quickly. Just now he treated Su Chen as trash, but now he realized that he was the real trash, and there was no comparison between him and Su Chen at all. The gap between the two had reached the extreme. Gao Shang could only bow down respectfully. Li Jigang fell into great confusion. He originally thought that Master Dan Tong was the top master in the music world, but now Master Dan Tong seemed like a primary school student in front of Su Chen. Li Jigang really couldn't believe this was true. Everyone present was completely shocked. Feeling this scene, Su Chen smiled slightly. At this moment, Su Chen had already helped Master Shan Tong up. That's all easy. I can certainly teach you something, but you also have to. Su Chen directly put forward his request. Master Shan Tong was also stunned when he heard Su Chen's request. Master Shan Tong never thought that Su Chen would make such a request. Master Shan Tong's expression was extremely ugly. It could be said that this made Master Shan Tong full of shock. You want me to go out for a commercial performance? Master Shan Tong's face turned pale. He is not an ordinary person, he is a true master-level existence. With his strength, he did not expect all this to be true. Master Shan Tong was completely shocked. Master Dan Tong's face is now full of surprise. But Su Chen just smiled slightly. If you don't want to go, I won't force you, but forget about becoming my disciple. If you don't want to go, Li Jigang and I will leave here now. Su Chen said bluntly. In fact, deep down in his heart, he certainly hopes that Master Dan Tong can participate in this commercial performance. Although Master Dan Tong's current strength is not as good as Su Chen's, Master Dan Tong's identity is very powerful. If Master Shan Tong came to participate in this commercial performance, no matter who Du Fei invited, he would definitely lose. Su Chen was sure of this. So deep down in his heart, he was also looking forward to this matter. Su Chen naturally would not force it and would give Master Shan Tong time to consider. Master Shan Tong's breathing became rapid. Of course, he knew exactly what this incident meant. It could be said that this was a very disastrous defeat. Now his eyes were also very solemn. Master Dan Tong needs to think about this. In fact, he has retired for a long time and would never come out again under normal circumstances. However, if he rashly comes out now, it may cause a huge sensation. This is actually not what Master Dan Tong wants to see. But he really wanted to take Su Chen as his master, and his expectation for this matter had reached the extreme. Under such circumstances, he was in a dilemma deep in his heart. Su Chen was very clear about this, so he didn't say much. How calm he could be right now. At this moment, he was absolutely calm. After all, it is Su Chen, not Master Dan Tong, who takes the initiative now. If Master Dan Tong is unwilling to cooperate, Su Chen will not care. Anyway, it would be best if Master Dan Tong is willing to cooperate. If Master Dan Tong is unwilling to cooperate, Su Chen actually doesn't care. This is his truest thought deep in his heart. It can be said that Su Chen is still very calm. Master Shan Tong took a breath of cold air. I do. He finally spoke after ringing for a long time. Although he felt very embarrassed deep down in his heart, after all, he had vowed not to come out again, but now due to the appearance of Su Chen, Master Shan Tong finally decided to continue to come out. Although he felt very depressed, he had no choice but to do so now because he was already very clear about Su Chen's strength. The best thing for him is to cooperate with Su Chen. Okay, Master Su Chen, I am willing to promise you that I will perform in this show. Su Chen laughed out loud. In this way, he not only got the help of Li Jigang, but also the help of Master Shan Tong. With these two people, Su Chen can be said to be invincible. After all, with the help of these two people, Su Chen naturally wouldn't care about this anymore, and his mentality could be said to be very calm. In this way, he has already subdued two people. Since he has already done this, Su Chen naturally would not say more. After accepting these two people, Su Chen secretly returned to the Rose Winery. He Shucheng is waiting at the Rose Winery. When Su Chen introduced Master Shan Tong and Li Jigang to He Shucheng, the shock on He Shucheng's face reached its extreme. He Shucheng couldn't believe that all this was true. His breathing became rapid, and his face showed an extremely shocked state. In He Shucheng's opinion, this was simply a terrible thing. Is this Master Shan Tong? If Li Zigang had already shocked He Shucheng, then Master Shan Tong's identity was enough to move He Shucheng even more. After all, this is one of the world's top music masters, and he hasn't appeared in public for a long time. Under such circumstances, He Shucheng was overwhelmed by the sense of happiness. This is a huge feeling of happiness. Seeing He Shucheng's performance, Su Chen just smiled faintly. He naturally understood what He Shucheng meant. Su Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. He looked at He Shucheng half-jokingly. Now you have to make a high-profile announcement that you are also going to hold a concert, and the guest is Li Jigang. Su Chen whispered to He Shucheng. Master Shan Tong will be the last guest, so he should keep some mystery. Now, just mentioning Li Jigang's name is enough to make Du Fei collapse. Su Chen thought to himself. He Shucheng also showed an excited expression on his face. How could he not agree to such a thing? Instructor Su Chen, you really helped me a lot, he said excitedly. Su Chen reached out and patted his shoulder with a slight smile on his face. In fact, Su Chen didn't care about this at all. Chapter 116, Slap Du Fei in the Face. In Du Fei's resort, Du Fei had a cold look on his face. He even had the urge to vomit blood. Du Fei absolutely couldn't believe that all this was true. What did you say? Li Jigang actually stood us up and joined Su Chen's side? Du Fei was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He really didn't expect that Li Jigang, whom he had worked so hard to find, would turn against him at the last minute. What else could Du Fei say? He just had the urge to cry. It can be said that Du Fei really has nothing to say. Deep down in his heart, he had been completely shocked. Boss, what should we do now? The voices of Du Fei's men were trembling. They could all feel Du Fei's anger, and now Du Fei was completely enraged. It seems that I have to find Zhang Wenjie. Only Zhang Wenjie can help me with this matter. In fact, Du Fei didn't want to find Zhang Wenjie in his heart. If he still needed Zhang Wenjie's help, it would be a shame. So Du Fei didn't want to do that. It can be said that deep down in Du Fei's heart, he is not satisfied with such things, but under the current circumstances, he seems to have no choice. Du Fei really felt like crying. He had no choice but to find Zhang Wenjie. Zhang Wenjie on the other end of the phone also had a very solemn voice. Zhang Wenjie simply couldn't believe this was true. Zhang Wenjie's face is now filled with shock. How would I know that this guy could be your opponent? Luffy said somewhat unhappily. He was ridiculed by Zhang Wenjie, and of course he was extremely unhappy deep down in his heart. But he had to bow his head under a low roof, and now he had to ask Zhang Wenjie for help, so he could only continue to do so. In fact, deep down in his heart, he could also be said to be full of embarrassment. What should I do now? Du Fei said with a trembling voice. Zhang Wenjie smiled coldly. I know a very powerful person. As long as he can show up, he can completely suppress Li Jigang. It seems that you are very lucky to have met me. Otherwise, this matter would be very dangerous. Excuse me, who is this person? Du Fei asked with a trembling voice. He really wanted to find out who this person was. This matter was extremely important to Du Fei. Li Jigang burst into laughter. It's okay to tell you, this person is a very powerful person, his name is Ma Chang. He is the apprentice of Master Shantong, Li Jigang said in a serious voice. After hearing these words, Du Fei was stunned. After all, the identity of Master Shantong's disciple is enough to make people feel shocked. After all, such an identity is absolutely shocking. It can be said that this is a very powerful identity. Feeling this, Du Fei also showed an excited expression. He really didn't expect such a situation to happen. Now Du Fei's breathing became rapid. If Master Ma Chang can really come, we are willing to pay 5 million. Du Fei said with a trembling voice. Deep down in his heart, he naturally knew what this matter meant. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, I will definitely help you get it done, Zhang Wenjie said seriously. The two men smiled in collusion. But Su Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. In fact, in his opinion, this was just a very simple matter, so why should he care about it? Su Chen didn't take this matter to heart at all. And at this time, Su Chen's intelligence system also began to investigate this matter. After all, He Shucheng had already started the publicity, so Su Chen naturally couldn't stay there. If he just stayed there, it would be an unimaginable thing. Su Chen would naturally not accept this, and this was not what he thought deep in his heart. Of course, Su Chen had to contribute, after all, he was a very powerful person. Su Chen is very confident in himself, and this is where his strength lies. And at this time, Su Chen also got some information. Ma Chang? When he heard the name, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, but he could also confirm the identity of this person. This person was the apprentice of Master Shantong. That's a strange thing, Su Chen thought in his heart. He also had to admit that this matter was indeed very strange. This person was actually the disciple of Master Shantong, which was really unimaginable. Unexpectedly, Du Fei found this person. Su Chen really didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and immediately found Master Shantong. Master Shantong's face turned cold. Mr. Su Chen is a complete traitor, Master Shantong said with a trembling voice. Master Shantong's expression was extremely ugly, as if this matter was difficult for him to accept. Su Chen was also confused, not knowing what Master Shantong meant. After all, this matter was really hard to imagine. So Su Chen was also full of surprise, and his expression even showed a state of astonishment. After all, this matter sounds very strange. Master Shantong sighed. When this person first became my disciple, he made it very clear that he would not use my fame to take on commercial performances, but now he seems to have broken his promise, Master Shantong said with a pale face. Master Shantong was very unhappy about this matter. In his opinion, Ma Chang had broken the promise between them. This really made Master Shantong look very ugly. Master Dantong now looks very unhappy. So that is how it is. After hearing what Master Shantong said, Su Chen suddenly realized that this was the situation, which was really beyond his imagination. However, since things have come to this, he naturally has nothing to say. Master Shantong's face was already pale. He broke my promise. I have only one thought in mind now, and that is to expel him from our sect. Master Shantong's face was extremely serious. Deep down in his heart, he knew very well what this meant. It could be said that Master Dantong was now extremely angry. The coldness on his face reached its peak. But Su Chen smiled slightly. In fact, he doesn't care about this at all, and his overall mentality is very calm. Since you want to expel him from the sect, there is no need to rush, I think. Su Chen showed a mysterious smile and said it again in Master Shantong's ear. Master Shantong's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's all up to Master Su Chen to arrange, he said in a respectful voice. It can be said that Su Chen is the person Master Shantong admires the most. Now that Su Chen said these words, Master Shantong was naturally excited deep in his heart. Master Shantong knew exactly what this meant. I will announce this result at the concert tomorrow. A cold look also flashed across Master Shantong's face. Su Chen felt secretly happy. He knew very well that if Master Shantong announced this result in public, the plans of Du Fei and others would be completely over. Chapter 117 Concert. Getting Master Shantong's promise was the best thing for Su Chen. Now that he has received Master Shantong's promise, Su Chen has only to wait for the moment when the show begins. 2 days passed quickly. During these 2 days, He Shucheng had been in action. It can be said that He Shucheng's actions were as swift as lightning. Soon, He Shucheng had completed the arrangement, and Du Fei's arrangement on the opposite side was also completely completed. In this way, the publicity work between the two was thoroughly launched. One of the parties has Li Jigang as the lead singer, so naturally he can attract a group of audiences, and the other party is also not weak, it is the dignified Ma Chang. It can be said that Ma Chang's status is no worse than Li Jigang's, and it can even be said that he is even better. This is how powerful Ma Chang is. Both are ready. In this way, a real competition began between the two resorts. At this time, Ma Chang also came to Du Fei's office. Du Fei's breathing became rapid. At this moment, Du Fei had a respectful look on his face. After all, when facing Ma Chang, Du Fei had to show his respectful attitude. That's what he had in mind. It can be said that if it weren't for Ma Chang, Du Fei would be in complete danger. Master Ma, all this depends on you, Du Fei said in a serious voice. After hearing what Du Fei said, Ma Chang burst into laughter. Okay. You know I'm Master Shan Tong's disciple. I'll be performing Master Shan Tong's singles in this performance, Ma Chang said excitedly. He felt that his ability to produce a single by a master of singles would be enough to shock the world. Ma Chang really thought so deep down in his heart. Du Fei's eyes lit up and his expression became extremely respectful. Master Ma is really amazing. He was able to produce a single created exclusively by Master Shan Tong. It seems that Master Ma's strength is indeed shocking. It is natural that he was able to suppress Li Jigang this time, Du Fei said respectfully. Ma Chang laughed out loud. Of course, this is a piece of cake for me. I don't take it seriously at all. Ma Chang felt that Li Jigang was too weak and he didn't take Li Jigang seriously at all. This was exactly what he thought deep in his heart. Feeling this, Du Fei was quite excited. Master Ma, I will reward you handsomely after the task is completed, Du Fei said respectfully. Ma Chang laughed out loud. Okay. The two people looked at each other, and they were naturally very shocked deep in their hearts. That's what they have in mind. In this way, there is murderous intent hidden between the two, and a decisive battle is inevitable. There is nothing special about the two auctions being held at the same time. After all, this is extremely normal and it is inevitable that a competitive relationship will form between the two. It can be said that this is a very normal thing. This competitive relationship between the two is absolutely normal. Both resorts were brightly lit that night, and the stages of the two concerts were completely placed where they could see each other. Under such circumstances, there is a completely competitive relationship between the two, and the fans who come to participate can see the stages on both sides. They all felt very excited and knew that this was a competition between two masters. These two people are Li Jigang and Ma Chang. It can be said that both of them are very good, both are extremely talented singers, and both are masters. However, deep down in their hearts, everyone felt that Ma Chang was still one step ahead. After all, Ma Chang is the apprentice of Master Shan Tong, and Master Shan Tong is a rare master in this world. Everyone present was talking about it. They all felt that Ma Chang seemed to be more skilled. The concert began in this atmosphere. It can be said that there was a very serious competition between the two. Ma Chang and Li Jigang took the stage at the same time, attracting the attention of both parties. At this time, Ma Chang also took out his trump card, a song composed by Master Shan Tong himself. In this way, Li Jigang was completely suppressed. Su Chen showed a sneer on his face. He turned his gaze to Master Shan Tong. Master Shan Tong is now shaking with anger off the court. After all, Ma Chang has completely broken his promise to him. This situation really makes him feel depressed and angry. It can be said that he was extremely angry. This kind of situation was definitely not something he was willing to accept. Master Shan Tong, it's your turn to go on stage now, Su Chen said seriously. He knew very well that it was time for Master Shan Tong to take the stage, and Su Chen was very much looking forward to this event. Master Dan Tong walked onto the stage with the microphone in hand. Ma Chang on the opposite side was still excited. After he finished singing a song, he received applause from everyone, which made him feel a little dizzy. But at this moment, Master Shan Tong walked onto the stage. Isn't that Master Dan Tong? You are not dazzled, that is indeed Master Dan Tong. Everyone present was completely shocked. They couldn't believe it was true. A master who had been hiding from the world actually came out of seclusion. This shock is tantamount to a dimensionality reduction attack. Everyone was shocked when they saw Master Shan Tong. After all, the presence of such a top-level master in front of them was a psychological deterrent to them. But Su Chen smiled faintly. I wonder what Du Fei and Ma Chang will do this time, he thought sarcastically. Ma Chang on the opposite stage was already dumbstruck, his eyes wide open, staring at this scene in disbelief. Ma Chang couldn't believe this was true. But everything in front of him was real. Although he couldn't believe it, it was real. Ma Chang's legs were already weak. Master. He never expected that his teacher, Master Shan Tong, would appear on the other side. This was a shocking blow to her. Master Shan Tong had already picked up the microphone and bowed deeply to the audience. Originally I would not come out again, but I received an invitation from Master Su Chen, so I chose to come out. I never thought that Ma Chang would be so shameless. I have never asked her to sing this song, but he sang it on the show. I declare Ma Chang a traitor to my master, and from now on I will not acknowledge that I have this disciple. Master Shan Tong spoke calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary, but this sentence shocked Ma Chang completely. Ma Chang's figure shook and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He simply couldn't believe this was true. This had shocked him deeply to the extreme. How so? Ma Chang's legs went limp and he fainted on the ground. Chapter 118 Backhand Operation. Ma Chang, who had been so rampant just now, has completely fainted. This incident has exceeded everyone's imagination. Du Fei's legs became even weaker and his face looked extremely ugly. He thought he had won and would win easily, but in reality, things were not that simple. It can be said that this matter is very troublesome. And at this moment, Su Chen smiled. He knew that Du Fei had already lost and there was no chance for him to turn against him, so Su Chen defeated Du Fei easily. Du Fei's concert became a complete laughingstock, and Ma Chang and Du Fei were left speechless. The appearance of Master Danton has completely eliminated the suspense of the game. In this way, He Shucheng's concert went smoothly. Thanks to the appearance of Master Shan Tong, there was no basic suspense. In this way, He Shucheng's winery won the respect of everyone, and Su Chen became the biggest winner of this battle. As for Du Fei and others, it goes without saying that they had already lost everything. However, Su Chen forgot his goal and looked behind Du Fei, because Su Chen knew that there was another person behind Du Fei, and this person was Zhang Wenjie. It can be said that this guy is one of the most powerful people in the Song family, so even Su Chen must be cautious when facing this person. Thinking of the scene before him, he revealed a trace of seriousness, and his whole expression became very solemn. Su Chen naturally knew what this matter meant, so he needed to face it calmly. Now is not the time to panic. A noisy concert ended just like that, and after it ended, He Shucheng excitedly welcomed everyone into the house. Thank you so much, Instructor Su Chen. My winery can finally survive. He Shucheng said with a ruddy face. But after hearing this, Su Chen shook his head. If you only want your winery to survive, I'm afraid it will be difficult for your winery to survive well. Su Chen said very seriously, even bluntly. After hearing this, the other party was also shocked. The other party seemed unable to believe this was true. Do you have any other ideas? He Shucheng said with a trembling voice. Now He Shucheng still couldn't believe that this was true, so much so that his face became very serious. Su Chen patted He Shucheng on the shoulder. If people don't make progress, they can only regress. He stated his plan directly. Acquire Du Fei's Dujia village. Su Chen's voice was very rude. What did you say? He Shucheng took a breath of cold air. Although they won this time, it was really incredible to reversely acquire Du Fei's resort. At least He Shucheng couldn't believe this was true. He Shucheng looked at Xiao Wine with a dull expression. Are you serious? He said with a trembling voice. Su Chen smiled faintly. Of course I'm serious, I never lie. Su Chen said with a smile on his face. This is exactly what he thought deep down. I will provide you with financial support. You must find a way to acquire Du Fei's resort, and this must be done quickly. Su Chen said this seriously, and his tone could be said to be extremely serious. Hearing Su Chen's words, He Shucheng was even more shocked. He couldn't even believe it was true. He looked at Su Chen with a blank face, and until now he still didn't know whether what Su Chen said was true or false. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. Here is 50 million, this is your first capital. Su Chen has handed over 50 million to the other party. Of course, this is just the first payment. There were several more sums of money left, but Su Chen did not take them out. After all, he also wanted to see the other party's strength at the beginning. He Shucheng took a deep breath. Boss Su Chen, I will definitely not let you down. He Shu Cheng said in a trembling voice. He already admired Su Chen very much, so he would definitely not disappoint Su Chen's hopes for him. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. That's good. In this way, He Shu Cheng began to make acquisitions. After all, Du Fei's resort had been seriously damaged. As long as He Shu Cheng remained calm, he would be able to press forward step by step. He Shu Cheng has now learned some business tricks. Under the pressure, Luffy will definitely become angry and humiliated, and then it will be Su Chen's chance. He wanted to hide behind the scenes and deal with the real enemy behind the scenes. That person was definitely not Du Fei, but Zhang Wenjie and Song Weijun. These two guys are Su Chen's biggest enemies. As for Du Fei, he is really nothing. Su Chen was mentally prepared. You do it here now. I have some other things to do. We'll contact each other by phone then. Su Chen naturally had to go back to find Xia Mengmeng. He couldn't stay here for a long time. After all, Su Chen couldn't forget the main reason why he came to Songjiang City this time. He Shu Cheng naturally nodded respectfully. Yes. His voice said respectfully. Su Chen just smiled slightly. Since He Shu Cheng has already agreed to him, Su Chen only needs to wait for good news. Su Chen believes that He Shu Cheng will definitely bring some good news. But before that, he was not in a hurry. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Chen increased his speed to a very fast level and soon returned to the villa. When Su Chen returned to the villa, he saw Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng is still recording songs. At least since this girl got a few songs from Su Chen, she has entered the path of evil. Xia Mengmeng really didn't want to give up these songs. Miss Xia, are you still recording songs? Su Chen said embarrassedly. This was really embarrassing for him. But Xia Mengmeng smiled slightly. What? Are you not allowed to record songs? Your songs are really well written. I am making some changes. Once the changes are completed, your songs will be able to be further improved. Xia Mengmeng said. Hearing this, Su Chen just nodded. He was not sure whether what Xia Mengmeng said was true or false. After all, everything Su Chen has comes from the system's skills, so his own composing level can only be described as amateur. Su Chen naturally couldn't guide Xia Mengmeng, so he smiled awkwardly. As long as you are happy. Su Chen had no choice but to say so. But Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes. She seemed very angry. You haven't come back for 2 days. Shouldn't you compensate me? Xia Mengmeng suddenly became cunning. Well. Su Chen showed a confused expression. He really didn't know what the relationship was between the two. Chapter 119 Shopping. Xia Mengmeng looked at Su Chen with a cunning look on her face, which made Su Chen speechless. Su Chen really couldn't agree with what the girl said. This. He couldn't help but reach out and scratch his head. This incident really made him feel a little embarrassed. Then how can I compensate you? Su Chen knew that Xia Mengmeng was a cunning girl, so she also showed an embarrassed expression. A sly smile appeared on Xia Mengmeng's face. Do you really want to compensate me? Xia Mengmeng spoke word by word, and Su Chen felt even more headache. Of course. Although he didn't want to admit it, he still said it subconsciously. Then accompany me out shopping tomorrow. Of course, you will have to pay for everything. Xia Mengmeng said seriously. What the hell? Su Chen showed a helpless expression. He knew very well what kind of girl Xia Mengmeng was. Xia Mengmeng was definitely a shopping maniac. Moreover, as a shopping addict, Xia Mengmeng seems to not care about her own personality. She has a special liking for shopping. This is also something that Su Chen finds difficult to accept. Su Chen took a breath of cold air. All right. Fortunately, as the chairman of Yunhai Group, he can mobilize a lot of funds, so it is not difficult to meet Xia Mengmeng's shopping requirements. That Bai Lu Xuan. Su Chen thought about it and finally said Miss Bai's name. This girl has been in contact with Xia Mengmeng, but Su Chen has difficulty finding her. Su Chen is still quite interested in her. After all, there is a huge organization hidden behind this woman, and that is what really interests Su Chen. But Xia Mengmeng smiled mysteriously. If you can satisfy me tomorrow, I can reveal some small details to you. Xia Mengmeng's voice was quite tempting. Well. Hearing this, Su Chen felt helpless. But facing such a cunning Xia Mengmeng, Su Chen seemed to have nothing to say. Xia Mengmeng is definitely an extremely cunning girl. Her words and actions completely suppressed Su Chen. Su Chen had no choice but to shut up. Returning to his room, Su Chen calculated the gains and losses of the past few days before slowly falling asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Congratulations to the host for signing in. Do you want to sign in? The voice of the system came slowly. Faced with the system's voice, Su Chen naturally chose to sign in without hesitation. This is not a difficult choice, it can even be called an easy one. So Su Chen chose to sign in. After signing in, a skill appears in the skill bar. Smart Supermarket System. The Smart Supermarket System is a supermarket system from the future that can provide users with the best experience. The system began to introduce the capabilities of this smart supermarket system, but Su Chen was confused. Because Su Chen felt that this thing seemed to be of no use to him, he even showed a somewhat embarrassed expression on his face. After all, this so-called smart supermarket system seemed to have nothing to do with Su Chen at all. In this situation, how could he not be depressed? It looks like I've acquired another useless skill. Su Chen murmured deep in his heart that this was definitely not a good thing for him. But signing into the system is always better than nothing. Even if Su Chen is unwilling to agree, he has to bear it. This can be said to be the price Su Chen must bear, and it is also a very helpless thing. Although he was unwilling to bear it, there was nothing he could do. Just like that, Su Chen packed up and walked out of the house. When Su Chen walked out of the house, he found that Xia Mengmeng had already put on her clothes. Today, Xia Mengmeng is wearing a sexy black dress, which makes her look even more imposing. It can be said that Xia Mengmeng is undoubtedly the top beauty, and now Xia Mengmeng has fully displayed her temperament. It can be said that Xia Mengmeng is a truly top goddess. It's just that Xia Mengmeng was wearing sunglasses, so it seemed difficult for ordinary people to discover her true appearance. Let's go. Xia Mengmeng looked at Su Chen seriously and said. Well. Su Chen was also embarrassed when he heard this. He knew what Xia Mengmeng meant, so Su Chen could only agree. This is something helpless, but something that must be done. Although Su Chen didn't want to do this, he seemed to have no choice. This is an embarrassing thing, but it must be done. Su Chen casually put on a set of sportswear and walked out with Xia Mengmeng. He was not interested in wearing clothes, and it could even be said that such things were better than nothing for Su Chen. Su Chen prefers to dress simply. And such ordinary sportswear is the best for Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen's outfit, Xia Mengmeng's expression seemed a little contemptuous. Can you change your clothes? Don't you think this outfit doesn't suit me? Xia Mengmeng said unhappily. After hearing what Xia Mengmeng said, Su Chen felt helpless. Yeah. But I just like to wear fresh and natural clothes. Maybe that's just my personality. Su Chen said helplessly. That's all he can say now. Hearing this, Master Shanton just rolled his eyes. So the two of them walked out together and came to the largest commercial street in the city. However, the difference in the two people's attire was so great that even Su Chen himself felt that the display was very unnatural, which made Su Chen quite embarrassed. The relationship between the two is like that of a young lady and a housekeeper. This is the largest shopping mall in the local area, and also the largest luxury goods mall. I want to go shopping today. Do you have any objections? Xia Mengmeng said again. Su Chen curled his lips helplessly. Of course I have no objection. Although he was not very happy in his heart, Su Chen didn't seem to have anything to say. If he showed that he was very dissatisfied, Master Shanton would definitely be very angry. This is not something he wants to see. Su Chen was as speechless as he could be. He has nothing to say now. Just like that, the two of them walked into this luxury goods mall. The entire luxury goods mall could be said to be luxurious to the extreme. The dazzling array of luxury was even shocking at first glance. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Because Su Chen knew in his heart that this place was too luxurious, even to the point of shocking it. It seems that this place is really good. Su Chen muttered to himself. Xia Mengmeng rolled her eyes at Su Chen as if she thought it was ridiculous that Su Chen looked so naive, but Su Chen just remained silent. At least he didn't think that this place matched his temperament. Chapter 120 Being Ridiculed. Following Xia Mengmeng here, Su Chen's expression was actually a little unnatural, because deep down in his heart, Su Chen knew very well what this matter meant. This was definitely something that embarrassed him. It even made Su Chen speechless. But now he has absolutely nothing to say. After all, it seemed that there was no benefit in saying anything more at this point, so Suchen decided to remain silent. Xia Mengmeng seemed quite interested. Now that I have spent your money, I will return it to you, don't worry. Xia Mengmeng said directly to Su Chen. Su Chen felt helpless. It doesn't matter, I don't need this little money. He waved his hand and said. In this way, Xia Mengmeng started to make large purchases. It seemed that this girl had no intention of saving money for Su Chen, and she didn't even have such an idea. However, Su Chen didn't care. As the chairman of Yunhai Group, he would not be short of such a small amount of money. You should know that Su Chen's financial resources are very strong now. In this way, Xia Mengmeng bought a lot. But the girl still felt a little unsatisfied. Su Chen felt hungry. Let's go eat something first, my Miss Xia. Xia Mengmeng's love for shopping has left Su Chen completely speechless. Su Chen doesn't have the same special interest in shopping as Xia Mengmeng, so Xia Mengmeng feels quite embarrassed. Xia Mengmeng shook her head. There is a supermarket downstairs. Let's buy some vegetables and I will cook by myself. Xia Mengmeng said excitedly. This. Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He felt that this was really embarrassing, and even made Su Chen speechless. However, Su Chen also knew that although Xia Mengmeng was a top star, she still had special strengths. Xia Mengmeng is definitely a very good chef. Although there is still a big gap between her cooking skills and Su Chen's, she is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. It can be said that Xia Mengmeng's ability is quite impressive. All right. In this way, the two of them deposited their things in the storage box, and when they arrived at the supermarket downstairs, Su Chen pushed a cart with natural interest. Xia Mengmeng was quite satisfied with Su Chen's performance. Su Chen could only play a role similar to that of a bodyguard, and the two of them entered the supermarket. Su Chen had to admit that this was a top-notch supermarket. Seeing the dazzling array of goods in the supermarket, Su Chen was quite shocked. This supermarket is very impressive both in terms of scale and size. This is the largest supermarket in the local area and also a chain supermarket. The quality of the goods here is very good. Xia Mengmeng said word by word. Su Chen was really ambiguous about these things, but since Xia Mengmeng had already said so, Su Chen naturally would not say anything more. The two people began to shop. Xia Mengmeng quickly bought some food, and they decided to return. But at this moment, several people came from the front, and the guy leading them looked like a manager. There was a faint sneer on his face. This guy is a completely arrogant person. Moreover, she seemed to have no scruples in showing her arrogance, which of course made Su Chen feel quite speechless. Su Chen felt that this guy was too arrogant, so his face was extremely cold. At this moment, the man who looked like a manager was walking forward arrogantly and came in front of Su Chen. He didn't even see Su Chen, or rather, he ignored Su Chen. This guy was holding a cell phone and seemed to be chatting, and Su Chen's shopping cart bumped into him. Bang! Koi's cell phone fell heavily to the ground and broke into two pieces. Well. Su Chen also showed a helpless expression on his face. He didn't expect this to happen. Of course Su Chen didn't want to offend anyone, but the situation before him really made him feel embarrassed. Su Chen showed a confused expression. Just at this moment, the manager suddenly raised his head. Damn, are you blind? The manager shouted angrily. Well. Su Chen was completely speechless. It was obvious that this guy lowered his head and bumped into Su Chen, but now he blamed Su Chen. Deep down in his heart, Su Chen admired this guy's shamelessness. It was clearly you who hit me. Can you please get this matter cleared up? Su Chen said with contempt. His tone was quite impolite. After all, if this matter was really Su Chen's fault, Su Chen would never behave in such a state, but to be honest, this matter had nothing to do with him at all. Su Chen felt that there was no need for him to be so afraid of the other party. So he just looked at the other person coldly. What did you say? The man who looked like a manager suddenly had a cold expression, and his whole face became extremely ugly. There seemed to be a murderous look in his eyes. That kind of solemn and murderous atmosphere is really shocking. It can be said that he has expressed his sincere anger, and this anger was expressed without hesitation. Su Chen, who saw the scene, felt extremely helpless. He raised his head and looked at the manager awkwardly. What do you mean? Su Chen asked in a somewhat strange voice. What do you mean? You have to compensate me for my phone. The man who looked like a manager shouted wildly, and his voice was very unpleasant. The manager-like man's voice was very rampant, even rampant would not be an exaggeration. He shouted madly, and his whole body showed contempt for Su Chen. After hearing these words, Su Chen was speechless. Compensating him for the phone was nothing, but Su Chen didn't want to do that. After all, if this guy spoke nicely, Su Chen might have looked at him with new eyes, but now this guy's words clearly showed that he didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Given his arrogant attitude, Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him. Su Chen curled his lips. "What if I don't pay?" He said it bluntly. The manager-like man's expression changed drastically. "If you dare not compensate, believe it or not, I will make sure you die without a burial place." He roared loudly, his voice was extremely arrogant. Su Chen almost laughed out loud. Are you kidding me?" Su Chen was even more sarcastic. He felt that this guy was just joking. Su Chen's ability completely suppressed the opponent in every aspect. It could be said to be a complete multi-dimensional suppression. Su Chen didn't even take this guy seriously. At this time, this guy's eyes also turned to Xia Mengmeng. His expression changed again. Chapter 121 Fight Back. The manager-like man is the business manager of this supermarket, named Su Dali. Su Dali started as a small salesman and eventually became a sales manager, which is very ambitious and proud. At least in Su Dali's opinion, he can be considered a successful person, and he is quite confident in himself. Su Dali feels that as a successful person, he needs to be respected and obeyed by everyone. This is what Su Dali was thinking. As for Su Chen in front of him, he was undoubtedly a loser in his opinion. Whether in terms of clothing or appearance, he was not comparable to Su Dali at all. So Su Dali was even more sarcastic towards Su Chen. He thought Su Chen was complete trash. At this moment, Su Dali's gaze also turned to Xia Mengmeng. When Su Dali looked at Xia Mengmeng, there was an undoubted dullness on his face. Although Xia Mengmeng's true face could not be seen because of her sunglasses, Su Dali could still recognize at a glance that Xia Mengmeng was a real top beauty. Su Dali is a very lustful man. Facing a top beauty like Xia Mengmeng, he certainly has no resistance. It can be said that Su Dali is now trembling all over. His expression was as ugly as it could be. How could such a beauty follow this boy? This is really unfair. Su Dali said word by word. It can be said that he felt a sense of indignation. It was a kind of anger that really came from the heart. Su Dali felt that Su Chen was not worthy of being with such a beauty. And he, Su Dali, should have such a top-notch girlfriend. With this thought, his hatred for Su Chen reached its extreme. This is hatred without any reason. "Kid, it's not that I look down on you, but you can't afford to pay for my cell phone," Su Dali said with a sarcastic look on his face. His voice was extremely impolite. But when Su Chen heard this, he sneered. "Isn't it just a broken phone? Why can't you afford to pay for it? Is your phone something special?" Su Chen didn't care at all. In fact, he also recognized Su Dali's mobile phone. Although it was very expensive, it was only a few tens of thousands. This was nothing to Su Chen. But Su Dali's face turned cold. Because of his anger towards Su Chen, he deliberately wanted to embarrass Su Chen. He thought carefully in his heart, and at this moment he had already come up with a plan. A vicious plan formed in Su Dali's mind. "Kid, my phone is a limited edition. There are less than 100 of them in the world. Each phone costs more than 100,000 yuan. What's more, my phone contains many important contacts, which are priceless. How about this? You take out 500,000 yuan and let this matter be settled." Su Dali said this with a smile on his face, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing, and hearing his words, Su Chen almost cried out. This guy is full of bullshit. How could such a crappy phone be worth so much money? Su Chen felt that the other party was talking nonsense. Faced with such remarks from the other party, Su Chen was speechless except for helplessness. He really did not expect the other party to be such trash. His ridicule of the other party reached its extreme. "Then how much money do you want me to compensate you? Please tell me a specific number," Su Chen said with a hint of teasing. There was really no need for him to give face to such a hateful guy. But when the other party heard Su Chen's words, he smiled coldly. "Actually, there is no need for me to bully you. If I really bully you, it would make me seem unreasonable. Just give me 300,000 and let the matter go," Su Dali said proudly, as if he had gotten a great advantage. After hearing this, Su-Chen even had an urge to cry. He had never seen such a shameless person as Su-Dali. It can be said that this guy's shamelessness has even exceeded Su-Chen's imagination. He is really shameless. Xia Mengmeng also felt a little angry. Although Xia Mengmeng didn't need the money, she would not be very satisfied with Su-Dali's statement. After all, under such circumstances, Su-Dali's statement was simply ridiculous. Xia Mengmeng was furious now. But Su-Chen just smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Miss Xia. Leave this matter to me. It's just a small matter. Why bother you to worry?" Su-Chen said calmly. Seeing Su-Chen say this, Xia Mengmeng naturally wouldn't say anything more. Xia Mengmeng decided to leave this matter to Su-Chen. In this way, Su-Chen took control of the initiative of the whole matter. Since that's the case, Su-Chen naturally wanted to be polite. Su-Chen looked at the other person. "Do you really want this money?" he said to Su-Dali coldly. Su-Chen really didn't know what to say about a trash like Su-Dali. He had nothing to say about this kind of rubbish except a look of ridicule. But Su-Dali burst into laughter. "If you didn't have that much money to keep this little beauty by my side with me, I wouldn't have any objection." Su-Dali revealed his true colors, which was the nature of an old pervert. When Su-Chen heard Su-Dali's words, he almost laughed out loud. He had never seen such a hateful person. This guy is so insidious and hateful that Su-Chen despises him to the extreme. Su-Chen curled his lips helplessly. "Su-Dali, you are the manager of this supermarket. How could you do such a thing? Don't you think you are shameless?" Su-Chen said to Su-Dali sarcastically, and his words were very impolite. Su-Dali burst into laughter. "Why, are you scared, you cowardly man? If you are scared, you can let the beautiful girl next to you handle the matter, and you can get out of here." Su-Dali's voice became even more arrogant, and he even seemed to have no scruples. "Asshole." Su-Chen's face turned cold. He had never seen such a hateful guy before. Su-Chen felt that there was no need to be polite to this guy. He simply stretched out his hand and slapped him hard. This slap reached the extreme in terms of speed and strength. There was no need for Su-Chen to give Su-Dali any face. For Su-Chen, the only way was to beat this guy severely. This slap can be described as extremely violent. Feeling the power of the slap, Su-Dali had no time to react at all. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground with a thud. An expression of astonishment appeared on Su-Dali's face. "Manager Su?" The younger brothers behind him were also shocked and couldn't even believe it was true. Su-Dali covered his face and looked at it all in confusion. He was completely shocked. Chapter 122: Conquering the Whole Audience. Su-Dali had experienced many things before, but nothing could be so incredible to him. "How dare you hit me?" He was screaming like crazy, totally unable to believe that this was real. It seems that for Su-Dali, the horror of this matter is really imaginable. He had never been insulted like this before, and this humiliation was simply unacceptable to him. Su-Dali had never been humiliated like this before in his life, and facing Su-Chen was the first time he was insulted like this. Su-Dali climbed up directly from the ground. His face was filled with extreme anger. "You dare to hit me?" he said angrily. Su-Chen almost laughed out loud. He didn't care about this matter at all. Su-Chen's face was full of sarcasm. He didn't take Su-Dali seriously at all. This is what Su-Chen thought. Su-Dali's breathing became rapid. "You not only didn't compensate me for my phone but you also hit me. I have never seen anyone as rampant as you. What on earth do you want to do?" Su-Dali said angrily. He was about to call security. But Su-Chen smiled slightly. "What am I going to do?" Su-Chen said with a look of sarcasm on his face. "It's simple. I just want to deal with you, that's all." Su-Chen said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. He didn't take this matter seriously at all. Su-Dali was about to call the security guard. But at this moment a man came over. He was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes were quite fierce, and his gaze could be described as strong. It can be said that this person's strength is particularly powerful, and is definitely unmatched by ordinary people. He also has a subtle temperament of a superior, and this temperament can definitely be described as violent. "What are you doing?" the middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, and his voice was very impolite. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Dali turned around immediately. Only then did Su Dali see clearly who the middle-aged man behind him was, and the expression on his face suddenly became extremely surprised. "The boss is actually you," Su Dali said with a trembling voice. This middle-aged man was none other than their boss. The real owner of this supermarket was named Zhou Tianhua. Zhou Tianhua is the real owner of this supermarket. Although he is not the richest man, he also has assets worth hundreds of millions. It can be said that his wealth is quite impressive. Zhou Tianhua is also a self-made boss. It can be said that he created such a huge industry and power with his own efforts. This is also the strength of Zhou Tianhua. Judging from his strength, this person is definitely not an ordinary person. Whether it is business acumen or business ability, Zhou Tianhua can be called powerful. This is also what makes him different from others. Su Dali came to Zhou Tianhua's side, and his voice immediately became extremely respectful. Just now, Su Dali was acting very arrogant, but when facing Zhou Tianhua, he certainly didn't dare to show such an arrogant state. Su Dali's voice was trembling and his expression was very excited. After hearing what Su Dali said, Su Chen also looked at Zhou Tianhua. He knew that this person was the boss. Since he was the boss, Su Chen had to pay close attention to the matter. After all, Su Chen was not sure whether Zhou Tianhua was helping Su Dali or upholding justice. So he also needs to calm down. Su Chen really hopes that Zhou Tianhua is a fair person. But if Zhou Tianhua doesn't do this, Su Chen will certainly not be angry. He wouldn't behave like that. Su Chen knew very well what this meant. Since he has made preparations, he naturally doesn't care. Now he looks completely calm and his expression is extremely composed. Since he had such an idea, Su Chen would naturally not be polite. He knew this very well deep down in his heart. Su Chen also needs to be calmer. With this thought in mind, Su Chen looked at Zhou Tianhua indifferently, and Zhou Tianhua's face was also quite ugly. Zhou Tianhua looked at everyone. He didn't know what happened, but from his expression, he was very unhappy now. "What's going on with Su Dali?" Zhou Tianhua said with a serious expression. Su Dali then recounted the whole story viciously. Of course, his words were completely exaggerated and he did not mention the things he had deliberately done to blackmail. After hearing this, Zhou Tianhua did not immediately show anger, but looked at Su Chen calmly. His eyes could be said to be serious. "Are you telling the truth?" Zhou Tianhua looked at Su Dali. Su Dali nodded heavily. "Of course what I said is true." "How dare I lie to you," he said in a very respectful voice. After hearing his words, Zhou Tianhua turned his gaze to Su Chen. He didn't seem to care whether what Su Dali said was true or false. Instead, he cared more about Su Chen. Su Chen felt quite surprised under such circumstances. Su Chen was also quite satisfied with Zhou Tianhua's performance, so he nodded directly to Zhou Tianhua, which already represented that Su Chen was very satisfied with Zhou Tianhua. "Boss Zhou, things are not what you think. In fact, this guy is really too hateful," Su Chen said bluntly. His voice can be described as extremely unpleasant. After hearing his words, Zhou Tianhua's face did look serious. "Tell me what happened again. Who of you is right?" Zhou Tianhua said seriously. She seemed to need to analyze who was right and who was wrong between Su Chen and the other man. Since Zhou Tianhua had such an idea, Su Chen naturally would not be polite. He told him everything word for word without any doubt. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Tianhua's expression changed several times. It can be said that deep down in his heart, he felt that this matter seemed incredible. He needs to think about it. Su Chen could sense Zhou Tianhua's thoughts, so he didn't say much. Zhou Tianhua thought for a while before finally nodding to Su Chen. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it has nothing to do with you, I will seek justice for you. But if it does, I will not be polite," Zhou Tianhua said seriously. His words can be said to be well-founded. After hearing his words, Su Chen felt that Zhou Tianhua was still a very reasonable person. At least such a person made Su Chen very satisfied. If Zhou Tianhua didn't even reason, then Su Chen would become his enemy. Su Chen's expression was quite contemptuous. And now Zhou Tianhua looked at Su Dali. He needed to get more information from Su Dali. This was what Zhou Tianhua was thinking now. Su Dali indeed looked embarrassed. This. Chapter 123 Operation. "Su Dali, what's going on? Zhou Tianhua's voice was a little hoarse, and his face was extremely ugly. Looking at Zhou Tianhua's expression, Su Dali's face had become extremely ugly. His eyes rolled and he knew that he must not admit this matter. After all, his boss hated evil and hated evil. If Zhou Tianhua knew that Su Dali was bullying others by taking advantage of his power, he would never let him go. Under such circumstances, Su Dali had to remain calm, and the expression on his face became extremely solemn. At this moment, Su Dali didn't even know what to say. But at this moment, Su Chen showed a smile. Su Chen just showed a slight smile on his face, and his expression could be said to be extremely indifferent, which was exactly what Su Chen was thinking. "Boss Zhou, do you think you should believe him or me?" Su Chen said very calmly. After all, he was a reasonable man. After hearing this, Zhou Tianhua also fell into deep thought. He knew very well what kind of person Su Dali was, so deep down in his heart, Zhou Tianhua certainly believed in Su Chen more. Zhou Tianhua's expression was also very solemn. But Su Dali was in a bad mood and his whole body was shaking. "Boss, that's not the case. Don't listen to his nonsense." Su Dali decided to strike first and started to deal with Su Chen by talking nonsense. Zhou Tianhua also looked at Su Chen. In fact, deep down in his heart, Zhou Tianhua certainly believed in Su Chen more, but he also wanted to hear what Su Chen had to say. Su Chen naturally understood what Zhou Tianhua meant, and a smile appeared on his face. Activate the invincible debate stunt. Su Chen instantly started to activate his invincible debating stunt. You should know that this invincible debating stunt is one of Su Chen's unique skills. In the system bar, the invincible debate stunt has reached level 2. This is a very powerful stunt, and Su Chen now decides to show it off. He was also very rude. In this way, Su Chen activated his invincible stunt and began to debate with his own debate sanctions, and Su Chen's words directly shocked Zhou Tianhua. In just a few words, Su Chen made his words very clear, and Zhou Tianhua also understood what Su Chen meant. His expression suddenly became strange. Su Dali on the side was about to vomit blood. What Su Chen said could be said to be well reasoned. Su Dali wanted to refute, but found that Su Chen's words left him no room for refutation. Su Dali already had an urge to go crazy. He covered his chest and forced himself to control his mentality, but even so, he still felt that Su Chen's words were a huge insult and blow to him. Su Dali's face turned pale, he couldn't even believe it was true. But all of this really exists, which makes Su Dali feel helpless. Su Dali's face was as ugly as it could be, and the expression on his face was already extremely ugly. Now he was completely speechless. But Su Chen just smiled slightly. Zhou Tianhua had already confirmed through observing the relationship between the two that Su Dali was lying and Su Chen was not lying at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianhua's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and his expression was very unhappy. Zhou Tianhua looked at Su Dali viciously. "Why don't you apologize to this brother? If you don't apologize, you can get out." Zhou Tianhua hated this kind of person the most. It can be said that he was completely indignant about such things, and Su Dali wanted to cry when he heard this. He looked at Su Chen and his face had become extremely cold, but even so, he seemed to have nothing to say. He was simply in a state of helplessness. Su Chen just smiled faintly. Faced with Su Dali's expression, he did not take it seriously. "Why do you have to do this?" Su Chen said with a smile on his face. Su Dali was indeed speechless for a while. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that what Su Chen said made a lot of sense. He had no choice but to come to Su Chen and lower his head. "I'm really sorry, brother. I apologize to you." Su Dali's face turned pale and his expression was extremely ugly. He certainly didn't want to apologize to Su Chen, but now he had nothing to say. After all, Su Chen's words had completely suppressed him, even to a state of complete suppression. Su Dali had nothing to say. His face was as ugly as it could be. The matter ended like this, and Zhou Tianhua came to Su Chen. "I'm really sorry, little brother. Are you okay?" Zhou Tianhua said seriously, but Su Chen just smiled. He thinks Zhou Tianhua is a pretty good person. At this moment, the voice of the system came faintly. Congratulations to the host for receiving the temporary mission to help Zhou Tianhua improve his supermarket. After the mission is successful, the host can get 500 points. The voice of the system came slowly, and Su Chen's eyes lit up immediately. He felt that this was definitely a good thing, and he was full of expectations for this matter. "I now have the supermarket skill to improve supermarkets. It is extremely simple to improve supermarkets. You can even say it is extremely easy. Su Chen felt a little amused deep down. Since improving the supermarket was so easy, he naturally didn't want to give up on it. Su Chen decided to improve his supermarket. Thinking of this, he smiled. The plan to improve the supermarket must be carried out immediately. This is a very important matter, and can even be called a top priority. So right now, they have to do this right now. However, the most important thing in the whole matter is whether Zhou Tianhua can accept Su Chen's plan. If Zhou Tianhua does not accept Su Chen's plan, then there is no point in saying anything else. Su Chen felt a bit of a headache when he thought of this. After all, Zhou Tianhua's mall was still doing very well. If the mall was doing so well, it would probably be difficult for Su Chen to get Zhou Tianhua's consent if he directly offered to help him improve it. But Su Chen couldn't care less. Now we can only give it a try, he thought deep down. This did make him feel a little embarrassed, but Su Chen had nothing to say. Just like that, Su Chen came to Zhou Tianhua and looked at him somewhat awkwardly. "Boss Zhou, I wonder if you have encountered any trouble?" Su Chen asked. He seemed a little embarrassed. After all, this matter really made him embarrassed, and Su Chen was even speechless. After all, it always feels weird to say this, at least Su Chen feels embarrassed. But Zhou Tianhua was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" He looked strange. Chapter 124 Sales. Zhou Tianhua felt somewhat unhappy deep down in his heart. Originally, he had just helped Su Chen, but Su Chen asked such a question. This of course made Zhou Tianhua's face look a little ugly, and Zhou Tianhua took a breath. "Young man, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Tianhua said a little angrily. Su Chen could already see that Zhou Tianhua was angry, which made Su Chen feel speechless. After all, what he said was indeed a bit excessive. Xia Mengmeng glared at Su Chen fiercely. "What nonsense are you talking about? Boss Zhou just helped us," Xia Mengmeng said with a grim expression. After hearing what Xia Mengmeng said, Su Chen felt extremely helpless. In fact, he didn't want this to happen, but now, he had no choice. Thinking of this, Su Chen didn't even have any choice. He can only go his own way. Su Chen sighed. "Boss Zhou, excuse me for being frank, but there are indeed some problems with your supermarket's business model, and these problems will make it difficult for your supermarket to operate in the future. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter but is good for the disease, and honest advice may be unpleasant to the ears, but is beneficial for action. I am telling the truth now," Su Chen said seriously. Now he had nothing else to say but this. But when Zhou Tianhua heard Su Chen's words, his expression turned cold, and his face looked as strange as it could be. "Sir, how did you know there was something wrong with my supermarket?" Zhou Tianhua's voice sounded somewhat alert. There's a chance." Su Chen's heart moved. Before, he had never thought that there would be hope for this matter, but now looking at Chong Chu Jianhua's performance, Su Chen saw a glimmer of hope, as if Zhou Tianhua cared about this matter very much. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. If that's the case, it looks like there is some hope, Su Chen thought to himself, and was even more expectant in his heart. At this moment, Su Chen came to Zhou Tianhua and whispered a few words in Zhou Tianhua's ear. Su Chen possesses the technological system of the future, and it can be said that his strength has reached an unparalleled level. With Su Chen's future supermarket system, it would be very powerful, so Su Chen said all these words in a low voice. He whispered in Zhou Tianhua's ear without making any loud noise, because Su Chen didn't want others to hear these words. At this moment, Zhou Tianhua was already sweating profusely. The shock on his face had reached its peak, and he couldn't even believe it was true. Zhou Tianhua looked at Su Chen seriously. "Young man, can you come into my office and talk with me?" Zhou Tianhua's tone was finally determined. Feeling this, Su Chen knew that he had made the right bet. "Okay, then I'll walk with you," Su Chen said seriously. Xia Mengmeng was still a little unbelievable. "What are you doing?" Xia Mengmeng said in a trembling voice. Xia Mengmeng felt that this matter was really embarrassing for her. However, Su Chen smiled. "Wait for me downstairs, I'll be back soon. This matter is very important." Su Chen looked at Xia Mengmeng seriously. He knew that these things could not be explained to Xia Mengmeng at all, so Su Chen could only say this. Xia Mengmeng took a breath of cold air. "All right." In fact, Xia Mengmeng didn't have high expectations for what Su Chen did, but in this situation, she had nothing to say. After all, Su Chen had created many miracles, so Xia Mengmeng was quite confident in Su Chen, although this confidence was somewhat helpless, but she can only have such confidence. Just like that, Su Chen followed Zhou Tianhua to Zhou Tianhua's office. After the two sat down, Zhou Tianhua's expression became anxious. "Little brother, you are definitely a genius," Zhou Tianhua exclaimed. He simply couldn't believe this was true. And Su Chen smiled. "Actually, this is nothing. I just noticed some problems. But I don't know if what I said is right," Su Chen said calmly. Zhou Tianhua sighed. "You're right, my supermarket has indeed encountered some troubles, and these troubles are very big." Zhou Tianhua's breathing became rapid. He felt the horror of the incident. After hearing his words, Su Chen nodded. "This is actually nothing," he said seriously. "If I can improve your supermarket, I wonder if you would be willing?" Su Chen asked very seriously. His tone was extremely calm. Zhou Tianhua's heart moved when he heard Su Chen's words. "Are you kidding, sir? Are you sure you can do this?" Zhou Tianhua's face was very excited. If Su Chen can really do this, it will have a huge impact on his supermarket. Although Zhou Tianhua's supermarket is still profitable, there are some risks behind it. Zhou Tianhua did not tell anyone about this risk. He would never discuss it. After all, there were huge risks hidden behind this matter. If his competitors knew about it, Zhou Tianhua would be in great trouble. Su Chen smiled, his expression was extremely calm and he didn't take the matter seriously at all. This is exactly what makes Su Chen so powerful. He adjusted his mood and looked at Zhou Tianhua seriously. "I need you to teach me all the rights to manage the supermarket, and the supermarket will be closed for 3 days for renovation," Su Chen said word by word. Such a request was actually quite difficult for Zhou Tianhua. Zhou Tianhua even felt like he didn't dare to agree. Because he knew that it would be extremely dangerous to rashly agree to this matter. If anything really went wrong, Zhou Tianhua would have to bear all the responsibility. However, thinking about the crisis she was facing and what Su Chen said, Zhou Tianhua nodded. "I am willing to believe you, sir. I am willing to give you 3 days, and my supermarket will be closed for 3 days." Zhou Tianhua said seriously that this was his greatest trust in Su Chen, and Su Chen was naturally very satisfied when he heard his words. Su Chen knew very well what kind of person Zhou Tianhua was. "Since you are willing to agree, then give me all the rights, and you must leave this place. I will be responsible for all these matters," Su Chen said calmly, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. After hearing this, Zhou Tianhua nodded heavily. In fact, deep down in his heart he had no other choice. If he did not choose to believe Su Chen, he would only face greater danger. This is not what Zhou Tianhua is willing to do. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to believe in Su Chen, a genius in his eyes. This is the plan in Zhou Tianhua's mind. Chapter 125, Shock. "You are kidding me." Xia Mengmeng's voice was very unpleasant. Xia Mengmeng really didn't expect Su Chen to say such words, which even shocked Xia Mengmeng completely. Xia Mengmeng's face also became extremely ugly. "Why did you accept this task? What does this supermarket have to do with us?" Xia Mengmeng said angrily. In fact, the girl felt that Su Chen was completely outrageous and this matter had nothing to do with them at all. Su Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Although this matter has nothing to do with him, it has a lot to do with the system, but Su Chen really doesn't know how to explain it. Now he could only feel a headache and even a look of helplessness. But in this situation, what else could Su Chen say? He could only remain speechless. "Miss, you go back first. I promise to complete this task within 3 days," Su Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. Xia Mengmeng looked at Su Chen with contempt. "But you left me alone for these 3 days?" Xia Mengmeng said angrily. Su Chen smiled. "Of course not. I will give you 3 more songs. With these 3 songs, you can record for 3 days and 3 nights," Su Chen said seriously. With the skills of a master composer, Su Chen is now simply a small music library in China. Not to mention 3 songs, even if there were 300 songs, Su Chen could easily come up with them. However, if that were the case, it would be quite shocking, so Su Chen had to be low-key. Xia Mengmeng's eyes lit up. "Are the quality of these 3 songs the same as the previous ones?" Xia Mengmeng asked hurriedly. This girl is a music fanatic. Hearing such words, she would of course be very excited, but Su Chen nodded directly. You're right, the quality of these 3 songs is absolutely the same as before, there won't be any deviation at all. Su Chen said with a smile on his face, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. If this is true, it is indeed surprising. But Su Chen just smiled faintly and didn't take the matter seriously. Because Su Chen knew very well how powerful he was. With his current strength, he naturally would not take this matter seriously. Soon Su Chen wrote 3 songs and gave them to Xia Mengmeng. Xia Mengmeng took the 3 songs, looked at them carefully, and the expression on her face was extremely shocked. It can be said that these 3 songs are simply perfect and can be called the 3 top songs. Xia Mengmeng couldn't believe this was true. But all of this does exist in reality. You really surprised me. I didn't expect you to come up with 3 top songs so casually. Xia Mengmeng said with a trembling expression, her voice becoming frozen. Su Chen smiled slightly. It's just 3 songs, it's nothing. Miss Xia, go back and wait for me for 3 days, and I will give you 3 more high-end songs. Su Chen said this seriously, without any politeness. In 3 days, Su Chen will complete the entire renovation work, and it will not be difficult to give Xia Mengmeng 3 songs by then. Of course Xia Mengmeng was very excited. Now Xia Mengmeng completely believed Su Chen's words. After all, if she could get 3 more songs, it would make Xia Mengmeng happy. Naturally, Xia Mengmeng would not refuse. Su Chen, then I believe you. Xia Mengmeng said and left proudly. After Xia Mengmeng left, Su Chen called Zhou Tianhua. Tell your employees to prepare for their holiday. I will go find the decoration company right away. After saying that, Su Chen turned and left. Xia Mengmeng was naturally happy. It's all up to you, he said with excitement in his voice. Su Chen just smiled and waved his hand. It's no big deal, it's just a piece of cake. After the 2 of them had a conversation, Su Chen left the supermarket and rushed to the decoration market. Su Chen needed to find a qualified decoration team in the decoration market. This decoration team must meet Su Chen's requirements in the system, that is, a 5-star skill decoration team. The so-called 5-star skill decoration team is actually the system's evaluation criteria. Su Chen was actually not very clear about this judging standard, but he also understood that this judging standard was absolutely a requirement of the system, and there would be no problem with the system's requirements at all. Su Chen was also looking forward to this deep in his heart. At this time, Su Chen had already arrived at the decoration market. As soon as he arrived at the decoration market, people from many decoration companies had rushed over. They all hoped that Su Chen would choose them, but Su Chen gave up on this matter. Because this is never a good option. None of these people have the ability to reach 5 stars. In this case, Su Chen naturally would not choose him. Su Chen is going to choose a decoration team with 5-star skills. It seems that this level is still hard to find. Su Chen said somewhat embarrassedly that he had looked for many decoration teams, but did not find anyone related to the 5 elements skills. This gave Su Chen a headache. At this time, it was already noon. Under such circumstances, Su Chen felt even more depressed. He decided to go to a snack stand outside to eat something and continue his search in the afternoon. This is a helpless thing, but he has to think this way. After all, people are made of iron and food is made of steel. Now Su Chen is very hungry, so he has to make such a choice. This matter is also quite helpless. Su Chen walked out of the market. There were several snack streets outside. Su Chen came to the snack street and decided to find a place to rest. But at this moment, someone came to Su Chen, and he reached out and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. This made Su Chen feel a little confused. Su Chen didn't know what was going on. He turned around suddenly and only then saw a strange expression on the other person's face. This expression can be said to be quite strange. Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He really didn't know why the other person had such an expression. What can I do for you, sir? Who are you looking for? Su Chen asked in confusion. He felt that the other party must have something wrong, otherwise he would not have such an expression. So Su Chen also looked puzzled. After hearing these words, that person showed a smile, but this smile looked very disgusting. It can be said that this guy is a disgusting person. Su Chen can also feel this, and his face suddenly becomes ugly. Su Chen was wary of this guy. He had to be wary. After all, he was sure that this guy was hateful. The man took out a business card and smiled faintly. Chapter 126, The Destitute Designer. The person in front of him could be described as extremely ugly. His face was extremely pale and his clothes were extremely tattered. It can be said that there is nothing special about this person. And it looks extremely poor. Thinking of this, Su-chen also felt strange. This guy must have some purpose in calling him, but Su-chen didn't know him. This made Su-chen feel a little embarrassed. But the man scratched his head and smiled, which was quite strange. This smile made Su-chen confused. "What is this, sir?" Su-chen looked at the other party and said with a little surprise. But that person looked very embarrassed. Are you looking for a worker? See if I can do it. I don't want a lot of money," the man said with a trembling voice. After hearing what that person said, Su-chen was speechless. He had met many people, but had never seen such an existence, which made him feel helpless. Su-chen scratched his head in embarrassment. It can be said that his expression was very embarrassed. At least for him, what he was looking for was a construction team, and what Su-chen needed was a 5-star construction team, which was very important to him. But the man in front of him was not a construction team, he was just one person. In this situation, Su-chen didn't actually need him. So Su-chen's expression was also a little embarrassed. He simply scratched his head. At least for him, this matter is indeed very troublesome, so Su-chen also has to make things clear. "I'm sorry, I'm looking for someone with architectural talent, and I don't know if you are that kind of talent," Su-chen said somewhat embarrassedly. His tone was quite strange. But that person's eyes lit up and he looked at Su-chen excitedly. "Boss, I am such a talent. I am a designer." The young man patted his chest and said he seemed to attach great importance to his identity. However, when Su-chen heard the young man's words, he was confused. The young man said he was a designer, but such an identity made Su-chen feel quite strange. He also looked surprised and really didn't know what was going on. "You are a designer, how did you end up in such a miserable state?" Su-chen asked curiously. If the other party was really a designer, at least this identity was still very good. But how could he have ended up like this? This really shocked Su-chen. Su-chen looked up at him. It can be said that Su-chen is absolutely embarrassed now, and he doesn't even know what to say. But the man seemed to think that Su-chen didn't believe him, so he immediately took out a somewhat tattered ID from his pocket and put it in Su-chen's hand. After seeing the ID, Su-chen couldn't help but be stunned. He really didn't expect this situation to happen, so Su-chen at this moment was definitely looking very hungry. He naturally understood what this meant. "Your name is Chen Benchu?" Su-chen asked curiously. Now he has confirmed the man's name, and according to what is written on the certificate, this man is indeed a design engineer. And he looks quite talented. This shocked Su-chen even more. "Are you really a top engineer?" Su-chen said with surprise, and Chen Benchu nodded. "I have won several professional awards. I am definitely amazing. Please believe me." His voice was as serious as it could be, and his expression was extremely excited, as if he would be very angry if Su-chen didn't believe him. After seeing this scene, Su-chen was speechless. "No way," he said with a look of surprise. Chen Benchu just patted his chest, and now his face seemed very proud. It was as if his own identity made him feel very excited. After hearing this, Su-chen had no choice but to nod. "All right." In fact, Su-chen certainly needs top designers, but in reality, that need is not necessary, because Su-chen knows very well that even if the designer's strength reaches the extreme, he can never be compared with Su-chen. After all, he has the ability of this system. But now, what he needs is a top-notch engineering team. This is the most important thing. Thinking of the scene in front of him, Su-chen was also prepared. He knew very well what the meaning behind this matter was. Now he is very calm. "Then do you know a top construction team?" "I need a very good construction team," Su-chen said word by word, and when Chen Benchu heard this, he laughed. "Of course, I know the construction team very well. After all, I am not an ordinary person," he said with a serious expression. It was like he was saying something very ordinary. When Su-chen heard his words, his eyes lit up. He was just looking for a construction team. If there really was a construction team, that would definitely be a good thing. But Su-chen was not sure whether he could find it. Hearing Chen Benchu say such words made him feel very happy, and he even felt excited. At least Su-chen thought this was a good thing. Where are these people then? Hearing this, Chen Benshu simply waved his hand. Of course it's me. I used to be a designer and I know a lot of people, including construction workers. I can find them for you. Chen Benshu said this very seriously, his tone was very calm. After hearing what Chen Benshu said, Su Chen was of course very excited. He understood what this matter meant. He is very calm now. Just like that, Su Chen and Chen Benshu set out together. The two of them quickly left here and arrived directly at their destination. It turns out that there is a construction team here. There is a construction project going on here, but it has reached the final stage and some workers are doing nothing. At this moment, Chen Benshu picked up the phone and made a call directly. Not long after Chen Benshu made the call, a man came over. This person is a middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man, Su Chen showed a hint of surprise. Su Chen knew very well what the meaning behind this matter was. This middle-aged man turned out to be the construction team leader. 5-star construction team leader Feng Xiaolong. The voice of the system came slowly, and Su Chen's face also showed excitement. Unexpectedly, the person in front of him was the 5-star construction team leader, the person Su Chen had been looking for. Chapter 127, The Name of Genius. Brother Chen, why are you here? Feng Xiaolong said with a smile on his face. After hearing what Feng Xiaolong said, Chen Benshu just smiled. Brother Feng, I found a new job. Chen Benshu said excitedly. Hearing what Chen Benshu said, Feng Xiaolong actually smiled. He was really happy for Chen Benshu. After all, he and Chen Benshu have a very good relationship. Feng Xiaolong is naturally very clear in his heart, and now Feng Xiaolong can be said to be full of expectations. Chen Benshu just smiled slightly. He came to Feng Xiaolong and looked at him. Brother Long, I came here for you. I want to find you a job. Do you have a job now? If not, this Mr. Su Chen wants to hire someone. He is also my boss now. Chen Benshu said excitedly. But after hearing this, Feng Xiaolong's face changed. It can be said that Feng Xiaolong was still very excited, after all, he had just met Chen Benshu. But now, after hearing what Chen Benshu said, Feng Xiaolong's expression suddenly became ugly. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his whole expression became very ugly. It was as if this matter was no big deal. Feeling this, Su Chen was speechless. It seems that Feng Xiaolong does not want to come out, at least he is somewhat disgusted with Su Chen. Su Chen was indeed somewhat unexpected about this situation, and his expression was naturally not very good. Su Chen originally wanted to cooperate with Feng Xiaolong, but now it seems that things are not that simple. If he wants to cooperate with Feng Xiaolong, he needs some twists and turns. Feeling this, Su Chen was actually somewhat helpless, but what could he say now? Su Chen seemed to have nothing to say. After all, an employment relationship is based on mutual consent. If Feng Xiaolong is unwilling, Su Chen has no way to force Feng Xiaolong. This is also normal. At this moment, Feng Xiaolong had already turned his gaze to Su Chen. When facing Chen Benshu, Feng Xiaolong looked very happy and generous, but when facing Su Chen, Feng Xiaolong's face was extremely ugly. Young man, you want to hire us, but I don't want to do that. Feng Xiaolong said very seriously. Hearing Feng Xiaolong's words, Su Chen's face was a little embarrassed. He knew very well what this matter meant, and at this moment his face was also very solemn. He is ready. After adjusting his mindset, Su Chen nodded directly. That's right, I want to hire you, no matter how much money you offer. Su Chen said this very seriously, he was not joking. But after hearing Su Chen's words, Feng Xiaolong seemed quite dissatisfied. Not only did she not look happy at all, her face even looked extremely ugly. Sensing Feng Xiaolong's condition, Su Chen knew that this matter was very troublesome and this person must be a weirdo. Su Chen just scratched his head. He had finally found a 5-star construction team. If he failed, it would be really troublesome, so Su Chen's expression became very ugly. Now his breathing became rapid, and he knew exactly what this matter meant. This was definitely a troublesome matter. After adjusting his breathing, Su Chen's face looked very ugly. Chen Benshu also felt a little embarrassed. Brother Feng, you don't have anything to do right now, so why are you unwilling to help Mr. Su Chen? Chen Benshu said with a trembling voice. Chen Benshu felt that the other party was really speechless. The relationship between Chen Benshu and Feng Xiaolong can be said to be very close, and the relationship between the two is very good. So Chen Benshu also felt embarrassed about this situation. Feng Xiaolong's face turned cold. Brother Chen, I admire you very much because you are indeed very capable, but for other people. Feng Xiaolong looked at Su Chen. His expression was full of sarcasm. Feeling this, Su Chen waved his hands helplessly. I knew very well what Feng Xiaolong was thinking. Under such circumstances, Feng Xiaolong seemed to look down on Su Chen. His contempt was very clear. Feeling this scene, Su Chen sighed helplessly. Why do you think I'm an incompetent person? Su Chen said unhappily. Hearing this, Feng Xiaolong laughed out loud. He showed an extremely sarcastic expression on his face, as if he thought Su Chen's words were a little funny, which was exactly Feng Xiaolong's mentality. He looked Su Chen up and down, and his mocking expression deepened. Young man, do you know anything about architecture? You are being too arrogant. Feng Xiaolong said directly to Su Chen. There was no politeness in his words, as if he was mocking Su Chen. Chen Benchu's face turned ugly. It can be said that Chen Benchu was still a very calm person. Facing this situation, Feng Xiaolong's words were indeed very impolite, and even Chen Benchu felt uncomfortable when he heard them. Su Chen responded with a smile, and he was as calm as possible. Since you don't believe me, can you give me a chance to show myself? This isn't a big deal, right? Su Chen said with a smile on his face that he actually only needed one chance to show himself, because in Su Chen's view, he only needed one chance to fully demonstrate his king-like strength. Hearing this, Feng Xiaolong nodded. Of course I won't bully a young man like you, so I'm willing to give you a chance. I just don't know if you can grasp it. If you can, I'll be willing to agree to come out. If you can't, then it's not my fault, Feng Xiaolong. This is also to give face to Chen Benchu, otherwise I wouldn't bother with you at all. Feng Xiaolong looked sarcastic, and it can be seen that he was very arrogant. Su Chen was also helpless. He once heard someone say that the more capable a person is, the worse his temper is. Feng Xiaolong is obviously a capable person, and he does have a bad temper. This is really frustrating. Su Chen just sighed speechlessly. Things had come to this point, and he had nothing to say. He now had only one idea, which was to pass Feng Xiaolong's test. Su Chen didn't believe that he could be stumped by Feng Xiaolong with his strength. Feng Xiaolong also became serious. He held out his hand as a gesture of invitation. It can be seen that Feng Xiaolong is very serious. Chapter 128 Superpower. Su Chen followed Feng Xiaolong into the construction site. As the construction site was nearing completion, the entire site was in the process of finishing work. When many workers saw Feng Xiaolong coming in, they all gathered around him and greeted Feng Xiaolong cordially. Boss. As the boss of the construction team, Feng Xiaolong has won the trust of these people. To them, Feng Xiaolong is absolutely a true god-like existence. Being able to win the trust of these people is not an easy thing, which just shows that Feng Xiaolong has very good abilities. It can be said that his strength is very strong. As a construction team leader, Feng Xiaolong is familiar with all construction processes and is extremely professional. It can be said that he is a professional to the extreme, and this is also the strength of Feng Xiaolong. Feeling this, Su Chen just smiled slightly. He knew very well what it all meant. At this moment, he was looking at Feng Xiaolong with a smile on his face. Su Chen didn't mean to be polite at all. The workers also gathered around. They didn't know what was going on and were all pointing and talking. At this time, someone who heard the new news told everyone about it. Everyone present showed shocked expressions on their faces, and some even had expressions full of ridicule. They couldn't believe it was true. Su Chen actually dared to challenge Feng Xiaolong. This was truly a terrible thing. For many workers, it is easy to imagine how strong Feng Xiaolong is. It can be said that Feng Xiaolong's strength is absolutely invincible. This guy actually wants to challenge Captain Feng. Is he crazy? Only a guy like this who has no ability would be so stupid. How could he possibly be a match for Captain Feng? There is no comparison between the two. The gap is just too huge. Everyone present spoke leisurely, and there was one thing revealed in their words, which was the mockery of Su Chen. It can be said that these people do not take Su Chen seriously at all, and their ridicule of Su Chen can even be said to be blatant. A helpless expression appeared on Su Chen's face. He didn't expect that these guys would dare to say such things, and they seemed to not believe Su Chen at all. Their contempt for Su Chen had reached the extreme. This situation really made Su Chen feel helpless. At this moment, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. For him, this was definitely something he was unwilling to accept. This matter could even be called terrible. Su Chen's eyes were filled with displeasure, and his expression became extremely grim. Of course, he felt very uncomfortable with the way things had developed to this point, and it was understandable how he felt. This also aroused a little anger in Su Chen. As the saying goes, even a clayman can have a temper, not to mention that Su Chen is the owner of the system. If you have any questions, please ask me as soon as possible. I can answer any question easily. Su Chen said word by word, as if he was talking about something very calm. But after hearing Su Chen's words, the man's face suddenly turned ugly. He couldn't believe it was true. Good boy, you are too arrogant. If you are so arrogant, I will not be polite. I will let you know what real strength is. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It can be said that his aura is absolutely powerful to the extreme. Relying on Su Chen's strength, he naturally would not take the other party seriously, and he is also very confident in his own strength. This is Su Chen's current situation. Okay, since you want to get the answer, I will tell you the answer. Feng Xiaolong was a little angry. She felt that Su Chen's words were really too much. Under such circumstances, Feng Xiaolong had no intention of being polite. He just started asking Su Chen some questions. These questions were all about architecture, and Feng Xiaolong's questions were not polite at all. However, every question he asked was answered easily by Su Chen, as if these questions were not difficult at all and were just simple questions. Feng Xiaolong's face looked extremely ugly. At this moment, Feng Xiaolong's breathing became rapid, and the strangeness of his look was unimaginable. Feng Xiaolong was breathing heavily. How do you know all these problems so well? How did you do it? Feng Xiaolong's expression was much more anxious than Jitu's. He couldn't believe it was true. To him, this was definitely a terrible thing. Hearing Feng Xiaolong's words, Su Chen smiled. He just looked at Feng Xiaolong calmly, not taking the matter seriously at all. The questions you asked are so simple. How could I not be able to answer such simple questions? The simplicity of this question really leaves me speechless. Su Chen spoke word by word, his tone was very impolite. When Feng Xiaolong heard Su Chen's words, he was stunned. He was completely shocked by Su Chen. Do you want to hear more difficult questions? Don't blame me. Feng Xiaolong shouted loudly, with a gleam in his eyes. But Su Chen laughed out loud and didn't take the matter to heart at all. It can be said that Su Chen's expression was extremely calm, and his face was also cool. He was deliberately provoking Feng Xiaolong. Only by deliberately provoking this guy could Feng Xiaolong show his true strength. As expected, Feng Xiaolong was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he was now ready. At this moment, Feng Xiaolong's face was trembling. It can be said that the murderous aura on him is absolutely terrifying, even to the point of being overwhelming. I'll ask you a few more questions. If you can answer them, I'll admire you and I'll follow you. But if you can't answer them, please leave immediately and don't disturb me. Feng Xiaolong's voice was really crazy, and his face had turned livid. After hearing his words, Su Chen smiled slightly. He looked at the scene indifferently, not taking the matter seriously at all. After all, with Su Chen's strength, any question can be easily answered by him. Even if the questions Feng Xiaolong asks are difficult, they will definitely not exceed the system's expectations. It can be said that with the help of the system, Su Chen can really do whatever he wants without any scruples. Then you better listen to me. Chapter 129 Conquest. Feng Xiaolong was very angry. All his life skills were displayed here, but it seemed that he had no way to deal with Su Chen. This made Feng Xiaolong feel incredible. At this moment Feng Xiaolong's face also became very ugly. How did you do that? Feng Xiaolong's breathing quickened, and he said angrily. He had no idea how Su Chen did it. It could be said that the ability Su Chen showed had shocked Feng Xiaolong. Su Chen waved his hand gently, with a smile on his face. He seemed to be talking about something very ordinary, not taking it seriously at all. Feeling this, Feng Xiaolong's face became extremely ugly. He really couldn't believe that this was real, and his breathing became heavy. His expression was as ugly as it could be. At least in his opinion, this was simply incredible. But Su Chen smiled. Stop talking nonsense and continue testing me. Su Chen said to Feng Xiaolong in an almost provocative tone, and Feng Xiaolong could only remain speechless. I'll test you if you want to. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Feng Xiaolong had been completely provoked to the point of crazy. In his opinion, Su Chen was too scary and too hateful. Feng Xiaolong's face was as ugly as it could be. And Su Chen just smiled slightly. He looked at Feng Xiaolong calmly, as if all this was nothing at all. This was Su Chen's strength. Feng Xiaolong's breathing became rapid. It can be said that his face has become very familiar, and his whole expression is extremely ugly. Feng Xiaolong looked at Su Chen coldly, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. And Su Chen laughed out loud. Wang still had a calm expression, not taking Feng Xiaolong seriously at all. Such a calm state was simply a slap in Feng Xiaolong's face. Then I will ask you another question. If you can answer even this one, then I lose. Feng Xiaolong's tone was extremely arrogant. Okay, I'm looking forward to this matter. As the owner of the system, Su Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. He felt that it would be easy for him to deal with Feng Xiaolong, and his confidence in himself reached its peak, an overflowing confidence. Su Chen now is absolutely unwilling to give up this point. Feng Xiaolong took a deep breath. Okay, I want to see what you are capable of. Feng Xiaolong said with a pale face. He finally asked a question that even he himself found difficult to answer, but after hearing this question, Su Chen still had a smile on his face. I thought it was a difficult problem, but it turns out to be so simple. Su Chen said nonchalantly. Feng Xiaolong's legs went limp. You answer it. He said angrily, and it could be said that the resentment in his heart had reached its peak. Su Chen just showed a sneer and didn't take the matter seriously at all. Isn't it just answering this question? What's the difficulty? In fact, it's almost zero for me. Su Chen said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Feng Xiaolong's mentality has collapsed. Okay, didn't you say that the difficulty is almost zero? Then just answer it for me. Feng Xiaolong roared madly. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. Su Chen began to answer like this. His answer was logical, and there was nothing wrong with every word he said. Everyone present was completely shocked, and their faces showed shock. They couldn't believe it was real. How on earth did you do that? Deep down, everyone has the same idea. How Su Chen managed to do this was truly unimaginable. It could be said that everyone present was on the verge of collapse. They just felt that Su Chen was a godlike existence, and there was really nothing else to feel about him. But Su Chen burst into laughter. Actually, this matter is very simple. It can even be said that there is no difficulty at all. Su Chen said word by word. Next, I will explain to you how I analyzed this problem. Su Chen looked extremely calm with his hands behind his back. He described the entire problem in 2 sentences. It can be said that Su Chen's words were very relaxed, as if this was nothing at all. Everyone present was even more confused. Is this okay? Although they couldn't believe it, Su Chen did give an answer, and this answer was so true that everyone was completely shocked in their hearts and they were completely speechless. Feng Xiaolong was completely stunned, and couldn't believe it was true. At this moment, Feng Xiaolong's face was extremely ugly, and he even felt trembling all over. He had never seen such a horrible thing in his life. You are such a monster. Feng Xiaolong said in a trembling voice. Deep in his heart, he felt that Su Chen was simply a monster-level existence. If he was not a monster-level existence, how could he answer such a question? But Su Chen just smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously at all. In Feng Xiaolong's eyes, he was a monster-level existence, but in fact, Su Chen was just using the system, and Su Chen didn't think there was anything special about it. He looked at Feng Xiaolong seriously. Feng Xiaolong's breathing became rapid. His face was flushed and his expression was very unnatural. After a long time, Feng Xiaolong finally took a deep breath. Although his voice was very unpleasant, he had to admit that it was right. You are really amazing, I admire you. I will take your project, and I will only charge you the cost price. Feng Xiaolong said with a sigh. He is not a person who is willing to admit his mistakes, nor is he a person who is willing to admit defeat. It can be said that Feng Xiaolong is an extremely stubborn person. Under such circumstances, it is really difficult for him to admit defeat easily. It can be said that he is a person who never admits defeat. This is also the most powerful part of Feng Xiaolong's character. He will never admit defeat unless it is the most dangerous moment. If you want to conquer Feng Xiaolong, you must show strength that is stronger than Feng Xiaolong. Now Su Chen has done this. Feng Xiaolong suddenly nodded at Su Chen. He admired Su Chen to the extreme. Brother Su Chen, you are such an amazing person. I admire you so much now," he said seriously, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing, but Su Chen laughed. "In that case, I won't be polite. This is the project I'm giving you." Su Chen told the content of the project. Chapter 130, Supermarket Renovation Plan. Supermarket Renovation Plan? After hearing Su Chen's words, everyone present showed shocked expressions. They did not expect Su Chen to propose such a plan. This supermarket renovation plan seems to be a very powerful plan. However, it is not easy to complete this supermarket renovation plan. After hearing these words, everyone present was quite shocked, and they all looked shocked. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. In fact, Su Chen also knew what this meant, but he didn't care about it. "Chen Benshu, aren't you a great designer? Do you think this is reliable?" Su Chen said to Chen Benshu, and when Chen Benshu heard Su Chen's words, his heart was moved. "To be honest, I don't think this is reliable," Chen Benshu said with embarrassment. He didn't want to refute Su Chen's face, but for him, it was an almost impossible task to transform such a supermarket in just 3 days. The difficulty of this task is beyond imagination. His breathing became rapid. At least in his opinion, this task was so difficult that it was unimaginable. It was an extremely difficult task. The difficulty of completing this task is beyond imagination. Chen Benshu and Feng Xiaolong both shook their heads at the same time, with embarrassed expressions on their faces. "It's not that we don't want to complete it, it's just that this thing is too difficult." Both Chen Benshu and Feng Xiaolong said the same thing. Hearing what they said, Su Chen just smiled faintly. "It seems like you two really don't trust me, but let's go to the scene and take a look, and everything will become clear." Su Chen said this calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Although Chen Benshu and the other man did not really trust Su Chen, they could only show a serious attitude towards what Su Chen said. Although they found Su Chen's words ridiculous and even unbelievable, they still had to show due respect. After all, the strength and skills that Su Chen had just demonstrated were far beyond their imagination. And so they came to the supermarket. Seeing the situation in this supermarket, the two people were even more unbelievable. "Honestly, I think this is going to be difficult to accomplish," Chen Benshu said seriously. Su Chen just smiled faintly. "You think it's hard to complete, that's just your feeling. I will draw a blueprint for you, and the answer is in the blueprint," Su Chen said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Chen Benshu's breathing became rapid. He seemed unable to imagine it. "Are you sure?" he asked again. But Su Chen nodded to him calmly. "Of course I am sure." Regarding this matter, Su Chen could not only confirm it, but he could even say that he was completely certain of it. This was just a simple matter and it was nothing at all. Amid the disbelieving expressions of the crowd, Su Chen had already begun to complete the operation. The speed of his operation shocked everyone. Soon, Su Chen actually drew a picture and put it in front of everyone, which made everyone feel short of breath. After all, being able to complete such an operation in such a short time was incredible in itself. No one even knew how Su Chen did it. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. This matter was just a routine operation for him and he didn't take it seriously at all. It's just a simple thing. How long will it take to complete the construction according to this drawing? Su Chen looked at Chen Benshu seriously and said. Chen Benshu and Feng Xiaolong both left, and two people came over and carefully checked the drawings, then gave the answer. It will be completed in about half a month. What if you use some very special materials? Su Chen asked again, and both of them showed confused expressions. They didn't know what the special material Su Chen was talking about was, which even made them look shocked. And Su Chen just smiled faintly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. These special materials. He just looked at the other person with a smile. You guys follow me. Su Chen took the two people directly to the warehouse and saw the materials in the warehouse. When they saw the materials, they also showed confused expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe it was real. At least in their opinion, this is a terrible thing. Because these materials are some very strange composite materials, these materials are far beyond their imagination. There was also a look of shock on their faces. Dear Su Chen, how did you get these top quality materials? Feng Xiaolong said in disbelief. As a top architect in the industry, he certainly knows what these materials mean. It can be said that these top materials have far-reaching meanings. If there are so many materials, naturally a lot of things can be done, and Su Chen is quite looking forward to these things. He understands very well what all this means. With these materials, of course, the transformation can be completed within 3 days, but where did you get these materials? Feng Xiaolong said with a trembling voice. His admiration for Su Chen has now reached an unprecedented level. In his eyes, Su Chen is simply a godlike existence. Feng Xiaolong was extremely surprised deep in his heart. His worship of Su Chen had reached an unprecedented level. He felt that Su Chen was really too powerful. Su Chen just smiled slightly. He didn't take this matter seriously at all. It can be said that for him, this was a very calm matter. Su Chen just handled it all calmly. His expression was as serious as it could be. You guys should process it according to the blueprint now. I have to leave here first. I will leave the things here to you for the time being. Su Chen said to Feng Xiaolong with a serious expression. He sounded like he was talking about something very ordinary, and Feng Xiaolong had no choice but to nod and leave the two of them here. Su Chen decided to proceed to the next step. According to the system's prompts, the next step is to build an intelligent robot, which is a very, very important step. Only after building an intelligent robot can he proceed to the next step. Su Chen is now ready. He also knows how powerful intelligent robots are. With intelligent AI robots, the energy level of the entire supermarket can be improved. Su Chen thought deep in his heart. That was exactly what he had in mind. However, obtaining an intelligent robot is not an easy task. After all, although Su Chen knows how to assemble it, he does not have the technological capabilities.